Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 194 Fish Tornado and the Ichthyosaur. Wang Zhan accompanied Lan Qingyu till 9+ at night. He had initially intended to sleep with the lady, but was ruthlessly pushed out with the doors locked. Wang Zhan smiled bitterly as he walked to the first floor. Walking to the deck, he looked to the faraway seas. He could sense that Lan Qingyu had fallen asleep on the second floor. She had barely slept over the last 2 days, and was finally able to get a good rest today. It will be at least 10 hours before Lan Qingyu wakes up. Wang Zhan thought to himself. He hesitated for a moment before removing his clothes and throwing them onto the sofa. Bam! Wang Zhan leaped into the skies and dived into the seas. Moving his body, he transformed into a 6-meter-long divine dragon in an instant. Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Girl are just around the corner. Let's summon them over. Wang Zhan looked around and let out a dragon roar to the surroundings. Growl! Growl! Soon, replies were heard. Wang Zhan could see Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster and Roving Heavens with his group of devil monkeys swimming towards him. At the forefront, the 9 venomous sea snakes were the fastest as they approached Wang Zhan at an astonishing speed. Greetings, Dragon King, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster and the rest bowed respectfully in front of Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan looked at the 800 devil monkeys and could sense their improvements in strength. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied look. Behind Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Lobster, there was a group of sea turtles and large lobsters following them. These sea turtles and lobsters looked extremely lively. The sizes of these lobsters were all around 1 meter and their 2 huge claws looked extremely destructive. These were all subordinates of the Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Lobster. Let's make use of the night to go deeper into further sea regions to look for resources required for leveling up, Wang Zhan thought to himself. Wang Zhan looked at the yacht a short distance away. He hesitated for a moment before ordering the Prime Minister Turtle, drag the yacht along. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded his head and swam below the yacht. Although the 30-meters-long yacht was heavy, Prime Minister Turtle was able to easily drag it along on the water surface. Wang Zhan was a little worried about Lan Qingyu. He went to the second floor quietly and used dragon energy to calm her body and make her enter deep sleep. If there weren't huge disturbances, she would only wake up after 10 hours. Let's head towards the deeper sea region. Wang Zhan dived into the seas once again and gave his orders. Wang Zhan had searched the entire Bohai Sea. Up to this point, other than the huge level 12 devil flowers that weren't finished off, the other areas had been combed. The Bohai Sea was big. With their speed, they only used 3 hours to reach the Yellow Sea. Wang Zhan noticed a sudden and drastic change in the underwater world ahead of him. The depth of the Yellow Sea was approximately 40 meters deep on average. The deeper region could reach a depth of over 80 meters. The entire Yellow Sea was very broad and was several times the size of the Bohai Sea. At this moment, the region where Wang Zhan was at was approximately 50 meters deep. This was the first time he came to such a deep-sea region. Under the waters, it was pitch black at night. Seagrass was common and the variety of fish was much higher than the Bohai Sea. This place is much more comfortable. I always feel that I could barely move in the Bohai Sea. Wang Zhan swayed his body within the 50 meters deep sea as he swam around freely. There's a school of sharks ahead. Wang Zhan squinted his eyes and focused on the 20-odd sharks 1,000 meters away. These sharks were all 4 to 5 meters long and gave off a violent aura as they swam domineeringly in the sea. Wang Zhan revealed a faint smile. He got moving and swam towards the school of sharks directly. Big white sharks level 5. Extractable dragon energy 534. That's over 10 points of dragon energy from 20 sharks, haha. This is something the Bohai Sea couldn't match up to. Wang Zhan was thrilled. Sea monsters in deep waters weren't simply a myth. The resources in the entire Yellow Sea were at least a dozen or even a few dozen times more than the Bohai Sea. When my subordinates and I get stronger, I'll head to the real seas for an adventure. I wonder if there will be terrifying creatures at a depth of 10 zillion feet underwater. Are there other races living in the pitch-black darkness within the seas, or ancient marine animals still surviving at the bottom of the seas? Wang Xian was getting excited from these thoughts. The sea regions were largely unexplored by humans. In the near future, he would be exploring the entire seas and become the ruler of the seas. Wang Xian was filled with ambition. He let out a soft roar and his subordinate swam over quickly. Let's explore the Yellow Sea, Wang Xian ordered. His gaze was fixed in front of him as he led his subordinates to conquer the unknown sea region. The seabed of the Yellow Sea was too different from the Bohai Sea. Both had flat grounds and areas where it was a little more mountainous. However, the scenery of the Yellow Sea was grander and more beautiful than the Bohai Sea. Devour, devour, devour. There were many species of fish around him. There were little yellow croaker, hairtail fish, Pacific mackerel, Spanish mackerel, yellow drumfish, slender shadfish, Pacific herrings, pomfrets, codfish and many others. Moving around, Wang Xian devoured all the fish he came across. In just 2 hours, he had gained more than 17 points of dragon energy. Just 42 points of dragon energy more and he'll level up. Let's try to increase my level by the end of the night. Wang Xian thought to himself and turned his attention ahead. The area in front of him was different from the darkness of the surrounding seas. It was full of marine animals that were glowing. The glowing marine animals illuminated the bottom of the seas. Moving his body, Wang Xian headed towards it. When he approached the illuminated region, he was shocked by what he saw. Fish tornado. It's a humongous fish tornado. There were at least a few 100,000 to a few million fish gathered here, and swimming in circles like a tornado under the water. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and stared fervently at this fish tornado. If I devour all the fish here, I'll gain at least a few 100,000 points of dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, surround the entire school of fish. The entire fish tornado spanned over 1,000 meters. Wang Xian wasn't able to dominate the entire school with his dragon power. Moreover, he noticed that there were several unique fish species in the middle of the fish tornado. They had a terrifying size and every one of them was at least 7 to 8 meters. They also had flat heads with sharp mouths. Their mouths were approximately 2 meters long with rows of sharp teeth exposed that gave off an eerie glow. What's that fish? Wang Xian was filled with doubt. These 4 to 5 unique fish swam in the middle of the fish tornado like the kings of the school. Around them, densely packed herrings, Pacific mackerel and Spanish mackerel seemed to be honoring them as their kings. Wang Xian swayed his tail and started his hunt. This would be his first battle towards conquering the Yellow Sea. End note: an ichthyosaur is a large extinct marine reptile. Chapter 195 Ichthyosaurs. Chapter 195 Ichthyosaurs. There were thousands of species hidden in the deep sea, occupying 70 of planet Earth. And the secrets were far more than any human could imagine. The ocean has always been an unexplored area for humans. Wang Xian stared at the fish tornado before him with fervent eyes and a relaxed expression on his face. 800 devil monkeys went up slowly to surround the fish tornado. Food hunting. This was the way for any living beings to evolve. Whoever can hunt to the last would be the most powerful being remaining. Wang Xian jerked his divine dragon's body and charged out to the school of fish at a daunting speed. Dragon power. Boom! An invisible force encompassed the area, spanning 1,000 kilometers as though the king had arrived. The entire school of swirling fish suddenly froze. Wang Xian opened his mouth and devoured the school of fish before him. Herring, Pacific mackerels, and Spanish mackerels converted to dragon energy in his belly at a rapid rate. Boom! The entire fish tornado was in chaos as they fled crazily in all directions. Located in the middle of the school of fish, another type of fish teetered their huge bodies as they stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious look. They swayed their tails and charged towards him, sensing the impetus of the 5 odd-looking fish types. Wang Xian revealed a surprising look on his face. The 5 odd-looking fish were covered with layers of palm-sized fish scales which looked heavy in the water. Ichthyosaurs level 9. Extractable dragon energy 49. 642. Ichthyosaurs. It's the legendary ichthyosaurs. When the 5 odd-looking fish were dashing towards him, their information appeared in Wang Xian's mind. Ichthyosaurs belonged to an ancient fish group. According to the current historical study, they could have even existed way before the dinosaurs. Based on the records, a large ichthyosaurs could reach more than 20 meters long. The current 5 ichthyosaurs before him were only about 10 meters. 5 ichthyosaurs could provide me with more than 200 points of dragon energy. Haha, not bad. Wang Xian was thrilled as he launched an attack at the 5 ichthyosaurs without any fear. Bam! A ichthyosaur swam fast and furiously towards him with a gaping mouth that was 3 meters wide. Within its mouth, it was densely packed with teeth that looked terrifying. Ka. Wang Xian stretched out his metal-like dragon claw which scratched the top of that ichthyosaur's mouth. Hiss! The razor-edged dragon claw ripped the mouth of the ichthyosaurs. Blood splattered in all directions. Growl! Upon seeing that Wang Xian had wounded their companion, the other 4 ichthyosaurs opened their mouths and attempted to bite him. Bruo! Wang Xian swung his tail, shaking the surroundings violently. Soon after, 4 solidified water balloons appeared at his tail. Each of them was 1 meter in size, giving off an emerald blue luster in the sea. Bam! 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 4 water balloons emerged in front of the 4 ichthyosaurs instantly and landed in their mouths. Boom! The water balloons exploded, and the 4 ichthyosaurs were dripping blood from their mouths. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claw at one of the ichthyosaurs again. SSSS. Another sound of a tear was heard. Given Wang Xian's current level, he possessed the same strength as an average level 11 marine animal. 5 ichthyosaurs were under his brutal torture. I don't have time to waste on you. Wang Xian saw millions of fish fleeing away in all directions. Even with 800 devil monkeys surrounding the area, many fish still managed to make their escape. He made a swift move and inflicted severe damage to the 4 ichthyosaurs. He then moved around to devour the escaping fish. Dragon power encompassed the area as he swallowed the fish and converted them into dragon energy. After half an hour, there were no more fish left, only dead silence. Wang Xian made a swift move and came to the 5 ichthyosaurs. They were bigger than Wang Xian by many times with 10-meter-long bodies. He opened his mouth and fed on the ichthyosaurs. He only managed to swallow them all after chewing a dozen times. Haha! My dragon energy increased by 300 points instantly. I still need about 100 points before I can hit level 7. Wang Xian revealed his thrill. The higher level he got to, the better he could manage his control of the 5 elements. His strength would get stronger too. A level up was not solely about upgrading strength. It was more than that. Let's go. I must level up to 7 by the end of today, Wang Xian commanded his subordinates and swam forward. The surroundings were full of kelp while some glowing jellyfish were floating around. The sea was not as dark as it seemed at a depth of 5 meters deep. In the ocean, those deep waters with thousands of meters of depth were the place where darkness stayed. Sunlight could only reach hundreds of meters. How wonderful it would be if I could find other ichthyosaurs. Wang Xian had been swimming forward, probably due to the fish tornado. The number of fish within dozens of miles was significantly reduced. What's that, a shipwreck? I mean a bunch of shipwrecks. Wang Xian was slightly stupefied by a large number of shipwrecks in front of him. The sails were broken, lying around disorderly in the sea. Some of the ships had half of their bodies caught at the bottom of the seabed. Furthermore, Wang Xian noticed some strange plants were growing on some of the ships. It was rather peculiar. There's something strange about the place before us. Just then, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. He peered at the front, then to the back. Both of them gave him a different vibe, as though they were 2 distinct regions. Dragon King. It's the territory of other creatures ahead of us. Roving Heavens took his rod to Wang Xian and told Wang Xian with wary eyes, gazing at the place before them. Territory of other creatures. Wang Xian looked at Roving Heavens with some doubts. There are many creatures in the ocean. They will gather and occupy a region. Based on the size of the region, it will reflect the strength of the group. Roving Heavens observed the place ahead and said with a stern look, "The region ahead is not any smaller than our devil monkeys. Since other marine life does not dare to come close, it means that a dominant race exists in this place." "Oh." Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Most of the living creatures were living in groups. They could occupy one place and rule the land. Same logic for the ocean. An eerie silence filled the area ahead. Obviously, it was the territory of a race. The battle of territory. Wang Xian looked behind as the devil monkeys gathered behind him. Prime Minister Turtle pulled the yacht to the side and came to the bottom of the sea. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster were gazing ahead. "We fight forward." Wang Xian was also bursting with fighting spirit as he swam slowly forward. Roving Heavens. Prime Minister Turtle. 9 venomous sea snakes. And the 800 devil monkeys were following solemnly behind him as they marched towards the region. Who dares to step into the ichthyosaurs family's territory? Just then, a muffled voice was heard. The voice was not human, but a unique transmission through spirits. Wang Xian could understand such spirit waves. He stopped and looked ahead. Roving Heavens and the rest stopped their motions too. A gigantic ichthyosaur, 15 meters long, floated out from one of the shipwrecks with a domineering demeanor. Chapter 196 War. Chapter 196 War. Get out of our territory or die. This ichthyosaur had its attention fixed on Wang Xian and his subordinates. His gaze was cold and filled with bloodlust. So strong. It's much stronger than the 5 ichthyosaurs we met previously. Feeling the aura from the ichthyosaur, Wang Xian was a little shocked. This ichthyosaur had clearly manifested intelligence, and its level would definitely not be any lower than 10. It had a huge body that spanned 15 meters and gave off chilly vibes. Surrender or die. Wang Xian stared at that ichthyosaur and growled. Growl, growl, growl. When ichthyosaur heard Wang Xian, it immediately lifted his head and let out 3 cries. Waves emitted from his mouth and propagated to the surroundings. At that instant, the quiet region seemed to have livened up. In a sunken ship a small distance away, 2 ichthyosaurs that were approximately 3 to 4 meters long swam out. From a 4 to 5 meter long sunken ship, an ichthyosaur that spanned over 10 meters swam out. At the same time, ichthyosaurs swam out from various sunken ships in the surroundings. Among them, the smallest was 2 to 3 meters long while the larger one spanned 15 to 16 meters. At the very end, a 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur swam out from the depth of the waters. Gradually, the school of ichthyosaurs appeared at the location 500 meters ahead of Wang Xian. Ichthyosaurs of various sizes added up to 6 to 700 of them. Among them, there were 2,030 of them that were approximately 10 meters long, 3 that were approximately 15 meters, and 1 that was 17 to 18 meters long. How dare you barge into our territory? I'm going to eat you. That 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur stared fervently at Wang Xian. It could feel a strong attraction from Wang Xian. Its instincts were telling him that if he could devour this strange creature, it would be able to evolve further. Kill that huge ichthyosaur, swayed its large tail and ordered. In that instant, all the ichthyosaurs opened their wide mouths and attacked Wang Xian. How ruthless of them to attack us directly. Seeing the 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur, Wang Xian moved his tail slowly. Kill! A dragon roar burst from Wang Xian. Growl! Roving Heavens lifted the rod in his hand and let out a long roar. Growl! The group of devil monkeys behind it also let out a loud roar while emitting their bloodlust. SSSSSSSSS. The 9 venomous sea snakes lifted their heads and spat out their tongues. Bzzz. Prime Minister Turtle, who had been lying on the seabed, shook a little as his body was covered by the mud gradually. Roving Lobster stood up and extended his huge claws that glowed with a metallic shine. Bang! Wang Xian headed for the ichthyosaur directly ahead of him. Behind him, Roving Heavens, 9 venomous sea snakes, Prime Minister Turtle and the group of devil monkeys also made their moves. There were over 1,000 animals from both sides, but the aura they gave off seemed to be 10 times their sizes. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Xian swayed his tail and 2 huge water balls gathered behind him. Each water ball was approximately 2 meters and was shot directly at the ichthyosaur at the front of the school. "I'm going to devour you." The 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur wasn't moved by Wang Xian's attacks at all. It flapped its tail rapidly and swam past Wang Xian's head directly. Bam! The water balls exploded. Ichthyosaur level 11. Extractable Dragon Energy 293. 244. Level 11. When Wang Xian saw the level of this ichthyosaur, he wasn't surprised at all. He kept his composure as his dragon claws glowed in a metallic shine and attacked that ichthyosaur. The 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur had a head that was 5 to 6 meters long. On it, densely packed teeth were the size of a fist and looked extremely sharp. Its entire head had similar skin to a crocodile with protruding portions on the head. Its size was more than 3 times that of Wang Xian. Growl! Bam! Sounds of collision propagated as Wang Xian's dragon claws clashed with its mouth. Its teeth were ripped off directly by Wang Xian's dragon claw. The ichthyosaur didn't let go of Wang Xian's dragon claws. In response, Wang Xian emitted flames from his claws and forced it to relax its grip rapidly. "Take this rod from me." At this moment, Roving Heavens and the rest were clashing with the school of ichthyosaurs. Roving Heavens lifted its metal rod like the great sage equaling heaven in television shows and smashed directly at the 15 meters long ichthyosaur. Limitless gravel. At the bottom of the seas, a wave of yellow earth suddenly engulfed the dozen ichthyosaurs ahead. Amidst the yellow earth were solid stones that were sent towards the school of ichthyosaur directly. Water control. Water imprisonment. Behind the group, Roving Girl moved her palms as ropes of water restricted the mouths of the ichthyosaurs. As she waved her hands, droplets of water appended themselves to the devil monkeys rushing towards the earth sent by Prime Minister Turtle and prevented their vision from being blurred by the yellow earth. 800 devil monkeys leaped and attacked towards the ichthyosaurs. However, the most horrifying of them all were the 9 venomous sea snakes. Their speed was astonishing and they used potent venom. When moving at full speed, the surrounding ichthyosaurs couldn't keep up with their speed at all. With every bite, venom was injected into the ichthyosaurs that stiffened their bodies. In fact, ichthyosaurs that were smaller than 10 meters were poisoned to death directly. The 9 venomous sea snakes were like assassins and were extremely frightening. "You guys are seeking your own deaths." Picking up the scent of blood from the surroundings, the 17 to 18 meters long ichthyosaur looked over and saw its kind being slain. Its eyes gradually turned red. It was a creepy shade of red that had a drop of blue liquid within it. Wang Xian was shocked to see the change in the eyes of the ichthyosaur and increased his alertness. Growl! The ichthyosaur stared at Wang Xian with bloodthirst as it attacked him. Wang Xian kept his composure and met it with his dragon claws. Bang! At this moment, the ichthyosaur initiated the attack with its tail. The swing of its tail brought strong current that was of at least several tons of force. Wang Xian was unmoved and swayed his own tail. A huge current started forming as it smashed towards the ichthyosaur's tail. Growl! Seeing that its tail attack was stopped by Wang Xian, the ichthyosaur opened its mouth and bit towards Wang Xian's body. Die! Wang Xian waved his dragon's claws downwards towards the large and extended jaws of the ichthyosaur. Ka. Wang Xian's dragon claws opened a long wound on the ichthyosaur's head. However, the ichthyosaur managed to bite onto his tail. An intense pain sensation cruised in his body. Wang Xian immediately broke free and swam backwards. The ichthyosaur felt the pain and retreated in a hurry. Why did the ichthyosaur choose to bite my tail of all places? Seeing his dragon tail that was about to break into 2, Wang Xian's face sank. Energy of the Azure Dragon covered his wounds on his tail and he was recovering gradually. Wang Xian looked at the ichthyosaur and noticed the bloodred eyes were shimmering in a brighter glow as it stared intensely at him. Chapter 197 Victory. Chapter 197 Victory. The eyes of the ichthyosaur must have a special ability. Wang Xian stared at its eyes. Somehow he had a feeling of getting seen through by them. It was a peculiar kind of feeling. It was as though it could see his weakness and attack it. When the creatures hit level 10 and 11, they will develop their own special ability. In particular, level 11. as they would definitely possess their own ability for sure. Wang Xian pondered. Level 10 was already an inborn expert, while level 11 was considered to be a realm above inborn realm. This was beyond an average human scope since they possessed unique means. The ichthyosaur in front had a special pair of eyes which could spot any weaknesses. Roar! Just when Wang Xian was having his thoughts, the ichthyosaur relaunched its attack. The gigantic mouth tried to bite his tail again. Due to the difference in mass, Wang Xian had difficulties dodging it. Looking for my weakness, Wang Xian squinted his eyes. With a violent jerk, the colors on his body began to change. Eventually, he turned to a metallic, golden divine dragon. His entire body was gold, giving off a faint metallic shine in the sea. Metal divine dragon had a weaker defense, but a more powerful attack than the earth divine dragon. When the ichthyosaur saw the transformation of Wang Xian, it revealed a shock in its eyes. Through its vision, it was shocked to find out that the fellow before it seemed like a piece of metal without any weaknesses. Even his eyes were golden pupils. All the body parts were indestructible. Sure enough, this ichthyosaur must have read the weakness on me. Wang Xian observed the expression of the ichthyosaur and spoke to himself. He stretched out his dragon claw, opened his golden dragon mouth, and launched an attack. Bam! To meet force with force was the most primitive way of combating. But as soon as Wang Xian attacked, there was a sharp radiance of 1 meter long extending out from his pair of dragon claws. He slashed it at the ichthyosaur. Hiss! The razor-sharp metal aura enveloped and cut the body of the ichthyosaur, leaving wounds of 1 meter long on its body. Wang Xian displayed a cold look as he stared at ichthyosaur with wariness. His body swayed as he was ready to strike again at any time. Roar! The ichthyosaur roared with rage. Growl! At this time, devastating shrieks were heard from the side. That ichthyosaur was shocked as he began to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, he realized that 3 15 meters long ichthyosaurs were falling apart under the joint attack of roving heavens. Prime Minister Turtle and 9 venomous sea snakes. All of them were wounded, and blood was everywhere. Those 10-meter-long ichthyosaurs were attacked by 2-meter-sized lobsters which were gleaming with a metallic glow from head to toe. They were wielding their pincers in the assault. Half of the smaller ones were either wounded or killed. The bunch of devil monkeys gave off demonic flames, accompanied by fearsome attacks. Their bodies were covered by black scales which looked extremely creepy. Every devil monkey looked more like a hideous devil. Roar! The 17-meter-long ichthyosaur let out a mournful growl. His eyes got redder, and his body exuded ice-cold luster as he glared at Wang Xian. Hee. I can upgrade my level after I eat you up. Wang Xian also returned him a pair of cold stares. Dragon King! Dragon King! Just then, Prime Minister Turtle swam slowly below him. Roving heavens came to the left while the 9 venomous sea snakes were swimming around him. All of them were staring at the 17-meter-long ichthyosaur. Kill it! Wang Xian immediately issued orders. Prime Minister Turtle took the first move to make a group of earth thorns slowly surface on the water, swiftly launching an attack with it. Roving Heavens swung his rod in his hand and smashed the ichthyosaur. 9 venomous sea snakes moved at a frightening speed and darted out. Wang Xian was moving his tail as he exuded a metallic aura. Roar! The ichthyosaur was petrified as it could not resist the most vigorous assault from the Dragon Palace. Bam! 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 Blood splattered as Roving Heavens swung his rod hard on the head of the ichthyosaur. Wang Xian made a swift move and bit the ichthyosaur's body as he swallowed it in big gulps. A mouthful of flesh and blood turned into immense dragon energy. Growl! The ichthyosaur let out a despairing scream before its vitality quickly disappeared. Wang Xian swallowed the 17-meter-long ichthyosaur, weighing dozens of tons. Entirely in a minute, his dragon claws grabbed the pair of ichthyosaur's eyeballs and continued to devour other ichthyosaurs around him. Ignoring the system notifications and the increase in his body mass, dragon energy was rising at a crazy speed. The battle of the races often brings massive benefits to the ones who win the victory. After Wang Xian devoured more than hundreds of ichthyosaurs, his dragon energy increased to more than 1 million points. Currently, his body grew to 7 meters long. Name Wang Xian. Race 5 elements divine dragon able to transform into a human. Level 7. Dragon Energy 1. 563. 42,110. Inyo. Superpower dominate the marine animal's ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than the existing level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation divine dragon transformation. Finally, I promoted my level. Wang Zan looked at his own attributes and was thrilled about it. He rocked his body as he felt the mightiness from the divine dragon body. Now, it should be a lot easier to deal with that ichthyosaur. I can even fight level 12 creatures, Wang Zan thought to himself. He transformed himself into a 5-colored divine dragon. Wang Zan glanced around and noticed a bunch of devil monkeys chewing the smaller ichthyosaurs' dead bodies. He ignored them. This is the law of the jungle. Devouring some powerful creatures could enhance some strength and bring about many benefits. Wang Zan swam towards the shipwrecks ahead of him. He breathed out earth dragon aura from his mouth, unveiling all the shipwrecks in front of him. Treasure. When he saw the chests in it, he was exhilarated. With his claw, he opened it immediately. Unfortunately, they contained calligraphy and paintings which had already turned into scraps. He opened another chest and found silver inside. Silver, just nice. We're short on that. Wang Zan was satisfied with his find. Just then, the system notification arrived. He pondered before he collected all the silver. He continued to search the rest of the shipwrecks and found silver in the chests and a small portion of gold. These plants. Wang Zan came to the plants which he had noticed when he arrived here just now. The plants grew on the ships, glistening and looking alluring. They were very eye-catching. 5 tufts were found on the central shipwreck. Another 5 to 6 tufts were located at the side. When he arrived before these plants, a message appeared in his brain. Fish secretion grass level 5. Extractable dragon energy 7. 657. Level 5 spiritual medicines. They are level 5 spiritual medicines. No wonder the ichthyosaurs marked this place as their territory. It was all for the level 5 spiritual medicines. Wang Zan displayed slight surprise as he swam forward and picked the tufts of fish secretion grass up. With curiosity, he opened up the chest under the fish secretion grass and found some spoiled herbs in it. These fish secretion grasses must have been formed after the ships sank in the sea along with the gold, silver, and spiritual medicines a few thousand years ago. Dragon King. 25 devil monkeys died and there were 108 casualties in this battle. At this moment, Roving Heavens came over and reported respectfully. We had more than 10 deaths. Wang Zan nodded his head. In wars, death is inevitable. The deaths of 25 devil monkeys was considered little. Wang Zan realized a problem after the battle just now. It was about war formation. Devil monkeys were the main force as the forward. Hence, it was inevitable to have deaths and casualties during close combat. But the Clam Girl's performance surprised him. The Clam Girl's long-range assistance could bring significant advantages to the devil monkeys who would engage in close combat. In the future, the 9 divisions of the Divine Dragon will create a formation. The Devil Division will be the forward. We need to have an auxiliary division, a long-range attack division, and a defense division. Just like the assistants, tankers, supports, mages, and scouts in a game, Wang Zan thought to himself. The 9 divisions of the Divine Dragon would be developing in this direction. The recruitment of subordinates would be in this direction as well. Hence, the ichthyosaurs with bulky attacks were not in his consideration. Chapter 198 Luxurious Cruise. Chapter 198 Luxurious Cruise. Splash. Emerging from the seas, Wang Zan landed on the deck of the yacht with a smile. The sun had just risen. The rosy red sunlight shone on the surface of the seas, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. Since leveling up, the disposition of a supreme ruler on Wang Zan became even denser. Each action of his was filled with noble airs. He wore his clothes and took a glance at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. Sensing that Lan Qingyu was still asleep, he went to the kitchen and took out a piece of ichthyosaur meat. The meat was clear and had the aroma of meat, as the flesh of a level 10 marine animal. Not only was it delicious, but it was also highly nourishing to the body. Wang Xian sliced the fish and prepared some condiments, after which, he took out a bottle of red wine before heading to the second floor with a radiant smile. Qingyu, it's time to get up. Oh, what time is it now? A lazy voice sounded from the room. It's already past 8 in the morning and the sun has risen. Get up and have breakfast, Wang Xian replied with a grin. Alright. Zhao Xian, I'll be down in a short while. Wang Xian returned to the kitchen and tidied the dining table. Wow. Zhao Xian, you have already made breakfast. When Lan Qingyu saw the food on the table as she walked down the stairs, her eyes lit up and she walked over cheerfully. Of course, have some delicious sashimi. You definitely haven't eaten such delicious sashimi previously, Wang Xian replied in a gentlemanly manner. The weather is great outside. Having breakfast here is such a luxury. Lan Qingyu looked at the seas that were dyed red from the rays of the sun and was intoxicated by the scene. Have a little red wine. Have some sashimi and a sunny side up. Wang Xian passed the food over and spoke with a smile. Thank you. Zhao Xian, what is this fish? It tastes so much better than Atlantic bluefin marlin, it's so delicious. Lan Qingyu looked at Wang Xian heartily and bliss was written all over her face. Wang Xian smiled and made up an answer. After finishing her breakfast, Lan Qingyu walked to the deck and observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she asked inquisitively, Zhao Xian, where are we? Was the island that was near us last night, after you had fallen asleep yesterday? I steered it for a long time. Even I do not know where we are now. Let's just take things as they come. Wang Xian laughed and took a glance at the global positioning system through his phone. This. When Wang Xian saw where they were at, he was shocked. It seems like I have steered the ship to the public seas unknowingly, Wang Xian commented in shock. The public seas referred to regions that weren't supervised by any country. Public seas, Zhao Xian. You actually steered the ship for over 100 miles, that's pretty incredible. Lan Qingyu felt a little speechless with Wang Xian. Wang Xian laughed. It wasn't he who had steered the ship for over 100 miles. Instead, it was Prime Minister Turtle who had dragged the ship for over 100 miles. However, he naturally wouldn't tell Lan Qingyu about this. In the future, he might tell Lan Qingyu about his other identity. However, this wasn't the right time. The public seas aren't bad too, since we are still going to tour around for another 2 days. Lan Qingyu smiled and asked, Zhao Xian, do you have a computer? What do you need a computer for? I have to check on some things for the company. You finally got out. Why are you concerned about the company now? Have a good time, and you can worry about it when we get back. Wang Xian walked to her. This wouldn't do. In a few days, Jade Nation will have a jade bidding festival. At that time, I have to head to Jade Nation to purchase jade stones, Lan Qingyu explained to Wang Xian. 1. I don't have a computer. Therefore, I guess it's better if you just relax over the next 2 days. Wang Xian smiled and looked at her. Lan Qingyu pouted. Suddenly, something caught her eyes as she exclaimed, Zhao Xian, look, there's a huge cruise right there. There really is a cruise. Wang Xian looked over and indeed saw a cruise 500 to 600 meters away from him. The cruise ship was approximately 150 meters long and had 3 floors. It also looked extremely luxurious. What really surprised him was that the cruise ship was docked in the middle of the sea and surrounded by various yachts. That's the Venture, a public sea cruise of the gambling city. I heard that they have a casino on it with all kinds of interesting games and food. Lan Qingyu was shocked to see the cruise. Venture Public Sea Cruise Casino. Wang Xian looked on in astonishment. Yeah, I heard it from my parents. The truth is that there are in fact a lot of such gaming cruises in the public seas. Since it could cruise through the seas, it is natural that gambling is made possible on it. I heard that their services are pretty good. Lan Qingyu explained to Wang Xian. Oh, is it? Should we go take a look? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He looked to the surrounding yachts before asking. Sure. Some wealthy people steer their own yacht over since they might prefer to not follow the cruise. Why don't we go over? There should be a computer for use on the cruise. Lan Qingyu was also a little interested. Alright, let's head there and take a look. This was also the first time Wang Xian heard of such cruises. He immediately nodded his head and steered the yacht towards the cruise. Stop your yacht on the seas. We will send a small boat over to receive you. Just as the yacht approached, the service attendant on the cruise shouted loudly at them to remind them. Wang Xian stopped the yacht and looked around him. Around the cruise, there was a special area marked out by nets as a swimming area. One could swim within the area without being wary about dangers. The safety precautions were ample and well done. What a thoughtful gaming facility, Wang Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a small boat approached them. Let's go. Zhao Xian Lan Qingyu said to Wang Xian. The two of them jumped onto the small boat and boarded the cruise. Welcome to the Venture Cruise. Once they got onto the cruise, two beautiful waitresses welcomed them with radiant smiles. The floor was layered with red carpet and looked extremely grandiose. Wang Xian took out several $100 bills as tips for the service attendants around him before heading in. Hi, sir and miss. The first floor of our cruise is the gaming area. The second floor is where various entertainment facilities are located, while the third floor is where the rooms for our guests are. Once you get in, there will be guides dedicated to you. The service attendants smiled as they explained to them. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu nodded their heads. Why don't we go have some fun on the first floor? This was the first time Wang Xian was in such a place, and he was thrilled as he asked Lan Qingyu. All right. Lan Qingyu nodded her head, and the two of them headed towards the entrance of the gaming area on the first floor. Once they entered, they noticed the grand decorations immediately. The entire floor was very spacious and spanned several thousand square meters. There were various gaming tables and machines available. To their surprise, the first floor had 300 to 400 people playing all kinds of games. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw things that he had only seen in movies. He rubbed his hands and got a little excited. Let's go test out our luck. Wang Xian smiled and said to Lan Qingyu. You can play. He'll just accompany you. Lan Qingyu replied with a smile. Great. Let's go then. And note, one jade is often hidden within stones. Jade bidding, more commonly known as stone betting, is where one buys a piece of stone without knowing if there's really jade in it. Chapter 199 Your Garbage. Chapter 199 Your Garbage. Dice, blackjack, roulette, poker, slot machines, and many more games on the cruise. Casual betting is for fun. If it gets serious, one will lose the entire family's fortune. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu came here to have some fun. It would be a pleasant experience for them too. Wang Xian had never been exposed to gambling before, so he was a little curious about it. But he was not expecting he could earn money with this. In fact, given Wang Xian's current ability, he was unable to make money with gambling as well. He was not the god of gamblers. He might possess a mighty strength, but this had no relationship with gambling skills. He did not have any supernatural power to change a card, just like how they did in the movies. In the movies, the actors memorized the cards, but even if Wang Xian had a good memory, this was not a movie after all. The bottom card could not be seen when the dealer shuffles the cards. In reality, the casinos would not cheat, except to earn money by using a certain probability. This probability could guarantee that they could make money out of it. Of course, each casino would have a gambling master to prevent others from cheating or making trouble in the casinos. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu, with a beaming face, came to exchange 1 million worth of chips. Let's see if we can win some money, Lan Qingyu exclaimed with a smile. This isn't easy. Let's go and play something simple, Wang Xian said as he went to the sick bow table. 1. Sick bow is a simple game that bets on the total scores of the dice. 4 to 10 total score will make a small, while 11 to 17 will make a big. You can even bet on specific scores, and the payouts are different. Two of them came to the table with 6 people gathered around. They were placing bets and shouting big and small. Among them, some of the men were hugging young and beautiful women. Some of them wore low-cut dresses. They leaned their bodies on the men with alluring expressions. Finalize your bets now, the dealer said to the crowd around the table. When Wang Xian saw the crowd placing their bets, he looked over his shoulder and said to Lan Qingyu, Let's play this. Big or small? Big. Lan Qingyu chuckled as she said, Okay. Well, bet 50. and try our luck. Wang Ziyan smiled and placed 5 chips on big. 1, 2, 4, 7 points. Small. After he placed the bets, the dealer opened the cage and counted the points before she announced the outcome to everyone. Oh, Zhao Ziyan. We lost upon seeing the result. Lan Qingyu pouted and spoke grumpily. Haha. It's fine. It's my turn. Wang Ziyan laughed as the dealer continued to roll the dice. With some hesitation, he continued, this time, well, still bet on big. 2, 2, 4, 8 points. Small. The result was out, and Wang Ziyan was speechless. Head lost again. Your turn next, Wang Ziyan said with a bitter look on his face. Sure. Lan Qingyu smiled. Let's go somewhere else. After more than 10 consecutive rounds, they had lost 200. Wang Ziyan went to other gambling tables without any choices. Sure. You really don't have the luck. Hee. I didn't lose that much. Eh? Wang Ziyan lost his words. A loss is still a loss no matter how much you lose. There's a fishing slot machine over there. Let's play that. Wang Ziyan saw the fishing slot machines not far away from them. He had seen those in his hometown, but he had never tried before. After he played those machines, Wang Ziyan was left with only 200 worth of chips. Had lost about 700 within an hour. He had to admit that gambling was losing more than winning. We still have the last 20 chips. Let's get our base money back. Wang Ziyan was not too mindful about losing money. He went back excitedly to the place where they'd bet on the dice. There were 4 young men and 5 middle-aged men at the table. Wang Ziyan walked over and sat at the side. Lan Qingyu was standing and watching him play from the side with smiles. Finalize your bets. The dealer's voice was heard again. Wang Ziyan looked around as he beamed. He then placed his bet on the small. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Big. Haha. I told you it's big again. At this moment, a young man laughed out loud. He stood up and collected all the chips with a stuck-up look. Awesome. You are indeed someone who uses hidden weapons. The few young men beside him praised him with envy. The young man immediately revealed a conceited look. He drew his lips slightly. It is worth it to practice for so long. Finally, I see some results. If you can place your attention on your cultivation, I'm sure you can surpass your current strength today. A young man quipped at him. Why do people lead such tiring lives? Just have fun in the things you're interested in. No matter what. I don't have anything to worry about for the rest of my life. The young man was chic as he held a chip in his hand. Suddenly, he looked at Lan Qingyu, who was diagonal across from him. Right. Beauty. He flicked his finger, and the chip shot in a straight and precise direction to the clothes under Lan Qingyu's neck. Haha. Gambling and beauty. How cool is Brother Zhu? The young men beside him chuckled and commented. Hayek. When Wang Ziyan saw the flying chip, he frowned and reached out to receive it. The chip said 20. That represented 200. Which was the biggest denomination chip over here? Do not litter. Wang Ziyan narrowed his eyes and threw the chip in the garbage bin at the side. The young man, who was laughing, drew his lips slightly when he saw Wang Ziyan throw his chip away after receiving it. He then sized Wang Ziyan and Lan Qingyu up with a face full of smiles. Haha, you just got a slap in your face. The rest of the young men chuckled at what they saw. That young man waved his hand as he was not bothered by it. Big or small? Finalize your bet. At this time, the dealer was heard again. Wang Ziyan looked over and threw a few chips on the small. Let's just place any bets. That young man looked at Wang Ziyan. Just now, he did not listen to the sound of the dice. Hence, he just placed 200 worth of chips on big. 3, 5, 6, 14 points. Big. Haha. My luck is good. I can even win when I just placed my bet anyhow. The young man chuckled once again. With a playful look, he stared at Wang Ziyan. Brat, you're out of luck today. Wang Ziyan cast a cold glance at the young man and ignored him. Zhao Ziyan, let's forget about them. Lan Qingyu popped over and reminded him with a whisper. Wang Ziyan smiled and nodded. He would not dampen his mood just because of a few pieces of garbage over there. It's okay. Let's carry on. Wang Xian saw that the dealer had rolled the dice. He took out another 5 chips and placed them on small. Tisk. Brett. You're garbage. At the same time, the young man sitting diagonally opposite him shook his head. He then placed his chip on big with beaming expressions. 1, 4, 6, 11 points. Big. The dealer opened the hood and announced the outcome loudly. And note, 1 sick bow is equivalent to Chuckaluck, also known as birdcage. Chapter 200 Eyes Modification. Chapter 200 Eyes Modification. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Haha. The laughter of that young man sounded again as he revealed a conceited look. Oh, Zhu Qian. Are you here to wreck my casino? Let me tell you this, I won't be paying you the money you win. At this moment, a good-looking young man walked over. Beside him, a middle-aged man and an old man followed closely behind. The two of them were to the left and right of the young man. Hee. If Brother Tiancheng isn't paying me my winnings, I can only make you pay for my bills on the cruise. Zhu Qian smiled and replied to the incoming young man. Haha, great, since you guys are here. It's only natural that I will be a good host. The young man laughed as he walked over and patted on Zhu Qian's shoulders. Have a good time. Let me arrange the itinerary for the next few days. Thank you, Brother Tiancheng. The surrounding group of young men answered with radiant smiles. Finalize your bets. When the dealer saw the approaching young man, he perked up. He became more serious with shaking the dice and announced loudly. These are the last 5 chips. King Yu. I'll leave them with you. Wang Xian handed over the 5 chips to King Yu. Alright. Just see how I am going to win them all back. Lan King Yu took over the chips and was hesitating on placing them on the big or small section. Hey, pretty, follow me and I can guarantee your win. At this moment, Zhu Qian looked at Lan King Yu and commented. The young man that had just arrived took a glance at Zhu Qian before looking at Lan King Yu. A thought struck him and he smiled. I don't care. Lan King Yu glanced at Zhu Qian with contempt and still placed her bet under the small section. Hee. Zhu Qian shook his head as he placed his chips on the big section. Pretty. If you follow me, I can guarantee your winnings. The brat beside you is trash. The other young men looked on with cocky smiles. 2, 4, 6, 12 points. Big wins. The dealer revealed the dice and announced the result loudly. Don't come and disgust others. Lan King Yu replied with disdain after hearing flirtatious comments from Zhu Qian constantly. Zhu Qian raised an eyebrow and unhappiness flashed past his eyes. Seeing that Lan King Yu had 0 chips left, he lifted his head and remarked, Hey pretty, out of chips already, here are some for you to play with. As he finished his sentence, he threw out 5 to 6 chips. Each chip was worth 200. His actions made the remaining young men taunted. To just throw out 1, 2 million like this. That's the demeanor of a local tyrant. Let's go, Zhao Xian, and ignore this crazy guy. When Lan King Yu saw the looks of Zhu Qian, she felt even more contempt. She wasn't a little girl who hadn't seen the world. She was making decisions for Deep Sea Jewelry, an organization of over 10 billion. Zhu Qian's actions to her were those of a retard. Hee. Wang Xian nodded his head and laughed lightly. He saw the embarrassed looks on Zhu Qian and felt even more like laughing. Lan King Yu still had a domineering character. A female CEO that helmed a 10 billion business wasn't someone who would be tempted by money from a rich kid. Hey pretty, you better watch your words. Zhu Qian saw the mocking eyes of his friends and said with a solemn expression. When Lan King Yu heard Zhu Qian, she replied with contempt. You are just another guy who feels too good about himself in my eyes. You are. Tisk. You must be lacking someone to teach you. Zhu Qian squinted his eyes as vile thoughts and looks flashed past his mind. Huh. When Wang Xian heard his words, his face turned cold. He looked at Zhu Qian and the group of young men behind him before finally stopping at the young man who had just arrived. Is this your cruise? Does it mean that you allow your friends to spout nonsense here? As long as my friends are happy, I can handle the rest. That young man was surprised to see Wang Xian questioning him as he replied directly. As long as my friends are happy, I can handle the rest. A nonchalant answer from him that showed that he wasn't concerned about what had happened. In his eyes, There was indeed nothing to be calculative about. This was his territory, and considering Zhu Qian's background, he was someone worth his protection. Haha. Great interesting. Wang Xian heard the young man's reply and revealed a creepy grin. Let's go Qingyu. Let's get some more chips and have some fun with them, Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyu before walking towards the place to exchange chips. Lan Qingyu looked at him with questions in her mind. Just wait here a little. Wang Xian smiled at her before speaking to the group of young men. Oh, Zhu Qian and the group of young men looked at Wang Xian with doubts. They couldn't tell what Wang Xian wanted to do. However, they didn't say a word and simply looked at him coldly. Wang Xian walked to the chips exchange area, took out his card and said to the employee, 5 million. Get me the chips with the largest denominations. All right, sir. The employee smiled and nodded his head before passing him his chips. Sao Zion. Let's forget about it. With our skills, we will just be giving them money. Let's not be calculative with a few rich kids. Seeing how Wang Xian had reacted, Lan Qingyu thought that Wang Xian just wanted to do something for her. She immediately discouraged him. It's fine. I need to use the washroom. When I get back, you'll be the gambling king. Wang Xian thumped his chest and replied with a radiant grin. Lan Qingyu looked at him helplessly. If we lose this money, we won't be continuing no matter what. All right. I understand. A gambler will lose 9 out of 10 times. Wang Xian grinned and nodded his head before heading to the washroom. As for Lan Qingyu, she waited outside the washroom. The washroom on the cruise was luxurious and grand. Every cubicle was also tightly separated. Hee. He'll make you pay a heavy price for being so cocky today. Wang Xian revealed a deadly smirk. He had not wanted to resort to this. However, it seemed like there would be such a need at this moment. He took out a fist-sized item from his pocket. The eye of a level 11 ichthyosaur. Wang Xian had not devoured the eyes, but had kept it instead. As the divine dragon, he had an extremely powerful ability. Wang Xian had utilized it a little initially, and that was modification. Using dragon energy for modification was an extremely powerful ability. Wang Xian had earned his first bucket of gold through dragon energy modification. Dragon energy modification could alter an animal exterior. Based on the extent of the modification, the exhaustion of the dragon energy would differ. At this moment, Wang Xian could even use dragon energy to alter his own body. Other than his appearance, he could also modify his interior. For example, his heart or other related organs. This would naturally include his eyes. Wang Xian could modify his eyes to give them the ability to see further, but was limited to this. This was because he did not have samples of other eyes and didn't know how to modify. The ability to see further is simple and he could understand. If he wanted abilities like Byakugan or Sharingan from the popular manga series, Naruto, it would be difficult, as he did not have a sample. 1. Modification couldn't be done out of the thin air. And just a night ago, he had obtained the eyes of the ichthyosaur. The ability of this eye was to enable the user to see weakness. Based on his previous research, the ability of this eye wasn't as great as he had initially imagined. Its real ability was penetration. To put it simply, it was to see through things. The stronger the organism or object, the harder it was to see through. On the contrary, the weaker it was, the easier it was to see through. This was also similar to the ability to identify one's weakness. End note. One Byakugan and Sharingan in Naruto have the abilities to see through solid objects and copy the actions of the other party respectively. Chapter 201 You're Absolute Garbage. Chapter 201 You're Absolute Garbage. Using the eye as a sample, Wang Xian could modify his own eyes. However, the consumption of dragon energy would be high to do such a modification. Had given it a try that morning. The system notified him that he would need 400 dragon energy to modify his eyes. 400. Back then, Wang Xian had hesitated for a long while before he finally gave up. Extract sample for modification. Wang Xian held up the ichthyosaur's eyes in his hand and recited in his heart. Sample extracted. 400. Dragon energy is required to modify the eyes. Do you want to proceed? When the sound of the system was heard, Wang Xian immediately nodded his head to confirm. Wang Xian felt weaker as 400. Dragon energy dissipated rapidly. However, his eyes were flickering with blue and red radiance as they flashed consecutively. Another abstruse feeling struck him as Wang Xian batted his eyes. Penetration. As the blue and red radiance flashed across his eyes, Wang Xian took a look at the side. A red-blue world appeared before him. With a thought, the door panel at the side slowly disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man squatting in the bathroom playing on his phone. Wang Xian lowered his head. Her so small. It's smaller than mine by half the size. He even has hemorrhoids on his ass. Wang Xian exhibited a smile on his face when he saw this. He lifted his head up and looked through the wall behind him. Gulp. See no evil. See no evil. Wang Xian batted his eyes, as it was the female washroom opposite him. A pretty lady was squatting over there. A beauty is not a beauty when she's pooping, Wang Xian murmured to himself before he walked out with a face full of confidence. What took you so long in the washroom, Lan Qingyu asked him as soon as he was out of the washroom. Ha. Wang Xian giggled. Qingyu, do you have chocolate? You want chocolate? Lan Qingyu looked at him with question marks on her face. Yes. I'm the god of gamblers now, Wang Xian jokingly said. 1. You were just fooling around. Lan Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. Here, take my arm. Wang Xian extended his arm and said to her. Yes. God of gamblers. Lan Qingyu nodded and took his arm with smiles. She followed him to the gambling table where they had been just now. They are bold to be here. He. I wonder what they are up to. At this moment, the young men stood in front of the gambling table. When they saw that Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu had made their return, Zhu Qian remarked without any emotion. They can't run away though. This is my turf. But Zhu Qian, you better restrain yourself and not kill anyone, a charming young man next to him said as he chuckled. Brother Tianchang, today I'll teach the girl a lesson in front of that brat. Zhu Qian stared at Lan Qingyu with a dirty and lewd look on his face as he drew his lips. He loved money and beauties. In particular, enchanting beauties. The young man chuckled and instructed a middle-aged man behind him. Check on them, Brother Tianchang. Save the trouble. They are just two average people. Could they have a more powerful backing than we do? Zhu Qian said with a cold smile. It's always good to play it safe. The young man smiled. Okay, let's make a fortune before we leave. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the young men across the gambling table before he sat down and spoke to Lan Qingyu. I shall see how you can make a fortune. Then Lan Qingyu smiled as she sat next to him. Brat, do you want to compete with me? When Zhu Qian saw Wang Xian sat down, he walked over with disdainful look and looked at him with provocation. Well, continue with this. Wang Xian pointed with a beaming face. Fine. Let's have a game. Zhu Qian nodded as he grinned. The rest of the young men took their seats as they smiled at Wang Xian. Finalize your bets, the dealer shouted at them. Wang Xian drew his lips as he cast his glance on the hood. He could clearly see what was inside with his vision after blue and red radiance flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian grinned. He took out 5 chips worth $1 million and placed them on small. He did not finish all his chips at once because it would only be interesting if he enjoyed the process. You're having some luck. Zhu Qian gave a cold look at Wang Xian while throwing a chip on small. Just now, my luck was poor. But now, my lady of luck is back since I washed my hands. Wang Xian said impassively as he received $2 million worth of chips from the dealer. Finalize your bets, the dealer announced to everyone at the table after he shook the dice again. Gentlemen, follow my bet. Wang Xian looked at the other 5 middle-aged men on the same table and spoke with a smile on his face. They hesitated as they did not believe in him since he had lost a huge amount of money just now. Wang Xian was not bothered by this at all. He placed another $1 million worth of chips on small. Zhu Qian was somewhat surprised as he placed his chip on small as well. The rest of the middle-aged men could not make up their decisions, but some decided to follow Wang Xian and place a higher stake. 1, 3, 7 points. Small wins. The dealer opened the cover and frowned before he declared the score. Looks like my lady of luck is here. Wang Xian smiled as he had earned $2 million in a short while. Let's continue. The dealer shook the dice for a longer time such that Zhu Qian frowned at it. Wang Ziyan swept his gaze and saw the points clearly in it. I shall place a higher bet as he spoke. He threw $5 million on big immediately. Some of the middle-aged men hesitated before they followed his bet with 10 dinyanya worth of chips. Zhu Qian knit his eyebrows together. Just now, the dealer has taken a longer time to shake the dice with a variety of changes made to the rhythm. Apparently, all these dealers were specially trained to interrupt some people with special hearing. Small. He chose not to follow Wang Ziyan and placed a chip on small. 4, 6, 14 points. Big wins. When the dealer opened the cover and saw the points in it, his expression changed slightly. All of a sudden, this gambling table was losing a large sum of money. Zhu Qian had a different expression as he stared at Wang Ziyan with an awful look. You're damn lucky. Haha. You're absolute garbage. Wang Ziyan smiled and returned his remark. Bro, you're in some kind of luck today. Your lady of luck is here. Yes. Carry on with the bets. We'll place the same thing and reap the gains. The middle-aged men beside him laughed as they spoke to Wang Ziyan. Since Wang Ziyan had won 3 times in a row, his luck had proven to be good. Sure. Follow me. And you'll never lose out, Wang Ziyan said confidently. He did not mind people who won money because of him since they would not be a hindrance to him. Besides, that young man seemed to be the in charge of this cruise. Wang Ziyan intended to make him cry his eyes out. And note, One God of Gamblers was a Hong Kong movie released in 1989 where the God of Gamblers, played by Chow Yun-fat, was known as Chocolate when he lost his memory. Chapter 202 I'll leave when I win 800 million to 1 billion. Chapter 202 I'll leave when I win 800 million to 1 billion. On the gambling table, the smart-looking man started to frown when he saw Wang Ziyan win 5 million in one game. However, he didn't say a word. In the gaming industry, it is common to see customers win money. In fact, some people even win tens of millions. However, these people were rare. Large-scale casinos like theirs wouldn't say much about it and would only attribute it to the luck of their customers. Let's continue. Wang Ziyan looked at the dealer and said with a smile. The dealer started to frown and looked towards the young man. The young man gestured for him to continue. The dealer nodded. He then covered the dice shaker and started shaking them. This time, the dealer shook the dice for a longer period. Hack. The dealer put the dice shaker on the table and remarked, "Please finalize your bets." Wang Ziyan scanned through and placed 5 million on the small section. Follow him. Those middle-aged men beside him didn't hesitate to follow him. Some took out several tens of thousands while others placed bets of over a few 100,000. Zhu Qian's face was gloomy and he remained silent. He could only vaguely guess the results as the dealer shook the dice for a longer time. Therefore, he didn't place his bet for this round. Seeing chips of over 5 million for this round, the dealer took a deep breath before opening the dice cover. 1, 4, small. Haha. We won. You are awesome. Young brother, you are fantastic. Yes. Lady Luck is really smiling brightly on you. We won. We won. A few middle-aged men beside Wang Ziyan's side stood up in a hurry and quickly swept the chips over and in front of Wang Ziyan. The dealer swallowed his saliva. He hesitated for a moment before paying out the remaining chips. How is this possible? This young man was trash previously. How could he become? Zhu Qian's expression changed for the worse as he looked at Wang Ziyan in disbelief. The young man beside Zhu Qian frowned. He then waved his hand to signal to the old man behind him. Young master, check if he is cheating. Yes. Young master. The old man nodded and moved to a position opposite Wang Ziyan. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Ziyan said. Wang Ziyan gave a ridiculed expression when he saw the old man moving to the position opposite him to observe him. He took up a chip worth 200 and threw it towards the old man. What great luck you are on, son. I would like to observe for a while. The old man picked up the token and spoke to Wang Ziyan while maintaining a smile. As you wish, Wang Ziyan replied and nodded nonchalantly. Let's continue, the young man said to the dealer grumpily. Perspiration covered the dealer's forehead. He nodded, picked up the dice shaker and started shaking again. Wang Ziyan sat there nonchalantly while Lan Qingyu grabbed his hand blissfully. Please finalize your bets, the dealer stuttered. Big. Wang Ziyan scanned through and pushed 10 million worth of chips forward. Big. I'll bet 1 million. I believe in you. Young brother. 500. Yo. The group of middle-aged men who had followed Wang Ziyan with his bets previously placed all their chips forward. Those around them saw the quantum of the bets and turned over curiously. There were also some who were attracted by the crowd. Open. Open big. The group of middle-aged men beside Wang Ziyan were already chanting ecstatically before Wang Ziyan said a word. The dealer's hands trembled. He looked at the bets amounting to over 12 million as he lifted his hands slowly. 4, 5, 6. Big, the dealer announced as his face turned white. He had lost over 20 million in just a few games. The old man who was observing Wang Ziyan started frowning and turned serious. Bring more chips over. Hurry up, give us our winnings, the group of middle-aged men demanded. Give it to them. The young man's emotionless voice sounded as he looked at the dealer with a sullen face. The dealer nodded and gave them their winnings. Haha, I've won more than 20 million. Wang Ziyan looked at the young man mockingly and laughed. Wang Ziyan was typically a humble man. However, if someone was to offend him, he wouldn't be courteous to them. Let's continue. Yes, let's continue. Hurry up. The group of middle-aged men beside Wang Ziyan were elated. They were looking at Wang Ziyan as if they were looking at their god of fortune. In just 2 games, some people had won 5 to 600,000. There were even some people who had won a few million. At this moment, the old man walked over and spoke to the dealer. Let me do it. Yes. Old Gao, please. The dealer hurried aside when he heard Old Gao. He felt relieved. The old man took up the dice shaker and shook it lightly for a few times. After which, he placed it on the table. Please finalize your bet, the old man said calmly. Wang Ziyan looked at the old man. The old man was very calm and kept his cool. He must be an expert, otherwise he wouldn't have stepped in now, Wang Ziyan thought to himself. He scanned through the dice shaker again and took out 5 million. 5 million on small. Why don't you bet more, Zhu Qian asked Wang Ziyan coldly. It was obvious Zhu Qian knew Old Gao. I'm not so certain for this round. Therefore, I'll just be placing a smaller bet. Wang Ziyan smiled and replied. The group of middle-aged men was slightly surprised. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Wang Ziyan placing a bet of only 5 million. Eventually, they placed bets that ranged between 100 to 200,000. As the crowd finalized their bets, they looked at the old man. The old man smiled calmly and reached for the cover. Wang Ziyan focused on the dice inside and saw the dice had changed when the old man held onto the cover. The dice, which were originally 1, 3, had changed to 6, 3. My apologies, 6, 3. Big, the old man said with a big smile. Big haze, we've lost. It's big, we've lost. The group of middle-aged men standing by the sides felt their hearts aching. Wang Ziyan's expression remained unchanged. He gestured to the old man. Let's continue. Okay. Let's continue, the old man smiled. The few young men beside him also grinned and were feeling confident. The old man shook the dice shaker and placed them down slowly once again. Small 20 million. Wang Ziyan pushed all his tokens on the small section and smiled confidently. You are really confident. Young brother, I will follow you. 500. Yep. Me too, I placed 1 million since this young brother dares to bet 20 million. My 1 million is nothing. The group of middle-aged men increased their bets after seeing Wang Ziyan bet 20 million for this round. Hee. Fine, the old man nodded his head with a smile. He then reached for the cover. Wait a minute, Wang Ziyan shouted and stood up. The old man frowned slightly and stared at him. Feeling puzzled. Let the dealer beside you open it. I don't trust you. Wang Ziyan stared at the old man with a wide grin and spoke slowly. Old Gao's expression changed slightly as he replied with a solemn voice. What is the difference? There's no difference. However, I just want that dealer to be the one opening it. So you can't allow it, or are you hiding something? Wang Ziyan said to the old man coldly. The old man's expression changed and he stared harshly at Wang Ziyan. The shaking was completed anyway. It doesn't matter who's the one opening the cover, since we are the customers. Why can't you accede to our request and let the other dealer open it? That's right, it is the same no matter who opens it, let the dealer at the side open it. The group of middle-aged men picked up Wang Xian's suspicions and made their views heard immediately. Their action of changing dealers in the middle of gambling had already angered some of them. The question on who should open the cover right now would also just be a small matter. If they refused, it would only confirm the young brother's suspicions that something wasn't right. What's the matter? Does it matter who opens the cover? That dealer can open it right away. Can't he? That's right, although their request is slightly troublesome. You are operating a casino cruise. This is just a small request. Those customers who had gathered to see what was happening started to comment. The old man looked at those who were around and his face turned solemn. At this moment, he couldn't forcefully open it. If he did so, it would only prove to the crowd that they were indeed up to something. It would be a disastrous blow to them if news of their casino cruise cheating got out. Old Gao drew a long face and gestured to the dealer beside him. That dealer nodded with a bitter face as he reached to open the cover. His arms were trembling. 2, 3, 4, 9 points small. Haha, we won. It's amazing. The group of middle-aged men who had just won were jubilant. The old man walked back to the young man with a troubled face and said, "He is skillful." The young man looked extremely displeased and clenched his fist tightly. He stared at Wang Xian harshly and said, "Young man, it's good to know when to stop." Wang Xian looked back at the young man as he replied coldly, "I will leave when I win 800 million to a billion. What's the matter? You are operating a casino cruise and you won't let your customer win. If that is the case, you might as well shut it down." Chapter 203 Sunken 1. Chapter 203 Sunken 1. When that young man heard what Wang Xian said, cold radiance flashed in his eyes. "I just won more than 30 million. And you're stopping me already? What about those people who lost over more than $10 million? Why aren't you stopping them? Do you mean that people can only lose and not win any money here?" Wang Xian asked loudly with a disdainful look as he observed the young man's expression. "That's right. You let us gamble if we lose our money. But how can you stop us when we're winning some money? I lost more than $5 million last year. Are you stopping us because we're winning?" "That's right. I saw a wealthy man lose more than 10 million just a few days ago." The audience around them began to speak loudly when they witnessed such a situation. Everyone knew that the chance of losing was more than winning in gambling. But if the casino stopped you from gambling just when you were winning some money, how would you feel? Everyone was displeased as they looked over there and commented. People from the other side of the casino came over out of curiosity when they saw the crowd. The young man was looking awfully embarrassed. "Why would we stop you? Our casino can still afford to lose this bit of money." The old man turned to the crowd and said slowly, "Since you guys want to play, let's continue then. Carry on." Cold radiance surfaced in the old man's eyes as he took the dice shaker and shook it violently. Pack. When the dice shaker hit the table, the old man said impassively, "Finalize your bets." Interesting. Wang Xian saw 2 out of 3 dices stacked up together. The dice that was stacked up on top was 1 point while the remaining dice was also 1 point. They added up to 2 points altogether. But given the rules, 3 to 10 points would make a small. There was no betting option for 2 points. Going by this, all betting options were losing options. But Wang Xian continued to bet on the small with 10 million. The middle-aged men and the spectators around the table were tempted as they followed his bet. "Get that dealer to open the cover." Wang Xian pointed at the dealer by the side and said. Radiance flickered in the old man's eyes as he signaled the dealer to open the cover. That dealer almost burst into tears as he lifted the cover gently. 2 points. "You lose, haha." When Juqian saw the dice stacking up, he exclaimed with thrills. "Damn. Why is it 2 points? Is this fucking possible? How did the dice end up stacking up together? Is this cheating?" "That's right. Such a probability is too small." Those customers who had lost burst out with loud voices and grumpy looks on their faces. Wang Xian clapped his hands. "Awesome. This old man is simply impressive. I'm sure you didn't learn how to stack all the dice together or crush them into powder just like the movie. Did you? Brilliant." As he spoke, his face was full of sarcasm. He continued, "Let's carry on. I don't believe he'll lose all the time. The old man stared at Wang Xian with surprise. When he saw a group of customers beginning to crowd over, his expression turned wretched. The young man at the side noticed the issue. This fellow obviously knew 2 dice were stacking on each other, but he continued to place a 10 million bet, encouraging the customers around him to follow him. It was okay if the dice stacked once or twice. However, what would the customers who lost their money think when this happened again and again? They could argue that this was absolutely cheating. I'm not sure who you are, but I'm paying you 100 million for you to leave for my gambling cruise and never come back again. The young man had mixed expression as he gritted his teeth and whispered to Wang Xian. He. What's the matter? Are you admitting your defeat? Wang Xian looked at the young man scornfully as he drew his lips slightly. Just now, your friend made cheap remarks. He'll not leave without 500 million. You still need to fork over another 100 million to distribute to the customers over here. If you're unwilling to do it, we can continue with the game, Wang Xian said slowly. He did not forget about the customers around him. He just wanted to make the young man feel disgusted. Otherwise, Wang Xian would lose out big time if he just let this young man off after spending 400 dragon energy on modifying his eyes. This young man had to pay some price for the 400 dragon energy. Brett, don't push your luck. The young man shot up from his seat as he glared at Wang Xian with a pair of cold eyes fuming with murderous intent. In pushing my luck, I came here just to have some fun. If it were not for your friend who was rude to my girlfriend while you said you could handle me, do you think I'd be here playing along with you? You want to have a game? Then let's have fair play. Wang Xian stood up and spoke sarcastically to the young man. Upon hearing Wang Xian calling her girlfriend, Lan Qingyu slightly blushed. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at him. Zhu Qian had a rather awful expression on his face when he heard Wang Xian. He stared malevolently at him. Everyone saw that I lost more than 1 million right from the start. Since you guys taunted me, I should take this gamble seriously. Let me continue, or pay all the customers here and me. Then I'll leave. Wang Xian continued to say nonchalantly. I'm out to make them disgusted. The customers around them were looking doubtful, yet hopeful. If the casino is giving away 100 million to them, each of them could get quite a sum of money. Get out of here now, or else I'll make sure you regret it. The young man darkened his expression as he walked to Wang Xian and threatened him. He did not care about the strange looks on the faces of the surrounding customers. Bam! 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 As the young man spoke, the security guards on the cruise ran over with electric batons in their hands. They glared at Wang Xian in a threatening manner. You were chasing and threatening me just because I won 30 million at your place. Haha. You can forget about operating such a gambling cruise from now on. Wang Xian fixed his indifferent eyes on all the people. The surrounding customers pondered slightly when they saw such a situation. Seeing the way that Venture handled such cases, they really had to reconsider if they should come here again in the future. If you dare to utter a word again, I can cripple your legs. No one dares to play punk on the turf of Gyong family in Gambling City. The young man stared at him with fiery eyes and an ice-cold expression. Brat, you're here to make trouble, aren't you? Zhu Qian walked over and glared at Wang Xian. I, Zhu Qian from the Zhu family, will make sure you have a miserable ending in the future for offending me. Is this a threat? Wang Xian looked at Zhu Qian and the young man before him with a trace of a smile on his face. If that's the case, let's wait and see. You better remember what you said just now. After Wang Xian finished his sentence, he looked at Lan Qingyu with a smiling face. Let's return to our yacht. Okay. Lan Qingyu nodded her head with a stern look on her face. Zhao Xian, I heard my grandpa mention Jiang family of the Gambling City once before. They are a powerful family. It's okay. Let's go back to the yacht to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Chapter 204 Sunken 2. Chapter 204 Sunken 2. This rascal is courting death. How dare he be so arrogant when he doesn't have the capabilities to support it, Zhu Qian said. He gave a grim look as he saw Wang Xian leaving. Tisk. You don't know what you have gotten yourself into. I will not let things end like this. Jiang Tiansheng looked at the dispersing crowd with a cold face. Leave the girl to me, Zhu Qian said to Jiang Tiansheng with a vile expression. Jiang Tiansheng nodded and replied. This rascal has a yacht outside. If they aren't leaving, We shall wait till night. Hee hee. A 150-meter cruise. What a pity. After returning to the yacht, Wang Xian smiled when looking at the 150-meter cruise 30 meters in front of him. The entire cruise, inclusive of the renovation, was estimated to be worth at least 1 billion. Zhu family, Jiang family of the gambling city. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. With just a thought, he sent a signal into the sea. At this moment, 50 meters under the sea, members of the Dragon Palace were cultivating on the seabed. There were nearly 800 devil monkeys gathered there, and Prime Minister Turtle was lying on the sand. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster remained motionless. Only the 9 venomous sea snakes were swimming freely in the vicinity. As the signal came, all of them opened their eyes. They looked up at the cruise that was a few hundred meters away. "Leave this to me," Roving Lobster said. Roving Lobster's body emitted a metallic glow as it swam swiftly towards the hull of the cruise. Roving Lobster was the second subordinate Wang Xian had gotten. Its current level was level 9. Roving Lobster was currently at level 9 and had fighting power almost comparable to an inborn expert. It swam under the cruise and struck the hull viciously with its huge pincer. The nearly impregnable cruise was damaged instantly with a 1-meter tear on its hull. Boom! Seawater started gushing into the cruise at a terrifying speed. Screech! The pincer struck again and another huge crack appeared on the hull of the cruise. Seawater surged in crazily. Beep 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 beep. On the cruise, Jiang Tincheng brought Jukan and a few young men along as they walked towards the 3rd story. They were conversing happily. When the emergency alarm sounded, Jiang Tincheng was stunned. What is going on? His expression changed and he hurriedly turned towards old Gao who was at his side. It must be a fault on the cruise. Young master, let's go to the control room. Old Gao expression changed, and he spoke in a hurry. Let's go. Jiang Tiancheng had a solemn look. The cruise was just fine. Why would the alarm go off all of a sudden? What is happening, he asked. Why would the alarm of the cruise go off suddenly? What happened? Don't tell me the cruise hit the coral reefs. The alarm rang through the whole cruise. Everyone was alarmed by it and ran out in a hurry. All crew members, please head to the 1st level deck. All crew members, please head to the 1st level deck. At this moment, the cruise's warning announcement sounded. Oh no! There is a major accident. Jiang Tiancheng and his friends who were heading to the control room were shocked by the developments. Damn it, what's going on? Jiang Tiancheng was very anxious. He couldn't care about being discovered anymore and jumped towards the 1st level. The old man followed behind and jumped down next. Zhu Kan and the rest followed after. Bam! Jiang Tiancheng pushed through the control room's door and saw the distressed crowd. He shouted towards them angrily. Damn it! What happened? Young Master Jiang. The situation is bad. Water is flooding into the cruise at a rapid pace. It will only take half an hour before our cruise sinks. The captain replied. The middle-aged captain continued maniacally. The rescue party from our country will need an hour to arrive. We need to get all our customers onto the rescue boat. What? Why would the cruise be flooding suddenly without any premonitions? Why the hell are we flooding? Jiang Tiancheng was flustered after hearing the captain. Sinking cruise? This has to be a joke. This cruise cost close to 1 billion. Furthermore, this cruise had been bought for less than 5 years. If the ship sank, the losses to the Jiang family would not just be 1 billion. They would also lose a gold mine in the sea. Young Master Jiang, we have no idea either. According to the mechanics, 2 holes appeared on the hull out of nowhere. Sea water is surging in through the holes. The displacement rate could not match that of the water. We have approximately half an hour before we sink completely. You should hurry to the escape boat. This cruise is beyond repair. This cruise is beyond repair. Jiang Tiancheng's expression turned gloomy as he heard the last few words of the captain. He clenched his fist tightly. God damn it. Jiang Tiancheng punched the door at the side heavily and left a hole in it. Brother Tiancheng, you should come to my yacht now. Let the crew handle the situation here, Zhu Kan said. His friend and he was shocked by the situation. Young master, let them handle it. Old Gao, who was beside Jiang Tiancheng, spoke solemnly. He looked equally aghast. Let's go. Jiang Tiancheng gritted his teeth. The cruise that he was in charge of was sinking. He would be severely punished when he returned home. FCK, this damn ship sank when it wasn't even moving. This cruise by the John family is really trash. Damn it. We played here for just 3 days and the ship sank. I heard the venture just threw a person out because he was winning. This is freaking karma. I'm never going to a casino by the Dion family. What shitty luck they have. The group heard the customers cursing angrily just as they exited the control room. You guys FC King, shut your mouth, Jiang Tiansheng growled angrily as he heard the conversations. FCK. You won't even let us speak. Trash is trash. What is this shitty place? I have to discard the things I've brought along. You better compensate me for that. Although Jiang Tiansheng was in a foul mood, the rest of the customers were unhappy too. They were cursing at Jiang Tiansheng right to his face. Young master. Don't be bothered by them. Let's go, old Gao reminded Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng took a deep breath and barged through the crowd. Brother Tiansheng. Let's go. They reached the opposite side while the customers gathered at the exit. No one was left behind. Zhu Qian jumped off the cruise, stepped lightly on the waters and leaped onto the blue yacht at the side. Jiang Tiansheng jumped and followed behind him. When he reached the deck of the yacht, his face was gloomy. As he looked at the sinking cruise, his heart was bleeding. Zhu Qian and his friends remained silent after seeing Jiang Tiansheng's face. This scene would be truly shocking if it appeared in a movie, Wang Xian said from a yacht not far from the scene. He was smiling brightly. Chapter 205, Shiver in Fear. Chapter 205, Shiver in Fear. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. This. Lan Qingyu watched as the event unfolded before her. Her eyes gaping and in disbelief. A cruise of more than 100 meters sank, making a shocking scene which was even more impactful than Armageddon in the science fiction movies. Zhao Xian. There are a lot of people on the cruise. Can you? Said Lan Qingyu, stupefied as she watched. Don't worry. The ship will take another half hour to sink completely. All of the people will be safely transferred to another place during that time. Wang Xian said as he narrowed his eyes. Qingyu. I still have matters to settle. Will you be watching it or? Wang Xian turned around and asked Lan Qingyu. Because it could be very gruesome for what comes next. Lan Qingyu looked at Wang Xian with hesitation. She slowly made out the words. Zhao Xian. Don't kill the innocent. Don't worry. Wang Xian knew Lan Qingyu had guessed what his next course of action was. I will not hurt anyone unless they provoke me or hurt those people whom I care about. Okay. I'll cook you some fish and lobsters. We can eat it together later. Lan Qingyu smiled as she looked at Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded as he watched Lan Qingyu enter the kitchen on the yacht. Then, he cast his gaze to the left-hand side. Some familiar figures were standing on the deck of the blue luxury cruise. With a thought, Prime Minister Turtle quickly surfaced on the water from the bottom of the sea. He then carried the yacht on his back, steering it closer to the cruise. Young master. The family head wants us to investigate this and beg for forgiveness, said the old man with an awful look as he hung up the phone and walked to Jiang Tiansheng on the blue cruise. Beg for forgiveness. Jiang Tiansheng clenched his fists tightly with a hideous expression. Who is that? It's that rascal. Just then, Zhu Qian pointed to the front and shouted loudly with his eyes wide open. Everyone on the deck was stunned as they followed the direction Zhu Qian was pointing at. A yacht slowly approached them. On the yacht, a familiar young guy raised the tea in his hand and smiled. It's that brat. Jiang Tiansheng's eyes were fuming with ferocious radiance. Could the sinking of the cruise have something to do with him? Suddenly, a young man spoke. All of them were stunned. Even the old man by the side knit his eyebrows together. The sinking of the cruise was simply too creepy. How could a hole appear at the bottom of the cruise when it was not even moving? No one would believe it if someone said there was nothing odd about this. Jiang Tiansheng trembled as he fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. The yacht approached a close distance of 5 meters away from the cruise. I detest threats and people who have filthy mouths and spout nonsense. Wang Xian revealed a smile when he saw the 6 people on the cruise 5 meters away from him. I told you that you could forget about operating your casino. He spoke with a sarcastic look on his face. I wonder if you're regretting it now. Wang Xian looked at them indifferently. As he spoke slowly, he sipped tea and continued. Look, how spectacular this is. It was you. Jiang Tansheng let out a low bellow from his throat as he stared malevolently at Wang Ziyan. I want you dead. Whoosh! At this time, Zhu Qian, who was next to him, swung his arm. Dozens of hidden weapons darted out at Wang Ziyan all of a sudden. Do you know that I hate you for littering? Wang Ziyan gently swung his hand, and the hidden weapons fell into the water. He then gazed coldly at Zhu Qian. Martial artist. You're a martial artist too. When Zhu Qian saw Wang Ziyan sweep his hidden weapons without any difficulties, he found it hard to believe. Wang Ziyan, as a divine dragon, did not practice any inner energy. If he did not strike, no one could sense his strength. How dare you sink our crews, go to hell. The old man beside Jiang Tansheng exuded murderous aura. As he struck, he displayed domineering oppression towards Wang Ziyan. Half step to inborn. Not bad, Wang Ziyan commented with a smile. Whoosh! As Wang Ziyan spoke, aquatic ropes suddenly shot out from the sea. They moved like flexible serpents as they launched a swift and fierce attack at the old man in the air. The old man had a drastic change in his expression. His entire body jerked as he brandished his palms at the aquatic ropes in the sea. Whoosh! However, more than 100 aquatic ropes surfaced again at this time. Oh no! The old man exhibited a shocked expression as the ropes wrapped around his body. Bam! Water splashed as the half-step to inborn expert was dragged into the sea. The next moment, he was out of sight completely. What? The people on the blue cruise were shocked when they saw the old man disappearing into the sea. Old Gao is a half-step to inborn expert. How could that be possible? A young man revealed an expression of disbelief as he mumbled. Jiang Tansheng was equally surprised. He lifted his chin and looked fearfully at the young man who was staring back at him. The ocean is my turf. Whoever provokes me, he'll make sure he sinks to the bottom of the sea. Wang Ziyan glared at the young men before him with a pair of ice-cold eyes. No, this has got nothing to do with us. 3 young men were totally freaked out on the cruise. He could sink 100-meter cruise easily, and make a half-step to inborn expert disappear into the sea in the blink of an eye. Creepy aquatic ropes and freaky means. They retreated to the back as they pleaded for mercy. Zhu Qian and Jiang Tansheng were trembling. They seemed to have seen a devil laughing when they saw that young fellow displaying a beaming face. Get into the sea, said Wang Ziyan to them. Boom! After he finished his sentence, the entire cruise sank to the bottom of the sea without warning. I was wrong. Please let me off. Please don't kill. Jiang Tansheng and Zhu Qian blurted out with fearful voices. But they quickly came to an abrupt end. The ocean waves surged and combed, bringing about little ripples in the sea before it restored to a peaceful state. Wang Ziyan exhibited a nonchalant look. If others leave me alone, I'll leave them alone too. But if they provoke me, I'll pay them back tenfold. This was Wang Ziyan's principle. What a spoilsport. After Wang Ziyan dealt with the few fellows, he lost all interest. He only displayed a smile when he watched the sinking venture. Constructing the Dragon Palace required a large amount of steel and metal. Just nice. This cruise, weighing 100 tons, could provide a huge amount of resources. Wang Ziyan cast a look before he walked into the yacht. Zhao Ziyan, wait for another 10 minutes. It'll be done soon, said Lan Qingyu smilingly when she saw Wang Ziyan walking in. Sure. Wang Ziyan nodded as he sat on the sofa and waited with a beaming face. Here, try my cooking. Chapter 206 Separating the Dragonians. Chapter 206 Separating the Dragonians. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Zhao Ziyan, thank you, I've really enjoyed myself today. I need to go now. And don't forget our promise. On the beach, Lan Qingyu bade goodbye to Wang Ziyan joyously before leaving in a car. Wang Ziyan grinned while looking at her disappearing back view. After which, he walked slowly back to his villa. 3 days. Wang Ziyan had accompanied Lan Qingyu on the seas for 3 days. And in those 3 days, he had increased his level to level 7 and gathered 30% of the materials required for the Dragon Palace. He would just need 70% of the materials to complete the Dragon Palace. Let's go to the medical hall. Over the last 2 days, there had been more than a dozen people from the hospital or individuals who had contacted him for treatment. This was a lot more than usual. As Wang Ziyan had been on the seas, He had rejected all of them. After riding his heavy-duty motorcycle to the medical hall, Wang Zan opened up the shop. After which, he switched on his computer and entered the Underworld website to check out the latest news. My ranking on the Miracle Doctors chart has gone up. When Wang Zan came across the Miracle Doctors chart, he clicked out of curiosity. His ranking had been 18th in the past. At this moment, it had risen to 11th. At the back of the Miracle Doctors chart, there was a new comment. Increased ranking to 11th. As he cured the son of Jai Yuankun from Flow City. So this is because I cured the son of Maniac Jai. Wang Zan nodded his head slowly. After which, he clicked into the interactive news page and continued his browsing. Dragon Sect of Rivertown. A surprising thread appeared on the forum page which Wang Zan clicked hesitantly. First class force from Rivertown. Dragon Sect. Maniac Jai from Flow City annihilated the tyrannical sword. Liu family of Hailing Province under the invitation of Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. Dragon Sect officially appeared in front of the public. Dragon Sect of Rivertown has an inborn expert and a dozen level 8 and level 9 martial artists. The exact strength of the Dragon Sect is unknown. The introduction in this thread wasn't complete and only had a few descriptions. The annihilation of the tyrannical sword, Liu family, caused a huge ruckus in the neighboring provinces, among which, news relating to Dragon Sect and Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown had also attracted the attention of many people. It seems like the people of the underworld still don't know that I'm the one who established the Dragon Sect. Wang Zan was slightly surprised and continued browsing for a while. Miracle Dr. Wang. At this moment, a figure approached Wang Zan silently. Wang Zan turned around and nodded his head at Maniac Jai. Maniac Jai placed a bag beside him and said, "These are spiritual stones. A total of 120 pieces. Oh, so many of them." Wang Zan took up the bag in shock. However, when he saw the spiritual stones in it, a satisfied look appeared on his face. I accepted a great mission and earned some spiritual stones from it. Maniac Jai showed a faint smile and continued. In half a month, if everything goes as planned, I should be getting 200 more pieces. Wang Zan looked at Maniac Jai in astonishment. What kind of mission is it to give 200 spiritual stones as a reward? Collecting a level 5 spiritual medicine. There's a strong guarding monster beside that spiritual medicine. As long as I can get the spiritual medicine, I will be able to get 200 spiritual stones as a reward. Maniac Jai grinned. Goodbye, Miracle Dr. Wang. Feel free to instruct me as you wish. Wang Zan nodded his head. Looking at the spiritual stones in his hand, he hesitated for a moment. Building the Dragon Palace would require 10,000 pieces of spiritual stones. Currently, he had over 100 pieces. Moreover, these were all given to him by Maniac Jai. If I sell all my spiritual medicine, I should be able to get approximately 2,000 pieces of spiritual stones. If I breed more spiritual medicine, I will have gathered 10,000 pieces of spiritual stones in 1 to 2 years. This is still too slow. Wang Zan pondered. Since Maniac Jai can obtain so many spiritual stones through missions, why don't I let the Dragonians of Dragon Sect out to earn spiritual stones with the current strength of the Dragonians? They are easily among the cream of the crop in the underworld. Wang Zan made up his mind. Dragon Sect was supposed to serve the Dragon Palace after all. Letting them out to complete missions could also accelerate the process of building the Dragon Palace. Moreover, only through more battles could the Dragonians get even stronger. In that case, I should send all the Dragonians out. Hopefully, they will be able to make a name for themselves. Wang Zan thought, and his lips curved into a smile. He wasn't fond of the idea of exposing his force, but the Dragon Sect had now been discovered by the public. In that case, he should separate the Dragonians and let them pursue their own paths. It's fine if they choose to go alone or develop their own influence. He did not want the Dragonians to simply stay within the base. If he required manpower in the future, the dispersed Dragonians would return to obey his orders as he commanded. Great. The Dragonians are pretty strong now. It's a waste that they are staying within the base the whole time. If I let them roam the underworld, they would be even stronger in the future. Wang Zan squinted his eyes, and looked forward to the arrival of that day. The day when various forces would gather with a command from him. Having made his decision, Wang Xian summoned Mo Qinglong. In less than 20 minutes, Mo Qinglong appeared within the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Dragon King. Mo Qinglong's burly figure bowed respectfully at Wang Xian as he greeted him. Huh! Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he saw Mo Qinglong's left shoulder. Why is your arm injured? Wang Xian asked in a solemn tone. It's the people from Sacred Seas of Swords. A ship came near our island yesterday. An old man on it questioned us, asking if it was us who had killed Yan Feng. He was arrogant, and therefore I killed that old fool and everyone that was with him. Mo Qinglong replied dimly. Sacred Seas of Swords. Wang Xian squinted his eyes. He naturally knew about the Sacred Seas of Swords. Yan Feng of the Yan family was a disciple of the Sacred Seas of Swords. His master was an inborn expert. The news of Yan family being eliminated and Yan Feng being killed had reached the people of the Sacred Seas of Swords. Moreover, only the newly emerged first-class force, Dragon Sect, could possibly eliminate the Yan family and kill Yan Feng in Rivertown. What good timing. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He waved his arm and instantly cured Mo Qinglong's injuries. I happen to have an idea in mind to disperse the Dragonians and let them move freely. Alternatively, they can move in teams of 3 to 5 people while roaming the underworld and collecting spiritual stones. They can establish their own forces or rule over an area. They are free to do what they want, but are not allowed to kill the innocent. Staying in the base would be a waste of their talents. Let's give them the opportunity to roam the world. Yes. Dragon King Mo Qinglong nodded his head. Dragon King. What about me? Let me accompany you and be your butler. Mo Qinglong smiled. Alright. Wang Xian thought for a while before nodding his head. However, he soon frowned and commented. However, many know about your appearance now. This will be a little troublesome. Dragon King. I can alter my appearance. As Mo Qinglong finished his words, he shook his body. The wrinkles on his face slowly faded, making him look a dozen years younger. A 40-year-old looking middle-aged man appeared in front of Wang Xian. He looked completely different from before. Since I have reached the inborn realm and obtained the bloodline of the Dragon King, I have regained my youth. It is just that I didn't think this was necessary and therefore maintained my previous appearance. Mo Qinglong's voice sounded a lot younger too as he explained deferentially to Wang Xian. Haha. Great, you shall follow me in the future. Let Mo Yuan keep in contact with the rest of the Dragonians. Seeing the appearance of Mo Qinglong, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. His decision to separate the Dragonians now would surely allow him to summon an unstoppable force with a command in the future. Wang Xian looked forward to that day and was interested in what the Dragonians would be able to achieve. The seas are my world and I'll conquer it bit by bit. As for the underworld, I'll leave it to the Dragonians. Chapter 207. Not any doctor could be called a miracle doctor. 1. Chapter 207. Not any doctor could be called a miracle doctor. 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Brother, are you going out for a few days? Sister-in-law wants me to tell you that you can bring Lan King Yu here for a gathering after you're back. The next morning, Zhao Yu told this to Wang Xian after her breakfast. As Mo Qinglong stood beside Wang Xian, who had a chest in his hand, the entire Rivertown, even the southern province, knew that Wang Xian had exterminated Liu family. Zhao Yu heard about it naturally. When she found out, she parted her lips slightly with a face full of surprises. She went to chat with Guan Shuking. Through various devious questions, she realized that Guan Shuking did not mind about all this. She did not seem to oppose it. Zhao Yu was speechless. Hence, she recognized that she might have 2 sisters-in-law in the future. Okay. Yao'll accompany Shuking tomorrow during your break. Wang Xian had nothing to say as he nodded with a smile. Sure. Brother. Rest assured that I will take good care of sister-in-law, Zhao Yu said playfully. Wang Xian patted her head helplessly. I'm off. I should be back in 3 to 4 days. Okay. Sister Lai will be here with us tomorrow too. Zhao Yu waved her hand as she gave him the cold shoulder. With Wang Xian's current status in Rivertown, Sister Li's husband, father, and mother-in-law treated her like something precious. Apart from her owning all of their family assets, Wang Xian's current status was also one of the reasons why her father and mother-in-law dared not make things difficult for her. Instead, they had to treat her with care. With such a daughter-in-law in the Wei family, the family had turned supreme in the Rivertown. "Old Mo, can you drive?" asked Wang Xian to Mo Qinglong when he walked out of the villa. "Yes, young master." "Great, let's get a car after we're back." Wang Xian smiled as he spoke. They took a cab to Deep-Sea Jewelry Building. "Zhao Xian, Lan Qingyu wore a red dress today, and it was evident that she was in high spirits." A middle-aged man was following beside her. He was an uncle of Lan Qingyu. Wang Xian had seen him once at the Qin family's banquet. "You look beautiful today," Wang Xian praised her with a smile. "Miracle Dr. Wang." "Hello. Thank you for going with us." Lan Qingyu's uncle immediately walked to Wang Xian and spoke eagerly with respect. "You're welcome." Wang Xian gestured with a hand and a smiling face. He looked at Lan Qingyu. "How do we get there?" "We're heading to the international airport at Flow City." "Let's go." With Lan Qingyu's leading, they reached the airport. They took a private jet of Lan family to the airport at Flow City before they transferred to the capital of Jade Nation. It will only take 3 hours from Flow City to Jade Nation. The journey is quite fast. I went there once and the scenery there was breathtaking. There are also many huge mountains. Lan Qingyu walked shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xian as she introduced Jade Nation happily to him. "Oh, really, this is my first time going abroad." Wang Xian smiled and said, "I went there once with my dad. There are a lot of mountains. One of them was Jade King Mountain Range. 50 of the world's jade stones came from there. It was beautiful next to the Jade King Mountain Range. They dug holes in the mountain and some reside there. Some even open shops there. It's quite interesting. We can visit that place when the time comes." Lan Qingyu explained to him joyously. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. "Qingyu, it's our boarding time. Let's go over." While Lan Qingyu and Wang Xian were chatting, Lan Quanfeng came over and informed them. "Let's go." Lan Qingyu smiled and nodded as she headed to the first-class cabin. They boarded the plane. Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu were sitting far from each other due to a large number of people in the first-class cabin. One sat at the front, and the other one sat at the back. The first-class seats were comfortable sofas with 2 attached together in a row. Mo Qinglong's seat was not far away from Wang Xian, but they were not sitting next to each other. Wang Xian came to his seat while the rest of the passengers strolled into the cabin slowly. "I'm sure Master will be able to cure the leader of Gordon Wei and complete his mission this time." "I'm sure he can. Our Master made a breakthrough in his medical skills recently. His rank on the Miracle Doctor's chart has seen improvements. A 500 spiritual stones reward. The Gordon Wei family is really wealthy." "Junior sister, this is your first time out with our Master. If you are unsure of anything, let me know." At this time, conversations and whispers were heard next to him. Wang Xian spun his head around, and he was slightly stunned to see a few young men and a pretty woman walking over. It's her." Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of surprise. "Junior sister, your seat is here. Let me see if I can exchange my seat with the one beside yours." A solicitous voice was heard. Subsequently, Wang Xian heard, "Hey handsome, can you swap your seat with me?" Wang Xian lifted his head as he looked at the young man beside Dr. Sun. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a white shirt, and he had an extremely fair complexion. The young man asked and looked at Wang Xian. At this time, Dr. Sun was left without any choice. But when she saw Wang Xian, she froze for a moment. Surprise and shock flashed in her eyes. Wang Xian put out his palm and pointed to some stuff in front of him. He declined. "Sorry, please." The young man flashed a smile and continued to be a gentleman. He took out his wallet before he pulled out a stack of $100 notes and handed them to Wang Xian. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. "Miracle Dr. Wang." At this time, Dr. Sun quickly sat in the seat beside Wang Xian and chatted with him. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." "Yes. What a coincidence. Are you heading to Jade Nation too?" Wang Xian asked Dr. Sun curiously. Dr. Sun was a doctor in one of the city hospitals. Previously, Dr. Sun came with some patients who were sent over by the hospitals too. However, She did not turn up in the previous 2 times. He did not ask for the reason either. Now, they actually ran into each other on a flight. From their conversations just now, it seemed like Dr. Sun had gotten herself a new master. Yes. I'm going to the Jade Nation with my master and the rest. Dr. Sun nodded with a smile. What are the chances of us meeting each other here? Wang Ziyan smiled and nodded his head. The white-shirt man and 2 other young men were standing next to them with a surprised look. When the white-shirt man saw Dr. Sun's surprised and zealous expressions, he put an annoyed expression on his face. He tried to get into the good book of Dr. Sun in every possible way, but she remained lukewarm to him. Yet, she displayed a zealous attitude to this young fellow and even addressed him as Miracle Dr. Wang. Junior sister? Is he a doctor too? The white-shirt man asked with a darkened expression. Not any doctor could be called a miracle doctor. He is incredible. Dr. Sun rebutted him immediately. She had just gotten herself a miracle doctor as her master a few days ago. Hence, she knew nothing about the underworld. She did not even know about the miracle doctor ranking chart. All she knew was that Wang Ziyan was incredible. Chapter 208 No doctor could be called a miracle doctor too. Chapter 208 No doctor could be called a miracle doctor too. Translator Larbris Studio Editor Larbris Studio. Incredible is he as incredible as our master in fact. Is he even more incredible than us? The white-shirt young man revealed a disdainful expression. How incredible can a brat be? What's a miracle doctor? Only those that ranked in the top 30s on the miracle doctors chart could be called miracle doctors. As for the rest, they are at most renowned doctors. The white-shirt young man continued proudly. Junior sister, your medical skills might be great in the hospital, but are still far from average in the medical circle. When you learn more about medical techniques, you will then understand what real miracle doctors are. The title of miracle doctor shouldn't be used carelessly. Only people like our master, who ranked 15 on the miracle doctors chart, are qualified to be called a miracle doctor. The white-shirt young man said to Dr. Sun in an educating tone. Dr. Sun frowned and retorted. Miracle Dr. Wang is indeed very incredible. Even the doctors from the Sacred Followers Guild are defeated by Miracle Dr. Wang in medical techniques. Seeing Dr. Sun rebut him again, the white-shirt young man replied angrily. The Sacred Followers Guild is indeed really incredible. However, they have more than 200 followers. Among them, some followers have great medical skills. However, they will at most be considered renowned doctors. Master once said that if the few of us take part in the assessment of the Sacred Followers Guild, we have a high chance of passing it. Oh, Dr. Sun swallowed her words and couldn't retort. After all, her experiences were too far from those miracle doctors or the Sacred Followers Guild. She didn't understand them well and didn't know how to rebut. I really didn't expect you to be a renowned doctor. Let's spar when we have the opportunity, the white-shirt young man said coldly to Wang Ziyan. It was clear that he had seen Wang Ziyan as a rival in love. Wang Ziyan maintained his smile throughout and didn't say a word. Their master ranked 15 on the miracle doctors chart, while he ranked 11th. Clearly, he wasn't completely convinced of the ranking on the miracle doctors chart. With his current strength, he was confident to even challenge the number 1 on the chart. However, this was only his conjecture. Those who stood at the top of the ranking chart would definitely not be simple. Tisk, you are pretty arrogant to answer when one addresses you as miracle doctor, the white-shirt young man remarked sarcastically after seeing that Wang Ziyan wasn't answering him. Why aren't you guys in your seats? What are you guys standing here for? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the back. An old man walked over and spoke to the group of young men. Master, it's nothing much. We are just chatting with junior sister and a renowned doctor. The white-shirt young man immediately bowed and explained. Oh, a doctor. The old man looked confused and turned his attention to the female disciple he had just taken in. Master, this is a very incredible doctor that I met in Rivertown. Dr. Sun could see the doubts on her master's face and immediately explained. After getting to know more about the medical circle, she didn't dare to address Wang Ziyan as miracle doctor carelessly. Just an arrogant small doctor who claims to be a miracle doctor. The white-shirt young man standing by the side quickly added. One should really not claim to be a miracle doctor rashly. The old man nodded his head slowly. The title of miracle doctor represents the cream of the crop in the medical realm. Any rascal who impersonates a miracle doctor will suffer a terrible death. Rascal. When the white-shirt young man heard his master, he looked at Wang Xian mockingly. Guang Hua. At this moment, Wang Xian recalled a name when he saw the old man. The old man was taken aback and looked at Wang Xian in surprise. The white-shirt young man also looked at Wang Xian with surprise. Brat, you are not qualified to call my master by the name. Rivertown Wang Xian Miracle Dr. Wang. The old man pondered and tried to probe further. It's my honor to meet you. Wang Xian smiled faintly and nodded his head. He clearly knew about the miracle doctor's chart, as he had gone through the top 30 on the chart. Guang Hua, 65 years old, a factionless doctor. A factionless doctor was similar to what Wang Xian was at this moment. They were not affiliated to any forces. On the miracle doctor's chart, factionless doctors were few. The Sacred Followers Guild and Medical Saint sect took up 80% of the miracle doctor's chart. This was also why the two saint sects were so strong. Guang Hua had been a traveling doctor since the 1970s and 1980s. He had been to the majority of the country by feet. During the journey, his medical skills achieved a breakthrough and he had reached the 15th spot on the miracle doctor's chart. One would consider him to be a miracle doctor with a unique background. Wang Xian had a lot of respect for him. Sorry for not recognizing you. I had not expected to meet Miracle Dr. Wang here. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua immediately greeted him and started observing this absurdly young Miracle Dr. Wang. He was still rather curious about a 20-year-old juvenile who had made it to the 11th spot on the ranking chart. The interests were exacerbated by the fact that Wang Xian seemed to be a factionless doctor too. Baisong, is this how you should talk to Miracle Dr. Wang? Where are your manners? Apologize to him immediately. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua looked at his disciple and chided him. The white-shirt young man was stunned as he stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Recalling the recent news on Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown, fear started welling up. Miracle Dr. Wang. I'm really sorry. It's my fault that I did not recognize a distinguished person like you. Please forgive me. Wang Xian simply waved his hand at him and didn't pay attention to him after. A petty person like him wasn't worth his time. What a coincidence. Miracle Dr. Wang. So Xiu, go and sit at my seat. I'd like to have a good chat with Miracle Dr. Wang. Yes, Master. Dr. Sun was dumbfounded. She immediately stood up and left. The white-shirt young man also went to his seat immediately. His eyes would turn to where Wang Xian was from time to time. That white-shirt young man's forehead was covered with perspiration. Under no circumstance would he have expected that juvenile to be the 11th ranked Miracle Dr. Wang who was in the limelight recently. This was a ranking even higher than his master. Recalling what he had done and what he had just said, he felt a chill down his spine once again. Senior brother, is Miracle Dr. Wang famous? Dr. Sun sat in her master's seat and asked inquisitively. The white-shirt young man didn't answer. His face had turned as white as a sheet. The other young man sitting beside him nodded his head bitterly. He's incredible and he currently ranked 11th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. Even higher than our master. Dr. Sun's eyes popped open as he looked to Wang Xian in admiration. Miracle Dr. Wang has also accepted the mission from the leader of Gordon Wei. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua asked. Nope. I don't know about this mission. Could Miracle Dr. Guang Hua shed some light on it? Wang Xian shook his head and asked. Hee. Sure, this is an open mission in the underworld and everyone can see it. The leader of Gordon Wei, Jade Nation, ran into some issues while cultivating. Jade Nation has always been behind in the medical field. Therefore, he invited miracle doctors from all over the world to treat him. As long as you rank in the top 100 in the world's miracle doctors chart, you will get 10 pieces of spiritual stone even if you can't cure him. If you can cure him, the reward will be 500 pieces of spiritual stone. I've brought my disciples along to give it a try. Chapter 209 Gathering of Miracle Doctors 1. Chapter 209 Gathering of Miracle Doctors 1. After Miracle Dr. Guang Hua's explanation, Wang Xian finally understood the entire mission completely. The leader of Gordonway led a significant family in Jade Nation. They were considered to be powerful and mighty in the Jade Nation. The leader of Gordonway was an inborn expert. Something went wrong during his cultivation, so he was seeking medical treatment from the miracle doctors around the world. Jade Nation was only a small and poor country. The Gordonway family possessed 3 to 4 inborn experts. Hence, they were a colossus in the Jade Nation, as they were situated at the Jade King mountain range. They were rich, especially with spiritual stones. All the spiritual stones were dug out from the stone mines. They were generous to give away 10 spiritual stones to those top 100 doctors from the global ranking who made a trip here. If the doctors were to sell the spiritual stones, they could easily fetch a price of 100 million. Gordonway family had deep pockets. I heard that many domestic miracle doctors took up this mission. After all, 500 spiritual stones were quite attractive, said miracle doctor Wang Hua with a beaming face. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Getting spiritual stones was difficult. Not everyone possessed a strength like Maniac Jai who could earn spiritual stones at such a fast rate. It was not easy for an average level 7 to 9 martial artists to earn a piece of spiritual stone. Miracle Doctor was considered to be one of the highest paying occupations. Miracle Doctor Wang, why don't you join us for fun since you're here? Even if you can't treat him, you will at least get 10 spiritual stones as a consolation prize, Miracle Doctor Guang Hua said with a smile. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. 500 spiritual stones was attractive enough for him to work. Haha, well be going over. At that time, we can take a look at the top doctors from the world, Miracle Doctor Guang Hua said. Smiling, Wang Xian nodded and began to chit-chat with Miracle Doctor Guang Hua. Perhaps Miracle Doctor Guang Hua did not have many interactions with miracle doctors that were of the same level as him. Hence, he was rather chatty. Wang Xian also liked his personality. As such, both of them had a great time chatting. The plane took off, heading to Jade Nation. 3 hours later, the plane landed at the international airport of Jade Nation's capital. King Yu, I want to tell you something. Wang Xian came to Lan Qingyu and said apologetically. What is it? Lan Qingyu looked at him with doubts. I probably can't keep you company for today and tomorrow. I've got something going on. Wang Xian scratched his head as he spoke. Lan Qingyu looked at him with consternation. Just now, I met Miracle Doctor Guang Hua, ranked 15th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. He took a mission, and I wanted to check it out with him. So, HMPH, you're really unreliable. Lan Qingyu interrupted his words as she rolled her eyes at him with a sulky face. I'm going to earn some money. I'll look for you as soon as I'm done, and I'll bring you some top-grade jade stones, Wang Xian immediately promised. Fine. Lan Qingyu pouted and nodded. Ha ha. Wang Xian let out an awkward smile as he walked Lan Qingyu out of the airport and waved to her. Miracle Doctor Guang Hua. Let's go. Wang Xian came to Miracle Doctor Guang Hua and said. A car sent by Gordonway is waiting for us outside. Miracle Doctor Guang Hua nodded as he took the lead. The white-shirt young man who was following behind saw Wang Xian tagging along. Hence, he was well-behaved and did not dare to utter a word. 2 luxury vehicles were waiting outside of the airport. Wang Xian, together with Mo Qinglong, got in the car. Instead of the city center, the car traveled towards the mountains in the distance. Just like what Lan Qingyu had mentioned, Jade Nation had many towering and magnificent mountains. There were endless mountains along the way. This is Jade King mountain range, which stretches for a few hundred kilometers. It is the largest mountain in Jade Nation. All the jade stones in Jade Nation were mined from this mountain. The Gordonway family is located just beside Jade King mountain range. Miracle Doctor Guang Hua introduced this place to Wang Xian, as he had some knowledge of it. The scenery is extravagant here. Wang Xian looked at the surroundings with smiles. Miracle Doctor Guang Hua chuckled. The caves that they reside in are more interesting. After a 30-minute ride, the car stopped beside a green mountain in the Jade King mountain range. Please follow me. The driver got out of the vehicle and led the way before them. Wang Xian followed him as he looked ahead. It was a large village with a stone at the entrance engraved with some Jade Nation words on it. At the entrance, 5 young men were standing there with guns in their hands. The leader of Gordonway was holding a general position in Jade Nation. Hence, they had troops stationed at this place. Upon entering, it was a small village. Their dressing was much of the same as the people in China. They followed the driver to a huge mountain. Wang Xian noticed that the entire mountain had been excavated with windows on the outside, just like ordinary buildings. Not many people in Jade Nation reside in the caves of Jade King mountain range. Only a few significant families and businessmen carry on with this type of lifestyle. Upon seeing Wang Xian's curious look, Miracle Dr. Guang Hu explained to him. Wang Xian nodded and went into the mountain. There was a huge hall, about 1,000 square meters in size. The interior was decorated to give a luxurious vibe. Pieces of beast's fur were hung up on the wall as ornaments, but the lighting appliances were all in modern style. The entire hall gave an alternative aesthetic. Tisk tisk. It's indeed the top family in the country. Wang Xian swept his gaze around and exclaimed slightly. The cave houses of Jade Nation were comparable to the castles in Europe. At this moment, quite a number of people were gathered in the hall. They were all seated around in chairs. Wang Xian looked around. He noticed that not only Asians were here, but there were also Europeans and Americans. Poison Doc is here too. A shocked voice came out from the mouth of Miracle Dr. Guang Hua. Wang Xian looked over and saw a scrawny old man sitting on the sofa. A black, poisonous snake was couching on his hand, which made him look frightening. Poison Doc. Wang Xian thought of the Miracle Doctor ranked 9th on the Miracle Doctor chart. Poison Doc Yanxi was an elder of the Sakigard Followers Guild. Not only was he proficient in medical skills, but he also possessed inborn strength. There is Miracle Dr. Bloodman from Europe, but I'm not sure who that is. That's Holy Priest from the Holy Sect. His medical skills must be known as strong to become a Holy Priest. The Miracle Dr. Yinyang from Island Country is here too. Looks like we have lots of compelling characters gathered here. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua swept his gaze around with a surprised look. Wang Xian looked over and traced all the Miracle Doctors one by one. Bloodman of Europe was similar to a vampire. They could enhance their strength with the energy from fresh blood. The Miracle Dr. Yinyang from Island Country was a yin and yang master. Originating from China, the skills were developed and expanded in the Island Country. Miracle Dr. Yinyang was a renowned doctor over there. The 500 spiritual stones were really attractive. Wang Xian looked around him and pondered to himself. However, Wang Xian was determined to get those 500 spiritual stones. Chapter 210 Gathering of Miracle Doctors 2. Chapter 210 Gathering of Miracle Doctors 2. Let me express my gratitude to all miracle doctors from all around the world for gathering at Gordonway. Wang Xian and Miracle Dr. Guang Hua sat in the chairs and waited for more than half an hour. Finally, a middle-aged man walked out and expressed his gratitude to the crowd. Just as the middle-aged man finished his sentence, a middle-aged Caucasian shouted, "Let's skip the pleasantries, bring us to the leader of Gordonway. We have prepared a banquet for everyone. In that case, let's push that back. However, we will be giving out part of the remuneration first." The middle-aged man wasn't angered by the middle-aged Caucasian at all. Instead, he clapped his hands as he remarked, "Those that had come were miracle doctors from all over the world. Some of these miracle doctors had strength that wasn't inferior to the Gordonway family. Therefore, they weren't acting too deferentially. Naturally, as a powerful and influential force, the wealth of the Gordonway family wasn't something that the miracle doctors could possibly match. Various beautiful ladies carried a plate and walked towards the crowd of miracle doctors. On each plate, there was a bag with 10 pieces of spiritual stones in it. After getting part of the remuneration, all the other miracle doctors were clearly looking more patient, since everyone is so anxious. "Follow me," the middle-aged man said to the crowd. There were a total of 15 miracle doctors. If their disciples or subordinates were included, there were a total of more than 40 people. The crowd followed behind the middle-aged man. "Pervert." At this moment, Wang Xian heard a very soft voice from his side. He was slightly shocked and looked to Dr. Sun, who was beside her. Immediately, he saw Dr. Sun frown and look at the two people beside her with disdain. Wang Zane followed her gaze and noticed that the pale-looking middle-aged Caucasian was staring fervently at Dr. Sun. At the other end, an old man was frowning and staring at Dr. Sun intensely. The first man was Miracle Dr. Bloodman and the second man was Holy Priest. Wang Zane was confused. Logically speaking, considering their status, even if Dr. Sun was extremely alluring, they shouldn't be staring at her so intensely. He looked at Dr. Sun but didn't find anything strange. "Everyone, please come in." At this moment, the crowd passed through a tunnel and entered a cave. This was clearly a cave for cultivation. In the cave, an old man was sitting in the center. Within the cave, thousands of spiritual stones were embedded in the surroundings. All the miracle doctors who stepped into the cave were shocked to witness this. The cave was extremely warm. It was at least 40 degrees Celsius. Within the cave, the most eye-catching thing was a pangolin beside the old man. This was a pangolin that was close to 3 meters long. It had bright red scales and emitted savage vibes. "Thank you, everyone, for coming." The old man opened his eyes slowly and looked at the surrounding crowd. "Greetings, leader of Gordonway." The surrounding miracle doctors greeted the old man. The old man in front of them was an extremely strong inborn expert. As the leader of the top family in Jade Nation, his strength wasn't something that an ordinary inborn expert could match. "Everyone, I'm sure you guys know about my condition. I'd like to invite you to take a look right now," the leader of Gordonway said slowly. "Let me go first." The 21st ranked miracle doctor on the domestic miracle doctors chart said. "Please." The leader of Gordonway nodded his head. "Excuse me for my intrusion." That middle-aged miracle doctor nodded his head. As he waved his arm, a silver thread flew out and wrapped around the wrist of the old man. The leader of Gordonway did not dodge and simply allowed himself to be caught by the silver thread. The middle-aged man placed a finger on the silver and shut his eyes slightly. Soon, he frowned. The silver thread extended and wrapped around the body of the leader of Gordonway gradually. However, after going around him twice, he still did not discover any abnormalities. The middle-aged man was clearly disappointed. "Please pardon my incompetence. I'm unable to help." Silver thread inspection technique of the 21st ranked miracle doctor can accurately detect various kinds of injuries. It's surprising that he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua let out a silent sigh. Silver thread inspection was an extremely powerful ability in the medical techniques of China. Dr. Sun was stunned by what she had seen. Such unbelievable techniques had truly opened her horizons. "Let me give it a try." Seeing that the middle-aged man had backed down, Holy Priest walked ahead with a wooden rod in his hand. Waving his wooden rod, pure white energy entered the body of the leader of Gordonway. The Holy Priest frowned and commented, "My light hasn't detected any darkness." The leader of Gordonway should be. That's what many other miracle doctors have said. The leader of Gordonway looked up to the Holy Priest. His eyes were clearly fatigued as he commented, "Whenever I cultivate, I will sense my internal energy going berserk. In fact, I have to constantly restrict the powers in my body right now." That Holy Priest frowned and shook his head. After this, he backed down. What many people did not notice was that when the Holy Priest released his light, Dr. Sun's body shimmered. "Let me give it a try." Hee. The pale-looking middle-aged Caucasian took a step forward. Moving his finger, blood that emitted a black aura appeared in his hand. "You'll have to trouble the leader of Gordonway to open your mouth." The leader of Gordonway nodded his head. He knew about the treatment technique of Miracle Dr. Bloodman. The blood that emitted a black aura entered the old man's body through the mouth. Soon it entered his heart and into every part of his blood vessels. The middle-aged Miracle Dr. Bloodman frowned. He stretched his hand forward and the blood flew out from the mouth of the leader of Gordonway. Miracle Dr. Bloodman shook his head, clearly looking disappointed, following which, another 5 to 6 miracle doctors stood out and exhibited their unique skills. However, everyone ended frowning. No one had discovered where the issue was. If they couldn't even identify the source of the illness, how were they going to devise a treatment method? The leader of Gordonway wasn't looking great. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua gave it a try, but the attempt turned out to be futile. In the end, only Wang Xian, the 8-fanged poison doc, and Miracle Dr. Yin from Japan were left. Let me give it a try. The poison doc took 2 steps forward. The black poisonous snake that was wrapped around him lifted its head and started hissing. SSSSSSSS. The poisonous snake leaped and jumped beside the old man who was 3 meters away. As it stuck out its tongue, its blood-red eyes stared constantly at the leader of Gordonway. Poison doc from China. I have long heard of you, the old man said to the poison doc. That's just a superficial name, poison doc replied emotionlessly while keeping his eyes on his poison snake. SSSSSS. The black poisonous snake went around the old man. Suddenly, its vision shifted to the pangolin. SSSSSS. Suddenly, the pangolin stuck out its tongue and emitted a horrifying aura. SSSSSS. The black poisonous snake was shocked and slithered back to the poison doc in fear. Dogia. Don't move, the old man said gently to the pangolin. SSS. The crowd gasped and looked at the pangolin in shock. The aura it emitted in that instant was that of an inborn expert. The poison doc looked a little embarrassed and shook his head helplessly. China's medical techniques are only so. A mocking voice sounded which irked poison doc and miracle Dr. Guang Hua. Wang Xian wasn't paying attention to the mockery. Within his eyes, blue and red light alternated. His eyes shifted to a direction as he revealed a faint smile. Victory was in his hands. Chapter 211 Conspiracy 1. Chapter 211 Conspiracy 1. The art of yin and yang originated from China. The so-called miracle Dr. Yin Yang was relying on our ancestors' skills. HMPH. You're from a small country. Even King San would not dare to be brazen. How dare Kaishi, who was ranked only 49th on the global ranking, speak gibberish here? Poison doc, Guang Hua, and the rest of the miracle doctors looked coldly at the miracle Dr. Yin Yang from the island country. Tisk. Poison doc is ranked 31, and my ranking is 49. But looks like someone claimed a higher position without any strength today. Miracle Dr. Yin Yang spoke sarcastically. He turned to look at the leader of Gordonway. Since the 5 to 6 Chinese miracle doctors can't identify the source of the illness, I guess you can only leave this to me. Her miracle Dr. Yin Yang. You've got a solution. The leader of Gordonway looked at the miracle Dr. Yin Yang, who was full of confidence, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. All the miracle doctors stared at miracle Dr. Yin Yang with doubts on their faces. Poison doc, Guang Hua and the rest watched with darkened expressions. M80 confident. Miracle Dr. Yin Yang exhibited a confident look. He swept his gaze across poison doc, Guang Hua and the rest. With a swing, a gust of black and white air darted out from a bell. The black and white stream of gas flew towards the leader of Gordonway. Her. Everyone observed the cloud of black and white fog doubtfully. Slowly, the black and white fog encompassed the leader of Gordonway. Leader of Gordonway, please keep a distance away from your pangolin. The heat energy emitted from its body will greatly affect my yin-yang cloud. After all, that pangolin is an inborn animal, miracle Dr. Yin Yang instructed leader of Gordonway nonchalantly. Okay, he nodded. Zoogia, go to that corner. SSSS. The 3-meter-sized pangolin nodded its head just like a human. It then went to a corner and kept still. Boundless yin and yang expel evil spirits. Miracle Dr. Yin Yang let out a soft bellow, and the cloud of black and white fog spun slowly around the leader of Gordonway. I studied a little on the art of yin and yang. According to historical records, Miracle Dr. Yin Yang will use rituals, talismans, and chantings to get rid of evil spirits. This is the first time I've heard of the yin-yang clouds. Poison doc Yan, she stared at the cloud of black and white air with flickering eyes. HMPH. Ignorant people. What do you know about my medical skills? Kaishi scorned at poison doc and continued. Today, he'll show you bunch of ignorant fellows. Ha! The yin-yang clouds spun rapidly at this time. This scene was much more spectacular than the means displayed by those miracle doctors just now. My internal energy is no longer in unrest. Ha! I no longer need to suppress my internal energy. Just when everyone was in disbelief, the leader of Gordonway, who was in the clouds, exclaimed excitedly. He stood up immediately and looked at Kaishi with thrills. Thank you, Miracle Dr. Kaishi. You actually suppressed my internal energy for me. Can you provide a permanent remedy? How is it possible? Wang Hua, poison duck, and the rest of the people were shocked. This miracle Dr. Yin Yang actually found treatment through this way. The rest of the miracle doctors gazed at Kaishi with surprises. Haha, no one can match my medical skills. Kaishi stared at them with a cold but arrogant face. He turned to the leader of Gordonway and chuckled. Sir, give me another 10 days. I'll be able to cure your illness permanently. Great, the Gordonway old man was elated. You have saved my life. I'll never forget your kindness. And I'll reward you handsomely for this. Haha. You're welcome. Kaishi laughed out loud as he turned to look at Poison Doc and the rest of the people. I told you all. The Chinese miracle doctors are so-so. Haha. Poison Doc, Guang Hua and the rest were looking grumpy. But on the other side, Wang Xian gave a creepy smile. He did not expect this mission would involve a conspiracy. He gazed meaningfully at Kaishi, but he did not expose him right away. Miracle Dr. Kaishi. Must I stay in the yin-yang clouds all the time? Asked the leader of Gordonway respectfully with smiles. No, I'll paste something on you. Miracle Dr. Kaishi shook his head as he took out pieces of a weird-looking talisman. He then walked to the leader of Gordonway and pasted them on him. These talismans could temporarily keep your illness under control. You should never take this down, Kaishi warned the leader of Gordonway. Don't worry. Miracle Dr. Kaishi. No one can take it down without my permission, the leader of Gordonway said with a beaming face. All right. You're free to move now. Kaishi had smiles all over his face. He took out the bell and kept the yin-yang clouds. Haha. I really recovered. Since the leader of Gordonway could move his body freely, he could not help but laugh out loud. Thank you, Kaishi Miracle Doctor. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the rest of the miracle doctors too. Today, I'll play a good host to all of you. And I'll send you off tomorrow. Since the leader of Gordonway is cured, it's a load off our minds. That's right. We're glad that you're recovering well. We're incompetent. But luckily, we've got Miracle Dr. Kaishi. Miracle Dr. Kaishi was impressive. I believe you'll improve your ranking tremendously on the chart from today onwards. One by one, the Miracle Doctors congratulated the leader of Gordonway and Miracle Dr. Kaishi, Poison Duck, Wang Hua, and the rest of the Chinese doctors wore awful looks on their faces. They had the highest number of Chinese miracle doctors here on this trip. Even the Poison Duck, ranking 9th, was present. In the end, the leader was cured by a miracle doctor from the island country. Such a disgrace. Let's go. It's getting late. I've gotten my people to get dinner ready, the leader of Gordonway exclaimed happily. All of the people followed the leader of Gordonway to the banquet cave. There were singing and dancing performances with wine and food. Miracle Dr. Kaishi, no doubt, had become the most attention-grabbing figure in the dinner. Most of the miracle doctors went up to him to curry favors. Even the leader of Gordonway gave a toast to him with joy. HMPH. The art of yin and yang originated from China. He used our medical skills to cure the leader of Gordonway. And yet, he spoke impudently to us. What a villain. Guang Hua drank a glass of wine angrily. Some of the Chinese miracle doctors also darkened their expressions. Why didn't Miracle Dr. Wang give it a shot just now? Asked Poison Doc Yanxi all of a sudden as he held the body of a poisonous snake that licked the wine in the glass. Hee. I'm not that proficient yet. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. Miracle Dr. Wang could even cripple Fang Huazi's arms, leaving all the miracle doctors and Sacred Followers Guild with no solutions. I think you're proficient enough. Poison Doc looked at Wang Xian and threw him a faint smile as he spoke. Chapter 212 Conspiracy 2. Chapter 212 Conspiracy 2. Oh. Wang Xian looked to Poison Doc and asked plainly. Poison Doc wants to stand up for Fang Huazi. Haha, I'm not that free. Furthermore, his arms were crippled because he lost in a challenge he initiated. He's too full of himself. However, I'd just like to inform you that Fang Huazi has a master. Poison Doc laughed heartily. Thank you, Senior Poison Doc, for your reminder. Wang Xian was taken aback but nodded his head with a faint smile. The Sacred Followers Guild is much better than the Medical Saint sect. Poison Doc made a baffling statement casually. Wang Xian smiled and didn't say a word. He lifted his wine cup. Come, come, come miracle doctors from China, although you guys didn't do a thing, I'll still give a toast to you guys. At this moment, Kaishi carried a cup, walked over proudly and laughed loudly. No one was paying attention to him. Poison Doc was silently playing with his black poisonous snake. Guang Hua was enjoying his wine and the other few miracle doctors were conversing softly. There's a saying in China which goes along the line of this: when one reaches a certain level, he can be a tutor for the rest. There shouldn't be a geographical distinction in the medical world. It seems like you guys are still too petty, commented Kaishi sarcastically. Hello, everyone, thank you for being here. At this moment, the leader of Gordon Wei also walked in with a cup of wine in his hand. Lifting it, he announced, "Let Miracle Dr. Kaishi and I give a toast to everyone." Kaishi, who was standing beside, lifted his cup at the crowd with a sarcastic expression. Thank you, leader of Gordon Wei, for the warm welcome. Poison Doc, Wang Hua, Wang Xian and the crowd stood up and lifted their cups. This young miracle doctor looks a little familiar. I didn't see you attempt previously. It must have been really easy to get these spiritual stones. When Kaishi saw Wang Xian, he smiled. If I act, someone's going to lose his life, said Wang Xian emotionlessly to Kaishi. Haha, this is interesting to be able to become a miracle doctor at such a young age. It seems like the medical circle in China has really fallen back. Kaishi laughed sarcastically as he shook his head and walked towards the crowd. The leader of Gordon Wei took a glance at Wang Xian and didn't say a word. After a simple nod, he left. Wang Xian looked at Kaishi and his lips curved into a smile. The banquet wasn't lengthy and ended in an hour plus. Several service attendants brought the guests to their own personal rooms. The rooms were within a stone cave. However, the interior was luxurious. Soon, Mo Qinglong entered and reported to Wang Xian. Young master, the leader of Gordon Wei has returned to that cultivation cave. Kaishi has also left that place. Let's head over then. It's really not easy to earn these 500 pieces of spiritual stones. I will have to ask for a pay increase from Gordon Wei. Wang Xian smiled and stood up before walking towards the cave, where the leader of Gordon Wei was. With Mo Qinglong, with the strength of them, they easily avoided the patrolling guards and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Pa. Wang Xian didn't attempt to hide. His footsteps immediately alerted the leader from Gordon Wei who was sitting in the middle of the cave. Huh. The leader of Gordon Wei opened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong. May I know why you are here at this hour? It's all because of those spiritual stones. Wang Xian saw a talisman on the leader of Gordon Wei and walked directly to him. Stop right there. Seeing Wang Xian walking directly towards him, the leader of Gordon Wei chided solemnly. SSSSSS. At this moment, the pangolin in the corner got up and headed towards Wang Xian slowly with a vicious look. I'm here to save the leader of Gordon Wei. Wang Xian stared at the pangolin that was walking towards him and released his aura. SSSSSSSS. The pangolin was petrified and retreated in horror. What? The leader of Gordon Wei was shocked and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. His companion was an inborn existence, and yet it was petrified with a single look. This was simply impossible. Wang Xian grinned and continued walking towards the leader of Gordon Wei. You must be courting your own death. This is the territory of the Gordon Wei family. The leader of Gordon Wei stood up and emitted a strong aura. Don't worry. We are here to help. Mo Qinglong saw a gust of aura charging towards them. With a wave of his hand, he blocked it off. Inborn expert. The leader of Gordon Wei became vigilant in an instant and stared closely at Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong. I'm here to save you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know when others have killed you. Wang Xian walked in front of the leader of Gordon Wei and reached for the talisman on his body. Huh. The leader of Gordon Wei was shocked. Seeing Wang Xian lift his hands, he immediately put on his guard. However, to his astonishment, dense droplets of water appeared and swept away the talisman on his body. The talisman broke into pieces after being immersed in water. The leader of Gordon Wei was horrified as a chill went down his spine. He couldn't even withstand a strike from the young man in front of him when he was at the peak of the inborn realm. However, he quickly recovered and looked blankly at the talisman on the floor. How is this possible? What's the matter? Wang Xian smiled and signaled to the pangolin. SSSSSS. The pangolin stared at Wang Xian in fear. The stifling pressure he felt from Wang Xian a while ago completely petrified him. The pangolin hesitated for a while before crawling over. Arg! Just as the pangolin approached, the leader of Gordonway let out a shriek in pain. He immediately sat on the floor and started suppressing the pain. SSSSSS. The pangolin immediately came to the side of the leader of Gordonway and used its tongue to lick his body. Get back to the corner. After he released his aura once again, the pangolin felt a stifling pressure and scampered to the corner in a hurry. At this moment, the strange feelings on the body of the leader of Gordonway also dissipated. What is this about? The leader of Gordonway lifted his head suddenly and looked bitterly at the pangolin. You aren't sick at all. But there's something wrong with it. Wang Xian pointed to the pangolin in the corner. Wang Xian had attempted to use his piercing eye to check out the injuries on the leader of Gordonway in the afternoon. Under the supervision of the piercing eye, everything could be seen as energy. He noticed faint energy emitted from the pangolin that was being absorbed by the leader of Gordonway. This source of energy was the source of his illness. You are saying there's something wrong with Xiaogia? The leader of Gordonway asked bitterly. It was clear that someone did something to the pangolin and must be using another method to slowly control you, Wang Xian explained. The leader of Gordonway clenched his fist tightly. Taking a glance at the pangolin in the corner, he walked slowly towards it. Instantly, the feeling of losing control could be felt once again. Chapter 213 The Outcome of Miracle Dr. Yin Yang. Chapter 213 The Outcome of Miracle Dr. Yin Yang. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. The leader of Gordonway took a deep breath as he stared at the talisman that had dropped on the ground just now. He gradually calmed down. He stood there without a word as he was pondering. Wang Xian did not interrupt him. He believed that the wise old man before him was capable of straightening this out. Gosh! Given Gordonway's current status after decades of dominance in Jade Nation, never did I expect that someone close to me would hurt me. Radiance flickered in the eyes of the leader of Gordonway. Xiaogia grew up with me and has been following me around. It's the closest kin that I have. But they actually found a way to control me. And eventually, the entire Gordonway family, through Xiaogia. Damn. As he finished his sentence, flashes of ferocious radiance were found in the eyes of the leader of Gordonway before he closed them. Thank you for your reminder. I guess Gordonway family is now full of loopholes. Since you can spot this, I hope you can cure Xiaodia's injuries. When the leader of Gordonway opened his eyes again, he bowed to Wang Xian and pleaded immediately. The leader of Gordonway was even more respectful to the mysterious and formidable miracle doctor as compared to Kaishi. Of course. I'm here for the spiritual stones anyway. Wang Xian smiled and beckoned the pangolin over. The leader of Gordonway did the same thing too. When the pangolin walked over, the leader of Gordonway was in pain again. Wang Xian stroked its head, and the dragon energy in Wang Xian's body quickly neutralized the poison in the pangolin's body. This was a unique poisonous gas that was absorbed into the body through food. It did no harm to the pangolin, but it would bring extreme harm to those who were near it. In particular, the leader of Gordonway, who practiced his cultivation around the pangolin, and would absorb the poisonous gas directly. Thank you, Miracle Doctor. The leader of Gordonway could no longer feel the pain. With an exhilarated expression, he quickly thanked Wang Xian respectfully. Just giving me a handsome reward will do, Wang Xian said nonchalantly. Yes, certainly. The leader of Gordonway nodded in haste before he knit his eyebrows. Miracle Doctor. I'll deal with my family matters first, and I must get it done by tonight before anything happens. Go ahead. In going back to sleep, Wang Xian waved a dismissive hand and went out. Mo Qinglong was following closely. The leader of Gordonway fixed his eyes on Wang Xian. This young man is much more formidable than me. Hiss. The pangolin stuck out its tongues as it made some noises. Xiaogia, are you saying that you felt oppressed when you saw him? The leader of Gordonway stroked the head of the pangolin as he asked softly, "SSSS." The pangolin nodded. "I heard from my master that there's another kind of existence apart from the realm above inborn realm. They are known as the immortals of the land. Has that young miracle doctor reached that stage? Read latest chapters at novel full." He murmured as he stared at the pangolin with flickering radiance in his eyes. "Let's go, Zaogia. Today, we need to get rid of the black sheep." The night in Jade Nation was not peaceful. The growling sound of beasts could be heard occasionally from the surrounding mountains. It was all the more restless within the territory of Gordonway. Wang Xian did not want to get involved in their affairs. He was here to earn those spiritual stones, not to meddle in family affairs. He detested getting into more trouble. The sun was shining brightly the next morning. The air in Jade Nation was much better than in China. Wang Xian's mood was lifted as he breathed in the fresh air from nature. "Sir, I'll lead you to the restaurant. The leader of Gordonway will be sending all of you off later," a waitress said to Wang Xian. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded as he came to the restaurant with Mo Qinglong. "Congratulations to Miracle Dr. Kaishi. Word about you curing the leader of Gordonway has successfully gotten out. I'm sure your ranking will improve in no time. This time, Miracle Dr. Kaishi can definitely rank as the top 30 in the global ranking. After all, you beat many doctors yesterday." "That's right. Even Poison Doc Yanxi is not your match. Your ranking will improve by a lot." Wang Xian overheard the conservations as soon as he entered the restaurant. "Haha. My medical skills aren't that formidable. It's just that some people are overrated." Kaishi raised his voice as he swept his gaze across Poison Doc and other doctors at the corner of the restaurant. He could not hide the conceited look on his face. "Miracle Dr. Kaishi, don't be modest. Your medical skills are impressive. We can't compare to you at all." Several people laughed and replied immediately, "Given my medical skills, I can at most get into the top 5. There are several people better than me." Kaishi shook his head gently. "But the art of yin and yang is still compelling in our country. But the Chinese doctors who were known to be the best are getting worse with each generation. Even a young lad is on the chart." As he spoke, he thought it was funny when he saw Wang Xian walking in. "That's true. That lad did not do anything yesterday. Obviously, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of us." "That's right. He was the only one who did nothing. Since he's so young, he might have some insider dealings. He came here to enjoy free food and 10 spiritual stones by doing nothing. What a shameless act." Some of the surrounding people commented with smiles just to fawn upon Miracle Dr. Kaishi. "Hee hee." Wang Xian overheard their comments as soon as he sat down. He had a sarcastic look as he looked at the door. The leader of Gordonway brought 5 to 6 men with him to the entrance. Everyone could sense a vague bloodsheding aura from them. Apparently, they had been killing people not long ago. The leader of Gordonway is here. Looks like he is looking good. Miracle Dr. Kaishi is really awesome, said the people around Miracle Dr. Kaishi when they saw the leader of Gordonway. Her Miracle Dr. Kaishi was slightly taken aback as he spun around. "Leader of Gordonway, you got up early today. Why didn't you take a good rest with my talisman? You should be able to have a good sleep," Miracle Dr. Kaishi said with a smiling face. "I didn't sleep a wink last night." The leader of Gordonway gave a bloodthirsty look. Why is it so?" Miracle Dr. Kaishi asked with doubts when he observed something wrong with the leader of Gordonway's expression. "I was getting rid of those black sheep," the leader of Gordonway said with a ghastly voice. Soon after, everyone watched with shock as a fist struck Kaishi's chest. "Bam! How dare you collude with those traitors and poison me?" Miracle Dr. Kaishi. "Y'all join them too." Puke! Miracle Dr. Kaishi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a drastic change in his expression. He was petrified. How did you find out? Take him away. I'll make sure he enjoys the rest of his life." The leader of Gordonway commanded the people behind him coldly and let out a sigh of relief. He walked to Wang Xian and bowed. "Miracle Dr. Wang. Thank you." Chapter 214 Jade King Mountain Range. Chapter 214 Jade King Mountain Range. Shocking. Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded and looked at the development with disbelief. They looked blankly at the leader of Gordonway, bowing down to the young man and thanking him respectfully. His bow was deep and he did not have the demeanor of an inborn expert at all. He also didn't act in a way that the leader of the top-tier family in Jade Nation would be expected to. He was just like an ordinary citizen thanking his benefactor for lending a helping hand. "It seems that the matter you are concerned about has been settled," said Wang Xian heartily. "Thank you, Miracle Dr. Wang, for your assistance. I have settled them." The leader of Gordonway showed a faint smile and sat opposite to Wang Xian. "Miracle Dr. Wang, if there's anything you require my assistance for in Jade Nation, feel free to let me know." "Sure. I wouldn't stand on ceremony," Wang Xian replied with a laugh. "Will Miracle Dr. Wang be interested in hanging around Jade Nation for a few days? I'll let my guys bring you around Jade Nation." The leader of Gordonway extended his hospitality. "I'm good. I'm here in Jade Nation to settle some other stuff. He'll be leaving after having my meal." Wang Xian shook his head and rejected. If he stayed in this place for a longer time, Lan Qingyu would probably kill him with her stare. "Alright then, Miracle Dr. Wang. He'll get you a chauffeur later to bring you around in Jade Nation. If you ever visit the Jade Nation in the future, let me know in advance. He'll definitely be a good host." The leader of Gordonway smiled and stood up. "Miracle Dr. Wang, the medical techniques of China indeed have incredible effects, and you are really a worthy young hero. Enjoy your meal. I'll be leaving now." Wang Xian heard his last sentence. He smiled and bade goodbye to the leader of Gordonway. Wow! When the leader of Gordonway left, everyone was shocked. They had been watching the entire development attentively. The feeling they got was that the leader of Gordonway had put himself down a little too much. The tone he was using when talking to that juvenile was completely deferential. Even when Miracle Dr. Kaishi had found a way to treat the illness of the leader of Gordonway yesterday, he wasn't treated as such. However, that juvenile's response was even more shocking. He seemed to take everything as a given, acting nonchalantly. One should know that this was a top-class family with several inborn experts in the clan, and it even had a strong army. They could be considered as elite even when compared with the rest of Jade Nation. From what the leader of Gordonway said, his illness was caused by Miracle Dr. Kaishi and his clan members. The plot seems to have been seen through by Miracle Dr. Wang. Miracle Dr. Wang from China is really incredible to be able to see through the conspiracy. Moreover, he seems to have cured the illness of the leader of Gordonway. There's a saying in China that goes along with the idea that heroes are often young. Miracle Dr. Wang has such astonishing medical skills at such a young age. His future will definitely be extraordinary. Miracle Dr. Yanyan was really arrogant. He was still mocking miracle doctors from China yesterday. Now that his plan has been exposed, he's most likely finished. No wonder Miracle Dr. Yanyan has ways to treat the leader of Gordonway. It was all his doing in the first place. The surrounding group of miracle doctors sighed emotionally. The remaining followers and disciples of these miracle doctors looked across in awe. No one had expected such a young juvenile to be in possession of such astonishing medical skills. As for those who were still crowding around Miracle Dr. Kaishi a while ago, they immediately walked out with blushing faces. Haha! Miracle Dr. Wang has truly made Chinese miracle doctors proud. This is really beyond my imagination. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua brought his disciples along and laughed heartily to Wang Xian. "I guess I'm just lucky too," replied Wang Xian with a laugh. Miracle Dr. Wang's medical skills are truly exceptional and much better than ours. Another miracle doctor walked over and said respectfully to Wang Xian. When one reached a certain level of proficiency, he could be the tutor of others. They had not looked down on Wang Xian just because of his young age. Through this incident, Wang Xian had also become famous. Poison Doc walked over and asked inquisitively, "Miracle Dr. Wang, can you share with us how you diagnosed the illness of the leader of Gordonway?" The truth was that the leader of Gordonway wasn't sick at all, but someone poisoned the pangolin beside him. Poison Doc's poisonous snake had probably discovered this. However, it was probably fearful, and the pangolin and didn't dare to go over. Wang Xian said heartily. "Oh, so that's how it is." Poison Doc nodded his head slightly. No wonder so many miracle doctors couldn't find the source of illness. The problem wasn't with the leader of Gordonway after all. Miracle Dr. Wang. You are really incredible. I'm truly convinced this time. Wang Xian exchanged pleasantries and smiled with them. Dr. Sun, who was standing by the side, looked at Wang Xian with even more admiration. As for the white-shirt young man, his eyes popped wide open and he was clearly shaken. Miracle Dr. Wang. Are you heading back to China in a while? Asked Guang Hue. Nope. I still have something to attend to and will be leaving later. Wang Xian shook his head. We will also be hanging around here. Since we are here, we have plans to play for a few more days. After finishing their breakfast, Wang Xian bade goodbye to Guang Hue and his disciples. He boarded the car assigned to him by the leader of Gordon Wei and headed towards where Lan Qingyu was. The end of the Jade King mountain range was the liveliest region in the entire Jade Nation. To ensure the local customs would continue, the local government dug a lot of caves around the area to attract customers. And for the next few days, it would also be the busiest few days of the year. The annual Stonebeating Festival would be held over the next few days. During this period, stone betters, jade stones lovers and jade stones businesses would be here to bet and purchase. Wang Xian saw a huge crowd gathered in the area they just went past. Miracle Dr. Wang. He'll be waiting here. If you have any instructions for me, you can give me a call, the driver said deferentially to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. He alighted from the car and looked ahead of him. This was a magnificent entrance. The center of the Jade King mountain range had been dug through and both sides along the path had various stone caves. Within the stone caves and at the entrance, there were various stones on display. Some stones had a faint green shade while others had a tinge of red. These were none other than stones for stone betting. Wang Xian called Lan Qingyu and walked in. Passing through the entrance, there were more exquisite caves. At the entrances of these caves, there were jade stones that had been cut open with clear prices. Wang Xian saw Lan Qingyu standing with her uncle at the entrance of a rather luxurious-looking shop. Lan Qingyu had a bitter look on her and stood solemnly there. Wang Xian was confused and frowned. He walked over and shouted, Qingyu. Xiao Zhan, seeing him walking towards her, Lan Qingyu forced out a smile. Wang Xian could tell Lan Qingyu was unhappy and asked caringly, what happened? Nothing. It's just some matters relating to purchasing jade stones. A supplier we have been working with for a long time suddenly decided to stop working with us. Lan Qingyu frowned slightly. They said someone is preventing them from working with deep-sea jewelry. Tisk, the ones behind this must have been the Ju jewelry and Lingyu sect. End note. This chapter refers to the doctor as Kaishan. In 212, it is Kaishi. Chapter 215 Stonebidding. Chapter 215 Stonebidding. Qingyu, how many jade stones do you intend to procure? Asked Wang Xian to Qingyu, who was looking sulky. I need about 600 kilograms of low-class jade stones, 100 kilograms of middle-class ones, 50 to 60 top-class ones, and more than 1 grams of supreme-class ones. Lan Qingyu answered. As the top-notch jewelry company in China, the deep-sea jewelry had to spend more than billions annually in procurement just to support the sales of the entire group. They worked with an established company in Jade Nation in previous years through installment payments. However, that group had refused to work with them this year. With this, deep-sea jewelry would be in trouble. Without sufficient jade stones to produce jade jewelry, there would be a severe shortage in this category. This would be a huge blow to a top jewelry group. Can't you change to another supplier? Asked Wang Xian doubtfully. No. Lan Qingyu shook her head and said with a depressed look, we don't have enough capital. We only have more than $500 million liquidity in the group. Most of them were reserved for managing other risks. Currently, we can only afford to take out 1 or 200 million. Besides, the process will be too long to find a new working partner. By that time, the Stonebidding Festival of Jade Nation will be over. Qingyu, why don't we take a bank loan just to tide us over through this crisis first at this time? Lan Quanfeng suggested this to Lan Qingyu. Lan Qingyu nodded her head. I guess this is the only way out. We cannot have a shortage of jade stones as they are important. Otherwise, we'll suffer a significant impact from it. Qingyu, don't you have some masters in deep-sea jewelry who are proficient in stone bidding? I believe if you purchase some jade stones through betting, It would be much cheaper than a direct procurement, Wang Xian asked as he looked at Lan Qingyu with questions. Stonebidding is like life bidding. One can become a millionaire or bankrupt with a single bet. But a top-notch stonebidding master could still guarantee a profitable business. Miracle, Dr. Wang. We had a stonebidding team in deep-sea jewelry in the past. But the entire team has been poached. Lan Quanfeng shook his head as he said with a heartache. It's unrealistic to rely on stonebidding. Even if we have a team, we're just saving a little money. Lan Qingyu was not concerned about the stonebidding team that had been poached. Let me do it. I'll act as the stonebidding master for today. Wang Xian straightened his clothes and said to Lan Qingyu as though he was some master. Enough. Zhao Zion. You don't have to worry about this. I'll get the group to send me all their funding. Lan Qingyu chuckled at his funny look. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Since you're free now, you can join me in stonebidding. Let's go. Zhao Zion. Are you serious? If you want to bet, go ahead. I'll give you some suggestions on the side. Lan Qingyu smiled and said. Since they had insufficient capital as of now, they could only put a stall on the procurement. Stonebidding is not easy. I learned from a few masters for a long time in the past. But I lost most of the time. Lan Quanfeng said to Wang Xian. I'm good at stonebidding. Wang Xian laughed as he spoke. He looked at Lan Qingyu. I didn't reveal my other identity. I'm actually a stonebidding master. Lan Qingyu rolled her eyes at him with apparent disbelief. She knew better than anyone else about jade stones and stonebidding. It was not only about experience, but it was also about luck. Wang Xian smiled with confidence. With a pair of piercing eyes, stonebidding was totally chicken feet. This place is known as Stonebidding Street. The entire street is 3 kilometers long, and more than 10,000 stones can be found here. Someone used more than 1 million and 200 million worth of jade stones before over here. Lan Qingyu introduced this place to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded as he observed the place that had passed by just now. There was a variety of stalls, displaying stones and their prices. Wang Xian walked to a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. When they walked over, his eyes brightened up. Take a look. Just now, someone won 1 million worth of jade stones with $100,000. My stall has the best feng shui in the entire stonebidding street. The middle-aged man raised his voice as he introduced his stall to them. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes as he swept his gaze across the few hundred pieces of stones at the stall. Wang Xian was speechless when he saw all the common stones in that stall. There were no jade stones at all, and he claimed he had an excellent feng shui. During the stonebidding festival, the J Nation will bustle with the highest number of tourists. Some people might make use of this opportunity to gain advantages. If you are not skillful, it would be hard to win a jade stone during these few days. Lan Qingyu reminded Wang Xian when she saw him staring at the stones seriously. Got it. The stonebidding master never fails. Wang Xian turned around and smiled. He came to the second store, pointed at a stone, and asked, Boss, how much are you selling this for? There's a price tag on it. The stall owner looked at Wang Xian and smiled. The entire stonebidding street is clearly priced. Lan Qingyu, next to him, nodded too. Great. I'll get this. Wang Xian went over and picked up the stone. The stone was about the size of 2 fists with green dots on the outside. This type of stones was not exactly good. It was not cheap for a price of 80 yen either. Sure. Do you want to cut the stone here? We can do it for free, asked the stall owner with a smile. Can I do it myself? Wang Xian asked. Certainly, he nodded. Oh, look who I saw, someone from deep-sea jewelry. Why do you intend to rely on stonebidding to support the sales of the deep-sea jewelry? Haha. At this time, a chuckle of sarcasm was heard. Lan Qingyu and Lan Quanfeng were stunned for a moment. When they turned around and saw the group of people, their faces sank immediately. There were more than 20 people with 1 lady and 4 middle-aged men in the center. Several old men and young men were following behind them. The one who spoke was a lady. She fixed her eyes on Wang Xian and the rest, who were gambling, with a taunting look. Hee hee. The shoe, what a huge lineup. Lan Qingyu stared at the lady and the rest of the people with a darkened expression. The girl from Lan family. You've got quite an ability. You were going to marry into the Liu family a few days ago. But now, you are sticking to Miracle, Dr. Wang. How nice it is to be a youngster. The middle-aged lady mocked Lan Qingyu. She then turned to look at Wang Xian. I bet you're Miracle Dr. Wang. What a young and promising man. Upon hearing what the middle-aged lady said, Lan Qingyu had a nasty look. You're already old, so don't be jealous. Hee. Even if I was not old, I would not be a loose person. A hint of coldness flashed in the middle-aged lady's eyes as she followed up with a sarcastic remark. Chapter 216 Stone Betting Master. Chapter 216 Stone Betting Master. Her remarks made Lan Qingyu uncomfortable as Lan Qingyu stared harshly at the middle-aged woman. Old hag. Don't disturb us here. Wang Xian gave a cold reply after hearing what the middle-aged woman said. What did you call me, old hag? The middle-aged woman shrieked upon hearing Wang Xian and stared furiously at him. I'm talking about you. Do you need me to emphasize it again? Wang Xian remarked emotionlessly at the middle-aged woman. Miracle Dr. Wang, don't think you can be arrogant just because your ranking on the Miracle Doctor's chart is high. We are not the Liu family. You are just a factionless doctor. You should take a look at your standing. A middle-aged man beside the middle-aged woman reminded Wang Xian in a harsh tone. Oh, is it so? Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man mockingly. Tusk, it's easy to die young when you are so arrogant. The middle-aged man showed no signs of weakness and retorted. A factionless doctor isn't safe anywhere. It's easy to die away from home. Hee. I'd like to give it a try. Killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. The middle-aged man laughed nonchalantly. His Lingyu sect was a first-class force similar to the Liu family. Although this juvenile had annihilated the Liu family, Lingyu sect wasn't fearful of him at all. In fact, he didn't even see Wang Xian as equal. Although miracle doctors were strong and could summon experts who owed them favors, a factionless doctor had a huge weakness. That was that they did not have any real supporting force or incredible individual strength. The Sacred Followers Guild did not exist in the past. The establishment of the Sacred Followers Guild was a gathering of various miracle doctors. The purpose was to ensure the safety of various miracle doctors. This was because many miracle doctors were often threatened and slain in the past. The 9th-ranked miracle doctor was also killed by Maniac Jai, and yet Maniac Jai was still alive and kicking. The reason was because the 9th-ranked miracle doctor wasn't from the Sacred Followers Guild or the Medical Saint sect. If he had a strong supporting force behind him, Maniac Jai would definitely not act rashly. This was because if he did, it would be equivalent to a slap to the supporting force behind him and a declaration of war against it. The strong supporting force would definitely hunt Maniac Jai down. However, those who owed the 9th-ranked miracle doctor favors were fearful of Maniac Jai's strength and didn't seek revenge for him. Other than that, experts wouldn't be at the beck and call of the miracle doctors they owed favors to forever. Once they had repaid the favor, they naturally wouldn't help in the future. These were the weaknesses of a factionless doctor and also the reason why Lingyu sect wasn't afraid of Wang Xian. If Wang Xian dared to summon 2 inborn experts to Lingyu sect could also invite other sects or friends to face them. The Liu family just happened to be caught by surprise. If the Liu family had made preparations, they wouldn't have been annihilated. At this moment, a Jade Nation local beside the middle-aged man suddenly added, "This is our territory. If Brother Zhu has any need, just leave it to us." Haha, I don't have to trouble brother with this. These are some small matters and Lingyu sect can still settle them. The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect laughed heartily. Hey brat, I'll offer you a piece of kind advice to the deep sea jewelry. It's better if you guys act honestly in the future. You guys aren't a match for Zhu jewelry. Retreat to the 2nd tier silently, or your losses will be grave, the middle-aged woman said to Lan Qingyu with a smile. You guys sure are confident. Wang Xian looked at them with contempt and ridicule. Not only will deep sea jewelry not retreat to the 2nd tier, but it will also grow stronger and stronger. Wang Xian walked to the stone cutting machine and signaled to the master stone cutter. 1. The master stone cutter moved away and made a hand gesture to ask Wang Xian to continue. Wang Xian lifted the stone cutting equipment and placed the stone on it. With a confident grin, he cut it down decisively. The owner of the stall was shocked to see the crowd. When he saw Wang Xian cutting the stone, he immediately looked over. Hey, it's green. It's green, it's a gain. A gain, a huge gain. Note a gain in stone betting would mean that the value of the gemstone hidden within the stone is higher than the price paid for the stone. The owner of the stall exclaimed loudly in disbelief after seeing the stone. It's really a gain. Lan Qingyu and Lan Quanfeng looked over. Their bitter expressions quickly turned to radiant smiles. Wang Xian smiled. Everything was as he had expected. How could he not get a gain with his piercing eyes if he had failed? He must be blind. Using his piercing eye to scan the stone, Wang Xian could look past the impurities of the stone. He could already see approximately 1,000 grams of top-class jade stone in it. What a killing top-class jade! This piece is worth at least 78 million. That's 100 times profit. The stone betting owner exclaimed loudly. The owner's voice drew the attention of the nearby crowd as they came over inquisitively. Wow! What a huge piece without any impurities. That's at least 78 million. Hey brother, will you sell it for 8 million? A man shouted loudly from the crowd. Wang Xian shook his head and threw the stone to Mo Qinglong. Hi, you guys sure are lucky to get a gain. The middle-aged woman from the Zhu jewelry looked at that piece of jade stone in shock and remarked coldly. My luck has always been great. Wang Xian replied the middle-aged lady. After which, he turned to Lan Qingyu and asked, how is it as I've said? I'm a master of stone betting. Even you dare to call yourself a master of stone betting? Aren't you afraid of others cutting your tongue off? An old man behind the middle-aged woman spoke with disdain. He looked to the middle-aged woman and said, Madame Zhu, leave the stone betting to us. All right, old Fang. I'll leave this to the various masters. The middle-aged lady smiled and nodded her head. Let them know that stone betting isn't just about luck. And who's a real master? He. Just leave it to us. He's just a brat and his luck alone can't be compared with us. 5 to 6 old men walked to the stall ahead. They took out professional tools and started examining each stone. Seeing their proficiency, the owner was shocked and knew that these old men were experts. He. Wang Xian glanced at the group of old men acting professionally. He signaled to the boss and pointed his fingers directly. Boss, give me that stone right there. And this. All right, brother. The owner nodded his head and picked up 2 stones. One was 5 to 6,000 grams while the other was just the size of a fist. Wang Xian gave the boss 150. After which, he brought the stones to the stone-cutting equipment. As he swung the blade down, glorious red light was reflected off the stone. Bloodstone, Suprema Class Bloodstone. Oh my god, it's another gain. This is a huge gain. Suprema Class Bloodstone. Just a small spot like this is worth at least 3 million. Oh my. Is this luck? How can one be so lucky? 2 consecutive huge gains. His luck is simply exceptional. Exclamations broke out moments after Wang Xian cut the stone. His lips curved into a smile as he looks towards the group of dumbfounded old men. Master of stone betting. If you guys are masters of stone betting, I'll be the god of stone betting. End note. One master stone cutter refers to the professional who helps stone bettors cut open their stones. Chapter 217 God of Stone Betting. Chapter 217 God of Stone Betting. Sigh. Lady Luck is smiling on me. Wang Xian sighed softly as he taunted. In just a few cuts, he cut out a piece of Suprema Class Bloodstone from it completely. It was worth at least $5 million. Lan Qingyu and Lan Quanfeng stared dumbfoundedly at the jade stone in Wang Xian's hand with their mouths agape. His luck is way too good. Isn't it? Madame Zhu and the rest of the people stared at Wang Xian, stunned as their expressions gradually turned nasty. It's too early to be happy. Madame Zhu scorned at Wang Xian coldly. Let's continue. Wang Xian tossed the jade stone in his hand to Mo Qinglong before he picked up the stone that was the size of a head. This is the third one. He is not going to have a huge gain. Is he? How can he have such good luck? Even a master cannot guarantee he could double or triple the investment for all the stones in 3 consecutive rounds. He has the luck of the Irish if the same thing happens again. The surrounding onlookers stared at Wang Xian as they discussed in whispers. Madame Zhu and the rest of them fixed their eyes on him as well. Wang Xian felt funny when he saw the crowd. Without much consideration, he wielded his knife. Oops! Wang Xian exclaimed with a smile when he shook his head as soon as he saw the gray stone in it. The first knife fails. This is normal. How can one have such good luck? The people around them commented. Ha! He thought that Lady Luck is always by his side. What an idiot. Just when Madame Zhu was gloating over his misfortune, Wang Xian brought the knife down again. How is this possible? Madame Zhu swallowed her words abruptly as she shrieked. A hint of immense green was seen. Gosh. He got it again. Fuck. It's a huge gain. All 3 stones were huge gains. This is fucking awesome. Gosh. Boss. Did you have all the best stones? The green one was not too bad. Despite the value not being any higher than those 2 earlier on, it still could fetch millions of dollars. My luck is really good. Wang Xian shook his head slowly as he cut the stone open. Sao Xian. You're simply impressive. Lan Qingyu ran over exhilaratingly as she gazed at him with admiration. Haha. I was wrong. They are the masters. The god of stone betting. Wang Xian chuckled. Let's go to another stall. We'll make huge money today. Wang Xian tossed the jade stone to Mo Qinglong and looked at those urban masters. Old people. Good luck. The several old men had their cheeks flushed as they stared at Wang Xian with shaky bodies. Hee hee. Wang Xian laughed sarcastically and proceeded to the next stall. Madame Zhu and the middle-aged man from Lingyu sect glared at Wang Xian with nasty looks. They gritted their teeth. Let's follow them. Wang Xian came to another stall as he scanned the jade stones. Immediately, he knew everything. Boss, give me these 7 pieces. Wang Xian pointed at 7 stones as he instructed the stall owner. Are you buying all these? They cost a total of 1.85 million. Bring them over, Wang Xian said immediately. Sao Xian, aren't you buying too much? Lan Qingyu hesitated and reminded him when she saw him buying 7 pieces of rocks in one shot. Qingyu, just you watch. Wang Xian smiled at her as he received all the stones. He really thinks he can get a huge gain for all the stones he picked. Madame Zhu looked at Wang Xian and said with a sullen look. Wang Xian chuckled as soon as he heard that. He picked up a knife and wielded it at the jade stone. Tisk, tisk. Why is it a gain again? Wang Xian sighed and shook his head pretentiously. Those stone-bidding masters were totally stunned as they witnessed it themselves. It's a fucking gain again. He looks at a stone, buys it, cuts it, and it's a gain. This is godlike. Fucking hell. It's a gain. Looks like it must be a middle-class jade stone that costs over $1 million. Lan Qingyu clapped her hands like a kid and exclaimed. This future son-in-law of the Lan family is too sick. Lan Kuo-feng widened his eyes with his mouth wide open like a fool as he watched. Well, this should be more than $1 million. Here. He tossed the jade stone to Mo Qinglong before he continued. Another cut was done. Oops. Nothing. It's a loss. My luck is getting poor. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. Out of 7 stones, 3 of them were gains, and 3 of them were wastes. Boom. However, a commotion erupted around him when he cut the last stone. FML. Emerald gemstone. Such a huge emerald gemstone that fewing costs 100 million. This is insane. The first emerald gemstone, highest value of a jade stone, was found in this year's stone-bidding festival. It was already impressive for someone to get a glass stone yesterday. Today, someone actually got an emerald gemstone. Emerald gemstone, the most supreme stone among the jade stones. Any one of them could easily fetch at least over 10 million. The one that Wang Xian got was worth at least 100 million. Yes. Wang Xian exhibited satisfaction on his face. He held the emerald gemstone that was palm-sized and passed it to Mo Qinglong with a smile. Gosh. Sao Xian. You're amazing, really amazing. Lan Qingyu was so excited that she could not help but give Wang Xian a peck. Of course. Wang Xian grinned. You don't have to procure the jade stones this year. Just leave it to me. Great. Then I'll leave this to you, Lan Qingyu exclaimed with excitement. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's carry on. Okay. Let's continue. How is this possible? Madame Zhu stared at Wang Xian with disbelief as she gritted her teeth. Madame Zhu? This is bizarre. He's picking up random jade stones. And he already made big bucks from them. This is totally illogical, those stone-bidding masters said with embarrassment. They were the top-notch stone-bidding masters in China. Now, a young man had surpassed them totally. This was simply, yes. That fellow is bizarre to earn more than 100 million within a short period. If he continues, he can support the entire deep-sea jewelry, Madame Zhu said with a sullen look. If that's the case, whatever plans we have to stop deep-sea jewelry from running their business are wasted, the middle-aged man from Lingyu sect said calmly. Madame Zhu turned around slowly as she looked at the middle-aged man from Jade Nation with a malevolent face. When the middle-aged man from Lingyu sect saw the look on Madame Zhu, he knit his eyebrows as a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Shamala, can you settle something for us? The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect asked gravely. Brother Zhu, the jade stones are ours. We cannot do anything to them since they are not from our country. Marain understood their intentions immediately, as he smiled. Okay. When should we strike? Haha. We don't need timing. This is the turf of Shamala. We can strike at any time, Marain said with nothing to fear. Chapter 218. You guys are ants in my territory. Chapter 218. You guys are ants in my territory. Madame Zhu and the middle-aged man from Lingyu sect gave a cold smirk. Shamala was a top-tier family in the capital of Jade Nation. The sect leader of Lingyu sect met the leader of the Shamala family by chance while on a mission. Because of this, the Zhu jewelry had been able to rise up rapidly. Just before this, to take a further step forward, the Zhu jewelry had allied completely with Lingyu sect. Since then, the Zhu jewelry and Lingyu sect would each receive 50% of the profits. As for the Zhu jewelry, it also made its way to become the strongest jewelry business in the country. This was the territory of Shamala family and they were in Jade Nation. It was too easy for them to deal with some external people. Hee. It's a shame that Miracle Dr. Wang has to die so early despite being so incredible, Madame Zhu said coldly with a smile. Deep-sea jewelry wants to compete with us. They are still a far cry from us. The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect laughed. How this is? Near the center of the stone-bedding street, Wang Xian stood in front of a stall. Beside him, Mo Qinglong was carrying a huge bag. There were all kinds of gemstones in the bag. Adding them together, their value had exceeded 500 million, and their cost was only slightly above 10 million. This speed of earning money was truly horrifying. To prevent others from following them, Wang Xian stopped opening the stones after purchasing them. He was preparing to send them back to be checked in a secured place. This was also to prevent them from attracting too much attention. Wang Xian looked at the largest stone at the stall he came across. Using his piercing eye, he found the interior of the stone to be extremely creepy. It wasn't a gemstone in it, nor impurities. It was a sapling, a jade-green sapling. At the center of the stone, there was a blue liquid. Weird, extremely weird. Moreover, Wang Xian found his eyes getting tired and extremely uncomfortable when looking into the stone with his piercing eye. This was the feeling he would get only when he tried to look through some immense power. However, why would a stone have such immense power? This might be a treasure that sapling is able to survive within the stone. It is definitely not simple. Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. He immediately said, Boss, I'm getting this stone. Alright, sir. It's 3 million. That owner was thrilled and replied immediately. Wang Xian didn't say a word and simply reached his hands over to receive the stone. This stone was much larger than a basketball and weighed 30 to 40 katas. I'll do a thorough examination when I get back, he thought to himself before placing the stone in the bag Mo Qinglong was holding. Hello, everyone, it seems like you're having quite a fruitful day. At this moment, the voice of the middle-aged man from Lingyu sect sounded beside them. Lan Qingyu and Lan Kuofeng turned around and saw that 20 people had suddenly surrounded them. What are you guys trying to do now? Lan Kuofeng looked at the group of young men from Jade Nation. It was clear that they weren't friendly. How dare you guys steal in my territory? You guys must be really daring. Marain's eyes lit up when he saw the bag in Mo Qinglong's hand as he remarked sarcastically. Steal? Lan Kuofeng and Lan Qingyu were shocked. Soon anger raged up. Steal? Since when did we steal? Which eyes of yours caught us stealing? Lan Kuofeng growled angrily. When just today the loot is right in the bag you guys are carrying. Marain smiled. I can attest to it, Madame Zhu said with a smile confidently. Why did you have to resort to stealing? How shameless. Come with us, Marain said mockingly. Slander? What proof do you have of us stealing? It is clear that we bought these. Moreover, What authority do you have to order us to go with you? Lan Quanfeng said solemnly. The authority comes from being part of the Shamala family, Marain replied arrogantly, and based on the fact that this is our territory. Shamala. The owner was shocked when he heard the middle-aged man. He quickly lowered his head and greeted respectfully. Good afternoon. Sir, Shamala, you are from the Shamala family. Shamala is an exceptionally strong family in the capital. This group of people must be eager to die for them to be daring to steal the items of the Shamala family. Isn't that middle-aged man the one in charge of this place? His standing in Shamala is really high. How did this group of foreigners offend them? This is the territory of the Shamala family. No one dares to offend the people of Shamala family in this place. Some passers-by looked across in shock. And at Marain. Madame Zhu, aren't you going a little overboard to accuse us without evidence? Lan Qingyu said coldly to Madame Zhu and the crowd from Lingyu sect. With the strength of their country, the ancient martial arts families in Jade Nation wouldn't dare to beat them up. Moreover, the business circle restricted assassination of the other party. Once a party broke the rules, the party would be penalized. You stole the gemstones and it's only natural that they will be confiscated. Moreover, we won't harm you. However, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Zan and gave a murderous stare. Miracle Dr. Wang is from the underworld. He might suffer some injuries or even death. Haha. Miracle Dr. Wang is really incredible at stone betting. I'm really convinced. However, I've forgotten to tell you that this is my territory. Madame Zhu laughed loudly and looked at Wang Zian. Shamala. Wang Zian turned solemn. He had not expected the Zhu jewelry and Lingyu sect to link up with the local forces to target them. Moreover, they were so blatant. You guys are no different from robbers. Upon hearing them, Lan Qingyu stared coldly and chided them. Brat, you are now in my territory and you should watch your words. Otherwise, it's still fine to teach you a small lesson. Marain replied coldly. Incredible to ally with Shamala family and frame us directly. Wang Zian looked mockingly at Marain and remarked emotionlessly. Are you sure the Shamala family would want to go against us? I'm reminding you to think this through. Marain laughed loudly. Brat, I don't have to think about it. So what if we are going against you? Who the hell are you using the words from the Chinese? This is the territory of the Shamala family. Even if you are a dragon, you better stay down in front of us. Even if you are a tiger, you shall bow down in front of us. In my territory, you guys are just like ants. Is it so? Wang Zian revealed a cold smirk. I don't like to remain down. Wang Zan turned and stared harshly at the people from the Zhu jewelry and Lingyu sect. Since you have chosen this, it's only courteous that I return the favor. Chapter 219 Miracle Dr. Wang. Please give me your order. Chapter 219 Miracle Dr. Wang. Please give me your order. Returning a favor, then I shall wait and see what favors you are going to return us. Marain looked at Wang Zian and laughed haughtily. For centuries, since the establishment of Shamala in Jade Nation, they had a strong foundation for over 100 years. How could a foreigner crush it as he wished? Shamala had nothing to be afraid of over here. Such arrogance. You're insolent when you're on someone else's turf, seeking your own death. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Zian scornfully. This is not your Rivertown. 5 minutes. Wang Zian took his phone and said without any expressions. I'll give you 5 minutes. After that, you'll find out the consequences, said Marain sarcastically. He felt funny when he heard the remarks, and could not be bothered by them. Sao Zian. Lan Qingyu walked to Wang Zian and looked at him with worries. It's okay. Just wait for 5 minutes. Wang Zian beamed at Lan Qingyu. They are too powerful. Let me see if I can think of ways. Lan Quanfeng was unsure if Wang Zian could find a way to shake them off within 5 minutes. With panic, he took out a phone and made calls. Marain, what are you doing here? Just then, an old man's voice was heard. Marain was slightly stunned as he quickly put a smile on his face. He looked at that old man. Gambling king, they are trivial matters. A few people stole our things, and we're here to nab them. Yet, one of them told me to wait for 5 minutes. Oh, the old man smiled and nodded. Someone actually dared to provoke you guys in your territory. Some ignorant people. Marain laughed and said. Apparently, he was fearful of the old man before him. Gambling king, he's the gambling king. Gambling king of Gambling City who went into seclusion 5 years ago. Never did I expect him to show up in Jade Nation. I heard the gambling king has been addicted to gambling his entire life. He's invincible in the Gambling City. After his gambling skill became almost godlike, he was addicted to stonebitting. Never did I expect Gambling King to be here. The people behind Madame Zhu looked at the old man with wonder. Senior Gambling King. Zhu Hong from Lingyu sect. The middle-aged man from Lingyu sect greeted the old man before him. Carry on with your business. I'm here for fun. Hee hee. The old man beamed and waved his hand before he looked at Wang Ziyan and the rest. Suddenly, the old man paused and stared at Wang Ziyan. He narrowed his eyes. You look familiar. You killed Gao Wen, didn't you, and the kids from Diong family and Zhu clan? You did it. Right. Her Wang Ziyan froze for a moment as he looked at the old man. The old man stared at Wang Ziyan with a darkened expression. Gao Wen is considered half a disciple to me. He's now working for Diong family and those kids from Diong family and Zhu clan. You can take your death penalty from the Gambling City. What? Everyone around him was stunned as they fixed their eyes on Wang Ziyan with disbelief. Hee hee. You even offended the Gambling City. Ignorant fellow. Madame Zhu and Zhu Hong from Lingyu sect had their eyes on Wang Ziyan as they gloated over his misfortune. Gambling King. I didn't know that this fellow offended the Gambling City. He's asking for his own death. Marain peered over and jeered at him. Ignorant indeed. Didn't he stir trouble in the Shimala's territory too? The old man said with a stern face. Old thing. You better watch what you're saying if you want to have a longer life. Just then, Mo Qinglong, who was standing at the side, glared coldly at him when he heard the old man asking the Dragon King to take his death penalty in Gambling City. The old man had a slight change in his expression. The aura around him began to alter as he stared at Mo Qinglong. Mo Qinglong continued with his stare while a black and soul-catching flame flashed in his eyes. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a booming sound was heard abruptly from the sky. Everyone was shocked as they shifted their attention from Mo Qinglong to the sky. Helicopters. Armed helicopters. Hundreds of helicopters whirred in the sky, as the sound of the engines echoed through the stonebitting street. Woo! Everyone was peering at the hundreds of helicopters which were 20 meters away from the ground. At this moment, all the armed elite solders slid down from the helicopters. An old man, at the center position, slid down from the helicopters as he scanned below him with a pair of cold eyes. When he saw Wang Ziyan's location, his eyes narrowed. Pack. All the armed soldiers landed with weapons in their hands. They were waiting for orders with ice-cold eyes. The old man landed on the ground and walked towards Wang Ziyan. Everyone around was dumbfounded and shocked to witness this. They did not understand why hundreds of helicopters and armed soldiers were present. General Gordon Wei. Leader of Gordon Wei. The crowd cried out with their eyes wide open when they saw the old man taking majestic steps. The leader of Gordon Wei. General Gordon Wei. The founder of Gordon Wei family. The top figure in Jade Nation. He was a legendary figure who made his way to the top of the Jade Nation from a nobody. Leader of Gordon Wei. Marain was taken aback as he looked at the old man fearfully. Those who knew the inside stories would understand how powerful this legendary figure was. Leading a congregation of Buddhas, this man and his pangolin had built the mighty Gordon Wei family. Over 30 years, the leader of Gordon Wei and his pangolin had dug up half of Jade Nation. Less than 5 people in the entire Jade Nation could compare with the inborn experts under him. Earlier on, he had encountered some issues with his cultivation. As such, all the experts in Jade Nation went to visit him. Why is he here? Looks like he's fine, Marain pondered to himself. Just when Marain, Madame Zhu and Zhu Hong were shocked by the lineup, the leader of Gordon Wei was already walking towards them. Under everyone's shocking gaze, the leader of Gordon Wei walked to Wang Ziyan and lowered himself with respect. Miracle Dr. Wang, please give me your order. What? Marain could not believe his eyes. All the people around them were watching in disbelief. The leader of Gordon Wei from Jade Nation was bowing to that young man with respect. The legendary leader. Your fast. Wang Ziyan was shocked by his speed as he spoke with a smile. Your matter is my priority. I wonder which ignorant fellow offended you. The leader of Gordonway wore a smiling face as he spoke. However, Marain, who saw his smiling face, was trembling in his boots. Chapter 220 Can't Afford to Offend. Can't Afford to Offend. Chapter 220 Can't Afford to Offend. Can't afford to offend. This member of the Shamala family accused us of stealing their jadestone and wanted to teach us a lesson. What an interesting accusation, Wang Xian said plainly to Marain, who was by the side. When Marain heard Wang Xian, his body shivered. To the astonishment of the surrounding crowd, he went down on his knees and begged, "Leader of Gordonway, I didn't know that this man is your..." "All right, just get that old man from Shamala family to explain to me. If he can't explain clearly, just don't let me see him ever again." The leader of Gordonway looked at Marain and remarked emotionlessly, Shamala family was powerful and a top-tier family in the entire capital. Claiming this to be the territory of Shamala family wasn't an exaggeration at all. However, this was just a city after all. It was just the capital. As for the Gordonway family, one could say that they possessed a similar standing as the Shamala family throughout the entire Jade Nation. The differences between the two of them were huge. "Leader of Gordonway, please forgive me. I'm begging you to forgive me. I was wrong. Please." Marain kowtowed to the leader of Gordonway constantly in horror. If he were to ask the leader of the Shamala family to explain, without a doubt, he would be sent to the leader of Gordonway as a corpse. Scram! The leader of Gordonway saw Marain and chided coldly. "No." Marain's eyes were filled with despair. He kneeled in front of Wang Xian and begged, "Your Honor, please let me go. Please forgive me. Ignorance isn't a fault. I beg you one." "Oh, you know ignorance isn't a fault. It seems like you understand Chinese idioms pretty well. Hee hee. What a shame we are in Jade Nation and Jade Nation doesn't have this line." Wang Xian looked mockingly at Marain. "Didn't you say that you would show me the outcome? What's the matter now? You meant this outcome." "No." Bam! A warrior saw Marain remain on the floor begging for forgiveness. Therefore, he walked straight over and kicked him in the head, after which, he dragged him away. "Miracle Dr. Wank. I'll give you a satisfactory answer for this." The leader of Gordonway gave his promise to Wang Xian. "I'll just leave him to you." "Oh right." As Wang Xian was speaking, he turned to the people from the Zhu Jewelry and Lingyu sect. He gave them a cold smirk before adding, "Leader of Gordonway, do you have a say on the jadestone trade of this place?" The trading of jadestone and similar activities are mainly in the control of the Shamala family and a few other families. However, I have the same authority over these. The leader of Gordonway replied with a smile. "That's great. In that case, I'd like the leader of Gordonway to do me a favor by stopping all trade with the Zhu Jewelry in the future. On top of it, please help Deep Sea Jewelry get in contact with the respective families so as to discuss further collaboration," Wang Xian said heartily. "Not a problem. These are just some small matters." The leader of Gordonway nodded his head, turned to Madame Zhu and the group from Lingyu sect and said emotionlessly, "Ban them from entering Jade Nation in the future. And expel them right now," the leader of Gordonway said and gestured to the warriors around him. "Get out of Jade Nation immediately." In that instant, a dozen warriors pointed their weapons at them and shouted coldly. At this moment, Madame Zhu and the group from Lingyu sect was completely stunned and embarrassed. They had never expected a phone call from that juvenile to summon more than 100 helicopters over in less than 5 minutes. Moreover, his background was so strong that it sent chills down their spines. They had heard of the reputation of the leader of Gordonway too. Yet, an existence of such status was so respectful towards him. How could this be possible? Banning jadestone tradesol with the Zhu Jewelry. Madame Zhu shivered as she got flustered and terrified. Banning the Zhu Jewelry from the trade of jadestone would be equivalent to chopping off their arms. How were they going to compete with the Deep Sea Jewelry in the future? Scram! Otherwise, we won't be courteous. A warrior chided coldly at Madame Zhu and the group from Lingyu sect. Let's go. Let's go. Zhu Hong from Lingyu sect turned around bitterly. To be expelled from the Jade Nation and restricted from entering ever again was the greatest humiliation he ever received. PFFT read more chapter on novel full. At this moment, a soft voice sounded from the side. So powerful, so powerful. The gambling king from Gambling City wiped the blood off the edge of his mouth with his arm. He looked in shock at Mo Kinglong as fear flashed past his eyes. In the clash of aura during the exchange of gazes, he threw out blood directly from the pressure he felt. He was the strongest existence in Gambling City and an inborn expert. Yet he was injured in the clash of the aura. Hey old fool. Don't act tough when you speak. It might just cost you your life, Mo Kinglong said emotionlessly to the old man. The old man was surprised and didn't say a further word. He took a glance at the leader of Gordonway talking to Wang Xian and was even more shocked. Can't afford to offend. We really can't afford to offend. No wonder he could sink the crews of the Jiang family and kill that brat from the Zhu clan of the Jiang family without reserve. Puff. He took a deep breath and looked at Mo Kinglong again. This horrifying expert that even he was wary of turned around and left briefly. Hey. The gambling king took out his phone and made a call briefly. Gambling king. What are your instructions? The gambling city within the country was one of the 4 largest gambling cities in the world. In a grandly renovated casino, an old man answered the phone respectfully. Despite being in a different country, this old man was still very cautious and respectful. From this, one could tell the influence of the gambling king. Just forget about the incident of Gao Wen and your grandson. That miracle Dr. Wang isn't simple, the gambling king said emotionlessly before hanging up directly without a second word. Forget it. The old man held the phone in his hand blankly as his expression changed. Forget about the billion-dollar cruise and the life of my grandson just like this. The old man was bitter. However, the instructions were given by the gambling king and he had to be cautious with them. Should I just give up like this? The old man was unwilling to. His eyes flickered as he picked up the phone and contacted the old man from the Zhu clan. Zhao Ziyan. You. When the leader of Gordonway left, Lan Qingyu stared at Wang Xian, feeling stunned and speechless. A phone call in 5 minutes, and the highest existence in Gordonway rushed over with 100 helicopters. A request, and the Zhu jewelry was restricted from stepping into Jade Nation and restricted from getting any jadestone. A request, and the deep-sea jewelry would become the most loyal working partner with the Jade Nation. Everything seemed so simple to the point that Lan Qingyu found it unbelievable. She recalled the gambling king from Gambling City who left spewing blood, and the sunken cruise on the seas previously. The man, who was younger than him, seemed to possess unrivaled capabilities. Lan Quanfang, who was standing by the side, was equally dumbfounded. His hand, which was carrying his phone, was shivering a little. He made a call to look for a contact in Jade Nation. The answer he received from his contact was that he was completely helpless, and that he couldn't defend the Shemala family, and Lan Quanfang was on his own. Yet, to his astonishment, the future son-in-law of the Lan family was able to get the top-tier force in the entire Jade Nation to help him with just a single call. This was even more shocking than annihilating the Liu family previously. And note 1. This came from a Chinese idiom which could be explained as the ignorant shouldn't be faulted and punished. Chapter 221 Glowing like a goddess. Chapter 221 Glowing like a goddess. Who were they to summon the leader of Gordonway and his troops here personally? He must have formidable backings. Could he be the young master of some Chinese supremaclass families? How scary. This time, Shemala family has hit a snag. When the spectators around them saw the departure of the leader of Gordonway, they began to peer over the other side and whisper among themselves. Let's continue. Wang Xian spotted Lan Qingyu's shocked look, so he stroked her head gently. Gosh! Zhao Ziyan, you're way too impressive. You actually summoned the leader of Gordonway over, without the channel and Jade Nation. The Zhu jewelry will not be the match of deep-sea jewelry in the future. Zhao Ziyan, thank you. How about this when I go back? I'll have a board meeting, and I'll distribute you some shares. Lan Qingyu was animated as she grabbed Wang Xian's arm and rattled on non-stop. Wang Xian chuckled. Forget it. I'm not interested in this. Oh, I'll pass the jade stones to you later on. Qingyu, help me get some gold and silver bricks with that. The more, the merrier. Gold and silver bricks, sure. Leave this to me, said Lan Qingyu with a smile without asking anything further. Currently, The Dragon Palace required 100 tons of gold, 100 yen of silver, 1,000,000 tons of bronze, 10 tons of fine iron, 1,000,000 tons of coral reefs, 1 ton of 5 colors of gemstones each, and 1 ton of spiritual stones. He had collected 23 tons of gold, around 100 tons of silver, 5 tons of bronze, and 100 tons of fine iron. No progress on coral reefs and 5 colors of gemstones had been made yet, but he had managed to collect 1/10 of the spiritual stones. On the whole, Wang Xian lacked many things. He needed to find coral reefs and 5 colors of gemstones in the sea. Coral reefs were common though. After touring the stonebidding street once, about 500 stones were collected in 2 of Mo Qinglong's bags. If Wang Xian cut out all the stones, he believed their value would not be less than 2 billion. Let's find a hotel and rest. My uncle and I will be discussing the Jade Stones partnership with a few companies tomorrow. You don't have to follow me. After a busy day, Wang Xian and Lan Qingyu checked into a hotel in the evening. Sure. You'll get some rest tomorrow at the hotel. Wang Xian smiled and said, yes. We should be departing for China tomorrow afternoon. Get some rest. After dinner, Wang Xian chatted with Lan Qingyu for a while before he returned to his room. I wonder, what's that sapling in the stone? When Wang Xian returned to his room, he took out the stone that he had bought from the stall and observed it with amazement. Let me open it. He held the rock in his hand and began to apply force. I can't even break this stone. Even with my current strength. Wang Xian was shocked. He thought of the time when his eyes ached after staring at it with his piercing eyes. He knit his eyebrows and punched hard on that stone. The stone remained unmoved. Buzz. At the same time, Wang Xian's phone suddenly rang. Feeling doubtful, he placed the stone aside for the time being. Hello? Miracle Dr. Guang Hua, is there anything? Wang Xian picked up the phone and asked puzzledly. Miracle Dr. Wang. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. Where are you now? Asked Miracle Dr. Guang Hua in panic. I'm at the Oi International Hotel. What's the matter? Miracle Dr. Guang Hua, is anything wrong? Upon hearing his tonality, Wang Xian hurriedly asked. My most junior disciple is in trouble. It's complicated. I would like you to come over and take a look, said Miracle Dr. Guang Hua anxiously. Your most junior disciple? Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he thought of Dr. Sun. Immediately, he asked, where are you now? I'll be right over. I'll send you an address. It's not far. Wang Xian looked at the map and rushed over to Miracle Dr. Guang Hua's place. Wang Xian arrived at a hotel 10 minutes later. He headed directly to the presidential suite on the highest floor. Miracle Dr. Wang. You're here. It was a disciple of Miracle Dr. Guang Hua who opened the door. When he saw his arrival, he quickly led him into the room. Wang Xian saw Dr. Sun lying on the sofa after he entered the living room. Guang Hua, beside her, was poking her with a silver needle non-stop. Wang Xian noticed that Miracle Dr. Guang Hua's clothes were in bits and pieces. Apparently, this was after a fight. What's going on? What happened? Wang Xian went over and saw Dr. Sun, whose entire body was as white as snow. Her entire body was a milk color, exuding a faint luster. Not even a drop of blood was flowing in her body. She was as white as snow, glowing just like a goddess. Miracle Dr. Blood Man did this. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua lifted his chin and looked at Wang Xian with a worn-out face. Xiaoziu went back to the room in the evening. Subsequently, I didn't find her inside, but there were signs of a struggle in the room. I traced it and found Xiaoziu lying on the ground in a mountain. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was battling with the holy priest. I got her back, but I realized all her blood had been sucked. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua darkened his expression as he spoke. All her blood was sucked. Wang Xian's heart sank as he walked to Dr. Sun immediately. With his piercing eyes, her perfect figure was exposed under his vision. He scanned inside Dr. Sun's body and realized there was not a single drop of blood in it. Yet, unique white-colored energy was maintaining her vitality. Her heart is not beating, yet she maintained her vitality. How did you do it? Miracle Dr. Guang Hua. Wang Xian was shocked as he squatted down. With all the blood sucked dry, Dr. Sun should have been dead immediately. But yet, she was still alive. If the white-colored energy completely disappeared, she would die immediately at such a state. I don't have this ability, miracle. Dr. Guang Hua shook his head bitterly. I guess this is her unique constitution. When I first met her, I found her special, as though she was carrying bright energy with her. She's suitable to be a doctor. She gave me a similar feeling to the holy priest. Hence, I accepted her as my disciple. Miracle. Dr. Wang, I asked you here to see if you have ways to treat my disciple. Her blood was sucked dry, and her vitality is maintained by special energy. Once this energy disappears, she will die. Besides, she would reject other blood given her current state. Guang Hua continued to say, I can only slow down the energy consumption through acupuncture. But I don't think this will last any longer. Wang Xian nodded and grabbed Dr. Sun's arm. A stream of wood energy entered her body. Boom! The moment Wang Xian's wood energy entered Dr. Sun's body, the white-colored glowing energy intensified in her body. It was as hot as the sun. Chapter 222 The Female Light Divine Dragon. Chapter 222 The Female Light Divine Dragon. This. When Miracle Dr. Guang Hua saw his disciple emitting a brilliant light, he was shocked. Junior sister looks so holy and pure. The white-shirt young man by the side was dumbfounded and simply stared blankly at Dr. Sun, who was on the sofa. Her current pure and beautiful looks were similar to the records of holy goddesses in mythology. Seeing Dr. Sun emitting radiant light, Wang Xian was stunned. He started observing her body carefully. Pure and flawless. Fair without impurities, even her 8 extraordinary meridians have no signs of blockage at all. Inborn constitution. This is what a real inborn constitution is. Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun's body in shock. Pure and flawless. This wasn't the inborn constitution created using dragon energy by Wang Xian, but a naturella-formed inborn constitution. And there's unique white-colored energy of the light attribute around her. No, it can't be. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and recalled the time when he had encountered the 5-element stone plate. 5-element source stone was the origin sources of the 5 attributes. The light that Dr. Sun was emitting currently was almost identical to the energy emitted by the 5 elements origin sources. Origin source constitution. This is comparable to the divine dragon's bloodline. Why would this appear on Earth? Wang Xian's eyes popped open. When looking at races in the universe, one could look at bloodline or constitution. The divine dragon's bloodline was the bloodline of the highest level. As for origin source constitution, it was the constitution of the highest level. I would never have expected this. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. However, Dr. Sun's blood had been sucked dry. I have to inject fresh blood into her. However, the origin source constitution will reject an ordinary bloodline. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before squeezing out a drop of essence blood from his hand. He dripped the blood onto Dr. Sun and directed it slowly into where her heart was. Thump. At this moment, her heart beat. A concentrated stream of dragon energy entered the heart of Dr. Sun. Thump. 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 Not good. This won't work unless I inject all my blood into Dr. Sun's body. Wang Xian frowned instantly. He wanted to use his blood as a starter and rely on the blood creation ability of the heart to restore blood in Dr. Sun. However, things weren't as simple as he had thought. Her heart's blood creation ability isn't sufficient. Although her constitution is exceptional, she is still an ordinary person. She has not even contacted ancient martial arts previously. Wang Xian frowned and pondered. How is there nothing miracle Dr. Wang can do? Guang Hua saw the light disappearing and commented bitterly. I can give it a try, but I have to get back to the country. Wang Xian recalled something and said to Guang Hua, Few are you confident? Miracle Dr. Wang. Guang Hua frowned and asked. Rest assured, it shouldn't be a problem. I can still maintain her vitality at this moment, Wang Xian said with a smile. That's great. That's great. Miracle Dr. Wang's medical skills are indeed incredible. There's nothing I could have done. Miracle Dr. Guang Hua shook his head and sighed emotionally. I will also need to rely on some spiritual medicine. Wang Xian shook his head and continued. Do you want to hand Dr. Sun to me, or would Miracle Dr. Guang Hua prefer to go to Rivertown with me? I'll go to Rivertown with you. Although I have just accepted this disciple, she has only encountered this catastrophe because she followed me. If I can't see her recovery, I won't be at ease. Miracle Dr. Wang Hua replied. Alright. We will head back tomorrow afternoon. At that time, we can travel together. Alright. Miracle Dr. Wang. On the second morning, Lan Qingyu and Lan Quanfeng went to negotiate the details of the collaboration. As for Wang Xian, he continued his examination of that stone. In the afternoon, the group took a plane back to Flow City. Zhao Xian, I have told Guan Shuking about you helping to treat the disciple of Miracle Dr. Guan Hua. Don't harbor other ideas. When the two of them were about to separate, Lan Qingyu took a glance at Dr. Sun, who was on the stretcher, and warned Wang Xian. Wang Xian was speechless and found it hilarious. Nonetheless, he nodded his head and commented, "Imma Doctor. Tisk." After giving a cold sneer and rolling her eyes at Wang Xian, Lan Qingyu pouted and left. Wang Xian shook his head and looked to Miracle Dr. Guan Hua. Miracle Dr. Guan Hua, send Dr. Sun to my place. Alright. After sending Dr. Sun to Wang Xian's villa, Miracle Dr. Guan Hua sat around for a little while before leaving with his disciples. Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun, who slept silently on the bed like a holy goddess. Before taking a glance at the time, let's go get that thing over, Wang Xian thought in his mind. He went to the top floor of the villa, removed his clothes and jumped into the sea. Roar! He swayed his tail and swam towards the coral region of Bohai Sea rapidly. Swish swish swish. Along the way, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Lobster and Roving Girl joined in and followed behind him. After half an hour, Wang Xian arrived at the coral region once again. That was the dangerous territory of the Devil Flowers. Devil Flowers level 12. Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac 1. 112. 343. Looking at the giant devil flowers ahead of him, Wang Xian turned serious. The level 12 devil flowers were the strongest marine animals in the entire Bohai Sea. Wang Xian could only choose to avoid it when he encountered it previously. However, with his current strength, he definitely could defeat it. Restrict all the tentacles of the devil flowers and kill it, Wang Xian instructed his subordinates. Yes, Dragon King, attack. Wang Xian shifted his body and turned into a golden dragon of the metal attribute. He immediately attacked the flower petals using his razor-sharp claws. Swish swish swish. At the instant Wang Xian launched his attack, hundreds of tentacles wrapped towards Wang Xian. Wang! Boom! At this moment, Roving Heavens and Prime Minister Turtle also acted. They immediately attacked the various tentacles. Wang Xian grabbed towards the huge petal with his dragon claws. With the powers from the entire Dragon Palace and Wang Xian's level increment, the devil flowers were slowly being ripped apart. The tentacles were being chopped off one after another. It's done. Wang Xian reached downwards and pulled up a huge flower sac. I can get more than 1,000,000 points of dragon energy if I devour it. It seems like I have to let Dr. Sun repay this slowly in the future. Wang Xian shifted and swam back towards his villa. His subordinates dispersed to the surroundings and continued with their cultivation practice. Splash. Back in his room, Wang Xian noted that Xiao Yu had not returned. He went into the room where Dr. Sun was. Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac is 1. 112. 343. It could restore and strengthen one's heart. This flower sac is equivalent to a level 12 spiritual medicine. Its effects are definitely insane, Wang Xian thought in his heart. He looked at Dr. Sun and slowly slipped the flower sac into her mouth. With a thought, the flower sac turned into liquid and entered her body. In that instant, her body glowed in glorious white light and her heart started beating violently. With Wang Xian's blood as a trigger, drop after drop of blood was being created. Blood of the divine dragon was being created and slowly flowed into her body and limbs. Wang Xian looked at Dr. Sun and hesitated for a moment. With a thought, he injected the cultivation arts of the light divine dragon into her mind. The current Dr. Sun had completely shaken off the bloodline of a human and was metamorphosing into the bloodline of the divine dragon. This form of bloodline was not something the Dragonians couldn't compete with. A female light divine dragon. Chapter 223 Progenitor Tree. Chapter 223 Progenitor Tree. Gagaga. I finally reached Prince Realm. What exhilarating and mighty energy one. Back on the other side of the world, Miracle Dr. Bloodman was roaring with excitement in the basement of a castle in Europe. Massive energy including oppression, darkness, terror, and the power to conceal sun and moon exuded from his body. Brother, sister-in-law is here too. We're here to check if you are hiding any woman. Just when Wang Xian was staring at Dr. Sun, Xiao Yu's exclamation was heard from the outside. He was stunned. And the door swung open immediately. 3 girls, Xiao Yu, Wan Shuking, and Elder Feng went inside. Wow! 3 of them stared at Dr. Sun on the bed with amazement in their eyes. Her pure and flawless face made her look just like a holy goddess. Her perfect figure was envied by all the girls. She was a goddess that could make countless men go crazy for her. Even when Elder Fang looked at her, she could not hide her astonishment. No wonder, King, you sent me a message to get me here. Wan Shuking stared blankly at Dr. Sun as she whispered, Wow, brother, where did you get this stunning beauty from? She's so ravishing, pure and holy. That was her disposition. Dr. Sun, who was lying on the bed, was giving off a glow just like a goddess. This would make most of the girls ashamed of themselves. She's the disciple of Miracle Dr. Guan Hue and used to be a doctor from our city hospital. Something happened to her, so she needed treatment. Wang Xian looked at them and quickly explained. HMPH. You used to give treatments only in the medical hall. That's where you get your mad doctor nickname from. But now, you brought a patient back home just because she's a beauty. Guan Shuking glared at him angrily. Ahem. This is a special case. Her sickness is quite complicated even when I'm the one treating her. I don't know when she can wake up. Wang Xian explained again. Immediately, he fished out pieces of jade jewelry from his pocket. Pigeon blood ruby. I bought this from Jade Nation especially for you. Wang Xian pressed near Guan Shuking with a smiling face as he took out an exquisite necklace and passed it to her. Hee, that's more like it. Guan Shuking was pleased as she held the necklace up and gazed at it with love. Brother. At this time, Wang Xian heard Xiao Yu's displeased voice. Hee, how could I forget about my beloved sister? Wang Xian laughed and took out another piece of jewelry. Then, he turned to Elder Fang and said, Elder Fang, here's yours. Everyone gets one. Thank you. Elder Fang smiled as she received the jewelry from Wang Xian. Shuking, you've been practicing with Xiao Yu for a few days. How's your cultivation? Wang Xian asked Guan Shuking with concern. When Guan Shuking found out about Xiao Yu's cultivation, she was tempted to try too. Hence, Wang Xian got Elder Fang to guide her as well. I'm a level 5 martial artist now. Am I awesome? Guan Shuking said animatedly. So fast. Wang Xian was stunned as he asked with consternation. Brother, you don't know how crazy sister-in-law is. She's even faster than I am now. I started my cultivation a dozen days ahead of her, and I'm only at level 6. It was also the spiritual medicine that I took which got me this far. Xiao Yu went along with her words with a surprised look. Wang Xian looked over with an astonished look as Elder Fang nodded her head slowly. Apparently, she was also shocked by the cultivation speed of Guan Shuking. She was simply too crazy. Are you that powerful? Wang Xian was somewhat surprised, as he had not unblocked all the 8 extraordinary meridians in her. Yet, her cultivation was much faster than Xiao Yu. That's my ability. Guan Shuking lifted her chin complacently as she replied joyously. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. That's true, Shuking. You're the best. You've got a wife, so you forget all about your sister. Xiao Yu, next to him, rolled her eyes at him. By the way, did you see the spiritual medicines on the rooftop? That fish secretion grass, you can use it if it's useful for your cultivation, said Wang Xian to Xiao Yu. Yes, I saw it. When sect leader Tang sent some spiritual medicines to me the other day, he was dumbfounded. Xiao Yu chuckled. Read more chapter on novel full. After Wang Xian was gone, Xiao Yu came to the rooftop for her cultivation every day. When she went up with her master for the first time, they were stunned for 5 minutes after seeing the spiritual medicines. the level 4 spiritual beads and the level 5 spiritual medicine. Fish secretion grass contained immense spiritual strength. Sect leader Tang found level 2 spiritual medicine after some hard work. Hence, he brought them over. In the end, he was so embarrassed that he put his spiritual medicine away when he saw the spiritual grass lying around on the rooftop. Thinking back, Zhao Yu found it extremely funny. If it benefits your cultivation, just use it. You don't have to save it for me. Elder Fang, you can use it to enhance your strength too, said Wang Xian to them. Elder Fang gave a bitter smile. It was level 5 spiritual medicine. Even her sect leader swallowed mouthfuls of saliva when he saw it. He also stared at it with a shaky body for half a day, not to mention her. Yet, the spiritual medicine was placed on the rooftop just like some weed. It was a total waste of resources. They were chatting and laughing as they came to the living room. Elder Feng went to the kitchen to cook dinner. After dinner, Wang Xian pulled Guan Shuking into the room for a chat. Their moaning was so loud that Elder Feng jerked her body slightly with flickering eyes on the second floor. But Wang Xian missed the fiery flame flashing in Guan Shuking's eyes during their intercourse. 3 hours later, Guan Shuking pleaded with him to stop. Wang Xian came to the rooftop of the villa to enjoy the cold breeze while sobering himself up. I shall check out this thing then. Wang Xian picked up the stone beside him. It was the same stone head bought from Jade Nation. There was no way he could break the stone in his human form. Wang Xian took the stone and leaped into the sea. Roar! With a soft growl, Wang Xian turned into a divine dragon. He immediately scratched the stone with his dragon claws. Ka. Finally, the stone cracked under his mighty force. Ding! A sapling of a progenitor tree was found. Do you want to plant it in your body? The moment the stone cracked open, he felt a gust of green aura coming at him. The system notification prompted him at the same time. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. But without further ado, he agreed. The sapling of the progenitor tree is planted. You may absorb the Azure Dragon energy. The system notification was heard again. At that instant, Wang Xian felt a strong suction in his body that seemed to be sucking all the vitality he had in his body. His facial expression changed slightly as he quickly closed his eyes. He began to meditate so that he could control the suction to absorb all the dragon energy in the world. 1 hour, 5 hours, 10 hours. Wang Xian sat with his legs crossed in the ocean quietly without moving. This won't do. This is a fucking endless pit. I must go for a retreat to suck the sapling of the progenitor tree dry. After 12 hours, Wang Xian opened his eyes and spoke with a grumpy look. He immediately returned to the villa and quickly explained to Guan Shuking and Zhao Yu about his plan before he went back to his room. Retreat. End note. One Prince Realm is the equivalent of Inborn Realm in Europe. Chapter 224 1 month. Chapter 224 1 month. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Wang Xian didn't know how long he had been cultivating. Only through constant cultivation practice could he barely keep up with the absorption of that damn sapling of the progenitor tree. Guan Shuking, Zhao Yu and Lan Qingyu would come over to take a look at Wang Xian, who was sitting with his legs crossed in his room. From time to time, if it wasn't for Wang Xian emitting dense vitality and reminders from Mo Qinglong who stayed beside Wang Xian, they would probably have sent Wang Xian to the hospital. On the 25th day, Dr. Sun woke up. When she opened her eyes, the image of a light divine dragon flickered and a horrifying pressure emitted from her body. Zhao Yu and Guan Shuking asked Dr. Sun to go home first, but were rejected by her. She stayed within the villa and within Wang Xian's room the entire day while looking blankly at Wang Xian. From time to time, she would use a towel to clean his face. While doing so, she always wore a blissful expression which might have been due to having the same bloodline as Wang Xian. Her body emitted a kind of holiness and nobility that made one feel that this woman shouldn't exist in the moral realm. Dr. Sun's persistence and gentleness made Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu feel a strong sense of danger. However, Dr. Sun was treating them very kindly. This made them a little speechless. In the room of Wang Xian a month later, Dr. Sun stared at Wang Xian with a blissful smile while Mo Qinglong stood at his side deferentially. When he looked at Dr. Sun, it was with respect and fear. Phew, it's finally not absorbing anymore. At this moment, Wang Xian opened his eyes and heaved a sigh. Miracle Dr. Wang. You are awake. A pleasant voice sounded beside his ears. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and looked over. An exquisite and perfect face appeared in front of him. Her bright eyes were staring intensely at Wang Xian. Wang Xian was taken aback. Sensing the dramatic change in her aura and the even more beautiful Dr. Sun, he revealed a faint smile and exclaimed, Dr. Sun, you are awake. Yeah. Thank you. Miracle Dr. Wang. You can just call me Lingshu. Don't call me Dr. Sun. Sun Lingshu had the smile of a goddess. When she saw Wang Xian getting up, she immediately reached over to help him up. It's all right. I can do it myself, Wang Xian immediately replied. However, Sun Lingshu still kept a warm smile. Looking intensely at him and helping him up, an alluring scent floated by, making Wang Xian a little aroused. Miracle Dr. Wang. Shoes. Sun Lingshu picked up the shoes on the floor and wanted to put them on for him. What the? Wang Xian looked blankly at Sun Lingshu. She was wholly like a goddess and wore a white shirt. Her perfect figure was much better than Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. It was especially so for the vibes from her body. Even Wang Xian felt inferior to her in this aspect. Someone like her was going to put on shoes for him. It's fine. Let me do it myself. I can do it myself, Wang Xian interrupted immediately. It's all right. Miracle Dr. Wang saved my life. This is something I should do. Sun Lingshu shook her head and squatted down. Wang Xian couldn't take it. He grabbed his shoes quickly and put them on. Miracle Dr. Wang. Let me make you some food. You have not eaten for a long time, Sun Lingshu replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Wang Xian's jaw dropped and he looked to Mo Qinglong who was beside him. He felt confused and asked, Old Mo, what happened? Mo Qinglong shook his head and answered, Young Master, I don't know either. Since Miss Sun woke up, she has been staying by your side. Moreover, Mo Qinglong hesitated for a moment before continuing. Miss Sun is really strong now. In fact, she's even stronger than me. I can sense young master's vibes from her. I believe that this is because of the bloodline. Bloodline? Wang Xian sank into thought. There's a saying that goes along with the idea that blood is thicker than water. 1. The blood within Sun Lingshu was from him and they shared a common root and source. This was similar to Wang Xian's future child who would inherit his bloodline. It was just that Sun Lingshu had inherited it by a different method. Therefore, Sun Lingshu would develop a unique affection for him. This type of unique feelings together with her admiration and love for Wang Xian from previous occasions made these feelings even stronger than before. It seems like things have gone beyond my expectations. Wang Xian had initially thought of curing her and raising her to be a great miracle doctor. In that case, there would be someone helping him earn money, and he wouldn't be that busy in the future. Forget it. Let's just take a step at a time. However, Sun Lingshu still has to stay with me at this moment. Wang Xian thought to himself. After which, he looked to Mo Qinglong and asked, How long have I been practicing behind closed doors? A month. Young master. Some things happened during the month, answered Mo Qinglong. So long speak. What happened? Wang Xian asked curiously. First, young master's ranking on the miracle doctor's chart has increased to 8th. Many people have invited young master to take a look at their illnesses. Second, assassins from the Sneaky Thorn organization were sent to assassinate young master recently. The Sneaky Thorn organization has now been annihilated by 7 dragonians. The 7 of them have established the Abyss, an assassin organization, and returned to their previous occupations. The Abyss received news from the Sneaky Thorn organization that the one who issued the mission was from the Gambling City. They are now assassinating the higher management of Gambling City. An inborn expert has been assassinated by Abyss, and the name of Abyss is now known throughout the underworld. Mo Qinglong smiled and explained to Wang Xian. Oh, is it? That's great. Establishing an assassination organization in less than a month, however. Inform them to only kill those who deserve it. We don't have to be the embodiment of justice, but we can't be too evil, replied Wang Xian with a smile. Based on the cultivation pace of the 50 dragonians, they should be martial artist level 9 by now. Those who were diligent might have even reached the stage of half-step to inborn. Previously, The 50 Dragonians could have reached the inborn realm if they practiced behind closed doors for 100 days. However, they were now acting outside. Therefore, the time required to reach the inborn realm might have been extended a little. Nonetheless, 50 Dragonians were definitely able to cause a storm in the underworld. Yes, young master. The 50 Dragonians managed to earn 500 spiritual stones in a month, Mo Qinglong answered. It seems like my previous decision was correct. Wang Xian smiled and stretched his body. I haven't been out for a month. It's time to relax a little. He had been behind closed doors for a while. Feeling the little sapling in his body, Wang Xian had the urge to spew blood. The little sapling was known as the progenitor tree. The name sounded cool and the fact that it could merge with his body was impressive. However, it didn't seem to have any effects at all. The only information about the progenitor tree was the ancestor of all wood. As to its effects, he had no clues at all. This made him speechless. A month of cultivation practice behind closed doors and all he got was a little sapling that he did not know the use of. Miracle Dr. Wang. Have something to eat. At this moment, the voice of Sun Lingshu sounded from outside the room. Her voice was as sweet as a bird and made one's heart skip a beat. All right, thank you. Wang Xian walked out of the room. When he saw dishes of delicacies placed on the dining table, he quickened his pace down the stairs. You don't have to thank me. I'm just repaying the debt of gratitude, Sun Lingshu said to Wang Xian with a smile. End note. 1. This is a common Chinese saying that suggests that family ties are closer than social relations. Chapter 225 Back to School. Chapter 225 Back to School. If the food doesn't taste good, let me know. And I'll do it again. Sun Lingshu sat opposite Wang Xian as she looked at him with a smiling face. There was a faint smile on a fair and flawless face. Staring at her holy look seemed almost a disrespectful act. Wang Xian was uncomfortable with her gaze. With slight hesitation, he asked, Lingshu, just call me Wang Xian. How's your cultivation progress going? I think I'll still call you Vivian since it is more cordial. Sun Lingshu tilted her head slightly and beamed. I'm at the 5th Divine Dragon transformation, but I don't think I can transform into a Divine Dragon yet. When Wang Xian saw her adorable look that was inconsistent with her holy appearance, he received a significant impact due to the stark contrast. Probably, it was not the right time yet. Sun Lingshu was, after all, not a real dragon race. If she wanted to become a dragon, she would need an evolution process. Hence, she was not an authentic female divine dragon yet. From now on, you can just follow me. I'll leave the Divine Dragon Medical Hall in your hands. Wang Xian hesitated before he spoke. Part of the reason he spent tremendous effort to treat her was because of the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Really? Zhao Xian. A hint of excitement flashed in Sun Lingshu's eyes. The light Divine Dragon transformation, which in cultivating can cleanse any impurities through the light energy. It is quite effective too. Given my current strength, I'm confident in treating some terminal diseases. Okay. I'm kinda lazy. I'll leave Divine Dragon Medical Hall to you from now on. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. But you need to let Miracle Dr. Guan Hua know about this. I got this. Master is very kind to me. I'll tell him about it later. Sun Lingshu nodded. Miracle Dr. Guan Hua could no longer guide her in her current medical skills. Okay. Wang Xian smiled and took out his phone to check the time. He realized it was noon. In addition, he had received many messages which included some from the school counselor from the school. The counselor sent him dozens of messages. The school counselor sounded angry and anxious in his last message. You'll be expelled if you don't come back to school. Wang Xian revealed a bitter smile. His attendance for classes did not exceed 10 days ever since the new semester began. Earlier on, he had applied for a month's vacation, but it was already over. Besides, he may have been a well-known figure in Rivertown, but not many people in school knew about it. All the more, the school counselors were going nuts about it. They would deduct credits as long as he was absent. Apart from his school counselor's messages, there were dozens of Wang Dahai's calls and messages. He was asking about his whereabouts and why he was not there for classes. Then he stopped asking 10 days ago. Probably he had heard about Wang Xian's updates from Xiaoyu. Then, it was old Qin and old Zhu's messages. Wang Xian replied to them one by one. Let's go back to school. Wang Xian pondered. No matter what, he could not be expelled from the school. He intended to visit the principal or send some gifts to him. I need to go to school. I'll take you to the medical hall tomorrow, Wang Xian told Sun Lingshu. Sure. I'll look for my master later on. Sun Lingshu nodded. Wang Xian nodded. After lunch, he went outside with Mo Qinglong following behind him. Let's get a cab. Well, go to school. Wang Xian instructed Mo Qinglong, who was following behind him. Yo, master. We don't have to take a cab. I bought a car recently. Mo Qinglong chuckled as he told Wang Xian. You bought a car? What car? Wang Xian was stunned and asked with interest. When Wang Xian had told Mo Qinglong to buy a car some time ago, he was ready to get a Rolls-Royce or Maybach. Both of the car models were impressive, and they looked cool on the road. A caravan. Mo Qinglong smiled and replied. Caravan. Wang Xian was stupefied for a second. Immediately, he laughed. Caravan is good. It's more comfortable to take a caravan. Mo Qinglong fitted the role of steward quite well. No car was as comfortable as a caravan. Young master. The car is over here. Come with me. Mo Qinglong walked towards the back of the villa where there was an open car park. When Wang Xian came to the car park, he saw the huge caravan parked in the lot. The entire vehicle was painted black. It looked more like a huge truck than a caravan. The entire vehicle was at least 10 meters long. This is the German-made Mayan 8x8 cross-country caravan. It's 11 meters long, 5 meters wide and almost 4 meters tall. It weighs 21 tons. After some special modifications to the vehicle, it is explosion-proof. Even level 8 martial artists cannot smash the door open easily. It will not be damaged, even when hit by a rocket. Mo Qinglong introduced the vehicle to Wang Xian with a beaming face. How is it? Young master, do you like it? Impressive. With his eyes brightened up, Wang Xian walked to the front of the vehicle. The entire car was overbearing after the modifications. If this vehicle collides with another vehicle on the road, wouldn't it crush the other car? Wang Xian was dumbfounded as he opened the door. The entire vehicle was like a small house with a bedroom, washroom, living room, and dining area. It even came with a spiral staircase which led to the second floor of the vehicle. The roof of the vehicle was a convertible one. Once the roof was opened, it would turn into something like the flybridge yacht that has an open living room. An electrical adjustable table was located in the middle. The interior of the entire vehicle was extremely luxurious. Great. Not bad. Wang Xian was delighted, as this vehicle was even cooler than those Rolls-Royces and Maybachs. From the outside, the entire vehicle looked just like a pickup. Those who had no knowledge about caravans would not know that this was a luxurious caravan. The car took more than half a month and more than 10 million to complete the customizations and modifications. Mo Qinglong smiled and said, Young master, sit tight. I'll take you to school. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and sat on the sofa inside while observing the interior. The vehicle was well equipped with smart appliances such as a TV and computers. When the car hit the road, he could not feel any bumps from the inside. It was very quiet inside as the soundproof walls were quite effective. Gee. Wang Xian giggled as he lay on the sofa with a cup of tea. He sipped the tea with a beaming face. Young master, the school guard forbade us from entering, as our vehicle is too big. Mo Qinglong's voice was heard after half an hour. Wang Xian was stunned for a second as he was speechless. I'll get down. Y'all wait for me here. Yes. Young master. Wang Xian opened the door and stepped down from the car. A bunch of students were driving sports cars a few days ago. This is even better. It's a pickup. Students are really full of ideas nowadays. As soon as Wang Xian walked out of the car, he heard the muttering of the school guard. Wang Xian smiled and walked into the school as the school guard watched him curiously. Chapter 226 Exchange Student. Chapter 226 Exchange Student. Wang Xian looked at the time and sent Wang Dahai a message. Soon. He got a reply. The lesson just started. Hurry up and come over. Wang Xian quickened his steps to the classroom after reading the message. When he reached the doorstep of the classroom, he heaved a sigh of relief after realizing that the lecturer wasn't the strict one. Instead, this lecturer, who was teaching information technology engineering, was funny. "I am here to report," Wang Xian shouted at the doorstep when he saw the lecturer didn't notice him. "Whoa, isn't this the famous student? Wang Xian, how many lessons have you skipped? I reckon you will need to retake the module," the middle-aged lecturer said mockingly while looking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled, but remained silent. "Come on in. There is still a seat in the first row." "Listen attentively," said the lecturer while pointing to an empty seat in the first row. The lecturer didn't question further. Wang Xian smiled bitterly while walking to the first row. The tables of the classroom were all arranged in rows of 4 and there happened to be an empty seat in the first row of the room. Wang Xian went over to sit down. However, when he looked to the side, he was shocked. He did not know any of his classmates in the first row. There were 2 rather good-looking girls who looked like twins, and a lean and modest guy wearing a pair of glasses. Wang Xian truly couldn't recognize them. There weren't that many people in the previous classes. He looked around and was surprised to find more than 10 unfamiliar faces. While Wang Xian observed his classmates, they were observing him too. The current Wang Xian was well known throughout the entire school. Not only was he chosen by 2 goddesses, but he was also filthy rich. He was the owner of a first-rate restaurant and had bought a luxurious car for his sister, which was worth about 34 million. Furthermore, he possessed formidable individual strength. One could say that he was the most eye-catching student in the University of Rivertown. Even those whom Wang Xian did not know were looking at him. Wang Xian was about 1.8 meters tall and well-dressed. His handsome face also had a unique quality. With his smiling face, his disposition and his handsome looks, many male celebrities weren't as attractive as him. Being handsome would naturally attract more attention. If he was not in a lesson, there might be some students who would surround him. Wang Xian looked and smiled at the beautiful twins beside him before looking forward. The lesson started and the lecturer was lecturing like usual. With Wang Xian's current memory and comprehension skills, he could easily catch up with the progress simply by flipping through the contents taught previously. Wang Xian came to understand where these new joiners had come from while listening to the lecture. They were exchange students from University of Madu. The discipline of information technology engineering in the University of Rivertown was top-notch in the entire country, and attracted various exchange students who would come to the University of Rivertown each year. Similarly, some students from the University of Rivertown would also head to the University of Madu for exchange. Often, the exchange would last 2 semesters, which equated to a year. "Class has ended," announced the lecturer. An hour later, the bell that signaled the end of the lesson rang. The lecturer knocked on the table and left. "Brother Xian, you are finally here. I thought you had died from a mishap and wouldn't be returning." "Wang Xian, you still know you have to come for lessons, even the school counselors couldn't reach you. Incredible. You should bring some things to bribe the school counselor. After skipping classes for so many days." "Big boss, when are you bringing our class to your restaurant for a meal?" Wang Xian was surrounded by his classmates immediately after the class had ended. Wang Dahai and Zhang Wen even ran over while questioning him. I was busy for the last few weeks and hence I didn't attend the classes," Wang Xian explained with a smile. He continued, "Just wait a few more days. I will definitely bring everyone to my restaurant a few days from now." "We've got to hug his thigh tightly, Wang Xian. You have the thickest thighs in our class," the students joked. The beautiful twins were looking at the crowd around Wang Xian, feeling puzzled. "Hey, can you guys stop pushing around?" a displeased voice sounded at this moment. Instantly, the commotion around Wang Xian died down substantially. "I'm sorry. Who is aiming? We are sorry. We are sorry." The classmates quickly apologized. Wang Xian looked over to check what was happening. 4 people were sitting there and every single one of them was wearing a branded outfit and a branded watch. The one that spoke was the guy sitting in the middle. He was good-looking and his hair was slightly long. He looked just like a rich young man often portrayed in dramas. "Dahai, Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen, let's go outside," Wang Xian said to Wang Dahai, Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen. As they walked out, the trio laughed. The four guys sitting at the back stared at Wang Xian as he left. The one guy who was seated closest to the door asked a girl beside him, "Who is that?" "Han Junming. That is Wang Xian. He's the most well-known person in the school currently. He established his own business and is now very rich." "Oh, right. The restaurant where you gave the class a treat a few days back belongs to him." Two goddesses in school openly declared their love for him. Even the coach of the Taekwondo club, Yan Hu, said he was not his match. "He's incredible," replied the girl with a bright smile. "Oh, is it so? A well-known person?" Han Junming laughed and looked at Hua Ziming. Hua Ziming snorted and showed contempt. "There are lots of unfamiliar faces in class," Wang Xian said to Wang Dahai and the group when they walked out. "Yes, there are quite a number of them. The four that came to our class are relatively influential. They were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. A few days back, they brought the whole class to your restaurant and spent more than 500 after discount. Furthermore, Hua Ziming defeated Zhu Qingsheng with a single strike. He is really strong. Although they just came to our school, they are quite well known. All of them drive supercars and are a little arrogant," replied Zhang Wen enviously. "I think the most incredible exchange student is the girl named Mu Wanwen. You might know about her. But she is simply stunning. She's comparable to Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuqing. More than 10 rich second-generation guys have confessed to her since she came. I heard she's the reason why many other rich second-generation guys from Madu came here for exchange." Tisk tisk. "Our school is rather famous now," Wang Dahai continued. "Really?" Wang Xian replied with a smile. "The twins in our class are pretty good-looking too. Those twins are a pair of internet celebrities with a few million fans online. They are pretty incredible, but I already have Su Qian. They are destined to not be able to be with me." Wang Dahai exaggerated. He continued, "Oh yes. Old Wang Lan Qingyu has returned to school and she was seen with Guan Shuqing each time. Brother, what's your view on this? Is there something fishy going on? Is there?" Wang Xian shook his head slightly and said. Wang Xian was stunned as the trio stared at him. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyu clearly had some agreements between them. He was probably going to be penalized if they caught him looking at other girls. "Let's go. Old Wang. We can continue our chat at the back of the class," Wang Dahai said to the rest, as the bell that signaled the start of class rang. Wang Xian nodded and the four of them headed back to class. When they were at the back of the class, Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng were surprised to see their seats taken. There were 4 more seats at the back, but these seats were also taken by the beautiful twins. "Hey, friends. These are our seats. Our books are still on the table too," said Wang Dahai as he frowned at Hua Ziming, Han Junming and the group. End note. One hugging one's thigh is Chinese lingo, which means getting close to someone influential and rich to obtain benefits. Chapter 227 Donating 50 million to the school. 1. Chapter 227 Donating 50 million to the school. 1. "Can you move to the front seats?" Han Junming took the books and put them on the side of the table with a beaming face. He then turned to Wang Dahai and spoke with a smile. "No, we're not used to sitting in the front seats since we're a bunch of slackers." Zhang Feng smiled. "Only the straightest students would prefer to sit in the front seats. People like them would find it torturous to sit at the front. Besides, if the 4 of them were 4 beauties, probably Wang Dahai, Zhang Feng and the rest would not have any comments. But since they were hunks, all the more they would not agree to it." Han Junming narrowed his eyes as he stared at the quartet standing at the side. All the students in the class were back. Some of them looked at Wang Dahai, Zhang Feng, and the rest with surprise. "Hey guys. Since Han Junming said they want to sit here, you should just let them be. They bought everyone lunch a few days ago. Can't you just give in to such a simple request?" Before Han Junming and his clique could answer, the beautiful twins at the back spoke. They were playing with their phones as they peered at Wang Xian and his clique through the corners of their eyes. "Just because he bought us lunch doesn't mean he can take someone's seats." Zhang Wen frowned as he stared at the beautiful twins. "Besides, do you know that we had a 50 discount when we were at the First Ray restaurant? Have they ever given a discount before? Do you think the food you had at that time only cost $500,000? That's right. This is a separate issue. Didn't you hear Guan Shuking say she will give us a 50 discount? We really have nothing to say if you're taking this matter as your bargaining chip. Wang Dahai shrugged and told the beautiful twins, frankly, it's not much. We don't need a discount anyway. Han Junming smiled with no intention of leaving his seat. The remaining 3 people disregarded them completely as they continued playing on their phones with arrogant and aloof looks. Wang Xian found it funny upon seeing their attitudes. Do you think my roommates need your treat when they come to my restaurant? Get out of the way and stop embarrassing yourself. 4 of them knit their eyebrows as they lifted their heads and stared at Wang Xian with dissatisfaction. Their gazes were cold. Che. Such petty men. We will give our seats to you. The beautiful twins sitting at the back were furious as they stood up, glaring at Wang Xian and his clique. This is none of your business. Trying to seek attention, Wang Xian frowned as he looked at the beautiful twins with impatience. You. The twins revealed a hint of anger on their faces. Enough. Both of you can stop your nagging. That's just annoying. Wang Dahai told the twins off and turned to the 4 guys. Get out of the way. Bam. Han Junming, Hua Ziming, and the other 2 guys stood up slowly. With their chins up, they glared coldly at Wang Dahai, Wang Xian and the rest. We're starting our class. Why are you guys still standing there? Just then, an old man with a pair of spectacles walked in. He gazed at the back of the class and spoke in a stern voice. Brett, you're arrogant. Just you wait. Han Junming stared at Wang Xian with icicled eyes. The well-known figure in school. Hua Ziming gave a vague smile, and the 4 of them walked to the front with an expressionless face. This is the University of Rivertown, said Wang Xian impassively. Back to your seats now. The professor raised his voice and said to everyone in the class. The rest of the classmates looked at Wang Xian first, and then Hua Ziming's clique. What a show-off, Wang Dahai whispered as he looked at him with an unhappy look. Wang Xian smiled and sat down. He did not care about the quartet. If they were to seek trouble, he would teach them a lesson. Learn to stay low in Rivertown. The class began, and the 4 people at the back exchanged communication in whispers when the professor was not paying attention to them. Wang Dahai, Dang Wen, Zhang Feng were hopeless students. They only studied at the last minute when it was time for examinations. Wang Xian used to be alright, but now, he had also caved in. Bring your girlfriends for dinner tonight. He'll go to the counselor's office first thing after school. Wang Xian began to cram after he said this. Old Wang. Well, wait for you at the school entrance. Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng said to Wang Xian when the dismissal bell rang. Okay. He'll look for the counselor now. Wang Xian nodded and went to the teaching building with a beaming face. That fellow is super arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? Any hidden talents in this small river town are totally incomparable to us. How dare he act snobbish in front of us? I can't stand it. He. We'll have our chance to play with him. Hua Ziming and the rest of the 3 stood up slowly in the class. The pair of beautiful twins immediately joined in. Hey, get this board up and draw some pictures on it. It must be perfect this time. Yes. Then we will take some photos and post in the forum. Let's see if we can get some donations for Wu Huan. The teaching building was located in the center region of the school. Wang Xian went in and saw some students from the student council working on the campus board for the school on his way. He swept a glance at it and pondered. Wang Xian recognized the University of Rivertown as a good school, and the counselors were helpful too. When he was just admitted to the university, his results were excellent. When the counselor found out about his family situation, he even applied a tuition grant for a semester from the school for him. Even though every school had such vacancies for assisting the needy students, Wang Xian was very grateful as a beneficiary. The few $1,000s was a considerable sum of money to him back then. Why don't I repay the school? And, at the same time, settle the problem of skipping school in the future. Wang Xian smiled as he continued on his way to the teaching building. The counselor's office was located on the 3rd floor. Wang Xian went up and knocked on the office door. Come in. A voice was heard from the room. He opened the door and realized that many teachers were having conversations inside the room. With some embarrassment, he noticed that all subject teachers were inside. Mr. Li. Wang Xian looked at his counselor and walked towards him. You. You're here for classes come. Let me check how many days of lessons you have missed. When the counselor saw Wang Xian, he beckoned him over with slight frustration. I couldn't get through to your phone. And you don't reply to my messages. I thought you went to outer space. Wang Xian giggled. Counselor Li was a kind-hearted person in the eyes of every student. He was 30 years old, and he was responsible at his work. Hence, Wang Xian had a good impression of him and did not mind his reprimanding. After all, he was in the wrong. He would not go against the counselor just because he was much more powerful than before. Mr. Li, I've been a little busy recently. My phone has some issues. Hence I didn't receive your call. Chapter 228 Donating 50 million to the school too. Chapter 228. Donating 50 million to the school too. Spare me your excuses. This isn't a valid reason for you to skip classes. Look at how many lessons you've missed, and the academic credits that will be deducted if your exam results aren't satisfactory. You will have to repeat the year, Counselor Li reprimanded. He stared at Wang Xian, walked to the side and took out a notebook. Oh, Wang Xian, you've missed 5 of my lessons. I will deduct it from your academic credits. If your credits aren't sufficient, you will have to repeat my classes next year. An old professor turned to look at Wang Xian and said, Young man, you shouldn't be skipping classes and not studying hard. You are only in your 2nd year. Now is the time to be studying and working hard. Wang Xian, you didn't come for any of my political classes this semester. You can't continue like this. A few lecturers that taught Wang Xian commented directly. You little rascal missed over 50 lessons. Under such circumstances, we will have to serve you a warning. The counselor held the notebook and said, It's okay to not serve you a warning. However, you must promise me that you will be present for every lesson from now on. On top of that, you must guarantee that you will not fail any modules, the reputable professor said to Wang Xian. Professor Guo has spoken for you. It's all right for me to not serve the warning. But I'm sure you will have also heard what he said. Can you achieve it, said Counselor Li. The school's warning would be reflected in the transcript. If one was served a warning, it would have a negative influence on his job prospects in the future. The old professor was also giving Wang Xian a chance. Wang Xian hesitated. Having heard what the old professor and Counselor Li had said, he sank into a dilemma. It was hard for him to promise he would not skip class in the future. After seeing Wang Xian's expression, Professor Guo said sternly with a solemn face, What's the matter? You aren't willing? I will have to give you a warning then. You've got to think it through. Don't be arrogant just because of the little achievement you accomplished. The curriculum of the university course isn't that tight after all. Cough, cough. It might be a little hard for me to not skip classes. Wang Xian replied shyly. Professor Guo raised his volume, and Counselor Li, who was beside him, also stared at Wang Xian. Professor Guo, Counselor Li, I love the University of Rivertown deeply. Furthermore, our teachers have also taught us to be useful people to society. I just saw Wu Wanwan from our school raising money for her leukemia. Now that I have accomplished something, let me pay for her medical fees. Wang Xian said righteously to Professor Guo and Counselor Li. Medical fees? Professor Guo, Counselor Li and the rest of the lecturers were taken aback by Wang Xian's response. The medical fees for the treatment of leukemia weren't cheap at all. It could range from 500 to a few million. Brett, you must be thinking of using this to convince us to let you pass by the back door. Professor Guo stared at Wang Xian and remarked. Professor Guo, I don't have such intentions. I just feel that this is something I should do. When I first came to the University of Rivertown, I had nothing. My tuition fees for my 2nd semester were only exempted thanks to Counselor Li. Since I have achieved something now, it's only natural for me to pay it forward. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Counselor Li. The sum could reach as high as 1 million, Counselor Li reminded him after pondering for some time. I know, answered Wang Xian with a nod before continuing. Besides that, to thank the school for waiving my fees for a semester, I would like to donate some money to the school. I hope the money can help those poor students in need. Brett, you are a kind guy, Professor Guo remarked as his stern face relaxed a little. As someone who was known throughout the school, The lecturers know a little about Wang Xian. They were glad that Wang Xian knew to repay the gratitude he received. Great, I will report to the principal about your intentions to donate. Tell me a figure. I will inform the principal about it when we have a meeting later in the day. If he knows that you have such intentions, he will be overjoyed, Counselor Li said with a smile. All right, Counselor Li, I will donate 50 million. Then Wang Xian nodded. PFF. What? One of the lecturers who was drinking choked on his water and spat. He was completely shocked. Counselor Li and Professor Guo looked at Wang Xian with disbelief and were a little stunned. You, Wang Xian, how much did you say? Counselor Li jumped up directly and asked loudly. 50 million. Together with Wu Huanwan's medical fees, it would be 51 million. At that time, please help to transfer 1 million to Wu Huanwan. Wang Xian answered with a bright smile. 50 million. What the? The lecturers around exclaimed. 50 million. This wasn't a small sum. The University of Rivertown was an elite school with many successful alumni who had donated to the school as gratitude. However, a donation of 50 million could easily rank in the top 5 of all time. Wang Xian, are you sure? Counselor Li asked in disbelief. Yeah. I am. Wang Xian replied and nodded. I will give Principal Li a call and get him to come over, Professor Guo said with his eyes wide open. After which, he took out his phone and dialed a number quickly. Wang Xian laughed and added, Counselor Li, there is nothing much I can do. I'd just like to go a little further and thank the school for its teachings. Brat, you sure are successful now. Counselor Li was shocked. I guess I'm doing fine. I have been busy with my business recently and therefore have neglected my studies. Counselor Li and various lecturers. Regarding the classes I might miss in the future, do you think you can? Wang Xian smiled and asked. All right. You are thinking of slapping us with money, however. It sure feels great. The school is where we educate our students. As your teachers, we are glad to see what you have done. However, even though you've earned some money, you must not forget about learning. Try your best to come to our lessons. If you have questions, you can come and look for us directly. Professor Guo hung up the phone and said to Wang Xian using an educating tone. Wang Xian smiled, nodded his head and said, Yes, Professor Guo is right. I will try my best to not fail any modules. Wait for a little longer. The principal is coming over soon. Oh, our celebrity student. Find a place and have a seat. Professor Guo said with a smile. Wang Xian nodded and started chatting with a few lecturers. Soon, the principal arrived. With excitement written all over his face, he pushed the door open and asked, Where's Wang Xian? Come over. Wang Xian smiled and stood up. After discussing the donation with the principal, he left the office. This brat has a kind heart. There aren't many students who have such a sense of responsibility nowadays. 50 million isn't a small figure, Professor Guo exclaimed after Wang Xian had left. This student is pretty capable to be able to donate 50 million at such a young age. In addition, he has a caring heart, Counselor Li added proudly. Since the 50 million is donated by Wang Xian, let's set up a department to manage this disbursement for needy students. We shall keep this transparent and can't disappoint our students. I hope our school will nurture more students with such a sense of responsibility. Chapter 229 Bulldozed Through 1. Chapter 229 Bulldozed Through 1. Our school nurtures talents. Wang Xian may have been wrong in skipping classes, but his sense of responsibility was stronger than anyone else. Let's just close one eye in the future. This is the most positive and encouraging matter at the University of Rivertown. Why not this? We can cut some of the expenses from this year's budget and pay for Wu Huanwan's medical bills. The 51 million donated by Wang Xian will be used in assisting the needy students. We cannot let the students think that the school is not doing as much as a student, the principal of the University of Rivertown said with excitement. Great. Agree, we can cut some of the welfare from the teacher's day. Some of the old professors and teachers in the office discussed with smiles emerging all over their faces. As part of the education industry, they were all top intellectuals, and hence, they had stronger moral and social responsibilities than the average people. The world is still filled with kind-hearted people. Wang Xian walked out of the office with smiles as he was in a chirpy mood. He could have made a call to the school and gotten them to turn a blind eye on his absence. He could have even graduated easily without going through examinations. But he did not do that. He could simply be cocky or even crush some of the people. However, he still had his own principles for some of the things. Wang Xian did not think he was a good-natured person, but he tried not to be a villain. He would treat others the same as how others would treat him. With a chirpy mood, Wang Xian headed out of the school. He came to the entrance and saw Wang Dahai and the gang waiting for him there. Have you settled it? Old Wang, did the counselor say anything? Wang Dahai yelled to Wang Xian as soon as he saw him walking out. Everything is settled. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Let's go and have our dinner. Let's go. Follow the thigh and we get to enjoy it. Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen joked along with their girlfriends. Buzz. Just then, the booming sound of the sports cars was heard at the school entrance. Wow. It's Hugh Aziming and the other three hunks. Lamborghini Aventador, Aston Martin Vanquish, Ferrari FF, and Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. All the cars cost more than 5 million each. These four people from Madu are filthy rich. They are rich and handsome. How fucking unfair is the world. Wow. So cool. They are cool sports cars. 4 cars add up to more than 20 million. Hugh Aziming and his gang are so cool. How nice it would be I could be one of their girlfriends. All the students exclaimed in awe at the entrance. The guys were jealous while the girls looked into the cars with admiration. The 4 cars lined up in a horizontal row, heading out. The 4 of them had smirks on their faces. Honk! Suddenly, Hugh Aziming, in the center, honked his horn with a taunting look when he saw the people in front of them. The other 3 at the side looked in his direction. Hugh Aziming, with a smile, gestured ahead and asked, "Let's have a game. Shall we?" Han Juniming and the rest froze for a second and peered ahead. Sure. Let's have a game. Then all of them looked at each other and said, 3, 2, 1. Han Juniming, whose car was on the exterior side, began his countdown with a taunting look. When he counted to 1, the engines of the 4 sports cars roared. Superior sports cars like these had terrifying speed when their engines powered up. They charged forward as though they were irritable bulls. Vroom! Eek! The vrooming engine sounds and the shrieks from the tires rubbing on the ground cut through the air at the same time. Wang Xian and his clique ahead were slightly stunned when they heard the car engines behind them. Ah! When the girlfriends of Zhang Wen, Wang Dahai, and Zhang Wen saw the 4 sports cars charging at them at high speed, they screamed in horror. Wang Dahai and the rest had drastic changes in their expressions. Their faces paled instantly. However, 4 of the sports cars swerved and made a drift around them. Wang Xian and the rest were surrounded by the cool-looking drifts. Waves of air hit Wang Xian and the group, bringing about dust in the air. 4 supreme sports cars were drifting uniformly together. Such skills and visual impact struck awe to everyone. FML. That's so cool. Drifts. They look stunning when 4 cars drift together. Not even a racer has such skills. Cool. So freaking cool. The surrounding students and onlookers watched with their mouths open as the 4 sports cars did their drifts. Thrills were climbing all over their faces. Fuck you. Wang Dahai, who was in the center, hugged Su Kaiyan and scolded furiously. His face was a little pale. Zhang Wen, Gang Feng, and their girlfriends were looking bad. When the cars charged and drifted around them, they got the shock of their lives. Wang Xian, who was standing in the center of the group, narrowed his eyes as his expression sank. Vroom. After making 4 to 5 rounds of drifts, the 4 sports cars lined up in a row again. 4 faces appeared before Wang Xian and his clique. Wow. That's so cool. Juniming, you're amazing. A thrilled voice was heard from the sports car. Wang Dahai and the rest opened their eyes and looked over with awful expressions. Hugh Aziming, Han Juniming and the rest were driving a sports car individually while the beautiful twins were sitting in Han Juniming and another guy's car respectively. At this time, the twins were shouting excitedly as they threw a glance at Wang Xian and the rest with mocking expressions. Hee hee, brat. This is Rivertown. But, so what? Han Juniming opened the roof of the car. With a pair of sunglasses, he placed his arm on the car door. He looked provocative as he asked Wang Xian. Hey, I don't care where this place is, but you better watch yourself. Otherwise, the game is on. How do you find our driving skills? Want us to do it again? Another two guys looked at them with smiling faces. Don't ever provoke us again. You guys can't bear the consequences after that. Hua Ziming, in the middle, lifted his chin as he taunted Wang Xian and his clique disdainfully. Fuck you. Upon hearing the insults, Gang Feng, Shang Wen, and Wang Dahai were furious. Wang Dahai, who was as impatient as always, almost wanted to charge at them. Dahai, no, we can't afford to mess with them. Su Kan quickly held him back. Forget it. Let's ignore them. Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng's girlfriends were all pale. None of them look simple. Let's not offend them. Each one of them was driving a sports car that cost more than 5 million. They could not afford to mess around with people who could afford to drive cars like this. In their opinion, even Wang Xian was far from them. Trash. Don't be too cocky next time. The beautiful twins showed their middle fingers in the sports cars with contempt. Chapter 230 Bulldozed Through 2. Chapter 230 Bulldozed Through 2. Oh, freak, how did that group offend Hua Ziming and his friends? That's right. How did they offend Hua Ziming and his friends? They are really unlucky. I heard that Hua Ziming and his other 3 friends are really fierce. Hua Ziming, Han Juniming and the other 2 guys come from very strong families. They are also formidable themselves. The drift just now was simply stunning. They are just humiliating them. Isn't that Wang Xian? Yeah, that's Wang Xian. The most well-known person in our school. He went missing for some time. How did he offend Hua Ziming and his friends? The surrounding students conversed and gathered over inquisitively. It really is Wang Xian. He is easily one of the more incredible students in the school and is earning big bucks at such a young age. However, he's still not comparable with Hua Ziming, Han Juniming and his group of friends. Wang Xian bought a Bentley worth 34 million for his sister and is also powerful. However, it is clear that Han Juniming and his group of friends are more incredible. They each own a supercar that is worth at least 5 million. I heard their families are all filthy rich with assets worth over hundreds of trillions. They are also influential in Madu, the place where the rich gather. The crowd discussed softly. Although Wang Xian was great and owned the first-rate restaurant, a restaurant known throughout the country, he was still a far cry from these people with filthy rich parents. Just take a look at the supercars they are driving. Every single one of them cost more than 5 million. The crowd in the school didn't think that Wang Xian would be as rich and influential as them. Furthermore, Hua Ziming and the group were powerful. They had challenged Zhu Qingcheng a while back and defeated him with a single move. This was something that even Ko Qianhu couldn't do. Although the 4 of them were exchange students who had just come to the University of Rivertown, their fame and strength had seemingly edged past Wang Xian's. Wang Xian walked towards the supercar with a cold expression amidst the arrogant looks of the group. The twins even showed him their middle fingers with contempt. Old Wang, let it go. Let's not be calculative with them. Wang Dahai stepped forward and spoke to Wang Xian as he saw Wang Xian walking over. Yes, old Wang, let's not be calculative with them. Damn it, they are just exchange students here and yet they are already so arrogant. Zhang Feng and Zhang Wen walked over and tried to convince Wang Xian while holding back their anger. Wang Xian waved his hand at them and walked to the supercar closest to him. He stepped on the bonnet with his right foot. The 4 of you sure are arrogant, Wang Xian remarked coldly. Get your foot off, Han Juniming replied coldly when he saw Wang Xian stepping on his supercar. Put it down, you can't afford to pay for this car, the beautiful twins said to Wang Xian with contempt. Bam bam. Wang Xian smiled coldly and stepped a few times on it. He looked at them and warned, let me tell you this again, you are in Rivertown right now. If you want to play, I'll play with you driving skills. Let me show you what driving skills are, and I would love to see if the outcome is something I can endure. Wang Xian answered coldly in response to what the 4 of them had said to him. FCK. I'm asking you to lift your damn feet, can't you hear me? Han Juniming shouted. Not only did Wang Xian ignore him, but Wang Xian also stepped a few more times on the bonnet. Han Juniming got out of the car furiously, following which, The other three also alighted. Damn it, Wang Xian is trying to go head-to-head with Hua Ziming, Han Juniming and their friends. He is not being rational. It is clear that Wang Xian couldn't handle all four of them at the same time. Will a fight start between them? The crowd was shocked by the development of events and started whispering, "Put your foot down, can't you hear me?" Han Juniming stared harshly at Wang Xian while Hua Ziming and the other two guys walked over with a gloomy expression. Wang Xian smiled and replied, "Since you want to play, I'll play along with you." He moved his feet away as he finished his line before walking to the side of the car. "Rascal, I'm warning you, don't test my patience," Han Juniming said coldly to Wang Xian while pointing at him. "Interesting, no one dares to talk to me like this in Rivertown," Wang Xian remarked. He looked back and waved his hand slightly. "The driving skills you have shown me aren't impressive at all. Let me show you something fancier." Vroom vroom. As Wang Xian spoke, the sound of the engine revving roared loudly from a short distance away. The revving of the engine resembled that of the roar of a beast. To the astonishment of the crowd, a huge black car charged towards them as the crowd scampered in a hurry to get out of the way. "OFCK? Is that a lorry? Man, that's a caravan. That's a caravan one. What a domineering car, it looks just like a military vehicle." The crowd looked towards the black monster in shock as it charged ahead. It was close to 4 meters tall and over 10 meters in length. Its tire alone was already half the height of a person. Man, as its name would suggest, is a brand of cross-country caravan. It was incomparably domineering. The domineering car that resembled a huge beast charged forward directly. "This is... Oh my god, what is that big car trying to do?" Exclamations from the crowd erupted. When Han Juniming, Hua Ziming and their friends saw the huge car charging towards them, their expressions changed abruptly. Read comics on our web novel. Live. Boom. To the disbelief of everyone, the domineering caravan charged directly towards the 4 supercars. The huge tires were almost as tall as the supercars. To the astonishment of the crowd, it bulldozed through. A premium cross-country caravan could easily manage a 4-degree slope. A supercar which had a low body would seem miniature in front of it. The gigantic caravan weighed over 20 tons. It is easy to imagine the outcome if it rammed over a supercar that weighed just over a ton. It was just like what everyone had witnessed. To everyone's amazement, the first supercar collapsed the moment the giant caravan went over it. When the rear wheels rolled over, the supercar sank and almost hit the ground. One should note that the giant caravan had 8 wheels. The supercar was totally deformed and white smoke rose from it. Soon, the second supercar followed the fate of the first. Lamborghini Aventador, Aston Martin Vanquish, Ferrari FF, Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. One after another, they were flattened. The cracking sounds were eerily sharp in the silent crowd. This made the crowd's breathing quicken a little. Bam! When the black giant caravan crushed the last supercar, it came to an abrupt and heavy stop, just like how Beast stopped after besieging a city. Crack crack. The doors to the black giant caravan opened. From it, a middle-aged man walked down with a bright smile. He looked at Wang Xian and asked, "Young master, how were my driving skills?" As he spoke, he looked at the 4 cars as though he was enjoying his masterpieces. "I'll leave the judging to the 4 of them," Wang Xian replied happily. End note. 1 MAN is a German mechanical engineering company which provides different kinds of commercial vehicles. Chapter 231 Show me what you've got for you to be cocky in Rivertown. Chapter 231 Show me what you've got for you to be cocky in Rivertown. Boom. This. Gosh. Shocking. Every moment unfolding before them struck horror into everyone. 4 super sports cars became 4 piles of useless metal now. The cars were in a disastrous state and were almost scraps. Everyone found it incredible. These are sports cars worth more than 20 million. A guy could not help but exclaim. Each of these 4 sports cars was like a dream car to them. Yet, they turned to scraps of iron before them. The exclamations brought the dumbfounded quartet to their senses. All their expressions recovered from their shock and turned extremely awful and hideous as they looked at Wang Xian. "You are asking for death." Words came out as a soft growl from Hua Ziming's mouth as he glared at Wang Xian with a pair of murderous eyes. How dare you crush our cars? The other three held their fists tightly as they fixed their bloodthirsty eyes on Wang Xian. Aren't you giving any comment? How were my driving skills? Mo Qinglong was the one who drove. He looked at Hua Ziming and the rest with a taunting look as he walked over. You're fucking digging your own graves. Han Juniming gave Mo Qinglong a death stare as he said fiercely. Wang Xian looked at them and revealed a cold smile. This is Rivertown. Show me what you've got for you to be cocky here. I'll be right here waiting for you. Gosh. This is damn awesome. He's too domineering. He just bulldozed with his car and crushed the 4 super sports cars. That's just overbearing. Scary he dared to turn 4 super sports cars that are worth 20 million into something like this. Is this Wang Xian? He's more domineering than what we imagined. Such an imposing demeanor. No wonder the 2 goddesses from our school took a fancy of him. Impressive. I'm convinced by his overbearing demeanor. This is too shocking. Senior Wang Xian is so cool. So domineering. Show me what you've got for you to be cocky here. I'll be right here waiting for you. Senior Wang Xian sounded so cocky. But I like it. I worship him. Wang Xian has nothing to fear. He just crashed those sports cars that are worth 20 million. Just like toys. The surrounding crowd exploded into commotions. They pointed and commented excitingly. All of them were impressed by Wang Xian, who was standing at the center impassively. Given his guts, and the things he did and said, he was invincible. Damn. I feel so good now. How dare the outsiders play punks at our place. They drove their sports cars everywhere as if they were afraid that no one knows they are rich. That's right, well done. I hope Junior Wang Xian can totally suppress them. Some of the guys felt good about it. They were already unhappy with the quartet for being flashy and arrogant. Looks like we can have a good game. I hope you are ready to bear the consequences for being arrogant. Hua Ziming clenched his fists tightly. He took out his phone slowly with an icy cold face. If you can't compensate us for our car repair fees by 10-fold, I'll make sure you get it for me. Han Juniming squinted his eyes. With a blackened face, he took out his phone too. Half an hour. I'll just wait for half an hour, Wang Xian said sarcastically when he saw them taking out their phones. You'll regret it soon. A guy swept an angry glance at Wang Xian and said coldly. The surrounding spectators frowned when they saw Hua Ziming and Han Juniming take out their phones. Hua Ziming and the rest had strong backings. Senior Wang Xian seems confident. I don't think he's afraid of them. If it was just 1 or 2 of them, there'd be nothing to fear. But it is hard to say when 4 of them come together. Nonetheless, I'm still supporting Senior Wang Xian. As the surrounding people were commenting, more and more people crowded over and joined in on the discussion with disbelief. Wang, it's Hua Ziming, Han Juniming, and his clique. They seem to have some conflicts with that Wang Xian. Their sports cars were rolled over by that large cross-country caravan. Oh really, Hua Ziming and his clique are really high profile. The 4 of them just want to act haughty in Rivertown. Would they dare to be this arrogant back in Madu? But given their strength, no one is their match in Rivertown. That Wang Xian was courting his own doom. That's right. Apart from a miracle doctor in Rivertown, the rest of the people and families are nothing to them. Hee. I bet they have nothing to do to show off their strength in this small place. 5 people were letting out soft laughter as they gazed at the crowd. Out of the 5 people, there was a pretty girl with makeup and tight-fitting clothes that exhibited her curvy figure altogether. She was a little haughty as she overlooked the spot before her with faint disdain. Quick! Young Master Ren ordered us to send these 4 super sports cars for repairs. Director Qin, is it a car accident? 4 super sports cars were hit. I think so. The one who called young Master Ren has strong power. Just get over here now. In less than 20 minutes. Several trailers parked on the side. About 8 men came down from the cars and headed towards the crowd. Gosh! These 4 cars are in bad shape. Looks like they were rolled over by that huge pickup. The repair cost would be at least a few $1,000,000. Yes. What a disaster. Why didn't they call the insurance company to settle this? Director Qin squeezed himself into the crowd, and he was surprised when he saw the 4 sports cars. Each of them cost 5 million and above. No wonder they called young Master Ren and Director Qin to rush down and settle this. Who is young Master Liu? Director Qin asked carefully as he stared at the group. You were the one sent by Ren Anjai. Tow the 4 sports cars away and quote me a price for the repair fees. One of them from the quartet looked at Director Qin with cold eyes as he spoke immediately. Yes. Young Master Liu. Got it. Director Qin quickly nodded. Young Master Ren had reminded him to treat them respectfully. Hence, they must be some big shots. What if you can't afford the repair fees by 10-fold? Haha. Young Master Liu glared at Wang Xian coldly. He asked as he narrowed his murderous eyes. Director Qin was curious as he traced the direction young Master Liu was looking at. Her. All of a sudden, Director Qin froze and his body stiffened with shock flashing in his eyes. With a stiff neck, he turned around and saw the black, gigantic pickup not far away. He swallowed his saliva. Without any hesitation, Director Qin walked to Wang Xian and put on a sincere and pleased smile. Young Master Wang, how do you find the modified MAN 88 cross-country caravan from Germany? It's absolutely domineering. Look at how it crushes 4 supercars easily. Young Master Wang, let me send someone over to check if there are any scratches. Chapter 232. Your son has gotten into trouble. Chapter 232. Your son has gotten into trouble. Young Master Wang, how do you feel about the modified MAN 88 cross-country caravan from Germany? It's absolutely domineering. Look at how it crushes 4 supercars easily. Young Master Wang, let me send someone over to see if anything is scratched. Director Qin's voice pierced the silence and shocked everyone in the vicinity. What's the situation now? What is happening? Hadn't Director Qin still talked deferentially to Liu Zhiyu about the cars a while ago? Why did he say such things now? Moreover, why is he acting so deferentially toward Wang Xian? Director Qin's puzzling actions shocked everyone in the vicinity. Liu Zhiyu, who stood there with his head lifted up high and had demanded 10 times compensation a while ago, was stunned. Seeing Director Qin asking 2 maintenance workers to check the caravan that just rammed over their cars, Liu Zhiyu's expression turned gloomy. Asshole, what are you doing? What did Ren Anjai, that idiot, ask you to do here? Liu Zhiyu stared harshly at Director Qin and shouted loudly. I naturally know what I'm supposed to do here. Do I need you to remind me? When Director Qin heard Liu Zhiyu, he lifted his chest and retorted with contempt. He didn't have the same respectful attitude towards Liu Zhiyu at all. The look in his eyes was full of taunts. Young Master Ren had instructed him here to handle this matter. At the same time, young Master Ren emphasized that he had to be respectful. However, the moment he saw Wang Xian and the modified cross-country caravan at the side, he knew what he should be doing instead. As a confidante to young Master Ren, he knew a lot of things. This included how young Master Ren had to be respectful to young Master Wang as though young Master Wang was his grandparent. This included how the father of young Master Ren, who was also the Ren family head, had to be respectful when dealing with Wang Xian. This included the fact that Wang Xian, who was a devil-like existence in his eyes, had annihilated the Yan family and Liu family. Within the circle of the most influential and wealthy people in Rivertown, all of them knew that you could offend anyone in Rivertown, but not young Master Wang, who was also known as Miracle Dr. Wang. He was truly the most horrifying person in Rivertown. Today, Director Qin believed that even if young Master Ren had come personally, he would probably choose to offend Liu Zhiyu instead. In fact, young Master Ren might just pick a fight with him. If young Master Ren knew of his actions, not only would young Master Ren not be angry, but he would also have a better appraisal of him. At the thought of this, a faint smile appeared on the face of Director Qin. He glanced at the 4 supercars that had been crushed, smiled lightly and remarked, "It's your honor to have young Master Wang crush your cars." Liu Zhiyu was shivering a little from anger. He stared coldly at Director Qin and clenched his fist tightly. What's the situation now? I'm totally confused. What is happening? Isn't that Director Qin someone Liu Zhiyu had called over? That middle-aged man addressed Wang Xian as young Master Wang. That's not a common address nowadays. The surrounding crowd was shocked and confused by the development as they whispered among themselves. Screech! 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 At this moment, several luxurious cars drove towards the school and stopped by the side. The crowd was surprised and immediately knew that those were people Hugh Aziming and his friends had summoned over. There are 10 Benzes moreover. Their car plate numbers are in running order. Who are they? When the crowd saw the 10 black Benzes lining up neatly, their minds were blown away. Look, there are more at the back. At this moment, a teenager couldn't help but exclaim. He was pointing to the back as he shouted, Land Rovers, there are 8 Land Rovers, oh my god, they are of the same model. Those are cars from the Enterprise Alliance Security Group. Oh my god, Enterprise Alliance Security Group is the largest security company in Rivertown. It is said that everyone in it is an expert. Cars drove over and stopped one after another. There were a total of 30 to 40 cars. Someone is alighting. The crowd looked in shock at the people who were alighting from the cars. They were all young men wearing black attire. At the very front, the driver, who was wearing a pair of white gloves, opened the door of the car in a hurry. From the car, an old man with a walking stick alighted. From him, one could feel the vibes of a really successful man. Chen Hu, that old man resembles Chen Hu, someone from the crowd exclaimed loudly in disbelief. Who is Chen Hu? Chen Hu is the director of the East City Group. He's a billionaire in Rivertown. Many people have to address him as Master Hu when they see him. A billionaire. Wow. There are over 20 young men in suits following behind Chen Hu. This lineup is so stunning. People are alighting from the Land Rovers too. Who are they? Oh my god, the director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group has come personally. Oh my god, he has actually come personally. There are so many people. Hugh Aziming, Han Juniming and their friends only made a call, and yet, so many people have come. Moreover, they are all influential figures in Rivertown. Every single person in the crowd looked on in disbelief at the group of people who had just arrived. At the very front were 3 people. They were the director of East City Group, the director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group, and a middle-aged man giving off strong vibes. At this moment, the crowd looks to Wang Ziyan before looking at Hugh Aziming, Han Juniming and their friends. They have all arrived. I hope you will be able to take the consequences. Han Juniming looked at the group approaching them. His lips curved into a smile as he stared coldly at Wang Ziyan. We are starting the game now. I hope you could entertain us. Hugh Aziming stretched his neck a little as he revealed a cold smirk. When the crowd saw the approaching group of people, they couldn't help but gasp. It's over. It's over. Senior Wang Ziyan is over. Damn it, I had not expected Hugh Aziming and Han Juniming to be so incredible. They are able to call upon these influential figures with a single call. Uncle Hu, Shen Hu, Ah Wu, Hugh Aziming, Han Juniming and their friends smirked and greeted the approaching group of people. Who dares to bully Aziming? Let Uncle Hu teach him a lesson. There's no one to be afraid of in Rivertown. Young Master Han, who's the one who doesn't understand his position? Leave him to me. Young Master Zhu, I hope I'm not late. The middle-aged man, director of East City Group and director of Enterprise Alliance Security Group, met the greetings from Hugh Aziming and his friends with radiant smiles. This. When the crowd heard how the 3 leaders addressed Hugh Aziming and his friends, they gasped. They did not know about the middle-aged man. But Chen Hu was the director of a large group and had assets of over $1 billion. The other man was also the director of a strong group. Yet, they were so deferential in front of them. Have they all arrived? Are there more? Wang Ziyan looked at the 3 men that had walked over with dozens of subordinates. He gave a gentle smile. Death is knocking at your door, and yet you acting so cockily, the beautiful twins remarked coldly. That is. However, when Hu Fei, Shen Hu and Gong Wu saw Wang Ziyan, their bodies froze. Their stiff bodies shivered a little as they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, the 3 of them took out their phones and made a call. Brother Hue, your son has gotten into trouble. Director Han, your son has gotten into trouble. Second Master Zhu, your son has gotten into trouble. Chapter 233 known throughout the University of Rivertown. Chapter 233 known throughout the University of Rivertown. Your son has gotten into trouble. 3 of them said the same thing at the same time. What's going on? This. Everyone was stunned when they saw 3 well-known figures pulling out their phones for calls. Hugh Aziming, Han Juniming and the rest froze for a moment as a bad feeling suddenly rose in their hearts when they heard their conversations. Uncle Hu. Hu Ziming's expression sank gradually as he called out to Hu Fei. Hu Fei peered at Hu Ziming through the corner of his eyes and ignored him. After he spoke to the person on the phone, he quickly walked towards Wang Xian. Young Master Wang, I didn't know that one of my big brother's sons had offended you. He said he will leave it to you as long as his son's life is spared. Young Master Wang, Director Han wants me to apologize to you. His son, Han Juniming, is at your disposal. Young Master Wang, Second Master Zhu hopes you can spare his useless son's life. After Hu Fei went over, Shenlong and Gong Wu walked to Wang Xian immediately and spoke respectfully. Gosh! What's this situation now? God damn it this! None of the surrounding spectators knew what to say as the event unfolded before them. Their shock was beyond words as they lacked the vocabulary to describe it. Hu Ziming, Han Juniming, and the rest had called a group of people here. The staff member from the Four's car service who had just arrived ignored them as soon as he saw Wang Xian. He even mocked them. Another 3 big shots arrived, and they called their parents to tell them their sons had gotten themselves into trouble. Subsequently, the 3 big shots walked to Wang Xian and addressed him as Young Master Wang with respect. The 3 big shots even told Wang Xian that he could do whatever he liked as long as he spared their lives. Oh gosh! Hu Ziming, Han Juniming, and the rest parted their lips slightly, as they could not help but tremble for a moment. They gazed at Hu Fei, Shenlong and Gong Wu in disbelief. Uncle Hu Ziming opened his mouth and called out once again, Shut up! Get over here now and make your apology. Your dad told me to break your legs if you can't settle this today. Hu Fei yelled at Hu Ziming. If you can make it back home, you'll be punished by the house rules. What? Hu Ziming trembled with a stupefied expression and fear flashed in his eyes. If you can make it back home. If you can make it back home. What if he couldn't? The answer was clear. Get over and apologize now. Hu Fei shouted at him once again with a stern face. Hu Ziming was filled with trepidation. Forget it. Just giving them some punishment will do. And I don't want to see them in Rivertown. Wang Xian looked at the 4 of them disdainfully before he spoke to Hu Fei, Shenlong and Gong Wu. Thank you, Young Master Wang. Their families will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The 3 of them hurriedly replied. Wang Xian waved a dismissive hand and said to Wang Dahai and the rest, who were dumbfounded, Let's go for our dinner. Don't let some trash spoil our mood. Let's go. Wang Dahai and the rest stared with their wide and round eyes before they followed Wang Xian to the first-rate restaurant. You guys are asking for trouble of all the people in Rivertown. Why did you have to provoke Young Master Wang? Hu Fei looked at the quartet and shook his head gently. He looked at the figure who had just left with fear and respect. Young Master Han, go back to Madu now and never come back to Rivertown again. At the same time, your family needs to give a satisfactory answer to Young Master Wang. Shenlong looked at Han Juniming and said solemnly, You guys are lucky today. Young Master Wang gave us some face. Han Juniming, Hu Ziming and the rest were still in a daze as they stood there with ashen faces. At this time, all their phones rang. When they saw calls from the leaders of their families, their faces got as white as sheets. What kind of people were they messing with? How formidable is Senior Wang Xian? He's simply too awesome. Is this Wang Xian's strength? Hu Ziming and Han Juniming were already so impressive. But now, their families are begging him to spare their sons' lives. My idol Senior Wang Xian is my idol. I heard he was penniless when he was in year 1. Yet he has climbed to such a domineering position within a year. Hundreds of people broke into a commotion when Han Juniming and Hu Ziming got into the cars like some walking zombies after Wang Xian disappeared. All of them were discussing in shock. Today, Wang Xian had exhibited an appalling and domineering strength. If Wang Xian was just a well-known figure in the school in the past, he would become the legendary figure of the University of Rivertown from today onwards. Brother Xian, you'll be our leader from now on. Wang Dahai called out to Wang Xian with admiration in one of the rooms in first-rate restaurant. Brother Xian, you're so awesome and cool. I do want to marry you if I was a girl. Get lost. Wang Ziyan pushed Wang Dahai away out of disgust. Zhao Yu and the rest are here. You guys just go over there and sit. Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng were talking excitedly after Wang Ziyan went out. Shuking. King Yu. Wang Ziyan walked out and saw Zhao Yu and Elder Fang. His eyes swept across Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu as he called out with a smile. Apparently, had run away from some problems perfectly during a month of retreat. He felt the retreat was worth it. Looks like someone took good care of you. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu sized him up with their eyes as they implied. Thanks to both of you for taking care of me during my retreat. You have worked hard. Let's have dinner. Wang Ziyan feigned ignorance as he spoke to Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu with sincerity. Heh. I'm glad you know it. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu revealed smiles on their faces and headed to the private room. Wang Ziyan immediately followed behind them. He saw Zhao Yu giving him a thumbs up with admiration. Wang Ziyan patted his chest proudly, looking impressed with himself. When Wang Dahai and the guys saw Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu entering the private room at the same time, they were taken aback. During dinner, all of them dropped their jaws when Wang Ziyan was taking food for Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu eagerly. This situation. Gosh. Brother Ziyan. I'm impressed. I'm totally impressed. You're simply awesome. When the four of them came to the washroom, Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng immediately spoke to Wang Ziyan with great admiration. Heh. That's nothing. Wang Ziyan chuckled with some haughtiness. Let me check how impressive you are. Wang Dahai and the guys stretched their necks and checked out in between Wang Ziyan's legs. Gosh. Formidable. Invincible. Chapter 2134 Sacred Sect Flame Palace. Chapter 2134 Sacred Sect Flame Palace. Good morning, Senior Wang Ziyan. Good morning, Wang Ziyan. Good morning, handsome. When Wang Ziyan and Zhao Yu arrived at school the second morning, they were greeted by the students on the way enthusiastically. Morning. Wang Ziyan nodded and replied with a smile. Brother, your actions have truly shocked the entire school. I had never expected you to accomplish something so shocking. That's totally incredible. Seeing students from the school greeting Wang Ziyan one after another, Zhao Yu looked at her brother with admiration. I am still just your brother. Wang Ziyan joked. He smiled and added, Alright, I'm going to my classroom now. Go ahead. Zhao Yu replied. And the two went their separate ways. Good morning, Wang Ziyan. Good morning, Brother Ziyan. When Wang Ziyan arrived at the classroom, everyone's attention was focused on him. A flicker of surprise flashed across their eyes and they quickly greeted him with a smile. Morning. Wang Ziyan nodded and replied with a smile. Wang Ziyan, you have really hidden what you were capable of too well. The incident that happened yesterday in the afternoon has erupted in the school forum. Your actions are really too domineering. You are my idol. I had never expected you to have such abilities. Some of the classmates with whom Wang Ziyan was closer with joked as they tried to get on the good books of Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan smiled and chatted with them for a while. Soon, the school bell rang. However, during the short intervals between the lessons in the morning, an announcement was made through the school's broadcasting system. Yirtwo student Wang Ziyan has donated 50 million to help students in need. The school will be setting up a department to help needy students financially. When the announcement was made, the school erupted with raucous discussions. Wang Ziyan, it's Wang Ziyan again. Together with the details of the incident the day before that were being spread at a crazy speed, Wang Ziyan was now known by everyone in the University of Rivertown. Thank you, Wang Ziyan, for the donation to the school. Thank you, Wang Ziyan, for helping out students in need. The counselor approached me today and informed me that Wang Ziyan had donated a sum to the school to set up a fund that helps needy students. The school has now exempted my tuition fees for a year. I am deeply grateful to Wang Ziyan. Positive energy. Wang Ziyan donated 50 million. And this could help a lot of people. Thank you, Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan is really noble to donate 50 million to help the needy students. Thank you, Wang Ziyan. The school also posted the announcement on its official school website. At the same time, they publicized the assistance plan. In the comment section, countless students were discussing the donation. Most of them were thanking Wang Ziyan for his donation. In the end, the 4 words of thank you Wang Zhan were upvoted the most, and soon reached over 10,000. After seeing the messages on the school forum and hearing the broadcast in school, Wang Zhan smiled and left for the Divine Dragon Medical Hall in a joyous mood. There were only 2 classes in the morning. After his classes, it was only 10 in the morning. When he reached the doorstep of the medical hall, Sun Lingshu, who was wearing white, was already standing there. She stood there quietly and wore a gentle smile on her face. This attracted the attention of many passers-by. Zhao Xian. When Sun Lingshu saw Wang Zhan walking towards her, she walked forward and welcomed him with a beautiful smile. Have you been waiting? Asked Wang Zhan as he opened the doors to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Nope. I've just arrived, answered Sun Lingshu. When Sun Lingshu entered the medical hall, she looked around attentively. Zhao Xian, you might not know about this, but when I sent patients here for treatment in the past, I imagined becoming a miracle doctor as incredible as you. I would think about how great it would be if I could cure them of their illnesses. Although I'm not as great as you are at this moment, I'm at least able to treat patients here. She spoke happily, as this was something she had been hoping for ages. I'll leave this medical hall to you from now on. I won't meddle with the business anymore, Wang Zhan commented. Rest assured, now that you have left this to me, you will be my boss from now onwards. I'll be earning money for you. Sun Lingshu smiled as she went to boil some water. I've brought you here today to take a look first. You can start seeing patients starting tomorrow. I might just stay around here when I have nothing to do. Wang Zhan nodded his head and said, Alright, Zhao Xian. However, can I change the rules of the Divine Dragon Medical Hall? Sun Lingshu asked. Read more chapter on novel full. Sun Lingshu made Wang Zhan a cup of tea with the boiled water and brought it to him. The rules, just change them as you wish. I won't be getting involved with the business here in the future after all. Oh yes, it would be best if we could collect spiritual stones from treatments to ancient martial artists. Wang Zhan nodded and replied in a nonchalant tone. Yes, boss. Zhao Xian. I'll just follow your instructions, answered Sun Lingshu with a radiant smile as she lifted the cup of tea and placed it in front of Wang Zhan with both hands. Wang Zhan was not used to her behaving this way. This reminded him of the nurse and maid cosplay. This is the place, Divine Dragon Medical Hall, that is helmed by the 8th-ranked miracle doctor on the miracle doctor's chart. When Wang Zhan and Sun Lingshu were chatting, an old man and a young man arrived by the doorstep and commented after taking a look at the signboard. Master, will he agree to join our flame palace? The young man asked curiously. Looking into the medical hall. Rest assured, he will agree, the old man said with confidence. Our flame palace is a newly crowned sacred sect, and we are at the stage where we are recruiting various experts. This is also the best time for the experts to join us. Miracle Dr. Wang is a factionless doctor. Although he is ranked 8th on the miracle doctor's chart, he is still a factionless doctor after all. He now has a chance to join a sacred sect and become our personal miracle doctor within the sect. Tell me, will he reject and let this opportunity slip? He will definitely agree to join. This is a chance encounter for him and the best opportunity available. He wouldn't get the same treatment and status that Flame Palace is offering if he chooses to join another sacred sect, said the old man confidently as he walked in with his head lifted up high. The young man nodded in agreement and followed behind. Hey there, you guys are. Sun Lingshu was tidying up things in the medical hall when the old and young man entered. She looked at them and asked them this, feeling a little baffled about their purpose. Wow, she's so beautiful, the young man exclaimed when he saw Sun Zhiling. The old man smiled and looked at his disciple before turning his attention to Wang Zhan, who was resting on the reclining chair, and asking, You must be Miracle Dr. Wang. Wang Zhan lifted his head and saw the old and young man. Yes, I am. Do you have something for me? Miracle Dr. Wang is indeed as young as rumored. I am an elder of the sacred sect, Flame Palace. I would like to invite Miracle Dr. Wang to join our sacred sect as our personal miracle doctor, said the old man heartily. Sacred sect, Flame Palace. Wang Zhan was baffled. Is there a Flame Palace among sacred sects? The old man was shocked to hear Wang Zhan's reply, and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Although Flame Palace had just become a sacred sect, It was already known throughout the world. Flame Palace has just become a sacred sect. We sincerely hope Miracle Dr. Wang can join us. The old man repeated his invitation. I'm sorry. I have no intention to join any forces. Chapter 235 A Slave. Chapter 235 A Slave. I'm sorry. I have no intention to join any forces. When Wang Xian declared his stand indifferently on his chair, the old and young men froze immediately. The old man was slightly embarrassed when he saw Wang Xian sipping his tea in a relaxed and casual manner. Wang Xian was looking calm as he dismissed them as someone unimportant. Wang Xian did not take sacred sects seriously at all. Miracle Dr. Wang. The Flame Palace was promoted to a sacred sect. If you can join us, I'll be one of our members, and will protect you. The old man continued making his point to Wang Xian with a sunken expression. I'm sorry. Wang Xian sat up and put his tea aside. He looked at the old man and repeated himself again. I don't have the intention to join any forces, and I may not be practicing medicine anymore. It's your honor that we invited you to join the sacred sects. How dare a factionless doctor treat us rudely, said the young man coldly. The young man spotted Wang Xian's lukewarm expression, and the fact that Wang Xian disregarded them totally irritated the young man who had been received with flatteries recently. Wang Xian was stunned and surprised. He looked at the two haughty people and found them funny. So what if you were from the sacred sects? Are you forcing me to join against my will? HMPH. Since Miracle Dr. Wang is unwilling to join us, how can we force you to do so? The Flame Palace will be recruiting heroes and disciples at Wuduan Mountain 2 days from now. I hope to see you there, the old man said coldly. With a palm move, a fiery red invitation card appeared in his hand. Shoo! He swung his palm gently, and the invitation card was inserted into the wall behind Wang Xian like a hidden weapon. It was not hard to imagine the strength he possessed for pushing a paper invitation into the wall. The old man got up and walked out. When he was approaching the door, he paused and said sternly, a factionless doctor who does not join any force is unsafe. The old man left immediately upon completing his sentence. The young man glowered at Wang Xian before he glanced at Sun Lingshu with passion flashing in his eyes. He. Wang Xian put on a smiling face as the old man left. He reached out his hand, and the invitation card embedded in the wall flew to his hand. If that old man saw this just now, he would be appalled. Wang Xian flipped the fiery red invitation card and saw prominent characters printed on it. Pilgrimage, sacred sect. Flame Palace. Pilgrimage. Wang Xian chuckled. Sects that could become one of the sacred sects were domineering existences. They must have more than 10 inborn experts and enough influence. The fact that Flame Palace could be promoted to sacred sect meant it must have possessed a dominating presence. In the last decades, Flame Palace was also the only force that had been promoted. After they were promoted, the Flame Palace would need to expand their sect by recruiting underworld experts and disciples. Wuduan Mountain was about 100 kilometers away from Rivertown. It was not near, but not far either. What has sacred sect got to do with me? Wang Xian chucked the invitation aside and continued with his relaxing tea time. After Sun Lingshu came to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall, he finally relaxed completely. He could swim in the sea, rest in the medical hall, go to school every day. The thought of it was just satisfying. Oh, Lingshu, if you want to have lunch or dinner, you can go to first-rate restaurant next door. Wang Xian relaxed and lay down for more than 30 minutes before he stood up and spoke to Sun Lingshu, who tidied up the medical hall. Yes, Zhao Xian. Sun Lingshu nodded and sat beside him smilingly. I'll go back to school now. Go back and rest if there's nothing to do. Wang Xian looked at the time and headed to the school. Sun Lingshu stood up and gazed at Wang Xian's back view with a faint smile. If this place is going to work like I want, I would be swamped. This might prevent Zhao Xian from making money too. Sun Lingshu observed the entire Divine Dragon Medical Hall while she was deep in her thoughts. She was a kind-hearted person. When she witnessed life and death, and many helpless families in the hospital, she always thought about how wonderful it would be if she were more skillful. Hence, she was impressed by Wang Xian and admired him a lot. She always wanted to help those people who suffered from illness or had no money to see expensive doctors when she improved her medical skills. She knew she was acting a little like a holy mother, but it had always been her dream. Now, she finally had a chance. However, she would need to overthrow the rules set by Wang Zhang previously if she wanted to do that. It would bring more work to the medical hall in the future too. Let's get a helper. Sun Lingshu thought of a person as she wore a radiant smile on her face. She closed the medical hall and walked upstairs slowly. Sun Lingshu sat with her legs crossed and her eyes closed. The smile disappeared from her face as she looked like a noble and holy goddess. My blood. She parted her red lips gently as she exuded a faint white glow from her body. The white and bright energy eventually illuminated the entire room. Pure, elegant, holy. At the same time, in a castle in faraway Europe, the night was dark. A middle-aged man, in his red tuxedo and a tall hat, raised his wine glass as he roamed around in the ballroom full of flashes. Various middle-aged men and ladies in refined and luxurious dressing were exchanging conversations with the middle-aged man in a tuxedo. Prince. When the middle-aged man in a tuxedo went on the front stage, all the audience cheered for him. Hee. Thank you for coming. The middle-aged man in a tuxedo exhibited an imposing demeanor as he raised his wine glass, overlooking the people like a ruler. All of them in the ballroom bowed to him in respect and held up their tall wine glasses. The thick bloody color in the tall wine glasses was eerie looking under the faint and gloomy lighting. Hee. The middle-aged man in a tuxedo lifted his chin, looking thrilled. At that moment, his excited face stiffened with shock, fear, and despair showing in his eyes. No! He let out a sharp shriek and disappeared on the spot. He then appeared on the top of the castle. As he looked far in one direction. No! It can't be. This is impossible. He was trembling badly as desperation filled his eyes. Ah! All of a sudden, the middle-aged man in a tuxedo rolled his body on the rooftop of the castle in pain, looking to be in agony. Master, I surrender. Master, please. I beg you, I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll come to you now. Master, I'll be at your disposal from now on. He knelt on the ground and pledged his loyalty loudly. There was no one around him, but he was unusually respectful and fearful. How dare you feed on my blood? HMPH. Sun Lingshu opened her eyes with radiance flashed across them. She stood up slowly with a smile on her face. Miracle Dr. Bloodman is now a slave. Chapter 236 Disciples of the Flame Palace. Chapter 236 Disciples of the Flame Palace. Wang Zhang didn't know what had happened in the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Hurry up. Let's go get some crockpot rice. That stall has great business. We've got to hurry. At this moment, Xiao Yu was rushing Wang Zhang, Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking. All right. It has been a long time since we have eaten in the school canteen. Let's go. Wang Zhang nodded his head with a faint smile before looking to Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking. Do you guys still have lessons in the afternoon? I have 2 more lessons in the afternoon. I have 2 lessons too. The 2 girls smiled and returned the question. Why, what's the matter? Nothing. I'd just like to ask if the 2 of you will be staying in the dormitory tonight. Wang Zhang smiled sheepishly. After practicing behind closed doors for a month, he had a hard time holding it in. He wanted to release some of it. I'm staying in the dormitory. I'm going home. The 2 girls stared at him at the same time and answered. Oh, in that case, come to my villa after school tomorrow. Let's have a good gathering and get something nice to eat, continued Wang Zhang without a pause. The 2 girls were a little interested. After hesitating for a moment, they nodded their heads. Wang Zhang was thrilled and started looking at Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu from top to bottom. Both of them were around 1.7 meters tall with perfect figures. The 2 of them together. Wang Zhang was in ecstasy at the thought of it. His imagination ran wild and he was wondering if he should get some new clothes for them. Schoolgirl costume, stockings, female teacher costume. Wow, there are so many people waiting for it. When they arrived at the canteen, Xiao Yu was clearly displeased when she saw the long queue in front of the stall that sold crockpot rice. Let's go. We have nothing going on anyway. Let's just queue for it. Wang Xian smiled and walked over as he spoke to Xiao Yu. Alright. Wang Xian had visited this crockpot rice stall with Lan Qingyu once. It was indeed tasty, and could be considered as one of the most patronized stalls in the University of Rivertown. Wang Xian. Xiao Yu and the group walked towards the end of the line. Hey Wang Xian. Are you eating in the school canteen too? Hello. Wang Xian. Hello. Senior Wang Xian. When Wang Xian and the group walked over, those who were queuing immediately recognized him and greeted him. Yeah. I'm here for lunch. Hello. Everyone. Wang Xian smiled faintly. After what had happened yesterday, and the news of him donating 50 million to the school had spread, he was now known by even more people than the number of people who knew Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking. Are you here for the crockpot rice? Come. You can queue in front of me. Oh yeah. Wang Xian. Come. You can go to the front. You don't have to queue. To the students ahead. Are you all fine with letting Wang Xian queue in front of you guys? Not a problem at all. Oh right. Wang Xian. What would you like to have? I'll order for you. The students in the queue smiled and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian saw the enthusiastic looks on the students. He simply smiled, waved his hand and replied. It's alright. I'm not in a rush. I can just wait behind. This won't do. You are someone we really respect in the entire school. We aren't in a hurry either. You have done so much for the school, and this is just a way the students are trying to express their gratitude. Do you guys agree with me? That's right. That's right, all the students replied loudly. How many servings of crockpot rice do you want? It will be all free if you visit here again. The boss of the stall heard what the students were saying. With a face full of smiles, he stretched his head out of the window. What a great boss! The students laughed and commented. Haha, it's just some rice. Hey, Wang Xian, how many servings would you like? I'll start preparing right away. The boss laughed heartily. In that case, thank you, boss. I'd like to have 4 servings. Wang Xian saw the enthusiastic looks of the students and replied with a faint smile. Alright, it will be done right away. The boss nodded his head. Hee. Xiao Xian, you are really incredible now. You don't have to pay for your meal and can just use your face. Yeah, you are getting even more compliments than us currently. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu smiled and said to Wang Xian. Perhaps it's because I'm too good looking, Wang Xian said cheekily. Let's find a place to sit. I'll bring it over to you guys in a while. Alright, brother. Thank you. Xiao Yu. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu walked to a bench a short distance away and sat down. Brother, can you get another serving? My master is coming too. Less than 2 minutes had passed when Xiao Yu shouted to Wang Xian. Alright, Wang Xian nodded his head and ordered an additional serving. After 5 minutes, the boss placed 5 servings of crockpot rice on a tray and passed it to Wang Xian with a smile. Thank you. Wang Xian thanked the boss before carrying the tray towards Xiao Yu and the group. Tisk, you are just a martial artist level 8 elder from the Thistles and Thorns sect, and yet you dare to speak to me in this manner. You must be courting death. When Wang Xian walked over, he instantly heard a clear voice sound. He was taken aback and lifted his head to look over. It was from a girl. A very beautiful girl. In terms of looks, she wasn't inferior to Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. Around her, there were 3 to 4 other teenagers. Opposite the girl, Elder Fang and Xiao Yu were standing. At this moment, Xiao Yu's face had turned red from anger. She stared harshly at the girl as she remarked, Tisk, is your flame palace that impressive that it gives you the confidence to speak so loudly? Are you the saintess or sect leader of Flame Palace? Hey, girl, you better watch your words. Flame Palace isn't something you can insult. A small Thistles and Thorns sect is nothing in the eyes of our Flame Palace. Just a few attendants from the Flame Palace would be enough to annihilate you guys. The young man standing beside the girl looked at Xiao Yu with contempt and issued a stern warning. As for the girl, she was as proud as a peacock and looked plainly at Xiao Yu and Elder Fang. The Flame Palace again. When Wang Xian heard that name, he looked to the boy who spoke with disdain. You better watch your words in front of me too. Those who dare to speak like this to my sister in Rivertown will suffer a terrible death. Wang Xian carried the tray and walked over directly. He placed it on the table by the side before looking at that boy. Huh. The boy was first stunned, but quickly turned his head over to meet the eyes of Wang Xian. However, he soon frowned when he saw Wang Xian. The aura on his body dissipated immediately. Wang Xian looked at that boy and demanded coldly, "Apologize now." That boy was shocked. The proud girl was also slightly stunned as she looked confusingly at Wang Xian. That proud girl restrained her arrogance and exclaimed, "Miracle Dr. Wang." Wang Xian did not pay attention to her and had his eyes fixed on that young man. "I'm a disciple of the Flame Palace." The young man gritted his teeth and said with a heavy tone. He had not expected the one who he had reprimanded to be the sister of Wang Xian. They had long heard about the incident of Hua Ziming and Han Junming in the morning. After investigating further, they found out that Wang Xian was, in fact, Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. He was now facing the 8th-ranked Miracle Doctor on the Miracle Doctor's chart, someone who could summon several inborn experts to annihilate a first-class force. Therefore, all he could do was to brace himself and throw out the title of Flame Palace. Chapter 237 Trouble. Chapter 237 Trouble. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes, as coldness flashed in them while looking at the young guy. "Apologize now." When the girl beside him noticed the change in Wang Xian's expression, she quickly instructed the young man. That guy hesitated, looking embarrassed. He then gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly. "Sorry, Miracle Dr. Wang. I didn't know she's your sister." Scram. Wang Xian spat out a word emotionlessly again. This time, he was staring at all of them. "Miracle Dr. Wang. I don't want to repeat myself again." That pretty and haughty girl was about to say something again, but Wang Xian glared at her coldly. Her expression changed drastically as she stared at Wang Xian with an awful look. Subsequently, she turned her back on him and left. HMPH such arrogance. You glared at them and said with anger. The haughty girl darkened her expression while the rest of the people following her were looking sulky. "Wangwen, why are we afraid of him? He's just a factionless doctor." The boy who had apologized just now asked Mu Wanwen with a sullen look. "He's not someone whom we can provoke." Mu Wanwen's expression sank as she took a look at him. Flame Palace is trying to recruit the factionless doctor ranked 8th on the Miracle Doctor's chart. If he becomes the dedicated Miracle Doctor in Flame Palace, his position is equivalent to an elder's position. Wanwen is right. Even if he is not joining Flame Palace, we can't afford to offend him. The Flame Palace would not offend a Miracle Doctor like him without any reason. Another guy beside him said with a gloomy look. They were only average disciples of Flame Palace. Even though they had Sacred Sect as their backing, they did not dare to provoke Wang Xian. "Are we swallowing this down just like this?" that boy asked, as he felt humiliated. Mu Wanwen was looking ahead without uttering a word. "What's going on?" Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and asked her when that group of people had left. "It was because of Thistles and Thorns sect." Elder Fang frowned as she answered Wang Xian. "Thistles and Thorns sect." Wang Xian paused slightly as he asked doubtfully. "Do Thistles and Thorns sect and Flame Palace have any conflicts?" Sort of. Elder Fang nodded. Sect leader Tang and one of the elders of Flame Palace shared some grievances. Hence, it involves the entire Thistles and Thorns sect. "Let's talk while we eat." Wang Xian sat at the table as he said to Elder Fang. "It's a long story, and it involves the sect leader's wife." Elder Fang took a seat and said to Wang Xian. Her sect leader Tang and that elder from Flame Palace had a fight with a girl in the end. Sect leader Tang won the Heart of Beauty. "Such drama like this?" asked Wang Xian. Shocked. "Something like that." Elder Fang nodded her head bitterly. "I'm not sure about the details, but sect leader Tang's foe made a breakthrough to Inborn Realm and was promoted to the elder of Flame Palace. Besides, the Flame Palace was just promoted to become a sacred sect not long ago. This time round, Flame Palace is recruiting experts and disciples of the Wuduan Mountain. Given the influence of sacred sects, formidable families, sects around the provinces will be there on a pilgrimage. Many people knew about the old scores between sect leader Tang and that elder from Flame Palace. The Thistles and Thorns sect might be in danger, as we're afraid they may make things difficult for us." Elder Fang said with a helpless look on her face. A second-class force against a sacred sect was as good as an ant fighting an elephant. Thistles and Thorns sect could not resist them. What's so great about Sacred Sect? Give me a few more months. And I will also become an inborn expert. Xiao Yu pounded her bowl with her chopsticks out of anger. The Flame Palace invited me to join them, but I turned them down today. Wang Zan stroked Xiao Yu's head as he laughed. Her brother. Did they? Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as she asked to confirm again. Yes. They wanted me to become their dedicated miracle doctor. Wang Zan laughed as he spoke. Extremely haughty old and young men. You did the right thing by rejecting them. Xiao Yu pouted her lips and nodded. Elder Feng shook her head. Given Miracle Dr. Wang's strength, you could be at least an elder in Flame Palace after you joined them. Master, will something happen to Thistles and Thorns sect this time? Asked Xiao Yu with concern. According to sect leaders' speculations, we will get humiliation at most. Their old scores were not as serious as fighting it out with their lives. It's just that it would be difficult for Thistles and Thorns sect to develop in the future. Elder Feng slightly knit her eyebrows as she looked at Xiao Yu. Thistles and Thorns sect will have to depend on you. Don't worry, Master. I will become a formidable expert, so that no one can bully Thistles and Thorns sect. Xiao Yu said with motivation. Wang Xian chuckled as he found it interesting to see his own younger sister growing up. He was not sure if this was considered to be a harrow in cultivation story for his sister. After lunch, Wang Xian accompanied Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu for a stroll in the canteen. Xiao Yu went back to her cultivation. Feeling spurred on by Elder Fang, she was already a level 8 martial artist. The same level as Elder Fang. However, she was still far from Elder Fang in terms of combat experience. Even so, Elder Fang was astonished by Xiao Yu's growth too. After school, Wang Xian took the comfortable caravan back to the villa. Sun Lingshu greeted him with a smiling face while making tea. She even cooked for him. Upon seeing such a pure and beautiful goddess serving him, Wang Xian was not used to it. But at the same time, he felt extremely satisfied. Sun Lingshu continued staying in the room not far away from him, and did not mention leaving. Wang Xian woke up early the next morning. He came to the yard and noticed Xiao Yu and Elder Fang's startled looks as they gazed ahead. Master, I was wrong. I was ignorant the other time. It was all my fault. I will be serving you by your side from now on. Please give me a chance. A middle-aged man, who wore a vibrant red tuxedo, was kneeling at the entrance with an ashen look. He was kowtowing to Sun Lingshu without stopping. His broken Chinese sounded quirky. What's your name? Sun Lingshu looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman and asked without any emotions. Master. Im the maid. No. Im the slave. Name Scarlet Vince Vladimir. Miracle Dr. Bloodman answered respectfully. His broken Mandarin and the term maid were very funny. Okay. I shall call you Xiao Hong from now on. Sun Lingshu put on a smile as she spoke to Miracle Dr. Bloodman. 1. Yes. You can call me anything you want. Master. Xiao Hong sounds nice. Miracle Dr. Bloodman quickly agreed. Okay. Get up now and follow me from now on, Sun Lingshu said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Hong vows to follow Master for anything you want me to do. My loyalty to the Master is as much as the sea. Miracle Dr. Bloodmano. Xiao Hong told Sun Lingshu with determination. Gosh. What a talent. End note. 1. Xiao Hong means Little Scarlet. Chapter 238 Pilgrimage 1. Chapter 238 Pilgrimage 1. A very interesting person arrived at the villa. He was known as Miracle Dr. Bloodman in the past, and Xiao Hong currently. When Wang Xian saw Miracle Dr. Bloodman, he immediately realized why he would be under the control of Sun Lingshu. The reason lay in the bloodline. Miracle Dr. Bloodman had sucked and consumed the blood of Sun Lingshu previously. Initially, Sun Lingshu was supposed to die because of this. However, Wang Xian managed to save her, and imparted the cultivation arts of the light divine dragon transformation to her, together with a level 12 flower sac and her incredibly strong constitution. Her cultivation level reached level 6 of the divine dragon transformation, and her strength wouldn't be inferior to an inborn expert. As for Miracle Dr. Bloodman, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds after consuming Sun Lingshu's unique blood. However, there was a hidden issue with it. The blood belonged to Sun Lingshu after all. using the method Wang Xian developed to control the Dragonians. She had gained control of Miracle Dr. Bloodman directly. Just like the Dragonians, Miracle Dr. Bloodman would have developed an innate submission and obedience to Sun Lingshu. Sun Lingshu could also give Miracle Dr. Bloodman an experience worse than death through her unique technique. Yum, Master. Xiao Hong is really strong. My senses are telling me that he isn't any weaker than me. Mo Kinggong found it hilarious to see Miracle Dr. Bloodman, or Xiao Hong, standing there deferentially. He's indeed strong, but he has gone for wool and come home shorn. He definitely had not expected himself to end up like this, Wang Xian said with a face of smiles. Hello, everyone. My master has prepared breakfast. Please come and have a try. Sun Lingshu brought out the breakfast she had prepared. Miracle Dr. Bloodman immediately went over to help and brought out the breakfast like a gentleman. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was from a top-tier noble family in Europe. Every past generation in his family was part of the nobles. Therefore, he exhibited noble airs in every action he did. This was definitely not something waitresses in Western food restaurants could match. The only negative about him would be his broken Mandarin. It's time for breakfast. Sun Lingshu sat to the side of Wang Xian happily and remarked, "Try some." Yeah, Wang Xian nodded his head and commented, "So tasty." Great, oh right. Xiao Xian, I might not be opening the medical hall today. Xiao Hong has a lot of books on medical techniques. I'd like to take the day off to take a look at them, said Sun Lingshu. Sure. You don't have to be in a rush. Wang Xian nodded his head. Yeah. With Xiao Hong helping out at the medical hall, it will get a lot easier in the future. Sun Lingshu smiled and nodded her head. Miracle Dr. Bloodman saw how his master looked at Wang Xian. He immediately thought to himself that this would also be someone he had to treat with respect in the future. After a day of classes, Wang Xian brought Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking back to the villa excitedly. However, when he arrived at the villa, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. Sect Leader Tang. Why are you here? Wang Xian signaled to Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking before walking to where Sect Leader Tang was. Miracle Dr. Wang. When Sect Leader Tang saw him, he immediately stood up and greeted him. Miracle Dr. Wang. Sorry for intruding. There's something I have to tell Miracle Dr. Wang and Xiao Yu. Have a seat. Sect Leader Tang. You can be frank about it. Wang Xian smiled and walked over. It's regarding the pilgrimage. Sect Leader Tang sat down and spoke with a heavy expression. Pilgrimage. Wang Xian was taken aback and recalled the Flame Palace. This is an invitation card from them. Sect Leader Tang nodded his head and placed 2 invitation cards beside Wang Xian before opening them. Its contents were the same as the invitation card he had received from an old man. Pilgrimage, Sacred Sect, Flame Palace. 5 very domineering words. And below the 7 words, there was a line of words. Sincerely inviting Sect Leader Tang of Thistles and Thorns Sect. And on the other invitation card, it reads Sincerely inviting Saintess of Thistles and Thorns Sect. Saintess of Thistles and Thorns Sect. Wang Xian squinted his eyes to catch a better look. Someone from Thistles and Thorns Sect might have leaked out the news. Now, the Flame Palace knows about the existence of a Saintess in Thistles and Thorns Sect. With a heavy expression, he continued, therefore, the Flame Palace has sent out 2 invitation cards. Within the underworld, once a sect established the position of Saintess or Saint, it would mean that they had extremely high regards for that disciple. To a large extent, the Saint or Saintess represented the future successors of the position of sect leader, and they had a high chance of reaching the inborn realm. The elder from Flame Palace heard about this and was clearly interested to find out more about the Saintess of the Thistles and Thorns Sect. As to what he really had in mind, no one else would know. Wang Xian frowned slightly. The Flame Palace had sent 2 separate invitation cards. In that case, Xiao Yu as the Saintess had to go. Otherwise, it would be signaling that she looked down on the Flame Palace. This might result in grave consequences in the future. Sect Leader Tang didn't dare to reject. Pilgrimage. Wang Xian was feeling a little contemptuous. I'll accompany Xiao Yu tomorrow. Sect Leader Tang was slightly shocked. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, I'll be troubling Miracle Dr. Wang then. This is all because of me after all. It's alright. Sect leader Tang. You don't have to worry about it. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. In that case, I shall not disturb Miracle Dr. Wang further. He'll get going. Our thistles and thorns sect still has to make some preparations, said sect leader Tang. Alright. Wang Xian nodded his head. Seeing off sect leader Tang, he glanced at the invitation card on the table. Pilgrimage interesting. Pilgrimage to the Flame Palace would suggest Flame Palace wanted others to revere them. Soon after, Xiao Yu and Elder Fang returned to the villa. Clearly, Xiao Yu and Elder Fang had learned about the matter. When Xiao Yu got back, she immediately went to practice and swore to become an inborn expert as quickly as possible. At night, the thrilling night Wang Xian had envisioned did not come into fruition. Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking stayed in a separate room. Moreover, they locked their door when they went to bed. This made him feel helpless. Young master, I have a piece of good news. On the second day, when Wang Xian walked to the living room, Mo Qinglong walked over and reported to him joyously. What's the good news? Wang Xian stretched his body a little and asked. Mo Yuan has made the advancement to the inborn realm. Mo Qinglong answered with a smile. Oh, that was pretty fast. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. Mo Yuan was Mo Qinglong's disciple and had a foundation in cultivation. It wasn't too huge of a surprise that his cultivation level had now reached the inborn realm. Oh, right. Wang Xian thought about it and continued. Call Mo Yuan along too. The Flame Palace has organized a pilgrimage. Let's go over and take a look. For the pilgrimage to the Flame Palace, I heard that all the second class and above forces in the 4 to 5 neighboring provinces have to attend. The main objective of the Flame Palace is to recruit experts and take in outstanding disciples. Mo Qinglong knew more about the pilgrimage than Wang Xian and added, he'll get Mo Yuan over right away. Let him hurry over. We will be rushing there after breakfast, said Wang Xian. At this moment, Miracle Dr. Bloodman, who had noble blood, carried the breakfast to the dining table. Hello everyone. It's time for breakfast. Lingshu, why don't you guys follow us to Wuduan Mountain today? Wang Xian said to Sun Lingshu, taking a glance at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Alright, Xiao Xian. He'll listen to whatever you say, Sun Lingshu answered obediently. Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking, who happened to be coming down the stairs, heard her. Chapter 239 Pilgrimage 2. Chapter 239 Pilgrimage 2. Shuking, watch over him. I'm going back to the office to settle some stuff. Before Lan Qingyu was gone, she cast a death stare at Wang Xian and urged Guan Shuking. Don't worry. I'll watch over him. Guan Shuking nodded. HMPH. Wang Xian gave a bitter smile when Guan Shuking threw him a warning look after Lan Qingyu left. Miracle Dr. Wang. Let's go. It will take more than 2 hours to reach Wuduan Mountain from here. Elder Fang looked at Wang Xian and spoke casually, thinking he was a sex poodle to herself. Let's take the caravan. Just right. All of us can fit into it, Wang Xian told them as he swept a glance at the group and headed to the car. Xiao Yu, Elder Fang, Guan Shuking, Sun Lingshu, Miracle Dr. Bloodman Xiao Hong, Mo Yuan, Mo Qinglong and Wang Xian made 8 people in total. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was in his usual vibrant red tuxedo. His face went pale as he observed the group with surprise. Needless to say, his master was an inborn expert. In addition, that Miracle Dr. Wang and his 2 other servants were inborn experts. Counting him in the group would make 5 inborn experts and a group of 8. Such a lineup surprised Xiao Hong. If we had a few more experts, we could form a royal family, Xiao Hong thought to himself. Young master, this is the information about Flame Palace researched by Mo Yuan. Mo Qinglong handed a document to Wang Xian in the car. Oh, Wang Xian took it with surprise. Xiao Yu and Elder Fang looked over with curiosity too. They have 13 inborn experts. More than 30 half-step to inborn experts. Around 80 level 9 martial artists. And their saint and saintess were on the outstanding young heroes chart. They were ranked 17 and 14 respectively. Xiao Yu and Elder Fang read aloud the information on the document as they stared with their eyes agape. They are strong. They actually have 13 inborn experts. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim. Is this how strong a sacred sect is? According to the information Thistles and Thorns sect got, Flame Palace only has 11 inborn experts. And they don't have so many half-step to inborn experts and level 9 martial artists. Elder Fang knit her eyebrows slightly. This information is accurate, said Mo Qinglong to Elder Fang. Looks like Flame Palace has concealed their actual strength. They are among the sacred sects indeed, Elder Fang exclaimed, as compared to such a domineering Flame Palace. Thistles and Thorns sect was nothing. Master, will the Flame Palace bully Thistles and Thorns sect? Xiao Yu looked at her master with concern. Don't worry, Elder Fang squeezed a smile on her face. But she was, in fact, worried sick. Relax. I'm here. Aren't I with me around? What can the Flame Palace do? Wang Zan smiled and stroked Xiao Yu's head. Yes. I still have a formidable brother. Xiao Yu lifted her chin and showed a smile on her face. The car was driving fast on the road. Wuduan Mountain was situated in the north city of Dongqing Province. Wuduan Mountain was made up of 5 100-meter peaks, surrounding a special scenic area in the center. This scenic area only opened in the spring, and tourists were prohibited from entering during other seasons. Wuduan Mountain had 5 entrances. Wang Zan and the rest began to observe the environment after the car was parked at the entrance. The floor around the 100 meters towering peaks was covered by marble. All kinds of luxury cars were parked in the car park. While the imposing experts strolled inside, many martial artists were standing around the entrance. They were dressed in uniforms with huge flames embroidered in front of their chests. Even the entrance guards are level 7 martial artists. They are simply domineering. No wonder Flame Palace can be the only force that rose to become a sacred sect within decades. We can tell how strong Flame Palace is just by a glimpse of it. Sacred sects. When can we be promoted to the sacred sects? I guess we're hopeless. The few influential families and sects from the surrounding provinces exclaimed softly when they saw the guards at the entrance. They walked in with awe. Just like what the invitation of Flame Palace had written, pilgrimage. Flame Palace did not dispatch all their people here for this recruitment. It's not even a third of their total strength. I heard there will be 4 inborn experts from Flame Palace here. With them around, they can suppress everyone on the spot. As Wang Zian and the group headed inside, the discussions were heard from the surroundings again. Your invitation card, please, the guards of Flame Palace asked them coldly when they came to an intersection point. Mo Qinglong placed 2 invitation cards on the table. The guards took a glance and gestured for them to enter. Wow, what a huge square. When they walked into Wuduan Mountain, a vast square unfolded before their eyes. Guan Shuqing was shocked as she looked inside. A large cauldron, 5 meters tall, was situated in the center. An immense flame was burning in it, making it look magnificent. Dozens of level 8 martial artists from Flame Palace were surrounding the cauldron. The entire square was about 2 to 3 kilometers in radius. A field that was similar to the ancient martial arts field was located in the center. Read more chapter on novel full. At this time, more than 1,000 people were gathered here. Even though thousands of people sounded like a huge number, it looked like a few in the spacious square. The entire square looked like an ancient underworld with the surrounding pine trees. Master, sect leader and the rest are over there. Just then, Xiao Yu pointed to the entrance on the right after she scanned the surrounding environment. Let's go over there, said Elder Fang as she looked at Wang Zian before she walked to Thistles and Thorns sect. Sect leader. Xiao Yu and Elder Fang walked over and greeted sect leader Tang. Saintess. Thistles and Thorns sect had sent more than 20 people, including several elders. The elders, along with the attendants, greeted Xiao Yu. Since the Flame Palace already knew Xiao Yu was their saintess, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Miracle Dr. Wang. Thank you for being here. Sect leader Tang bowed to Wang Zian, expressing his gratitude. Wang Zian waved a dismissive hand. When will Flame Palace start their pilgrimage? Noon. They will start the recruitment of experts and disciples at noon, sect leader Tang answered. We're still early then. Wang Zian looked at the time and sat on a stone bench with nothing to do. Guan Shuqing sat with him on the stone bench beside him. Sun Lingshu found a seat nearby with a smiling face while the miracle doctor Bloodman stood beside her respectfully. More and more people gathered in the square. Most of the martial artists carried their swords and sabers. The atmosphere began to liven up. The crowd was distinguished by their uniforms. From their attire, it was easy to tell which sect or family they came from. I saw 5 first-class forces. All of them were led by inborn experts. That's formidable. Quite a number of second-class forces are here too. No one dared to defy a word from Sacred Sect. Chapter 240 Pilgrimage 3. Chapter 240 Pilgrimage 3. Voices from a few attendants and elders of Thistles and Thorn Sect sounded from the side. Wang Xian looked briefly across the crowd before continuing his casual chat with Guan Shuking. The one heading towards us is from the Fengyang family and the one at the forefront is Fengyang Lai, an inborn realm expert. Fengyang family is one of the strongest families in Feng City. They have a lot of descendants. The entire family has over 2 members and they are a huge family with more than 100 years of history. That young man right there is Fengyang Kai. He used to be the ranked 20th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Greetings, family head of Fengyang family. Yeah. Hee. Several people beside the Thistles and Thorn sect were whispering among themselves. When sect leader Tang saw Fengyang family walking in his direction, he immediately stood up and greeted them. Fengyang Lai, who was walking at the front, looked coldly at sect leader Tang before giving a forced smile. Sect leader Tang was a little embarrassed. However, he didn't say a word and sat to the side. Thistles and Thorns sect is really unlucky to offend an elder from the Flame Palace. The future development of Thistles and Thorns sect will become tough. It's their fault. Offending those they shouldn't have. They only have themselves to blame. 2 young men walking at the front of the Fengyang family crowd were chatting. They were quite loud and weren't concerned about the Thistles and Thorns sect who was just beside them. This made the crowd from Thistles and Thorns sect embarrassed. Wow. Hey, it's that beautiful girl. At this moment, the young man who was talking opened up the fold of the fan in his hand while staring intensely at the position beside Wang Xian. Looking at the clouds reminds me of her clothes. Looking at the flowers reminds me of her looks. The spring breeze blows and the flowers bloom. If I haven't seen her at the foot of the mountain for immortals, I'll see her under the moonlight by the abode of immortals. 1. The young man recited a poem as he fanned himself. He was staring at Sun Lingshu fervently. When Fengyang Lai saw his son, he smiled and said, "Let's just sit here while waiting. Father, your son is going to get you a daughter-in-law." The young man with a folded fan smiled and said to his father. Fengyang Lai returned a faint smile before looking to Sun Lingshu. "She's indeed beautiful and befitting of our Fengyang family." Haha, the young man laughed loudly. "Brother Kai, that girl is really stunning. I just wonder if she has a boyfriend." The young man beside him was stunned by Sun Lingshu's beauty and commented enviously. "She sits with her legs close together and the distance between her eyebrows is short. She's definitely still a virgin." Fengyang Kai moved his folded fan as he continued. Rare, holy and noble, let me go over and get to know her." As he finished his words, he walked directly to Sun Lingshu. "Hi, I'm Fengyang Kai from the Fengyang family. I am greatly attracted by your looks. May I know the name of this beautiful lady?" Fengyang Kai fanned himself lightly and gave off the vibe of a scholar from Jiangnan. Sun Lingshu sat beside Wang Xian with a medical book for Miracle Doctor Bloodman in her hands. She simply sat there quietly while reading. As she flipped through the book, the stunning disposition she displayed was similar to that of a deity who had descended to the mortal realm. Sun Lingshu ignored Fengyang Kai's question completely. As an inborn expert, she could hear his conversation with others previously and had chosen to completely ignore him. Sun Lingshu is really attractive. There's actually someone trying to pick her up. Guan Shuking, who was beside Wang Xian, was a little envious while speaking to Wang Xian. "You are equally attractive." Wang Xian smiled and pinched her cheeks. He then turned around and looked towards Sun Lingshu. When the crowd from Thistles and Thorns sect saw Fengyang Kai greeting the beautiful girl who came with Wang Xian, they looked over inquisitively. Seeing Sun Lingshu completely ignoring him, Fengyang Kai was slightly shocked. "Brother Kai, What's the matter? Why don't you let me? Your brother. Give it a try. The other young man by the side spoke with a smile when he saw Sun Lingshu completely ignoring his brother. Feng Yongkai looked a little embarrassed. He leaned towards Sun Lingshu again and asked, Hey girl. It's rude to be ignoring others. Right. My master is already ignoring you. Don't be so thick-skinned and keep coming over. Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Cao Hong, who was standing beside Sun Lingshu, lifted his head slightly and spoke with contempt. His broken Mandarin sounded a little quirky. Huh. Upon hearing Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Feng Yongkai was shocked. He squinted his eyes and stared at him. An underling has no right to speak here. Hey, girl. Feng Yongkai, am talking to you. Are you not going to show me any respect? His face sank as he stared at Sun Lingshu, who was still going through the book. In his eyes, fury was raging. However, Sun Lingshu still didn't say a word. Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Cao Hong, walked forward and stared at him with disdain. He then remarked, Get lost. Miracle Dr. Bloodman's quirky Mandarin coupled with the disdain look on him was hilarious. Shut up and get lost. Ha! When Feng Yongkai heard Miracle Dr. Bloodman, his already embarrassed look sank further. He waved the folded fan in his hands and a crisp noise sounded instantly. The fan was in fact made of metal and wasn't any ordinary fan. Hey girl, you have gone a little overboard. He looked coldly towards Sun Lingshu once again. Huh. Some members from the Feng Yong family also frowned and looked over, feeling confused about what was happening. FCK your mother you asking me to shut up asking me to get lost hey? Brat. I'm telling you to scram now. Can you hear me brat? When Miracle Dr. Bloodman heard Feng Yongkai, he immediately chided him. PFFD. What the? This. Wang Xian, Zhao Yu and the crowd who was watching silently from the side couldn't help but break into laughter. The crowd of Thistles and Thorns sect was also shocked as they looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. A well-dressed and good-looking foreigner was hurling vulgarities in Mandarin. His voice and expression at that moment were truly hilarious. Even Sun Lingshu, who was reading a book silently, couldn't help but break into laughter. You! In that instant, Feng Yongkai's expression turned violent and savage as he stared at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. When Feng Yonglai heard Miracle Dr. Bloodman, killing intent flashed in his eyes. FCK your mother wouldn't that be FCK his wife? You must be tired of living. Feng Yongkai's eyes turned cold as he swung his folded fan towards the chest of the Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Brat, I can kill you with a swing of my hand. Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Cao Hong, was extremely pissed. He waved his hand casually and slapped Feng Yongkai in the face before anyone reacted to it. What? Feng Yongkai was horrified, following which, a strong force sent him falling to the ground. Bam! His body smashed onto the floor and blood was oozing out from his mouth. Filthy blood, you've dirtied my hand. Miracle Dr. Bloodman saw a drop of blood land on his fingers. He took out a piece of tissue impatiently and wiped it off with contempt. You are such an ugly guy and yet you dared to flirt with my master. Trash. Miracle Dr. Bloodman stepped on Feng Yongkai's face with his feet and remarked with disdain. You must be tired of living. End note. 1. This was a poem by a famous Chinese poet. Chapter 241 Pilgrimage 4. Chapter 241 Pilgrimage 4. Boom! Feng Yonglai and Feng Yong family stood up together. Their ice-cold faces were crawling with murderous intent as they stared at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Everyone from Thistles and Thorns sect was dumbfounded at the scene. Darn, this foreigner was definitely a supreme talent. He's at least a half-step to inborn expert. When sect leader Tang looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman, he was stunned. However, he frowned immediately when he saw the people from Feng Yong family. How dare you injure my son? You must be tired of living. Feng Yonglai jerked his body and exuded a strong and intense aura from it. He glared at Miracle Dr. Bloodman with a pair of emotionless eyes before he stretched out his hand, taking a sword from a middle-aged man next to him. Inborn. The surrounding martial artists within a radius of a few hundred meters away were drawn by the immense aura exploded by inborn expert immediately. Everyone looked over in shock. It's the Feng Yong family. That's Fengyan Lai. Who's the one who offended them? Another first-class force otherwise. Who dares to offend them? The crowd looked over with doubt. Even people from the Flame Palace in the middle turned their attention over here. Heh, old freak, since you can't even teach your son well, he'll have to do it for you. Why? Miracle Dr. Bloodman's expression remained unchanged. He maintained his disdainful look when he looked at Fengyan Lai. However, the scarlet tuxedo that he was wearing got darker as he released bloody aura from his body. This is inborn. Sensing the demeanor of Miracle Dr. Bloodman, Fengyan Lai sharpened his eyes as he fixed them upon him. He. Miracle Dr. Bloodman widened his mouth. How dare you disturb my master? Count him lucky that I didn't kill him. Master. Fengyan Lai heard that word again. Radiance flickered in his eyes as he peered at Sun Lingshu, who was sitting there with a darkened expression. But, at this time, Miracle Dr. Bloodman made a move at a frightening and daunting speed. A red figure flashed immediately. Even if I'm tired of living, can you kill me, old freak? When the Miracle Dr. Bloodman reappeared, he was already a half-meter away from Fengyan Lai's left-hand side. Scarlet radiance blinked in his eyes as he fixed his cold eyes on Fengyan Lai. You! Fengyan Lai was appalled as he gazed at Miracle Dr. Bloodman with his blood run cold. In fact, he did not even capture the trace of his opponent's movement. Realizing this, the hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. The surrounding crowd from Fengyan family also gazed frightfully at Miracle Dr. Bloodman. They swallowed their saliva and clung to their weapons tightly. Sorry. It was my son's fault. Fengyan Lai apologized with an embarrassed look. That's right. Hayek. Be good. I'll kill all of you if you continue to infuriate my master. Miracle Dr. Bloodman broke out in ghastly laughter before he flashed back to Sun Lingshu. He straightened his clothes and stood by her side, just like a British steward. By ignoring them, he acted as though nothing had happened. No one thought that such a person could be a daunting inborn expert, and no one would have thought the pretty girl reading her book quietly was the master of this inborn expert. Take care over for treatment. Fengyan Lai spoke to the members beside him with a vile expression. Yes, Chief. Fengyan family gazed at the foreigner in a scarlet coat with a stern look. Eventually, they turned their attention to the pretty girl who was reading a book. What background does she have to have an inborn expert as her slave? Everyone pondered the doubt to themselves. How daunting. The people from Thistles and Thorns sect also peered at Miracle Dr. Bloodman with shocked looks. People around Miracle Dr. Wang are not any average people. Sect leader Tang was stunned, but he heaved a sigh of relief to himself. The sects and families far away shook their heads eventually as they wondered. Chief, who was that girl and that middle-aged man in a scarlet coat? How could they be so domineering? An old man squatted beside Fengyan Kai and proceeded with his treatment. His face was solemn as he swept a glance towards the other direction and asked in a low voice. I don't know. A master of inborn expert is definitely not an average person. Fengyan Lai clenched his fist tightly with a vile expression. He felt a slap on his face when he recalled what he said just now, a girl that was befitting of the Fengyan family. Given what happened just now, he had to succumb to that mysterious existence despite the fact that he was an inborn expert. Regardless of the backings they had, he was unable to deal with that foreigner in a scarlet coat. Could they be from the Thistles and Thorns sect? A young man suddenly asked. How is that possible? Where on earth did Thistles and Thorns sect get such domineering experts? Besides, only that terrifying scarlet man made his move just now. Wang Xian peered casually at Fengyan family as he revealed a smile on his face upon hearing their conversations. He did not make his move just now because Miracle Dr. Bloodman was around. Given Sun Lingshu's ability, she did not require his help either. Without 3 or 4 inborn experts, no one could really take Sun Lingshu and Miracle Dr. Bloodman down. An average first-class force was nothing to them. Those are disciples from Flame Palace. All of them are young talents. They have large numbers of talented people. No average first-class forces can be comparable to them. I must join Flame Palace and become one of their members today. At this time, a commotion broke out not far away. All the attention was turned to that side as everyone witnessed the young disciples from Flame Palace. They walked out, wearing uniforms with flames embroidered on them. There were about 30 to 40 disciples aged 30 and below. All of them were considered young talents. They made an impressive presence with haughty looks on their faces, giving off immense self-confidence on their own. The core disciples from various families and sects felt inferior when they saw them. The Flame Palace will be recruiting outstanding disciples today. Please get ready if you wish to join us. We'll have assessments later on. The disciples from Flame Palace said in a low voice as they swept their gazes around. Child, you must work hard to get into the Flame Palace later on. Dad, you'll become the disciple of the Flame Palace. Once you join the Flame Palace and become a disciple of sacred sects, you'll have a strong backing in the future. There would be no need to worry for the rest of your life. The surrounding crowd was thrilled with what the disciples of Flame Palace had said. All of them turned to their children and reminded them they would be extremely lucky if they could join a sacred sect. Hey, disciples from Flame Palace are heading towards us. Just then, Guan Shuking was looking ahead as she told Wang Xian. Wang Xian spun around and exhibited a smile as soon as he spotted the disciples walking towards them. Wang Xian had seen the leader before. It was the young man who came to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall with an old man the other day. The rest of them were Mu Wanwen and her clique, who they had seen in the school canteen. Chapter 242 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 1. Chapter 242 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 1. Brother Wan Shuai, who would have expected that miracle doctor to be so brazen to reject our Flame Palace's invitation to become our dedicated miracle doctor? How arrogant is he? In the field of the Wuduan Mountain, Mu Wanwen lifted her head slightly and gave off an arrogant vibe while speaking to the young man beside her. He's just a brazen factionless doctor. When I went with my master to invite him, he was so arrogant and didn't have any respect for us at all. The young man's eyes turned chilly. He looked ahead of him and smirked. He didn't give us face even when Elder Liu went to invite him personally. Brother Wan Shuai, why are we still trying to invite him? He's just a factionless doctor who we, the Flame Palace, could easily crush. Beside him, a young man remarked vengefully. That's not how it works. Although our Flame Palace has advanced to become a sacred sect, we are still too weak among the sacred sects. We need to recruit various experts, and Miracle Dr. Wang is rather capable, answered the young man plainly. However, he added with a chilling expression, however, if Miracle Dr. Wang chooses to remain arrogant, our Flame Palace wouldn't let him off easily. Our Flame Palace has yet to establish our prestige. This is the last opportunity we will be offering him. Brother Wan Shuai, hasn't the palace master invited the powerful miracle Dr. Shenghu? A miracle Dr. Shenghu's strength could even rank in the top 5 in our country. Why do we still need to invite that miracle Dr. Wang? The young man who spoke earlier frowned and asked. Miracle Dr. Shenghu couldn't remain in our country all the time. Moreover, it's a good thing for us to have another miracle doctor joining us, the other young man answered plainly. This will be the last invitation. If he doesn't accept it, our Flame Palace wouldn't be bothered either. The group of Flame Palace disciples discussed among themselves before walking towards where Wang Xian was. Oh, I had not expected people from the Thistles and Thorns sect to be here. Miracle Dr. Wang seems to have a good relationship with the Thistles and Thorns sect. When the young man saw the crowd from Thistles and Thorns sect beside Wang Xian, his eyes flickered. Nonetheless, he walked directly towards Wang Xian. Miracle Dr. Wang, my master, Elder Liu, would like to extend the invitation to you once again and invite you to join our Flame Palace. This will also be our last invitation, said the young man plainly after getting ahead of Wang Xian. It's still the same answer. Wang Xian looked at the young man, smiled and shook his head. Since Miracle Dr. Wang isn't willing to give our Flame Palace face, we shall forget about this. I hope Miracle Doctor will conduct yourself well in the future. The young man revealed a cold smirk before leaving. He's just a small factionless doctor and yet he rejected the invitation from the Flame Palace. How foolish is he? Mu Wanwen looked coldly at Wang Xian before following behind the young man and leaving. Dang! At this moment, The crisp sounds of a bell were heard throughout the entire Wuduan mountain. Dang! Those ancient martial artist families and sects who were here stood up and headed towards the central location. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 4 figures landed on one of the mountain peaks before approaching the large cauldron on the central area. 3 old men and a middle-aged man stood on the 4 corners of the large cauldron respectively. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the large cauldron below them raged up and rose over 10 meters into the skies. The aura of the 4 men connected and a strong disposition filled the entire field of Wuduan Mountain. So strong. What stifling pressure. The surrounding ancient martial artist families and sects were shocked. All of them lowered their heads slightly as they walked towards the central location. Swish, swish, swish. At the 5 entrances of Wuduan Mountain, disciples of Flame Palace entered. Each entrance had approximately 200 disciples. All of them wore neat attire and gave off extraordinary vibes. The 4 Flame Palace elders who were standing on the large cauldron showed satisfactory smiles, looking at the approaching ancient martial artist families and sects who had their heads lowered. They raised their heads proudly. This was what pilgrimage was supposed to be. This is deserving of a sacred sect. The strength of their inborn experts isn't something that could be matched by ordinary inborn experts. Isn't that washi? Mo Qinglong squinted his eyes and took a glance at the 4 inborn experts on the large cauldron. When he looked ahead, he spotted a familiar figure. It's Washi. This kid chose to roam alone and has made a name for himself. Mo Yuan looked over and commented. Wang Xian saw Mo Washi, but acted nonchalantly as he walked towards the central location. 3 days ago, our Flame Palace invited various heroes, families and sects over. Today, everyone has come. I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone for your recognition of our Flame Palace. Seeing the crowd around them, an old man announced this with a smile and directed his voice to the ears of everyone. Our Flame Palace was established 230 years ago. Now that we have advanced to become a sacred sect, we would like to recruit all heroes and talented disciples to join us, so we can grow stronger together. Here, I'd like to announce the entire first-class force. Fire Origin Sect, joining our Flame Palace and becoming disciples of Flame Palace. The old man looked ahead of him and revealed a smile. I, Yang Guanwan, shall lead all the disciples of Fire Origin Sect to join the Flame Palace. From today onwards, Fire Origin Sect shall no longer exist. From the center of the crowd, an old man walked forward and shouted, Rumble, first-class sect, Fire Origin Sect, has joined the Flame Palace. This is shocking. That's an entire first-class force for them to all join the Flame Palace. This is truly shocking. Incredible. Flame Palace has managed to convince the Fire Origin Sect. When the shocking news was announced, the surrounding martial artists were clearly astonished. Other than that, Rogue Cultivator and inborn expert of combustion palm, Cao Haokong, will also be joining our Flame Palace. The voice of the old man sounded once again. Cao Haokong of the Flame Palace. An old man walked slowly ahead, clasping his right fist in his left palm. He greeted the crowd ahead of him. Between his hands, flames were raging furiously. Cao Haokong of the combustion palm has joined the Flame Palace. Oh my god. 2 inborn experts have joined them. Who would have expected these experts to join the Flame Palace? The Flame Palace has gotten substantially stronger. Even if all the other forces here allied together, we wouldn't be a match for Flame Palace. The crowd looked towards Cao Haokong in shock once again. 23rd ranked Miracle Doctor on the Miracle Doctor's chart. Miracle Doctor Tai Minshu will be joining the Flame Palace. The old man wasn't finished with his announcement as he continued with a smile. Tai Minshu of the Flame Palace. An old man walked forward and shouted. And for the final announcement, let us welcome Miracle Dr. Shenghua, whom our palace master has invited over personally. When the old man finished his words, an old man with a foreigner's looks walked to the side of Tai Minshu. He had a faint glow emitting from his body which gradually shrouded an area that spanned 100 meters. The entire space turned to be similar to an immortal realm. Tai Minshu greeted Shenghua deferentially. Top-tier Miracle Dr. Shenghua from Europe. Who could have expected Flame Palace to be able to invite Shenghua to the Flame Palace? Insane, this is insane, they are truly deserving of the name. Sacred Sect Flame Palace. Chapter 243 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 2. Chapter 243 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 2. The experts who were recruited by the Flame Palace stunned everyone. They stared dumbfoundedly at the two inborn experts and two miracle doctors who were sitting there. One of the miracle doctors is a top-notch European miracle doctor, Miracle Dr. Shenghua. I heard he possessed a strength of inborn realm. All the surrounding spectators gazed at the disciples of Flame Palace with more respect. This has spurred all the disciples of Flame Palace to look proud. They lifted their heads up slightly with pride. The Flame Palace will be recruiting another batch of elites today. Those who wish to join the Flame Palace, you may participate in the assessment later. For those who wish to join the Flame Palace of Sacred Sects, you must have outstanding abilities. For 20 years old and below, you must be at least a level 5 martial artist. For 30 years old and below, you must be a level 6 martial artist and level 7 for those who are between 30 to 40 years old. For 50 years old and below, you'll need to be a level 8 martial artist. For level 8 and above, you're eligible to join us. However, we can't promise you'll be recruited even if your level of cultivation meets all the requirements. We still need to test your combat ability. At that time, our disciples will be testing you, the old man continued with a smile. We'll start from those martial artists below 30. Once you have passed the test, you'll become a disciple of Sacred Sect. The glory is waiting for you. Elder, I want to join Flame Palace and become a disciple of Sacred Sect. As soon as the old man finished his sentence, a young guy took an eager step forward as he exclaimed loudly, "No hurry." The old man drew a smile on his face when he saw the eager young man. He cast a glance at the disciples by the side. Softly, he shouted, "Where are the disciples aged 30 and below?" Present. About 70 disciples stood out in a row and answered at the top of their lungs. Every one of them was exhibiting a prodigious amount of self-confidence. At the very front stood a guy and a girl with blazing eyes and extraordinary demeanors. Our saint and saintess will be doing the assessment. Those who pass will be recruited by the Flame Palace. The old man made his speech slowly. The rest of the elders moved swiftly and sat beside the huge cauldron. The flame rose, exhibiting domineering outward-bearing force. Luan Fanghua, Saintess of Flame Palace. Mo Kanhai, Saint of Flame Palace. The saint and saintess of Flame Palace took 2 steps forward as they overlooked the surroundings with haughty looks. Greetings to saint and saintess. The martial artists around the area immediately clamored. The status of saint and saintess of Flame Palace were just after the elders. Hence, the two of them were young talents from the outstanding young heroes chart. If you want to join us, show us what you've got. Don't assume that you are a talent. Our Flame Palace has no room for mediocrity. Show us everything you've got. Saintess Luan Fanghua turned to the people around her and said, "Those young people who want to join the Flame Palace, step forward now." Wow! Once Saintess Luan Fanghua finished her talk, hundreds of young people walked out with excitement on their faces. Staring at the front, there were 2 kinds of forces in the underworld. One was the Sacred Sects, while the rest made up the other one. Joining Sacred Sects was as good as achieving great success in life. It was something of the utmost glory. Even those disciples from first-class forces also wanted to join Sacred Sects very much, and all the families and sects supported their offspring in joining the Sacred Sects and becoming an expert there. Level 5 martial artists, please line up in a row. Same goes for level 6, 7, and 8. Please line up in your respective levels. Saintess Luan Fanghua gazed at everyone and said nonchalantly. Level 6 martial artists who were 30 years old and below were known to be gifted people in any sects or families. Level 7 was considered to be a supreme talent. Level 8 martial artists could make it off to the outstanding young heroes chart. Hundreds of young people lined up in rows. There were only about 7 to 8 level 5 juveniles who were below 20 years old. Becoming a level 5 martial artist at such an age was considered to be something of extreme talent. Level 6 martial artists had the most number with more than 80 people. There were only 3 level 7 martial artists. and no level 8 martial artists were below the age of 30. Songxing from Flame Palace. 19 years old. I will be testing 2 level 5 martial artists. Zhao Wu from Flame Palace. 27 years old. I will be testing 2 level 6 martial artists. Just then, disciples from Flame Palace stepped out and spoke to those juveniles and young people who were here for the assessment. Wow! They are very confident to challenge 2 people of the same level as them at the same time. Impressive to challenge 2 people of the same level as them right away. The sacred sect really lives up to their name. The Flame Palace is exhibiting their strength. When the sects and families noticed each Flame Palace disciple was going to test 2 martial artists of their same level, they were overwhelmed by shock. The 4 Flame Palace elders on the stage wore faint smiles. They wanted to exhibit the power of the Flame Palace through this method. Me. After you. Me. The juveniles and young people around were not convinced. Bring it on. Yet the Flame Palace disciples displayed confident looks. With a simple move, they leaped to vacant space at the side. 2 juveniles immediately followed. Do it. A disciple placed his hands behind his back and spoke impassively. Sure. The 2 juveniles exchanged a glance before they launched an attack at that Flame Palace disciple. However, the outcome blew everyone away. That disciple exuded a faint glow in red and fired off explosive and ferocious assaults that forced his 2 opponents of the same level back. The sacred sect disciple indeed. They are domineering. They are formidable. Is this the power of a sacred sect? Everyone was stunned while the ones fighting with Flame Palace disciple had cold sweat breaking out from their foreheads as they were appalled. Bam! At this moment, that disciple of Flame Palace sent one of the juveniles flying with a punch. The other juvenile had a drastic change in his expression with wariness all over his face. Enough. The Flame Palace disciple stopped and shook his head as he looked at the 2 of them who he had exchanged blows with. Poor in actual combat. Fail Saintess Luan Fanghu said with a calm voice. Fail. Both of them were level 6 martial artists at such an age. Yet they could not make it to the Flame Palace. Such a strict test. But what they did was right. After all, it's the sacred sect. The disciples of sacred sect are just too formidable. Everyone around the field watched in awe. The art of cultivation in sacred sects is definitely better than those average sects. They can easily attain the realm above inborn realm. Radiance flickered in Mo Qinglong's eyes as he sat below. Easily attain the realm above inborn realm? What do you mean? Wang Xian asked doubtfully when he heard Mo Qinglong. Master, the art of cultivation is divided into many grades. Some of the mediocre ones would find it difficult to reach the inborn realm, while some of them can easily do it. To achieve the realm above inborn realm, you must practice an origin source. An attribute? But there aren't many of these techniques around. Yet the Flame Palace is practicing one. Chapter 244 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 3. Chapter 244 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place 3. The realm above the inborn realm is often regarded as a myth. However, such a realm really exists. I can already feel it. However, it will be a little difficult to achieve the breakthrough, said Mo Qinglong to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. The realm above inborn realm was referred to as immortals of the land by the people in the underworld. However, inborn realm experts would refer to it as Dan realm. That would involve compressing internal energy within the elixir field into a Dan so as to achieve an advancement 1. However, it's extremely hard to compress one's internal energy into a Dan. The first issue lies in the art of cultivation. Art of cultivation has to have an elemental attribute. For example, Dan formed with metal, wood and water. Art of cultivation would give metal Dan, wood Dan and water Dan respectively. While Wang Xian was chatting with Mo Qinglong, the assessment was going on quickly. Soon, only 25 qualified candidates emerged from an initial number of over 110 candidates. The 25 candidates remaining would gain the qualification to join the Flame Palace. There were plenty of genius-level talents in first-class forces that failed to make the cut. From this, one could tell how stringent the Flame Palace's assessment was. At the same time, it demonstrated how powerful the Flame Palace was. For ordinary sects, The Flame Palace was incredible and almighty. The selection of disciples below 30 years old had now ended. Saintess Luan Fanghua looked across the crowd of qualified disciples. Seeing their excited faces, she smiled and looked to the crowd below the stage. Before we carry on with the subsequent assessment, I have something personal to settle. As she spoke, her gaze looked down and eventually landed at where Thistles and Thorns sect was. My master, Elder Duan, has had a little personal animosity against sect leader Tang of the Thistles and Thorns sect in the past. This has to be settled first, said the Saintess Luan Fanghua, as she smirked. Rumble. When she finished her sentence, the surrounding families and sects erupted into discussions. Thousands of people from the entire field looked towards where Thistles and Thorns sect was. Sympathy, contempt and expressions of pleasure in others' misery was written across their faces. A small Thistles and Thorns sect has offended an elder of Flame Palace. It's over, they are completely finished. Based on the strength that was demonstrated by the Flame Palace, annihilating the Thistles and Thorns sect will be just like killing an ant. Thistles and Thorns sect is going to be annihilated. My master is an elder of a sacred sect, and will naturally not lower her status by bullying a second-class force. Saintess Luan Fanghua opened her mouth again and the crowd went silent immediately. Our Flame Palace will also not lower our status by targeting you. In that case, Luan Fanghua paused for a moment and looked to where the Thistles and Thorns sect was. Send your best disciple forward. Based on my understanding, the Thistles and Thorns sect seems to have assigned a Saintess. Let our disciples take a look at her. If your Saintess cultivation level isn't bad, we might just spare you. However, if she can't make it, you guys can start disbanding. When the last 5 words of the sentence ended, she emitted a faint aura towards where Thistles and Thorns sect was. Domineering, this is the might of a sacred sect. They aren't killing you because they are afraid of staining their hands. However, they could force you to disband directly. The Flame Palace is indeed deserving of the name of a sacred sect. Domineering, with contempt for everything else, although they aren't taking actions themselves. They can make you disband directly. Incredible and mighty. The surrounding crowd sighed and looked towards Thistles and Thorns sect. At this moment, everyone in the Thistles and Thorns sect was embarrassed. Some of them were even shivering from anger. The face of sect leader Tang, who was standing in front of the group, was as white as a sheet. Asking me to disband the Thistles and Thorns sect. That would be the greatest humiliation ever. He would be letting down his ancestors, and would bear the insults and shame for life if he had to disband the sect. Elder Tang looked bitterly at an elder of Flame Palace. Elder Duan looked down at sect leader Tang with scorn and disdain. The two of them weren't on the same level at this moment. A word from him and he could make the Thistles and Thorns sect disband. Sect leader. Didn't they want me to step forward? I'll show them what I'm capable of. Xiao Yu saw the crowd looking at them with scorn, and saw how the disciples of the Flame Palace looked down on them. At this moment, she was filled with rage. Xiao Yu. Sect leader has let you down. Sect leader Tang looked bitterly at Xiao Yu. Rest assured, sect leader. Thistles and Thorns sect want disband. Didn't they want to see my strength? I'll show them how incredible I am. Xiao Yu clenched her small fist and answered angrily. Yeah. With the Flame Palace identifying Xiao Yu specifically, sect leader Tang had no ways to go against the Flame Palace. He could only nod his head slowly and turn to glance at Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't say anything. Letting Xiao Yu fight would be an important trial for her. If she wanted to become an expert, she had to be able to face some of the issues. If Wang Xian had kept her protected under his wing, Xiao Yu would never be able to spread her wings and fly in the vast skies. There are some things that she had to face alone. Saintess Wang Yu of the Thistles and Thorns sect seeking guidance from the disciple of the Flame Palace too. After obtaining the approval of the sect leader, Xiao Yu stepped forward and stared coldly at Luan Fanghua. PFFT just a little brat. The Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect is just a little brat. What the? How old is this Saintess? 18 or 19? My guess is she's not even 20, and yet she was already made the Saintess of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Could it be that she's the illegitimate child of sect leader Tang? Haha, she's So young and she's already the saintess of the Thistles and Thorn sect. It seems like Thistles and Thorn sect is really going to be disbanded. They shouldn't have offended the Flame Palace. What a group of reckless people. When the crowd saw Xiao Yu step forward, almost everyone was waiting to see her get destroyed. A little brat who wasn't even 20 could become the saintess. This was probably a joke. Tisk. Xiao Yu could hear the mockeries of the crowd who weren't even trying to mask it. She clenched her hand tightly over her treasured sword and stared ahead furiously. A little brat. When Luan Fanghua saw Xiao Yu, she didn't see her as a threat at all, as she commented plainly. Who would like to educate the saintess of the Thistles and Thorn sect? Luan Fanghua looked in the direction of the disciples of Flame Palace and asked loudly. She had also intentionally chosen to use the word educate. Her contempt for Xiao Yu was clearly evident in her choice of words. That's the sister of Miracle Dr. Wang. Who would have expected her to be the saintess of the Thistles and Thorn sect? At this moment, among the disciples of the Flame Palace, Mu Wanwen and the few other young men around her saw Xiao Yu and were a little surprised. Saintess, let me educate this saintess from the Thistles and Thorn sect. Mu Wanwen's lips curved into a smile. Recalling the day when Wang Xian had embarrassed them in the school canteen, her expression turned as cold as ice. She was fearful of Miracle Doctor. However, that Miracle Dr. Wang had rejected the invitation of Flame Palace consecutively. Under such circumstances, with Flame Palace as her backing, she wasn't fearful. Even if she was to face Miracle Dr. Wang, the embarrassment on that day shall be returned to your sister here. Mu Wanwen walked forward. She held a belt sword in her hand and looked down on Xiao Yu arrogantly. Mu Wanwen from Flame Palace. Let me educate you a little. Saintess of the Thistles and Thorn sect. As she spoke, she lifted one of her hands before continuing. Seeing that you are just a little brat, I shall just use one hand. Tisk as to who's going to educate who. This isn't set in stone yet. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, stared at Mu Wanwen and gradually drew her longsword. Give this saintess from the Thistles and Thorn sect a lesson she wouldn't forget, remarked Saintess Luan Fanghua, emotionlessly. And notes. 1. Dan is a common concept in martial arts novels. It typically takes the form of a spherical pill within the human body. 2. This is just a customary and polite thing to say before fighting. Chapter 2 145 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place for. Chapter 2 145 Pilgrimage or Tearing Down the Place for. A second-class force actually has a saintess. How interesting. I bet that lass from Thistles and Thorns sect couldn't take more than 3 strokes. That Mu Wanwen from Flame Palace seemed to be a level 7 proficient. I guess she can beat her in just 1 or 2 strokes. Judging from what the saintess said, they want to teach this lass from Thistles and Thorns sect a lesson. Everyone stared at the field and exchanged views about it. The elders and attendants from Thistles and Thorns sect were overawed. Despite knowing that Xiao Yu had a domineering inborn constitution, they were worried, as she was going to face a disciple from Flame Palace. After all, it had not been long since Xiao Yu began her cultivation, and she did not have any combat experience. Elder Fang and sect leader Tang at the side looked relieved though. Hee. Elder Liu revealed a faint smile as he looked at his apprentice with a satisfied look under the large cauldron. He'll let you have a go first. Lass. Mu Wanwen scorned Xiao Yu with one hand behind her back and another hand holding her belt sword. She raised her eyebrow at her. Fine. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, grasping the sword in her hand. This was her first fight and her first real combat experience. She closed her eyes and recalled the sword movement taught by her teacher and sect leader Tang. Hoot! What is that lass doing? Is she too nervous? Haha. The saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect is funny. She is so nervous that she closed her eyes. If such a lass can become a saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect, I think they can really disband. The spectators around them chortled when they saw how Xiao Yu was behaving. The saintess from Thistles and Thorns sect was amusing. Him going to attack Xiao Yu opened her eyes and looked fixedly at Mu Wanwen without any emotion. Hee. Lass Mu Wanwen shook her head disdainfully. However, Xiao Yu held her sword and thrust forward with a sharp radiance on her sword edge and a swift movement just like the wind. Xiao Yu had completely adjusted herself to her peak condition in terms of her speed and strength. This blow was almost at the peak of an attack from a level 8 martial artist. The moment Xiao Yu struck, Mu Wanwen felt as though a lion was coming her way when she looked at the sword propelled at a breakneck speed. Her expression changed abruptly as she quickly put up her block. Ah! A horrified shriek cut the air in the field. Mu Wanwen stared with a ghastly look at the sword that had slashed her belly. A hone sword had slit her clothes, and blood was oozing out from it. If Xiao Yu had not altered the course of the sword slightly, she could have killed Mu Wanwen instantly. Shocking! Everyone watched the stage in disbelief as they could not believe their eyes. They were stupefied when they witnessed Xiao Yu's sword slashing the disciple of Flame Palace. With just a stroke, Xiao Yu had almost killed Mu Wanwen, a level 7 martial artist from Flame Palace. In a split second. Swift and mighty move. Her speed and her power are equivalent to a level 8 martial artist. Gosh! The Saintess from Thistles and Thorns sect is a level 8 martial artist. Unbelievable. An instant kill within one stroke. This young girl is domineering. Incredible. She's at least a level 8 martial artist. Well, a juvenile who is not even 20 years old possesses a level 8 strength. Such an intimidating talent. Level 8 martial artist. She could jolly reach Inborn Realm in the future. No wonder Thistles and Thorns sect conferred her as the Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect. She has dominating endowment. Her talent is intimidating. Even the Saint and Saintess from Flame Palace were not as gifted as her. The atmosphere got heated instantly. They stared in disbelief at Xiao Yu, who had slashed the disciple from Flame Palace in a split second. Just now, they were still mocking and scoffing at her. The next moment, she made an instant kill. The intimidating talent. How is this possible? Even the disciples stared at Xiao Yu with shock. With a level 8 strength, she already surpassed many other Flame Palace disciples. The most surprising thing was her endowment. The faint smile on Saintess Luan Fangyu's lips slowly disappeared. Her eyes glittered as she fixed her eyes at Xiao Yu with surprise. The 4 elders below the large cauldron were taken aback as they looked at Xiao Yu. A saintess of second-class sect at the age of 18 or 19 actually possessed the strength of a level 8 martial artist. Her endowment was even better than their saint and saintess. Did I win? Xiao Yu fixed her eyes on Mu Wanwen, who was horrified, and asked impassively. Her voice was heard throughout the field. Everyone halted their breathing for a moment and stopped their conversations. It was so quiet that everyone could hear a pin drop. Well, what a wonderful Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect and Tang Linglong. Elder Liu sat under the large cauldron and muttered in a low voice with a gloomy look. Elder Liu, she's just a lass with extraordinary talents. Before she's a grown-up, she's still a lass. Upon hearing what Elder Liu said, he answered with a dismissive expression. He stood up slowly and cast a look at Xiao Yu. With a beam, he said, "Very good. The young lady has such an outstanding talent to achieve level 8 at such a young age. What's going on?" An elder of Flame Palace praised her personally. Don't tell me that this elder is fond of talents. The surrounding crowd was puzzled as they watched the elder of Flame Palace stand up. Wang Yu. Right, well done. The old man continued his praise. It would be a waste for this supreme talent to stay in Thistles and Thorns sect. But after all, you're a saintess. Why not this ill make an arrangement today? Since the Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect is such a gifted person, we have a disciple who is a descendant of a highly ranked member in Flame Palace. I've decided to let Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect marry the descendant of Attendant Pang. The old man stood beside the giant cauldron and announced this right away. What does the Flame Palace want to have an allegiance marriage with Thistles and Thorns sect? If she marries the descendant of a highly ranked member in Flame Palace, wouldn't Thistles and Thorns sect be affiliated with Flame Palace? This would be a blessing in disguise. Everyone below the stage froze for a moment before they began their discussion frantically again. Some of them envied Thistles and Thorns sect for having a blessing in disguise. Yet, the elder's words stunned the disciples of the Flame Palace. The descendant of Attendant Pang isn't he Pang Fangyan, that ugly idiot? To betroth the Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect to that idiot, Pang Fangyan, he must be in luck. Tisk tisk. That Saintess of Thistles and Thorns sect looks pretty. That ugly and silly idiot is really lucky. Disciples of the Flame Palace paused for a while before they whispered, even though their voices were soft. All the martial artists around them could hear them. When they heard the whispering of Flame Palace disciples, they froze immediately. To betroth the saintess of thistles and thorn sect to an ugly and idiotic disciple was obviously an insult. Nothing was more humiliating than this. Chapter 246 Are You All Worthy 1? Chapter 246 Are You All Worthy 1? What? Xiao Yu, who was standing on the stage, was shocked to see the elder who stood up and decided her marriage suddenly. Her marriage wasn't something that could be casually determined by others. Moreover, she was asked to marry a mentally challenged guy. Were they trying to humiliate her? Below the stage, sect leader Tang and elder Fang looked aghast upon hearing the elder of the Flame Palace. Elder, you don't have to worry about the marriage of a disciple of the Thistles and Thorn sect. Moreover, we are just a small second-class force. There's no way we deserve someone from the Flame Palace. Sect leader Tang immediately stood up and said bitterly, as long as I say it can. It can. This matter is settled. That old man looked nonchalantly at sect leader Tang and spoke in a definitive tone. It's over. The future of that genius girl is ruined. Marrying an idiot. So what if he's the descendant of a highly ranked member of the sacred sect? What a humiliation. Thistles and Thorns sect finally found a genius young girl. Yet, she has to marry an idiot from the Flame Palace. What a huge insult. This young lady has chosen the wrong sect. It will be easy for her to join a first-class force or even a sacred sect. She might very well make it to the outstanding young heroes chart one day and become an inborn expert. Around them, voices of discussion didn't stop. However, they did not mock the Flame Palace or say a single word that suggested Flame Palace was wrong. This was a manifestation of the influence Flame Palace possessed. Interesting, trying to humiliate us. Below the stage, Wang Zhan saw the old man acting like his words were the decree of an emperor. Instantly, murderous intent flashed in his mind. Even an idiot wishes to marry my sister. Is the Flame Palace crazy? Wang Zhan remarked emotionlessly, stepping forward and staring at the old man. Huh! Wang Zhan's voice shocked the surrounding crowd. Who dares to retort the elder of the Flame Palace? Are you seeking death? The crowd followed the source of the voice and looked over. The elder from the Flame Palace was shocked. He squinted his eyes, stared at Wang Zhan and was shocked. So it's Miracle Dr. Wang. I had not expected this genius young girl to be your sister. The elder of Flame Palace looked ahead as he commented. Miracle Dr. Wang. Miracle Dr. Wang. There's only one Miracle Doctor that is so young. He must be the 8th-ranked Miracle Doctor. Miracle Dr. Wang from Rivertown. So this young girl is the sister of Miracle Dr. Wang. An 8th-ranked Miracle Doctor on the Miracle Doctor's chart. There's no wonder his sister is so strong. I was still wondering how a small Thistles and Thorns sect could nurture such a talented young girl. The crowd looked towards Wang Zhan and exclaimed, Miracle Dr. Wang. Isn't this a great thing? At this moment, Elder Liu stood up slowly. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes as he continued. Our Flame Palace wished to invite you to join us, but was rejected. If this goes through, although Miracle Dr. Wang couldn't join our Flame Palace, you can become related to us. That's a good outcome too. Elder Liu's word shocked the crowd as they looked at Wang Zhan. Who could have expected Miracle Dr. Wang to reject Flame Palace's invitation? We are talking about an invitation from a sacred sect as a new sacred sect. If Miracle Dr. Wang joins them, he would definitely be treated generously. Who would have expected him to reject the invitation? He. Asking my sister to marry a retard? Wang Zhan looked emotionlessly at Elder Liu. He's not a retard. He's the descendant of someone who has contributed much to the Flame Palace's standing in the Flame Palace. What below? Elder Liu's lips curved up slightly. Is it so? Wang Zhan laughed mockingly. A light flickered in his eyes as he looked in the opposite direction. At that place, an expressionless young man stood there. He had short hair and a devilish aura around him. The young man felt the gaze from Wang Zhan, bowed respectfully and nodded his head, following which, the young man looked to the central location coldly. A retard of the Flame Palace wishes to marry a girl favored by the gods. Isn't the Flame Palace a little too indulged in your own fantasies? Are you guys deserving of her? He walked slowly ahead with a cold smirk without a tinge of fear that he was facing a sacred sect. Huh. The crowd was surprised by the voice and looked in the direction of it. Who's that young man? Is he courting death? Everyone looked over and was confused by the young man in front of them. Elder Liu also turned around immediately and stared coldly at the young men. Before the elders of Flame Palace said a word, the Saintess, Luan Fanghua, remarked coldly, "A descendant of one of the contributors of Flame Palace isn't someone you can comment on casually. You are digging your own grave by insulting the disciples of the Flame Palace." Hee hee. The young man gave a sarcastic smile and continued, "Can it be that trash disciples of Flame Palace can't be criticized by others just because you are from a sacred sect?" "Exactly, it's because we are from a sacred sect." Saintess, Luan Fanghua, stared domineering at the young man. She waved the long sword lightly in her hand before continuing, "If you say another word, I'll definitely slay you." Ha ha. At this moment, the young man burst into laughter. "Imwashi, since the Saintess of Flame Palace wishes to slay me, it's only natural that I take on the challenge." Washi was a name used by Mo Washi in the underworld. Mo Washi leaped and descended onto the field. He looked at the four elders at the central location and smirked. "I'm guessing the elders of Flame Palace wouldn't fight with a junior, am I right?" Diamond Bone Washi, he's the 19th ranked Washi on the outstanding young heroes chart. Washi was one favored by the gods, who emerged from nowhere half a month ago. As a rogue cultivator, he made it to the 19th position on the outstanding young heroes chart at the young age of 26 years old. Washi from the outstanding young heroes chart. What is he trying to do? Challenge the saint and saintess of Flame Palace. I heard that Washi has been going around challenging various geniuses. Just a while ago, he defeated the 19th ranked genius and replaced him on the chart. When the crowd heard Mo Washi reveal his name, they were slightly shocked. At the central location, the elders of Flame Palace squinted their eyes and fixed their gazes on him. You, Saintess, Luan Fanghua, stared coldly at Mo Washi and remarked, "A 19th ranked guy on the outstanding young heroes chart isn't qualified to make our elders take you on. Since you want to kick up a fuss today, I just have to cut you down," said the Saintess. She handled the long sword in her hands slowly and said, "Diamond Bone, I'll turn you into a corpse today." Haha. Just you alone, oh, little Saintess of the Flame Palace. You were just trash to me. Come forward with that, saint, shouted Mo Washi brazenly as he stared at Luan Fanghua. His arrogance was through the skies. The surrounding crowd stared at the brazen Mo Washi in disbelief. Is there something wrong with his head? How is he so daring to taunt the saint and saintess of the Flame Palace here? Chapter 247, Are you all worthy too? Chapter 247, Are you all worthy too? Everyone stared at the extremely arrogant Mo Washi. In their eyes, this Washi might be a retard. How dare he taunt the saint and saintess of Flame Palace? He was obviously digging his own grave. The Flame Palace would never let him off. "I'll kill him," said Saint of Flame Palace indifferently. He had been keeping his quiet. As he spoke, he gazed at Mo Washi. "No, you don't. How dare a 19th ranked guy on the outstanding young heroes chart speak impudently? Let me slaughter him." Saintess Luan Fanghua cast a glance at Saint Mo Kanghai. With an arm swing, she held her sword in her hand. She fixed her eyes on Mo Washi and said coldly, "You'll pay for your brazen words with your life." As soon as she finished her words, she dived out like a dancing swallow on fire. Her body was glowing with red radiance as she darted towards Mo Washi. What light, flexible footwork and fiery attack. Saintess at the peak of level 8 has such mighty attacking power. Even I, as a level 9 martial artist, would be terrified by her assault. Too formidable. Since average disciples of Flame Palace are capable of beating someone of their same level, the strength that Saintess possesses will be more intimidating. A moth that flies into the flame. Mo Washi was emotionless when he saw the light and fast figure attacking him. He stretched out his arm with black aura exuding from his body. "Show me what the Saintess of Flame Palace has got." Both of his arms danced in the air as the sword of Luan Fanghua approached him. "Go and die." Luan Fanghua's eyes were filled with killing intent. She jerked her arm, and the sword burst into flames. She aimed and thrust her sword at Mo Wushi's arm. Bam! 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 However, a crisp and clear sound was heard when the honed sword fell on Mo Wushi's arm. The golden blade aura could not win against the mortal flesh and bones. What? Saintess Luan Fanghua made a different expression as she wielded her sword with a stern face. The battle of the sword and physical body was actually on par. The diamond bone lives up to his name. He's so formidable that even Saintess Luan Fanghua could not break through his defense. Isn't he impressive? Saintess is in the top 50 on the outstanding young heroes chart. All the spectators were stunned as they placed their attention on the fight between the two people. Saintess Luan Fanghua wielded her sword, aiming all the vital parts of Mo Wushi. His face was looking colder than before. Shoo! A flash of red light darted straight in his eyes. Mo Wushi jerked his arm and divine dragon scales emerged on his hand. Ha! His palm grabbed the sword immediately while he moved his body closer to Saintess Luan Fanghua, who was shocked by it. Mo Wushi charged at her with almighty physical strength. Bam! Weak. Too weak. Saintess of Flame Palace is just so-so. Mo Wushi struck a heavy blow to Luan Fanghua's chest. She puked a mouthful of blood and looked pale. He laughed loudly as he retreated 10 meters away from her. With a pair of eyes that shone like torches, he glared at Saint Mo Konghai. Next. Boom! Mo Konghai's body quaked, and a faint flaming aura encircled him. He stared at Mo Wushi coldly. Die! He's formidable. Luan Fanghua could not help but puke a mouthful of blood at the side. With a pale-looking face, she warned Mo Konghai. She was macabre as she looked fixedly at the arrogant figure. What Saintess was already defeated? Dominating. Diamond Bone Wushi's assault was overbearing. His powerful defense vanquished her in all aspects. His strength is definitely higher than his ranking on the outstanding young heroes chart. Saintess is defeated. Gosh. The surrounding crowd got the shock of their lives. The 4 elders of Flame Palace sitting in the central position had a slight vile expression. A rogue cultivator defeated their Saintess of Flame Palace at this time. If word about what happened today got around, the Flame Palace would definitely be embarrassed. Haha. I made myself clear. Only when 2 of you join hands can you qualify to fight with me. One is just a long way to go. Mo Wushi scoffed at Mo Konghai. Stop your arrogance. Mo Konghai showed signs of embarrassment on his cool-looking face. He made a shift move and struck Mo Wushi. Haha. Mo Wushi cackled as his body was shrouded within a demonic aura. Incapable of doing that in front of you. Audacious and boundless arrogance. The disciples of Flame Palace around exhibited extremely dreadful looks. Their expressions sunk as they fixed their attention on Mo Wushi. If it were not for the presence of the various sects and families from different provinces here, they would have besieged and whacked that arrogant fellow. However, they could not do it now. Even if they dared to do it, the reputation of Flame Palace would be ruined. The 4 Flame Palace elders sat in the field with darkened expressions as they gazed at the fight with cold faces. Mo Wushi and Mo Konghai's battle broke out instantly. Mo Konghai, ranked 14th on the outstanding young heroes chart, was the saint of Sakigrid sect Flame Palace. He was a level 9 martial artist before he turned 32. Hence, his endowment was intimidating. But even so, Mo Konghai was at the total losing end when he battled with Mo Wushi. Everyone was stupefied as they watched Mo Wushi suppressing Mo Konghai with his fearsome steel bones and iron muscles. The saint was powerless to put up a resistance. Saint of Sakigrid sect is just so-so. Mo Wushi rolled his 5 fingers into claws. Black aura wrapped around his hands and his hands took the form of dragon claws. You lose. He burst out a clap of laughter and ripped the person in front of him with a claw. Mo Konghai was horrified as he quickly raised his arm to block the blow. When the terrifying crash was felt, his face went grisly. Ah! Mo Wushi gripped and scratched the arm of Mo Konghai with 5 fingers. 5 deep and bloody marks were left on it with wounds that went deep into the bone. Blood dripped as Mo Konghai stared at Mo Wushi, who withdrew his arms slowly. Mo Konghai was looking vile. Mo Wushi was ostentatious. He had a disdainful face, and was full of arrogance. Even the Saintess and Saint of Flame Palace were defeated. I wonder if there are other outstanding young people from Flame Palace. Mo Wuxi swept his gaze across the disciples of Flame Palace with a sneer. Finally, he looked at the 4 elders in the field. Elders, given the strength of your disciples, how can the Flame Palace be worthy of this girl who is favored by God? Darn, this Wuxi is such a braggart. He's asking for death. That is simply taking the disciples of Flame Palace as trash. That's right. Wang Xian looked at Mo Wuxi with satisfaction. Talking about flaunting, Mo Wuxi was still very good at it. He took a glance at the injured saintess and saint before he sneered. He turned to the elders of Flame Palace. Elders, since anyone can beat the hell out of the saintess and saint of Flame Palace, I think you can forget about this marriage. Since your saintess and saint turned out to be this way, whichever descendant of that highly ranked member, does he deserve it? Wang Xian scorned and sneered at them. The one who humiliates others can be humiliated too. Since Flame Palace wanted to show off the strength of their younger generation, then they would just vanquish the saint and saintess. Chapter 248 All-Rounded Suppression. Chapter 248 All-Rounded Suppression. The line, "Are you deserving?" resounded throughout the entire field. Everyone was dumbfounded as they turned to Wang Xian and the Flame Palace. Are you deserving? This had shamed the members of the Flame Palace. You aren't deserving at this moment. Mo Wuxi, who was standing in the middle of the field, made a shocking remark. His remark seemed to be a response to Wang Xian's question. After which, he walked to Zhou Yu and did something that made the crowd into disheveled. Mo Wuxi went down on one knee in front of Zhou Yu. With his head lowered slightly, he said, "Saintess, if there's anything Wuxi can do to be of help to you in the future, please give me your orders." Rumble. Everyone in the field looked at them in disbelief. The one favored by the gods, Wuxi, questioned if Flame Palace could merit a girl like Zhou Yu. Miracle Dr. Wang questioned whether Flame Palace was deserving of Zhou Yu. Also, the proud son of heaven, Wuxi, kneeled respectfully in front of the saintess of the thistles and thorns sect like a servant. This was equivalent to openly questioning if Flame Palace was qualified to match with the saintess of the thistles and thorns sect. A tight slap to their faces. A while ago, Flame Palace declared with dominance the marriage of the saintess of the thistles and thorns sect with a retard from the Flame Palace. The next moment, a miracle doctor and a proud son of heaven questioned their qualifications through a display of strength. Do you guys merit her? Are you deserving? The entire field had quietened down. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. The 4 elders of Flame Palace in the middle of the field were aghast and stood up coldly. Rumble. Strong flames raged on from the large cauldron behind them as the sounds of fire burning resounded in the field. Their eyes fell gradually on Wang Xian and Mo Wuxi, Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. At this very moment, a middle-aged man, who was wearing attire with a large mountain embroidered on it, stared at Wang Xian with a vengeance from the corner of the field. It's all because of him that our Lingyu sect suffered such great losses, said the middle-aged man to the old man beside him. The old man nodded his head as his eyes turned cold. He squinted his eyes and looked towards Mo Wuxi, who was in the field. This rascal is clearly standing up for Miracle Dr. Wang. In that case, the lips on the old man slowly arched into a smirk. Since Lingyu sect was at deep enmity with Miracle Dr. Wang, he might as well get on the good books of Flame Palace at this moment. The old man stepped forward and shouted, "Rascal, how dare you be so brazen to the sacred sect? Flame Palace, are you courting death? Are you courting death?" The voice of the old man broke the silence in the field and resounded in the ears of the crowd. This voice. That's the aura of an inborn expert. Just as the old man opened his mouth, everyone was shocked and looked over quickly. It's the sect leader of Lingyu sect. Lingyu sect is he. An old man walked towards the middle of the field amidst the gazes from the crowd. He was staring coldly at Mo Wuxi. The crowd was slightly shocked and soon understood what was happening. The sect leader of Lingyu sect was intending to take on Mo Wuxi. As a sacred sect, the elders of the Flame Palace couldn't act as they wished when Mo Wuxi defeated their saint and saintess. If they did, the Flame Palace would bear the name of a bully and one who didn't follow the customs and rules. Although Mo Wuxi was arrogant, his challenge to the saint and saintess of the Flame Palace was official after all. The Flame Palace couldn't possibly kill him just because he defeated the saint and saintess of the Flame Palace. As a new sacred sect, they had to pay a lot of attention to their reputation. However, even if the Flame Palace couldn't act themselves, it didn't mean others couldn't act on their behalf. The sect leader of Lingyu sect was attempting to get on the good books of the Flame Palace. Seeing the approaching sect leader of Lingyu sect, the 4 elders of Flame Palace revealed a gratified look. As a sacred sect, there would be times when they wouldn't have to handle some matters themselves because others would volunteer to do it for them. Rascal, you must be eager to die for being so arrogant to the Flame Palace. He'll give you 3 minutes. Get lost or die. The sect leader stared at Mo Wuxi as he spoke emotionlessly. At the same time, he sent the aura of an inborn expert towards Mo Wuxi directly. Mo Wuxi was surprised. He covered himself in a devilish aura as he tried to withstand the aura of the sect leader of Lingyu sect. If Wuxi still chooses to act rashly, he is likely to be killed. He's too arrogant. Under such circumstances, even if the Flame Palace doesn't act, there would be people jumping out to teach Wuxi a lesson. Although they were slightly surprised by Wuxi initially, they weren't exactly surprised to see an inborn expert targeting Mo Wuxi. Tusk, how dare you be so arrogant in the territory of our Flame Palace? Even if we don't do a thing, others would step forward to put you down. When the group of disciples of Flame Palace saw an inborn expert stepping forward to target Mo Wuxi, they smiled cockily. They wouldn't need the elders to do anything, and there would naturally be experts who would step in. Everyone looked at Mo Wuxi, who was in the middle of the field. At this moment, he probably couldn't be arrogant. He's just a junior. As an inborn expert, why are you so calculative? However, just as everyone thought that the sect leader of Lingyu sect would act to suppress Mo Wuxi, a cold voice sounded. An invisible aura blocked the stifling pressure of an inborn expert from Lingyu sect directly. What? An inborn expert? There's an inborn expert who wants to stick up for Wuxi. Is this an open confrontation with the Flame Palace? Everyone was shocked, and immediately turned their head over. At the corner where the people from Flow City gathered, a middle-aged man held a long sword in his hand, his hair covering his face. Maniac Jai. The crowd was stunned, and so was the sect leader of Lingyu sect. He stared intensely at him as his expression turned solemn. Maniac Jai. The elders and disciples of Flame Palace looked over coldly. Maniac Jai of Flow City. The sect leader of Lingyu sect stared harshly at him and chided. This is a matter of Lingyu sect. You can't stop me. I'd love to give it a try. Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded from the crowd. A strong aura swept towards the sect leader of Lingyu sect directly. The strong approaching aura shocked the sect leader of Lingyu sect. What? Everyone in the crowd immediately looked over. It was another middle-aged man standing beside the Thistles and Thorns sect. He was staring harshly at the sect leader of Lingyu sect. Get back to your sect. Otherwise, Lingyu sect won't have a single peaceful day. The middle-aged man was none other than Mo Yuan, who demanded coldly. FCK, 2 inborn experts, 2 freaking inborn experts. What is he trying to do, challenging the Flame Palace openly? Oh my god, there are 2 inborn experts now. This is too terrifying. The sect leader of Lingyu sect tried to suppress the proud son of heaven, Wuxi. To his astonishment, 2 inborn experts stepped forward to safeguard him. What a domineering appearance. Who is that middle-aged man standing beside the Thistles and Thorns sect? What a terrifying aura he has. Why haven't I heard of such an inborn expert? The surrounding crowd was shocked to witness the development of events. Chapter 249, All-Rounded Suppression 2. Chapter 249, All-Rounded Suppression 2. Sect leader of Lingyu sect warned Wuxi, the outstanding young hero, to get lost within 3 minutes or die. Then, 2 inborn experts appeared immediately. Maniac Jai, who possessed the strength to annihilate a first-class force by himself, showed up. An unknown middle-aged man who exhibited domineering appearance with similar overweening tonality. He just said, get back to your sect. Otherwise, Lingyu sect won't have a single peaceful day. Overbearing to the max. Sect leader of Lingyu sect's expression turned vile instantly. With a darkened expression, he stared at Mo Yuan, who had a murderous look on him. 2 inborn experts. One was Maniac Jai, who was both ruthless and righteous. Another one was a middle-aged man, who proclaimed Lingyu sect would not have a single peaceful day. Sect leader of Lingyu sect dared not take what the two inborn experts said as jokes. Hence, he was extremely embarrassed as he was stuck in a difficult position, a difficult one. With a sullen look, he swept his gaze across Maniac Jai and Mo Yuan, then to the surroundings. Unless another inborn expert helped him out at this time, he would have to grit his teeth and scram. He looked at all the inborn experts of first-class forces and finally stopped at his good friend, Fengyan Lai, the leader of Fengyan family. So long as he had his good friend's help at this moment, and the backing of Flame Palace. So what if it were two inborn experts? Fengyan Lai, who was standing below the stage, sensed the gaze from the sect leader of Lingyu sect. He was hesitant for a moment before he nodded his head slowly. If he stepped forward at this point in time, he would befriend the Flame Palace and Sakigrid sect. What, not a single peaceful day? He. Do you think you're qualified to do so to Lingyu sect? Fengyan Lai held a sword and strode out slowly. Another inborn expert. Is this going to be the battle between inborn experts? Gosh. The leader of Fengyan family is here. Another inborn expert. Hayek. The entire quiet square bustled with the voice of Fengyan Lai. Another inborn expert. Another one. Forget about others. Just the lineup was good enough to thrill anyone. However, Fengyan Lai, who was striding forward, suddenly froze. He heard a familiar voice. A voice that could tremble him. That Hayek with the foreign accent was annoying to his ears. But at the same time, it left a deep impression on him. His body froze as he peered to his left. He saw the foreigner in a scarlet tuxedo staring at him coldly, licking his lips. Seeing this, he was unsure if he should swear. Damn, are they from the same gang? Fengyan Lai had a drastic change in his expression. Three inborn experts, fuck. These three inborn experts are obviously from a gang. Fuck. The Fengyan family was not Flame Palace. Three inborn experts could annihilate not only the Fengyan family, but also Lingyu sect. It was a piece of cake for them. Is it worth it to fawn over Flame Palace and be offend the three inborn experts? Fucking no. Fengyan Lai froze suddenly as he had a mixed expression. The sect leader of Lingyu sect in the middle was stunned slightly as he looked at Fengyan Lai with consternation. Everyone was staring at Fengyan Lai with questions. What's going on? Why did he stop halfway? Flaunt it. Why did you stop being ostentatious? Fengyan Lai put on a different expression. He spun around, looking awkward yet polite as he headed to his original position. Just like that, Fengyan Lai's series of actions stunned everyone around him. What's going on? What does this inborn expert mean? Everyone was taken by surprise. He asked if they thought they were qualified to bring turmoil to Lingyu sect. Then he went back. What the hell was that? What's going on? What is this leader of Fengyan family doing? Why did he suddenly retreat? I have no idea. His action was perplexing. We can't guess the thoughts of an inborn expert. The crowd commented in astonishment. However, sect leader of Lingyu sect had a dramatic change in his expression on the stage. He found himself in a difficult position as he looked at the two inborn experts who were staring back at him. Bam! Stand back, everyone. Are you courting your own doom to seek troubles on our territory? When Elder Liu noticed such a situation, he slammed his hand on his chair with a vile expression and bellowed in a low voice. He swept his cold gaze over Maniac Jai and Mo Yuan. Yes, Elder Liu. Sect leader of Lingyu sect felt relieved as he quickly answered. Elder Liu looked at Wang Xian indifferently. He observed the people around him with a grave expression. The elders of Flame Palace could tell that Maniac Jai and the middle-aged man beside Thistles and Thorns sect were here because of Miracle Dr. Wang. How dare you embarrass the Flame Palace? Several elders of Flame Palace were looking inhospitable. One of them cast a glance at Shenghua at the side. Shenghua revealed a faint smile on his face as he stood up slowly and walked to the center spot. His attention was on Wang Xian. I've long heard of your name, Miracle Dr. Wang. I thought we could be buddies of the same sect and exchange our medical skills. Never did I expect you would turn down the invitation. I guess I can only use this opportunity to learn from you. Shenghua spoke to Wang Xian with a beaming face. I also want to see if Miracle Dr. Wang lives up to his name as the young Miracle Doctor. This is. The way Miracle Dr. Wang handed this obviously pissed Flame Palace off. Hence, they were going to teach him a lesson. That's right. After all, they cannot get humiliated as a sacred sect. They must restore their dignity. Miracle Dr. Shenghua is renowned overseas. I wonder how he will do it. Everybody felt it was all imposing as they watched quietly. The impact that they got today was overwhelming. Shenghua. That cheap old man. Miracle Dr. Bloodman stared daggers at Shenghua as he whispered. Her, do you know him? Asked Sun Lingshu. Looking at him. Yes. He's a lecher. Fuck. He stole a woman from me and even lectured me. Miracle Dr. Bloodman glared at him and said coldly. But master, my strength has improved tremendously. I'm not afraid of Shenghua now. Really? Sun Lingshu smiled. I used to be afraid of this cheap old man, but now, I'm not. Xiao Hong patted his chest and acted as though he was formidable. Go on, Sun Lingshu said impassively. Yes, master. Today, he'll get a good game in with that cheap old man. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was elated as he stared at Shenghua and chuckled. Shenghua, you cheap old man, how dare you challenge my master's friend in medical skills? I think I will be the best person to do it. Just as when Shenghua was staring daggers at Wang Xian, Miracle Dr. Bloodman's broken Mandarin was heard again. As arrogant as ever. As broken as ever. Chapter 250 just this level. Chapter 250 just this level. Damn it. They really are. When the arrogant voice sounded, Feng Yonglai's mouth twitched a little. His face darkened at the sight of the middle-aged man in a bright red tuxedo. Although his actions previously were a little embarrassing, he felt that his decision was a brilliant one when he heard this arrogant voice. These people are indeed together. Who is that foreigner? Why is he so arrogant? What an arrogant guy, however. The phrase cheap old man and this old man became really hilarious in his tone. Who was that middle-aged man in a red tuxedo? How could he still be so arrogant to Miracle Dr. Shenghua? The surrounding crowd looked in shock at Miracle Dr. Bloodman, who stepped forward. How dare you speak like this to the Miracle Doctor of the Flame Palace? You must be courting death. An attendant from Flame Palace looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman and chided. Hee. Miracle Dr. Bloodman did not pay attention to the attendant and simply stared at Shenghua. Old man, not doing so well in Europe. Why are you here? Oh, little Bloodman. Upon hearing Miracle Dr. Bloodman calling him an old man, Miracle Dr. Shenghua was clearly displeased. He stared harshly at Miracle Dr. Bloodman as he remarked with contempt. Hee. You better be careful when speaking. I've reached the Prince Realm now, and an old man like you isn't at the same level as me anymore. Miracle Dr. Bloodman stared at him with contempt before adding, let's compete with medical techniques. Let me see what you are capable of. Prince Realm. Shenghua squinted his eyes upon hearing him. Although he was a little surprised, he still remarked coldly, do you want me to purify you? Haha. Old man. Do you think I, Miracle Dr. Bloodman, am still the same as before? Why don't we fight it out? Miracle Dr. Bloodman smiled sheepishly but gradually restrained his smile. On his red tuxedo, black and viscous blood started circulating. The scent of blood and raging aura emanated from his body. For blood cultivators and light cultivators like us, strength also represents the level of our medical techniques. Hee. My raging blood is making me really excited now. Ha. Miracle Dr. Bloodman lifted his head slowly. To the astonishment of the crowd, a pair of bloodred wings appeared behind him. This symbolized the strength of a Prince Realm expert and an incomparably noble existence. Come, since I have advanced to the Prince Realm, I haven't experienced a battle that has made me tremble. My blood is now raging and calling out to you. Ha. Miracle Dr. Bloodman laughed hysterically. From him, an invincible vibe started to form around him. His devilish blood wings extended behind him as the scent of blood covered him. Miracle Dr. Bloodman had turned completely red. His eyes were even glowing in bloodred light and two huge fangs were exposed from his mouth. What horrifying aura! This is the vampire from Europe. He's a Prince Realm vampire. Oh my god, what a terrifying aura. He's too strong. Get back. The crowd was shocked. The stifling aura that Miracle Dr. Bloodman had exhibited sent chills down the sect leaders and family heads of various first-class forces. Those inborn experts stared fearfully at Miracle Dr. Bloodman, who was flapping his blood wings. Too strong. He's too strong. I'm so glad I did not mess with him previously. Fengyong Lai looked at Miracle Dr. Bloodman suspended in the air and his heart was thumping violently. The strength that Miracle Dr. Bloodman had exhibited at this moment was even more frightening than before. Fengyong Lai was sure that it would be difficult for him to escape if they ever fought. This vampire. The four elders of Flame Palace, who were sitting in the central location, were dumbfounded. Inborn experts could be distinguished by their battle prowess and could be separated into 4 tiers. The 4 tiers were Exploratory Inborn, Small Mastery Inborn, Great Mastery Inborn and Pinnacle Inborn. The 4 of them had the strength level of a Small Mastery Inborn expert, together with the unique art of cultivation of the Flame Palace. They could fight with a Great Mastery Inborn expert. However, Miracle Dr. Bloodman made their hearts shiver in fear. The 4 of them exchanged gazes as fear gripped them. I had not expected a small blood man could improve to this extent. Shenghua looked in shock at the impetuous Miracle Dr. Bloodman in the air. I could crush you easily in the past and I still can do it now. We are your natural nemesis. Shenghua's expression was glum. Waving his hand, a staff appeared in his hand. He held the staff with both of his hands and a dense light attribute energy emanated from his body. Light. Illuminate. A pair of wings made up of light energy appeared behind Miracle Dr. Shenghua. He had a holy glow around him and looked just like the angel in the legends. Light will definitely annihilate darkness. Miracle Dr. Shenghua held the staff in his hand as he gradually levitated towards Miracle Dr. Bloodman. He. Darkness has already fallen. Carrying his bloody aura along, Miracle Dr. Bloodman charged towards Miracle Dr. Shenghua directly. Die! Holy slash! At this moment, Miracle Dr. Shenghua had an imposing look on him. The light energy around him masked the details of his face, making him look a little holier. He waved the staff in his hand and a cross-shaped slash flew towards Miracle Dr. Bloodman. My blood is raging. Miracle Dr. Bloodman stretched out his arms. Thick fresh blood surrounded him as he ripped apart the cross-shaped slash. However, the moment the cross-shaped slash impacted his hand, it mysteriously entered into the body of the Miracle Dr. Bloodman. This shocked him a little. To his surprise, he felt his blood become exceptionally excited when the light energy entered into his body. It was as though they were cheering. This. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was thrilled. Light had always been the counter against blood cultivators. However, he was no longer affected by light. In addition, he had a warm feeling when the light landed on him. Miracle Dr. Bloodman started laughing hysterically. My master is indeed incredible, ha ha ha. He screamed excitedly as he looked fervently at Shenghua. Old man, have a taste of the powers of darkness. Moving his body, he charged towards Shenghua at an astonishing speed. In the air, Miracle Dr. Bloodman looked just like a curtain made of blood that descended towards Shenghua. Darkness shall expel light. Miracle Dr. Shenghua was unmoved. The powers of light had always been a good counter against blood cultivators. Even if the cultivation level of Miracle Dr. Bloodman had reached the level of Prince, it would still be highly effective. He held his staff with both hands as he chanted, Holy Light Illumination slash. Blinding rays appeared in front of him. The dense white light was just like the daytime sun that shrouded towards the approaching Miracle Dr. Bloodman. I rise from the darkness, but I revel in the light. Miracle Dr. Bloodman opened up his blood wings as he charged into the holy ray illumination. Foolish seeing Miracle Bloodman charging in directly, Shenghua remarked with contempt. You are the foolish one. Trash, you dare to play hero here with just this level of strength. A Miracle Doctor of an Emperor-class force is just at this level 1. Vulgarities and insults sounded at this moment, shocking everyone. End note. 1 Emperor-class force is equivalent to a Sacred-class force in Europe. Chapter 251 Never see a pretty girl before. Chapter 251 Never see a pretty girl before. Boom! As the voice of Miracle Dr. Bloodman trailed off, The holy ray illumination displayed by miracle Dr. Shenghua was suddenly flushed with blood. The holy light encompassing a radius of 5 meters was stained with a bloody color. Hayek. Miracle Dr. Bloodman let out a clap of wild laughter as he charged swiftly and ferociously toward Shenghua. How did this happen? Shenghua was horrified as he watched the miracle Dr. Bloodman charging at him with disbelief. Cheap old man. You lost. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was thrilled. His nails were long, exuding a glistening bloody mist. Why weren't you punished by the holy light? Shenghua was appalled as he raised the staff in his hand and struck heavily at the miracle Dr. Bloodman. Because you're too weak. Miracle Dr. Bloodman slashed at Shenghua's staff. The absence of the limiting effect from 2 different attributes freaked Shenghua out. Logically speaking, the holy light emitted from his staff should have dissolved the blood in miracle Dr. Bloodman. But nothing happened. On the contrary, he realized the other party was undaunted by the power of holy light. Incredible. That miracle Dr. Bloodman is incredible. Domineering. Both of them are simply domineering. Shenghua lives up to his name with his daunting combat ability. That holy ray illumination looked like it could purify me in one go. That vampire was more formidable. Wasn't the holy light supposed to suppress vampires? Why is he badly beaten up now? Everyone around spectated the duel with disbelief. This was another kind of combat of medical skills. Interesting. The battle between Xiao Hong and Shenghua felt like combat between 2 mages, said Wang Xian with a smile, as he could tell that miracle Dr. Bloodman had suppressed Shenghua completely. Yo master, the art of cultivation in America is like this. In ancient Europe, they have knights, mages, and witches just like our ancient martial arts experts. They may have different cultivation systems, but they are ultimately similar too. Mo Qinglong explained to Wang Xian. They have mages and knights in America. Shenghua and miracle Dr. Bloodman were more of mages who attack with elements. However, miracle Dr. Bloodman had a stronger physique. Besides, Mo Qinglong paused for a moment. America has the most comprehensive cultivation system. They have many experts that are much more formidable than our side. Really, Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he looked at Mo Qinglong. Mo Qinglong nodded. The ancient martial artist families in the underworld like to keep to themselves. They don't share their skills with outsiders. Hence, many secret manuals that contained powerful skills were lost. However, they have a more complete inheritance system in America. Take Shenghua's holy light for instance. If he has a chance to practice a higher level of cultivation, miracle Dr. Bloodman has an equal chance too. But such cultivation arts can only be found in sacred sects here in the underworld. Mo Qinglong spoke as though he was reminiscing. When spiritual treasures were spotted in spiritual mountains in the underworld, the news was leaked, drawing many powerful forces from overseas to compete for them. In the end, we lost them to someone else in our territory. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. He may not have understood other places, but not many experts were found in the underworld. Most of them were concentrated in sacred sects, like Flame Palace who just got promoted. They already had dozens of inborn experts. Those long-standing sacred sects should be even stronger. Maybe they possessed a more high-class combat ability. You're gone. At this time, the haughty voice of miracle Dr. Bloodman was heard. Wang Xian looked over. He saw miracle Dr. Bloodman tearing Shenghua with a bloody claw, leaving deep bloody marks on him. Shenghua was paling. Immense bright energy healed the injuries on his body, but his face was grim as the thick blood was constantly absorbing the energy from his body. Haha. Shenghua, are you convinced now? Miracle Dr. Bloodman stood in front of him with a cocky face. He looked just like a villain when he stood tall and high, overlooking miracle Dr. Shenghua. Upon seeing his stance, Shenghua had a dreadful expression. Even his body was jittery. Geez, that's too strong. That vampire was tough. I think even the 2 inborn experts may not be a match for this vampire. Their art of cultivation is compelling. Given our techniques, inborn experts can only take flight in the sky for a short moment. Yet, they can form wings, and even battle in the air with their cultivation arts. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Come. What they practiced was magic, using a special way to perform remote attacks with their spiritual strength. The experts in the underworld are more proficient in using weapons such as swords and sabers. Each has their own strengths. The crowd, including inborn experts, exclaimed too. By the way, the vampire seemed to mention that his master is a friend of Miracle Dr. Wang. He has a master. Suddenly, some people realized something. That vampire had said he has a master before his fight just now. His master, such an existence like him as a master? Everyone was stupefied. Does such a daunting existence actually have a master? Then how domineering could his master be beyond imagination? Back at Fengyan family, Fengyan Lai could not believe it. He was wiping cold sweat that broke out on his forehead with a tissue paper. I admit defeat, Shenghua said with a low voice and grave expression as he clenched his fist tightly. Haha, great that you admit defeat. Don't be arrogant. And keep a low profile. Do you get it? Miracle Dr. Blood Man educated Shenghua with a conceited face. Hayek. Subsequently, Miracle Dr. Blood Man burst out laughing. With a swift movement, he darted to Sun Lingshu like a bloody shadow. Master, how did I do? Am I not impressive? Miracle Dr. Bloodman lifted his chin and asked Sun Lingshu just like an elementary student who just got first in his class. Not bad, Sun Lingshu praised him without much emotion except drawing a faint smile on her face. Gulp. All the people, including the disciples from Flame Palace, cast their glances over there in disbelief. They could not help but gulp. That pure and holistic girl is the master of the vampire. Gosh! What a pure and holy goddess. Her demeanor is impressive. Given the temperament she exhibited, she seems like a fairy from heaven. Is she a princess from some sacred sects or sacred clans? Gosh! She's the master of the vampire. Given her demeanor, she doesn't seem to be groomed by any average forces. Besides, the fairy doesn't seem to be weak. The super cocky and domineering vampire is acting like a child, waiting to be praised over here. Everyone was shocked to see this. Even the four elders from Flame Palace looked at Sun Lingshu with grave expressions. What kind of backings did she have for the mighty vampire to be a slave to her, or what strength did she possess? What are you looking at? Never see a pretty girl before. Miracle Dr. Bloodman stared and chided those people who were staring at them. Chapter 252 Conduct Yourself Well. Chapter 252 Conduct Yourself Well. Shocking. Everyone looked at them with shock and disbelief. Seeing how arrogant and savage Miracle Dr. Bloodman was, the crowd quickly averted their gazes. Only the four elders in the central location continued staring. However, they were clearly embarrassed and infuriated. The Flame Palace had truly been embarrassed today. A disciple of Flame Palace was completely thrashed by a saintess of a second-class force. The saint and saintess of Flame Palace were easily crushed by a rogue cultivator. The one who had defeated them was extremely arrogant. Flame Palace couldn't do anything, as they were concerned about how others would view them. Inborn experts tried to stick up for them, but were forced to back away by two other inborn experts. And now, Miracle Dr. Shenghua, whom the palace master had invited personally, was defeated by an unknown vampire, in quick succession, one after another. Initially, Flame Palace wanted to make use of this opportunity to recruit disciples and experts while displaying their might. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations as they were humiliated consecutively. This made the four elders of the Flame Palace unusually furious. It's all because of that guy. The four elders looked at Wang Xian, who was below the stage. Strong killing intent leaked out from their gazes. If it wasn't for Miracle Dr. Wang, how would Flame Palace be humiliated as such? How would their disciples and miracle doctors be defeated in quick succession? He deserves death for tarnishing the reputation of Flame Palace. Elder Liu directed his voice softly to the other three elders around him. Our Flame Palace shouldn't just take this humiliation. There's only one outcome for him for offending us. Kill. He's just a small miracle doctor, no matter how many strong experts surround him. The reputation and name of Flame Palace aren't things that can be infringed upon. The other three elders replied coldly immediately. What Miracle Dr. Wang had done today was deserving of 10,000 deaths in their eyes. Call upon a few other elders tomorrow. We shall announce the Flame Palace's killing order and we must definitely kill them. Elder Liu was filled with killing intent. His gaze swept across Maniac Jai, Mo Yuan, Washi and the crowd. If it wasn't for the fact that they were wary of how others might view them, they would have struck right away. For those who wish to join our Flame Palace, Level 8 martial artists and above can apply for direct enrollment. Elder Liu looked to the surrounding crowd and said solemnly with an expressionless face, "Today, the selection of disciples for Flame Palace shall end here." What, it's ending so quickly? It's just been 2 hours and they are ending it now. The surrounding crowd was taken aback as they had not expected the Elder of Flame Palace to announce the end so quickly. This might be due to. Some people looked to where Wang Xian was as their eyes lit up. Flame Palace wanted to display the might and authority of a sacred sect today. In the end, they got a tight and ruthless slap from Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. Their disciple, Saint, and Saintess were defeated. Even the Miracle Doctor that their Flame Palace had invited personally was defeated. Nonetheless, the connections that Miracle Dr. Wang had displayed greatly shocked the crowd. In fact, even Flame Palace did not act hastily and swallowed their grievances. However, Flame Palace won't just let this go. As a newly crowned sacred sect, they will definitely return the humiliation they suffered 10-folds over. Otherwise, their authority would be non-existent. The surrounding crowd thought to themselves, "Miracle Dr. Wang, our Flame Palace will remember the incidents of today as many had expected." The voice of the elders of Flame Palace sounded at this moment. Elder Liu stared coldly at Wang Xian with fervent killing intent. He gritted his teeth and remarked with a gruesome expression, "Miracle Dr. Wang, I hope you conduct yourself well in the future." As he finished his sentence, his eyes swept across Maniac Jai, Mo Yuan, the vampire, Sun Lingshu and the crowd of the Thistles and Thorns sect. Indeed, when the crowd saw the cold looks of Elder Liu, they immediately understood a feud had broken out between the Flame Palace and Miracle Dr. Wang. Moreover, Miracle Dr. Wang would most likely encounter a mishap soon. "Oh." Wang Xian revealed a smirk and replied to the elder from the Flame Palace, "You can remember it if you wish. As to how I should conduct myself, I don't need you to remind me." "Haha, great. I'm impressed by your courage." Tisk. Elder Liu laughed loudly and stared harshly at Wang Xian before turning around and left. The other elders also gave Wang Xian cold looks before heading towards the depths of Wuduan Mountain. In the middle of the field, the disciples of Flame Palace also looked fiercely at Wang Xian. "Cultivate diligently when you get back. Those who offend the Flame Palace will definitely die." The saint, Mo Kanghai, glanced at Mo Washi sternly and sneered. In the middle of the field, Mu Wanwen gritted her teeth as she looked to Xiao Yu before rejoining the group of disciples of Flame Palace shamefully. The group of disciples of Flame Palace left shortly after. Around them, everyone intentionally and unintentionally looked towards Wang Xian as they whispered among themselves. Within Lingyu sect, the sect leader of Lingyu sect was looking extremely displeased. Not only did they fail to get on the good books of the Flame Palace, but they had also offended strong enemies today. Luckily, the Flame Palace will eliminate Wang Xian and the other 2 inborn experts. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. The sect leader of Lingyu sect glowered at Wang Xian before leading the crowd of Lingyu sect and leaving. Around them, various sects and families also started leaving one after another. The outcome of today's pilgrimage was something they had not expected. They were shocked to see someone humiliating a sacred sect during their pilgrimage. Look out for news on Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown for the next few days. I believe Flame Palace will strike within the next 2 days. He should be dead soon. Even if he has great strength and can summon 3 to 4 inborn experts, it would be futile if a sacred sect wished to target a factionless doctor like him. This Miracle Dr. Wang isn't rational to go against an entire sacred sect. He's likely going to be dead soon. Around them, some sects and families whispered softly as they left. Brother Xiao Yu walked towards Wang Xian with a blushing face and greeted him softly. "Your performance was pretty good." Wang Xian caressed her head and gave his compliments. King Mo Washi walked over and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. "Yeah." Wang Xian looked at Mo Washi and nodded his head. "Just continue with your own journey." "Yes." King Mo Wuxi nodded his head. After paying respects to Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan, he turned around and left. Miracle Dr. Wang at this moment. Maniac Jai and sect leader Tang had also walked over and greeted him solemnly. Miracle Dr. Wang. Flame Palace will definitely not let the events of today rest. I'm afraid of what's coming next. Sect leader Tang frowned and reminded Wang Xian. I understand. Wang Xian nodded his head and a cold flash of light blitzed past his eyes. Sect leader Tang. You don't have to worry about this. Conduct myself well, I naturally will do as I see fit. Wang Xian's eyes flickered, considering what Flame Palace would do next. If he wished to do as he deemed fit, it would be to strike first. Sacred Sect. Flame Palace, let me show you what I'm capable of. Chapter 253 The Autumn Wind Blows and the Flames Extinguished 1. Chapter 253 The Autumn Wind Blows and the Flames Extinguished 1. Shuking. Yao returned to the villa with Elder Fang and Xiao Yu, said Wang Xian to Shuking and Xiao Yu when the sects and families gradually dispersed from the square in Wuduan Mountain. Xiao Xian. You. Shuking bit her tongue. Be careful. Don't worry. Wang Xian caressed Guan Shuking's head with confidence. He beamed at Sect Leader Tang. I hope Sect Leader Tang can send them back. Rest assured. Miracle Dr. Wang. Sect Leader Tang cupped his fist and assured him. Wang Xian nodded and waved goodbye to Guan Shuking and Xiao Yu. Brother. Come back soon. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Miracle Dr. Wang. Do you intend to strike Flame Palace? After Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking were gone, Maniac Jai looked at Wang Xian and asked with a solemn expression. Even if we don't, they'll still strike at us. Wang Xian smiled impassively. He turned to Mo Yuan. Where is the base camp of Flame Palace? We'll exterminate them today. At the foot of Fiery Rock Mountain, which is more than 100 kilometers away from here, Mo Yuan answered. Maniac Jai was a little taken aback when Wang Xian took it so easily when he said they were going to exterminate them. Let's go over there. Wang Xian did not have the slightest hesitation, since he decided he would execute immediately. Yes, Mo Yuan nodded. Shall we gather the disciples of Dragon Sect? No need. We're good enough, Wang Xian smiled. And Mo Yuan nodded. He immediately went to look for a vehicle. Master, just a few of us are going to strike an Emperor-class family, isn't it? Too few of us. Miracle Dr. Bloodman at the side whispered his question to Sun Lingshu. Following Xiao Xian will do, said Sun Lingshu nonchalantly. Miracle Dr. Bloodman pouted and kept quiet. He stood respectfully by the side as he sized up Wang Xian and the rest. They had one more inborn expert, which made it 6 in total. To exterminate an Emperor-class force with 6 inborn experts was wishful thinking. The vehicle drove to Fiery Rock Mountain, which was a renowned mountain range of Dongqing Province. Fiery Rock Mountain was a colossal active volcano. One could see the rising smoke in the sky from far away. The temperature was higher than in other regions by a few degrees. Volcanoes did not necessarily have magma rumbling underneath. In fact, many volcanoes had now turned into tourist attractions. Flame Palace, Sacred Sect did not turn into one such scenic spot, but the scenery was not any inferior to the rest of the beautiful scenic spots. The base camp of Flame Palace is situated on the main peak. The surrounding mountains were for the elders and some disciples. There are 23 peaks in total, out of which only the main one is connected to the underground volcano. I heard it is the sacred ground for the cultivation of their disciples. Mo Yuan did an introduction to Wang Xian as the vehicle entered the Flame City. As soon as they arrived in the city, they saw the volcanoes far away. Let's find a place to have dinner. We'll go over after sunset, Wang Xian said with a smile after looking at the time. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Yuan nodded as he instructed the driver to drive them to the best restaurant in Flame City. Flame City may have been a small city, but it came with a rich historical heritage. Flaming Flower Restaurant was the best restaurant in Flame City. All their dishes were put together with the various wild animals hunted from the volcano mountains. The group of 6 people went into the restaurant and sat in the main hall of the restaurant. Flaming Flower Restaurant may not have been big, but it looked posh. Sir, we serve the tastiest wild vegetables and meat here. Please try it. Wang Xian and the rest sat down, and the service staff served their dishes warmly not long after. Chinese cuisine is impressive. Miracle Dr. Bloodman sat beside Sun Lingshu, and put a thumb up to compliment. Hee. That's true. Chinese cuisine is the best in the world. Mo Yuan chuckled. Not only do we have delicacies, but we also have pretty girls too. At this time, a quirky voice was heard. It was a distinctive voice that sounded frivolous and dissolute. Mo Yuan and Miracle Dr. Bloodman raised their eyebrows as soon as they heard the remark. They immediately turned to look over to their side. 10 odd-looking men. The 2 tables beside them sat queer people with 7 old men, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. They were all foreigners. The 7 old men had big builds and wore oversized clothes. They exuded an extraordinary demeanor. The old men seemed to be people who had just come out from seclusion. The 2 middle-aged men were ordinary-looking. The young man who spoke was a blond hunk. Eat your food, and shut up. Stop disgracing the foreigners. When Miracle Dr. Bloodman noticed the blond hunk was staring at his own master, he glowered at him. Hee. The blond hunk did not mind him and giggled. Chinese girls. Good skin. Boss, bring all your best dishes here. Just then, a sharp voice was heard from the outside. Coming. Gentlemen, this way please. Immediately, a middle-aged man in a suit greeted them quickly with reverence. Gentlemen, please have a seat here. The restaurant manager quickly ushered the 4 people inside. I heard the news from Wuduan Mountain that a fellow ruined our pilgrimage this time. Yes. Several elders already rushed over here. Even Palace Master found out about this. Hee. Looks like someone is digging his own grave. The 4 gentlemen had outstanding bearings. They lifted their chins as though they were condescending someone as they discussed this briefly. Wang Xian and the group's attention was drawn by the conversations between the 4 young men. They turned around and ignored the young blonde foreigner. Boss, get us some wine. A young man instructed the middle-aged man in front of him. If he dares to offend us, he will need to pay a heavy price. We can establish our reputation at the same time. That's right. Who within the 5 provinces dares to provoke us? He's obviously asking for it. I heard he's a factionless doctor. Ha. The 4 young men continued their conversations at a table beside Wang Xian and the rest, who smiled as they exchanged glances. The 4 young men must be disciples from Flame Palace. They enjoyed their drinks and exchanged conversations boomingly without any restraint. I heard our Mu Wanwen was wounded. We must check her out tonight. Hee. This fellow is up to no good again. But Mu Wanwen was too haughty. She's difficult. You should find yourself other targets. The young men were exchanging conversations when one of them spotted Sun Lingshu suddenly. He was slightly stunned as a tinge of passion flashed in his eyes. The saying, women are like disasters, was right. This was especially true for pretty ladies. That young man stood up in amazement. Pretty, are you from Flame City? Chapter 254. The autumn wind blows and the flames extinguish too. Chapter 254. The autumn wind blows and the flames extinguish too. Just as Sun Lingshu was eating, a young man walked over and asked her a question directly. This made her knit her eyebrows a little. Scram and go eat while you can. Rascal. Seeing others offending his master again, Miracle Dr. Bloodman lifted his head and chided coldly. Huh. The response of Miracle Dr. Bloodman immediately stunned the Flame Palace disciple who came to strike a conversation. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was a disciple of the sect. Furthermore, the group was in their territory. How dare he call him a rascal? You better choose your words wisely, foreigner, otherwise it'll make things difficult for you. The young man stared harshly at Miracle Dr. Bloodman and pointed at him. You guys better be honest here. Otherwise, it'll let you know whose territory you are in. Hee. At this moment, an appropriate thing to say in Chinese would be rescuing the damsel in distress. A voice with a similar accent to Miracle Dr. Bloodman sounded once again, following which, a palm suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the young man from Flame Palace. Hey beauty, this guy is a crook. Now that I have taught him a lesson your behalf, are you going to pledge to marry me in gratitude? The good-looking guy with blonde hair smiled and looked towards where Sun Lingshu was. His lips curved into a smile as he gave Sun Lingshu dirty looks. You must be courting death. The young man from Flame Palace, whose shoulder was being held, growled angrily. He clenched his fist tightly and charged towards the good-looking guy with blonde hair. Arg! However, just as the young man threw a punch, his body suddenly started trembling violently. He stared at the good-looking guy with blonde hair in front of him with disbelief and shock. What the? How dare you cause troubles in our territory? Damn it, there are more and more people who wish to die here. The other disciples of Flame Palace stood up immediately and gave the good-looking guy with blonde hair an icy glare. He just a few trash, and yet you dare to speak to me like this? The good-looking guy with blonde hair turned over and said mockingly. A strong aura swept quickly towards the 4 young men from Flame Palace. You! The 4 disciples from Flame Palace choked from the stifling pressure. Their faces turned red quickly as they could only stare at him with their eyes wide open. Scram! With a light push from the good-looking guy with blonde hair, the young man from Flame Palace was knocked back onto the chair behind him. The 4 disciples of Flame Palace were filled with fear and anger instantly, as they could only stare with deadly looks at the good-looking guy with blonde hair. I love to see your angry looks. The good-looking golden hair looked at the 4 disciples of Flame Palace, as though he was admiring a piece of art. In a light-hearted tone, he continued, but I'd love to see your despairing looks even more. Oh, this should be quick. Hang Wang. It's time to go. At this moment, an old man a short distance away spoke plainly to the good-looking guy with blonde hair. Haha. You don't even allow me to enjoy myself a little. The good-looking guy with blonde hair smiled at them, turned around and said to Sun Lingshu, Hey beauty. I saved you a while ago. Aren't you going to pledge to marry me? As he spoke, he tapped once at the void space between them before leaving with the group of old and middle-aged men. Behind them, the 4 disciples of Flame Palace glowered at them, but didn't dare to give chase. The stifling pressure they felt from the young man with blonde hair had made them experience fear. Interesting. Wang San looked at the 10 foreigners before turning to Sun Lingshu. Sun Lingshu's eyes lit up as she lifted her right hand and grabbed something off her body. A red flame appeared in her hand. Do you recognize them? She looked to Miracle Dr. Bloodman beside her and asked. This mark Miracle Dr. Bloodman frowned slightly and answered. Flame. There are a few Emperor-class forces internationally that specialize in flames. From how they address the young man with blonde hair, he must be Heng Wang from the Fire God Denomination 1. He frowned and squinted his eyes at the disappearing figures of old and middle-aged men. They are all inborn realm experts, commented Wang Xian plainly. What? Mo Yuan, Maniac Jai and the others were shocked. All of them are inborn realm experts. There are 10 of them. What are they here for? Mo Qinglong frowned and mumbled. Wang Xian looked at the embarrassed and furious disciples from Flame Palace leaving with gloomy expressions before he smirked and said, It should be related to the Flame Palace. Moreover, they aren't friendly. They aren't friendly. Mo Qinglong and the rest were shocked and quickly sank into thoughts. I know a little about the Fire God Denomination. They aren't any weaker than our sacred sects. In fact, they are a lot stronger than the newly crowned sacred sect. They are here for... Doubts surfaced on Mo Qinglong's face. Perhaps. Tonight will be an interesting night, replied Wang Xian with a laugh. How dare he place a tracking flame on my master? If I see the blonde rascal again, I will kill him. Miracle Dr. Bloodman spoke with intense killing intent. Night. The summer had passed and the autumn wind was soughing. The fiery rock mountain was still glowing in a faint light. It was especially so at the main peak. At night, the volcano was shrouded in a red glow that made it exceptionally beautiful. 6 figures descended on a tree 1,000 meters from the entrance silently and waited patiently. Miracle Dr. Wang. It's already 9 p.m. Let's split up to ambush and kill the elders on each peak before they guard against us. Even if we can't annihilate the Flame Palace, we can also make them suffer grave losses. Maniac Jai looked at Wang Xian and suggested. No rush. Let's wait and see. Wang Xian waved his hand at him. He continued standing silently while staring at Flame Palace. Maniac Jai was confused but still waited patiently. Time passed slowly and it was soon 10 p.m. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared from afar. They were moving rapidly like a gust of wind and carried with them an intense and violent aura. It's them. The 10 inborn experts from the restaurant. They are indeed here. Maniac Jai looked solemnly across at the 10 inborn experts. The 10 of them didn't attempt to hide themselves at all. Each of the 10 figures was glowing and approaching the flame palace like a meteor. How arrogant of them to charge into the flame palace so openly. What are they trying to do? Mo Qinglong frowned and asked. Hua Yua Flame Palace and Sheng Hua, get here right away. How dare you guys steal the treasure of our fire god denomination today? We will definitely annihilate the entire flame palace. A majestic voice propagated throughout the entire flame palace and resounded within the fiery rock mountain. A small flame palace stole the treasures of fire god denomination to become a sacred sect in the east. He. Today, we will annihilate you. A brazen voice sounded once again. In the skies above the main peak, the figures of the 10 inborn experts from the fire god denomination were well illuminated by the flames they emitted. Wings made of flames sprouted behind their backs. 10 of them had completely sealed off the entire flame palace. They weren't concerned about flame palace having more inborn experts than them at all. Neither were they fearful of flame palace. An arrogant, domineering and majestic voice and aura shrouded the entire flame palace. End note. 1 Emperor class is the equivalent of Saint class in Europe. Chapter 255 The autumn wind blows and the flames extinguished. 3. Chapter 255 The autumn wind blows and the flames extinguished. 3. Who is it who dares to play punk in Flame Palace? Who is it who dares to clamor at sacred sect? The resounding voice shook up the entire Flame Palace. All the disciples walked out of their rooms as they bellowed in anger. They enjoyed the utmost glory after they were promoted from a first-class force to a sacred sect. Everyone treated disciples of Flame Palace with respect, and none of them dared to be rude to them. Now, someone dared to talk big at the Flame Palace. That was as good as digging their own graves. Gosh! There are 10 people in the air. Every Flame Palace disciple was surprised as they looked up towards the main peak. It's true. 10 people with huge flaming wings on their backs. They are inborn experts. 10 inborn experts. Gosh! 10 of them. So what, we have 14 inborn experts guarding the flame palace now, all the disciples said with trepidation as they looked over. Who dares to play punk in flame palace? Fire god denomination, how dare you barge onto the sacred ground of flame palace? You guys definitely have a death wish. One by one, figures sprouted out from each of the peaks, shouting at the 10 inborn experts of fire god denomination in the sky. Fire god denomination. Any capable man can retrieve the spiritual treasures. How dare you barge into Flame Palace with just 10 people? I guess you're here to die. An old man's voice cut the air from the main peak. He had a pair of enormous wings behind him, and he held a flaming spear as though he was a flame warrior. I didn't think you guys would chase all the way here. Looks like you're not giving up. Shanghua's voice was heard too. He flapped the glowing feathered wings and glowered at the people from Fire God denomination. He then flapped towards the palace master of Flame Palace. Flame Palace experts arrived at the back of their palace master. Instantly, 14 inborn experts stood at the back and glared at the Fire God denomination in front of them with sharp and cold eyes. Get out of Flame Palace now. Otherwise, leave your bodies here. Palace Master of Flame Palace, who was in the center spot, glared with a pair of cold eyes. He fixed his eyes on the 10 people with seriousness climbing all over his face. Well, leave after we annihilate you people. One of the old men from the Fire God denomination in the middle chuckled with a ghastly sound. How dare you steal our things and kill a Prince Realm expert? Today, you'll use your flesh and blood as offerings to him. I see. You're here to offer us your lives. Do you think you can annihilate us with just 10 people? The Flame Palace is fearless, even if you send the entire Fire God denomination over. Palace Master of Flame Palace looked fixedly at them with a darkened expression. Haha. All of you are trash. 5 exploratory inborn experts I can kill too without any problem. Why do we need the entire Fire God denomination here? The blondie-haired young man at the side was looking cool. He stared at the elders of Flame Palace insolently. Kill them all and reclaim our treasures. The old man in the lead stopped the useless talking and made a swift move. His movement was accompanied by a powerful flame that struck directly at the Palace Master of Flame Palace. Kill! Palace Master and Shenghua had awful looks when they saw 10 experts charging at them. They knew the strength of Fire God denomination. Therefore, they had grave expressions. Besiege and wipe them out. The Palace Master bellowed and made a move. His body was shrouded in flames as he darted out to attack the old man at the center. How dare an insignificant pinnacle inborn create a sacred sect? Die! The old man in the middle jerked, and a virtual image of a fire demon appeared on him. The fire demon that was formed with flames encompassed the old man, who grew 3 meters tall. Go to hell! The old man swung his enormous fist with daunting strength at the Palace Master. So strong, he raised his flaming spear to block, but he was pushed back a dozen meters. Palace Master had a sharp change in his expression as his eyes were filled with horror. Ah! Yet a desperate scream was heard from the side in that instant. A blue flame shrouded a Flame Palace elder. The creepy blue flame burnt that elder immediately. The elder tried to use his flaming ability to counterattack, but his fiery red flame seemed like a stimulant that ignited a bigger blue fire. A horrifying scream struck consternation in all the people in Flame Palace. In an instant, an elder of Flame Palace was seriously wounded or probably dead. All these things happened in a split second. How was this possible? How could they kill an elder in an instant? It's a raid. They are sneaking an attack. When our Palace Master realizes it, they can wipe us out even if it's 10 against 13. All the disciples of Flame Palace exclaimed from below. They found it unbelievable that a dozen inborn experts of Flame Palace could not defend the other party with 10 inborn experts. Heavenly Flame. Palace Master was shocked as his expression turned grave immediately. How dare you steal our spiritual treasures? You'll make sure the Flame Palace is wiped out today. The old man who displayed the heavenly flame was looking cold. The blue-colored flame was burning around him. Even the air gave off a loud sound. Make it quick and kill them all. An old man from Fire God denomination shouted as he burst into a giant ball of fire. His entire body was on fire. He swung his arm and blasted a basketball-sized fireball at the Flame Palace elder in front of him. The Flame Palace elder wielded his machete and hacked the ball of fire. Bam! However, metal-like fire droplets fired off a radius of 100 meters from the exploded ball of fire. Ah! At the same time, the disciples of Flame Palace screamed in horror from below. The fire droplets penetrated level 7 and 8 martial artists, and the mightiness of the fire struck terror into them. The spillover fire from the combat burned the surrounding woods. Oh, no! Palace Master and the elders had the shock of their lives. The moment their opponent struck, their hearts already skipped a beat. Go to hell! The blondie-haired young man held a red scepter, firing off tons of blazing flames at the elders of Flame Palace. Terrifying stance. Ho! Flame Palace elders held their weapons and slashed those flames. Haha! Kill them all! How dare a reserved place snatch Fire God denomination staff? Die! At this time, one middle-aged man from Fire God denomination picked up his flaming spear and sprinted over. The blazing fire was burning atop Flame Palace. Such a sight was spectacular from afar. The gap is huge. As a force for 100 years, Fire God denomination is definitely far more powerful than the Flame Palace. These 10 experts from Fire God denomination were inborn experts with a strong foundation. Those exploratory inborn experts from Flame Palace could not hold a candle to them. The Flame Palace is going down soon, said Maniac Chai and Mo Yuan shockingly, as Wang Xian and the rest witnessed this from far. Heavenly Flame. Looks like we have a lot of good stuff here. A tinge of red sparks flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he was ebullient. I haven't struck for a long time. Chapter 256 The Autumn Wind Blows and the Flames Extinguished 4. Chapter 256 The Autumn Wind Blows and the Flames Extinguished 4. Arg! So strong, how could this group of people be that strong? The heat emitted by that blue flame is really spooky. Shit, Elder Liu is hit and injured. Should we run? Should we? Fiery Rock Mountain. Flame Palace. At this moment, it was as though Armageddon had descended on Flame Palace. In the skies, inborn experts were engaged in intense battles. Flames were raging and illuminated the skies. The shockwaves from the battles of inborn experts affected the entire flame palace. Sparks were fluttering. Scorching hot fire dripped down like melted metal. Even a level 7 and 8 martial artist had to dodge carefully. Blue flames were shot out from the sky. Once in contact, it would quickly reduce everything to ashes. In the air, the elders of Flame Palace were injured one after another. The disciples watched from below in shock and disbelief. They were from the sacred sect and newly crowned sacred sect. They were supposed to be the strongest and the highest-tiered existence around. However, a group of foreigners had barged in and was slowly annihilating them. How could this be happening? Fire God denomination get lost from our Flame Palace immediately, or none of you are getting away. The Palace Master of Flame Play stared intensely at the group in front of him, and growled loudly as he started noticing his elders falling one after another due to grave injuries. Huo2, you have to pay the price for stealing the spiritual treasure of the Fire God denomination. Not letting us leave you errant that capable yet opposite the Palace Master of Flame Palace. The old man covered in 3-meter-tall flame remarked coldly. Today, you'll not let anyone in Flame Palace get away. Arg! While the old man was speaking, another shriek of pain sounded from the side. The Palace Master of Flame Palace looked bitterly to his left. You guys deserve death. Anger filled his eyes as he witnessed an elder hit by the blue flame and slowly reduced to ashes. In just 10 minutes, 3 elders were severely injured and 1 was killed. If this went on, the Flame Palace may very well be annihilated. The Palace Master of Flame Palace gritted his teeth, and the long spear in his hand shivered with his body. He declared solemnly, "Since you guys are eager to die, I shall grant you the wish." Swish! A human head-sized ball flew out of the Flame Palace suddenly. In the night skies, it was just like the scorching hot sun. None of you were getting away after killing an elder from the Flame Palace. The human head-sized flame ball flew above him and emitted a scorching hot radiance. Spiritual flame ball. It's the body refining spiritual flame ball. The group of experts from the Fire God denomination stared at the spiritual flame ball above the Palace Master of Flame Palace fervently. Body refining spiritual flame ball. It could refine the bodies of fire cultivators and trigger resonance. It could also increase the battle prowess of fire cultivators. Huo2. This is the spiritual treasure you have stolen from the Fire God denomination. The old man opposite the Palace Master of Flame Palace stared at that body refining spiritual flame ball intensely. Haha, spiritual treasures can be possessed by any capable person. The Palace Master of Flame Palace laughed wildly before staring coldly at the group. Killing a Prince Realm expert from the Fire God denomination. Stealing our spiritual flame ball. Do you think we will let you off? The old man shrouded in giant flames smirked and remarked. Do you think we have come unprepared? Haha. A sacred sect that has been established for over 100 years isn't something a small flame palace like yours could imagine. You are digging your own grave. The young man with blonde hair laughed hysterically. He opened up his palm and a fist-sized ball was revealed on his palm. The ball seemed to have been sealed by a lava-like object. Dense flames flooded into the ball. At this moment, cracks started appearing on the exterior layer of the ball and a violent aura started emanating from it. Lava ball. This is a lava ball that was formed 100 meters below the lava. Today, I will reduce you to ashes with it. Hang Wang revealed a thrilled look. There seems to be lava flowing on the surface of the lava ball. In an instant, the surrounding temperature increased by several dozens of degrees. Luckily, everyone around was a fire cultivator. If they were ordinary men, they would likely be roasted to death by the high temperature. Die! Hang Wang waved his hand and the lava ball was thrown towards the Palace Master of Flame Palace at an astonishing speed. Huh! When the Palace Master of Flame Palace saw the ball, that was emitting astonishing heat, his face sank and he growled loudly. Break! His body shivered and flames started flowing into his body through his head from the body refining spiritual flame ball. Flames circulated in his body before appearing in his hands. A 4 to 5 meters thick fire pillar shot towards the lava ball. Kill! The instant the Palace Master of Flame Palace stopped the lava ball, the old man opposite him immediately attacked. Kill, kill, kill! The group of experts from the Fire God denomination launched their attack once again as strong and horrifying powers shrouded the skies. Flames were raging, and dangers were everywhere. Run! We've got to run. Our flame palace might really be finished. On the ground, seeing that the palace master of Flame Palace was being besieged once again, the faces of the group of disciples turned as white as sheets, and perspiration started streaming down their faces. Some disciples who weren't as brave had already started fleeing silently. Arg! Arg! Suddenly, two shrieks pierced the atmosphere. When the disciples looked over, fear gripped them immediately. Miracle Dr. Shenghua and another elder were slain. 4 elders were severely injured and on the brink of death, while 3 others had been killed. The Flame Palace's situation was perilous. If it wasn't for the spiritual flame ball above the palace master's head that allowed him to fight with 3 experts at the same time, Flame Palace would have likely been defeated by now. The palace master can't hold on for much longer. An attendant of the Fire Palace shivered in fear upon seeing his palace master being besieged by several experts. Run! Shrieks of horror sounded from everywhere. He gritted his teeth and started fleeing. Run! When the first person started fleeing, more and more followed. This made the group of elders of the Flame Palace extremely embarrassed. However, they couldn't say anything. Battles between inborn experts weren't something they could interfere with. Ha! All of you shall die. In the skies, an expert from the Fire God denomination flapped his fire wings rapidly and violently. Flames started dripping down towards the escaping disciples. Arg! In just an instant, more than a dozen disciples were hit as they cried out pitifully. Run, quick run. The entire Flame Palace was thrown into turmoil. Everyone was trying to flee and cries could be heard everywhere. It was as though it was the end of the world. In the skies, the elders of the Flame Palace shivered in fear. They weren't a match for their opponents at all. Palace Master, who have you offended? The elders of the Flame Palace were devastated. Palace Master Huo too. We have joined Flame Palace for protection, not to seek our doom. Please forgive us for not being able to stay with the Flame Palace. At this moment, 2 inborn experts started fleeing, to the astonishment of Flame Palace. Scumbags. The Palace Master of the Flame Palace shivered in anger as he witnessed 2 inborn experts that had joined them previously fleeing. Flame Palace is finished. Chapter 257 Dragon Ball vs Flames 1. Flame Palace is finished. The group of 6 remarked softly when they saw the chaotic Flame Palace and the fleeing disciples from afar. This could be the most tragic sacred sect, since they got annihilated as soon as they were promoted. Miracle Dr. Bloodman gloated over their misfortune. Fire God denomination is much more domineering than Flame Palace. After all, they are just a newly promoted sacred sect. If they were longtime sacred sects like Sword Celestial, Bodhimanda, or Medical Saint, Fire God denomination would not dare to barge in like this, said Mo Yuan at the side. Fire God denomination wouldn't dare to storm in with arrogance like this if they were Medical Saint sects. Not to mention sects like Sword Celestial and Bodhimanda. I bet they would be killed by all the poisonous stuff at the doorstep before they even entered. Flame Palace is still too weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited experts and disciples through pilgrimage. Mo Kinglong commented nonchalantly. Sacred sects had a mixture of strong and weak sects. Medical Saint sect was one of the strongest ones, without any guidance from the Medical Saint disciples. Anyone who wished to enter the base camp of Medical Saint sect, Medical Saint Mountain, would be eliminated by their defense at the door. Just that alone was good enough to kill dozens of inborn experts. In comparison, a sacred sect like Flame Palace that had no foundation would not have set up any defense at the entrance. Any inborn experts could enter easily. Palace Master of Flame Palace is in danger just then. Maniac Jai was slightly shocked. Looking ahead, comparing himself with the people in combat, his strength still differed by a lot. He was not a match for any experts from Fire God denomination. He's doomed. Wang Xian looked over. After the 2 new inborn experts members of Flame Palace escaped, they were left with 5 people. 5 against 10. And they were not a match even when it was one-on-one. 5 Fire God denomination experts besieged the Palace Master alone. The palace master is indeed formidable, as he managed to survive for so long under the attacks of 5 experts. It is no wonder that he could bring Flame Palace a step higher to become a sacred sect maniac, Jai exclaimed. With the spiritual flame ball above the daunting Flame Palace master. His combat ability was domineering to fight 1 against 5. But it was only a matter of time before the defeat. I cannot accept it. Flame Palace was just promoted to become a sacred sect. I cannot accept this. All of a sudden, the palace master's despairing and unwilling voice was heard from Flame Palace. Boom! An intense explosion resounded in the earth. The palace master, who was putting up fierce resistance, suddenly burst into flame. A fire god denomination expert did not manage to dodge in time and got hit by it. Immense fire shredded the body of that expert into pieces instantly. Alpha 1. A fire god denomination expert was looking gloomy. Take that body refining spiritual flame ball with us. That thing is of great use to fire god denomination. Search around and see if they have other treasures in the flame palace. Darn it. We lost a prince realm expert. The group of fire god denomination experts bellowed with a nasty look as their voices traveled several kilometers. Run now. Even the palace master is dead now. We're finished. The Flame Palace has completely fallen. How did this happen? I just joined Flame Palace sacred sect. How can a sacred sect be annihilated? Some of the Flame Palace disciples could not believe it as they fled frantically. The group of fire god denomination experts darkened their expressions as they swung their arms. Tongues of intense flames fired off at the surrounding Flame Palace disciples. Miserable voices were heard again. The end of Flame Palace had finally arrived. Wang Xian and his people did not strike at all. They were here to exterminate Flame Palace. But someone had done the job for them. Let's go. How dare they came to our territory and play punk? You'll make sure they are buried under this ground forever. When Flame Palace was utterly destroyed, Wang Xian saw a group of experts from Fire God denomination rounding up the treasures within Flame Palace. He then jumped down from the tree with a smile. Young master, there must be a lot of treasures within Flame Palace. I bet those Fire God denomination experts have good stuff with them too. Mo Qinglong chuckled as he followed behind. What are we striking at? The 9 people from Fire God denomination were not their match. Miracle Dr. Blood Man quickly remarked after hearing Mo Qinglong. I can handle at most 1 person. My master can handle 2. What about you guys? Miracle Dr. Blood Man looked at Mo Qinglong. Mo Yuan. Maniac Jai, as he said. We can't beat them. Maniac Jai frowned slightly as he cast a glance at Wang Xian with doubts. Leave it to me. I haven't fought for a long time. Wang Xian smiled as he headed to the entrance without haste. They came to a path where Wang Xian stood in the middle. He opened his mouth slightly, and a fiery red fireball appeared in his hand. I wonder which is stronger, my Dragon Ball or their flame. He arched his lips. This fire Dragon Ball was nurtured all the time. Hence, its power could kill an inborn expert. If I can absorb the lava ball of Fire God denomination and body refining spiritual flame ball of Flame Palace, the power of Dragon Ball will increase another level. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face as he stood and waited for them to be out. When Miracle Dr. Bloodman and Maniac Jai saw Wang Xian spit out a ball of fire, they were taken aback. They gasped when they sensed the daunting amount of energy contained in the flame. Miracle Dr. Wang is a cultivator of flame too? Miracle Dr. Bloodman asked with radiance flickering in his eyes. Run! Let's flee now, we need to get out of here. Just then, a few figures rushed towards their side with haste. Fear and panic were all over their faces. There's someone ahead. Get lost. You people. Darn. Get out of my way. Do you want to die? About 8 or 9 Flame Palace disciples were looking frightful and malevolent when they saw the 6 people blocking the path. They took the weapons in their hands and hacked at them immediately. Get out of my way. Several people bellowed with no signs of reducing their speed. Oh, seem like someone we know. Wang Xian cast a glance over and saw the 4 young men they had met in the afternoon. At the same time, Mu Wanwen and a few of her friends were following beside them. Hayek. A bunch of losers digging their own graves. Upon seeing them charging over, Miracle Dr. Bloodman found them funny. With an arm swing, he fired thick blood at them. It's them. Oh no. Inborn experts. The bunch of people who were charging over froze for a moment. Instantly, they were struck down on the floor by the blood. Fear was the only thing left in them. How is this possible? Why are they? The moment they fell onto the ground, their eyes were filled with remorse. Trash miracle Dr. Bloodman said indifferently. Wang Zhan cast a glance at the flame palace deep in the mountain with a pair of abstruse eyes. After 15 minutes, 9 figures showed up. Walking towards them without haste, Wang Zhan held his dragon ball in his hand, drawing his lips lightly. And note 1, a Bible term which refers to the first and the last. Chapter 258 Dragon Ball vs Flames 2. Chapter 258 Dragon Ball vs Flames 2. Flame Palace is really trash. They only have 1,000+ spiritual stones. They have spent all their spiritual stones on increasing the ability of the body refining spiritual flame ball. They barely have any spiritual medicine left. For a sacred sect to be this poor. Hee. They are really trash. At the entrance of Flame Palace, a few mocking voices sounded. The 9 of them each carried something as they walked out slowly. Suddenly, the 9 of them stopped. They squinted their eyes and looked ahead of them. 6 people, 6 figures were standing at the entrance and seemed to be waiting for them. Isn't that the beautiful girl from the restaurant? Hang Wang, who was standing at the right of the group, saw Sun Lingshu and was surprised. Hee, pretty, are you here to offer yourself to me? Haha. Look, take a look at how attractive I am. An arrogant voice sounded from Hang Wang as he scrutinized Sun Lingshu from head to toe with vile eyes. Those are the people we met in the afternoon. An old man looked at the group of people in front of him and was baffled. Eventually, his gaze landed on Miracle Dr. Bloodman. Due to the cultivation arts, he wasn't able to tell the level of Wang Zhan and the group. However, he was able to get some clues from Miracle Dr. Bloodman. He seems to be a vampire. As such, the remaining people shouldn't be ordinary either. How dare they wait for us here? The group of people from the Fire God denomination squinted their eyes and looked at Wang Zhan's group coldly. Since you dared to kill on our land, are you all prepared to be buried here forever? Wang Zhan looked plainly at them while scrutinizing the 9 of them. To wait for us here after seeing us in action, it seems like you guys are pretty brave. The old man in the center of the group stared emotionlessly at Wang Zhan and flames had started flowing in his hands. Hee. We aren't as brave as you guys to come to our land and annihilate an entire sect. When Wang Zhan saw them carrying something in the back, his smile grew deeper. That's nice of you to pack the treasures nicely for us. Brett, you must be seeking your own demise. The old man in the middle growled angrily. A ball of flames appeared in his hand as he launched his attack towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was unmoved. With a flick of his finger, the dragon ball appeared in front of him. Rumble. The flames were absorbed immediately by the dragon ball the instant the flames landed on it. Fire attribute spiritual treasure. When the old man saw the dragon ball that absorbed the flames, his eyes lit up. Spiritual treasure, it's a fire attribute spiritual treasure. It seems like we are really in luck. Hang Wang saw the dragon ball suspended in the air and got excited immediately. Flame Palace has few treasures. This spiritual treasure would make up for it nicely. The old man stared at it fervently, stretching his hand forward. Flames shrouded over. The flames formed a claw made of fire as it grabbed towards the dragon ball. Annihilate all of them. A middle-aged man beside the old man charged ahead enthusiastically and attacked the group. Leave that beautiful girl to me. I've got to teach her a good lesson. Hang Wang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The next instant, he charged towards Sun Lingshu with desecrating eyes. Interesting. How arrogant are they? Wang Zhan was clearly getting excited. Stay behind. Guys, let me handle this. Wang Zhan was currently level 7. In his human form, his strength could match Dan realm experts, which was above the inborn realm. Up to this point, he had never fought with any human inborn experts. Nonetheless, he could easily kill inborn level creatures in the sea with a single strike. Wang Zhan stood there without moving. The dragon ball in front of him started glowing dazzlingly under his control. Zhao Zion, Leave that young man with blonde hair to me, Sun Lingshu shouted to Wang Xian suddenly. Alright. Wang Xian was slightly shocked initially. However, eventually, he simply nodded his head as a response to Sun Lingshu. It seems like that young man with blonde hair has really infuriated Sun Lingshu. What a strong spiritual treasure. When the group from the fire god denomination saw the dazzling glow and felt the scorching heat from the Dragon Ball, they were shocked. We must definitely get it. Don't let them escape, an old man from fire god denomination reminded the group loudly and enthusiastically. Rest assured, none of them are getting away. An old man flapped his blue fire wings behind him and shifted to the side. The other experts of the fire god denomination also flapped their wings at the same time, forming a circle around Wang Xian. In their eyes, they were the hunters. The other party was simply their prey. How arrogant and brazen. Wang Xian revealed a cold look upon seeing the experts from fire god denomination getting ready to hunt him. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar pierced through the atmosphere. The surrounding experts from the fire god denomination looked on in disbelief. The Dragon Ball that was glowing dazzlingly was transforming slowly into a fire divine dragon from the legends of the Chinese. The divine dragon was 5 meters long and vivid. At the same time, it was emanating horrifying dragon aura. What this is? What a horrifying spiritual treasure, what a powerful fire attribute spiritual treasure. Oh my god, it can transform into a divine dragon. All 9 experts from the fire god denomination stared fervently at that fire divine dragon. It was no different from a living thing. Even its eyes were extremely lively. Maniac Jai and Miracle Dr. Bloodman, who were standing beside Wang Xian previously, were greatly shaken as they stared blankly at the divine dragon. Haha, kill it. The experts of the fire god denomination weren't wary at all. Instead, they charged over hysterically. We must definitely get that spiritual treasure. Hang Wang clenched his fist tightly and charged ahead. Your opponent is me. A soft and crisp voice sounded from Sun Lingshu. Dense light energy emanated from her body. An arrow made of light energy appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Hang Wang. Swish! The speed of the arrow was incomparably fast. The speed of light attacks could easily match or exceed the speed of wind. The light attack disappeared in the blink of an eye. What? Hang Wang, who was shrouded in flames, was completely caught by surprise as the arrow made of light energy appeared right in front of him in an instant. He crossed his wings rapidly in front of him. Arg! However, the arrow made of light pierced through the fire wings and into his body directly. He let out a cry in pain. How is this possible? Hang Wang couldn't believe what had happened. Blood oozed out from the edge of his mouth as he stared with a deadly look at Sun Lingshu. Blonde trash. How dare you taunt my master? You really don't know where you stand. Miracle Dr. Bloodman was cockily satisfied upon seeing his master severely injuring Hang Wang with a single blow. Be careful, kill. The old man in the center looked at Sun Lingshu before reminding the group solemnly. Roar! At this moment, the fire divine dragon roared. Its 5-meter-long body flew in circles in the air as it attacked the group of experts from the fire god denomination. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.